Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 233 to Chapter 315. Although Ling Xiao did not like Elder Baiyun, he had benefited from Elder Baiyun. Naturally, he did not want the old man to be defeated. Loss for the other black-clothed man, he disliked him the most. He was arrogant and rude, wanting to cripple someone easily. Did he think that the world belonged to him? Bang! Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Elder Baiyun's figure fell to the ground and fell heavily on the rock. I'm giving you face by calling you martial uncle. Don't be so shameless. On the other side, the black-clothed man appeared from the dust. Other than his clothes being slightly torn, there were no other injuries on his body. Obviously, he had the upper hand in this battle. He had completely crushed Elder Baiyun. Elder Baiyun lay there, his face as white as a sheet. He was almost completely drained of blood and his aura had become much weaker. At this moment, even a martial vein level 8 martial master would be able to kill him easily. This scene shattered Elder Baiyun's legendary status in the hearts of the disciples. Although the Beast King Palace's disciple had injured Baiyun with a single punch, not many people knew about it because it had happened too suddenly. Therefore, the impact was not that great. However, it was different this time. The 11 disciples clearly saw that Elder Baiyun was severely injured. Who would have thought that Elder Baiyun, who was regarded as a martial arts legend, would be defeated so easily by a young martial artist who was not even 30 years old? Moreover, he was defeated so quickly and easily. Some people already had strange thoughts in their hearts. Even Ming Tian, who had been very confident and calm, was in a daze. His mind was in a mess. However, Elder Baiyun was really pitiful. He was more biased towards the disciples of the Heavenly Endurance Academy, especially Ming Tian. However, when it came to the end, no one went over to help him. The disciples of the Latent Dragon camp did not have a good impression of this old man. In the end, this old man was too biased. He only had himself to blame for falling into such a situation. Ha 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 ha, Martial Uncle, you're still such a failure. You're dying and no one is willing to help you. The black-clothed man laughed. You. Grandmaster Baiyun was filled with sorrow, but he couldn't say anything. He could understand why the people from the Latent Dragon camp treated him like this. After all, he was the one who did things unfairly. However, Ming Tian didn't seem to care at all, which was what made him feel the most uncomfortable. Don't worry, Martial Uncle. I won't kill you. It's taboo to kill fellow disciples, but, the black-robed man suddenly laughed evilly, and his body instantly appeared beside Ming Tian. Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced at Zuolung's corpse on the ground and muttered to himself, I originally wanted Ming Tian and Zuolung, but I didn't expect that kid called Ling Xiao to be so powerful. Then, he looked at Ming Tian and said with a smile, Did you see that? When I met you in private before, I told you that your master is really terrible. What are you trying to do? Ming Tian came back to his senses. He didn't have Ling Xiao's terrifying prediction skills and movement skills, so he knew that it was impossible for him to escape the black-clothed man's pursuit. Don't worry, I won't kill you. It would be too much of a pity to kill you. It's really rare to have potential that exceeds 7 stars. How about it? Have you thought it through and decided to come with me? The black-clothed man asked with a smile. Ming Tian didn't refuse immediately. Instead, he fell into silence. Boy, you should know that a good bird chooses a good tree to nest in. I'm sure that old man Baiyun has told you that the so-called 9th layer martial vein is just the foundation of martial arts cultivation. It's called the martial vein realm in the sect. The black-clothed man continued, after opening 9 martial veins, you can smoothly enter the transcendent realm. It's the beginning of real martial arts cultivation, and this stage is also called the transcendent realm. Above the 9th layer martial vein realm is the 9th layer transcendent realm. After that, you can be considered a small achievement and advance to the heaven realm. The black-clothed man's words were very calm. However, Ling Xiao and the others were very shocked when they heard it. Ling Xiao thought that the transcendent realm was the strongest realm. He didn't expect that there was the heaven realm above the transcendent realm. What kind of realm was that? I know this. Ming Tian said, Honored Master did say that the martial vein realm is just to open up one's martial veins and build the foundation. It's not even considered a real martial artist. The transcendent realm is the beginning of real martial arts, transcending the shackles of the mortal world. You know it very well. Then you should understand that although you are now at the late stage of the ninth layer martial vein realm, in the end, you are just a low-level disciple who hasn't even reached the peak of the basic realm. When you enter the sect, you won't even be at the bottom because your master, Old Man Baiyun, is at the bottom. The black-cloaked man mocked, if you follow your master, your greatest achievement in life will be to go from a low-level disciple to a low-level disciple. Do you really want to do that? Ling Xiao could tell that the black-cloaked man was trying to persuade Ming Tian to follow him. However, this kind of temptation was really quite big. Anyway, he had been expelled from the sect by Baiyun. If the black-cloaked man was really willing to take him away, he didn't care. It could be seen from today's situation. Without power, you didn't even have the least bit of dignity. You didn't even have the right to choose the way to die. If the black-cloaked man really wanted to kill someone today, among those present, only Ling Xiao would be able to escape. Everyone else would have to die. This was power, terrifying power, not to mention the people here. Even if the black-cloaked man wanted to destroy Skycloud City, it would only take a moment. Thinking about this fact made one feel helpless, but this was the reality. Old Man Baiyun, you're not denying my words, right? You can't even win me. How can you win my master? The black-cloaked man looked at Master Baiyun, who was struggling at death's door, and said, you can't possibly destroy this genius's future just because of your own ideas, right? Master Baiyun didn't say a word. Reality forced him to not utter a single word. He didn't have the confidence to say anything now. Don't make things difficult for my master. Just tell me what you want. Ming Tian said loudly. You still don't understand? Follow me back to Yuehua School. My master can let you become his official disciple directly. Your status will be much higher than ordinary outer disciples, and you'll be able to enter the inner door in the shortest time. The black-cloaked man said, Old Man Baiyun is not even comparable to an ant in front of my master. What future can you have by following him? When he said that, the black-cloaked man's eyes were filled with crazed worship. Heaven realm, that was the realm above the transcendent realm, and the transcendent realm required one to pass through the ninth level before they could be promoted to this realm. Cultivating at the martial vein level 9 was already tough enough. The difficulty of the transcendent realm level 9 was imaginable. Reaching the heaven realm, in the black-cloaked man's eyes, was simply a godlike existence. Ming Tian's face obviously showed signs of wavering. He was considering the black-cloaked man's suggestion. Opportunity knocks but once. I'm only giving you a quarter of an hour to consider. If you miss it, you can forget about the future forever. The black-cloaked man said indifferently, my master, the flame deity, has a bad temper. He specifically asked me to take in a disciple. If I don't succeed, hee. Naruto, say yes. Master Baiyun suddenly spoke. Oh? A wise man submits to circumstances. Not bad, not bad. You haven't lived in vain for so many years. The man in black laughed happily. Hearing Master Baiyun's words, the only shackle in Naruto's heart was removed. He had followed Master Baiyun because he wanted to use him as a stepping stone to enter the 12 sects. This was something that was taught to him by the strongest ninja from the shinobi clan. He hesitated and didn't dare to say yes because he was afraid that Master Baiyun would be angry, which would be detrimental to the ninja clan and him. Although the man in black said that Master Baiyun was inferior to an ant, he was a transcendent after all. It would be easy for him to kill him. I'm willing to be the flame deity's disciple. Naruto knelt down and said without hesitation. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. You're really smart. The man in black laughed and said, don't worry. You've made the most important choice in your life. Once you enter the Yuehua sect, with your potential, you will be able to step into a more colorful world and even come into contact with the top geniuses of the other continents. You will become a martial arts legend in your area. The man in black's words were for Naruto and also for Ling Xiao. It wasn't enough to take Naruto back. He also wanted to take Ling Xiao back. He knew very well that what these young martial artists were looking forward to the most was to step into a more colorful world. To be able to come into contact with more and better martial arts. To be able to see what the world was like with their own eyes. In this sense, he succeeded. Ling Xiao was indeed tempted. If he became the flame deity's disciple, he wouldn't have to go to the outer sect to suffer. He could directly receive guidance from the flame deity. He would probably become an inner sect disciple soon. Then, his cultivation would improve rapidly. It was absolutely possible for him to reach the celestial realm. In fact, from the moment he saw the woman in blue, he was full of curiosity about this world. How about that kid? Naruto said yes. What about you? What's your choice? The man in black looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Hehe, senior from Yuehua School, your offer is too tempting. In addition, Master Baiyun has already expelled me from his school. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for me to follow you and join the Flame Deity School. Ling Xiao smiled and said, but I don't believe it will be so simple. Although he was tempted by the black-clothed man's words, his intuition told him that things were not as good as they were described. Ha ha ha, smart, you're really smart. I'm starting to like you. The black-cloaked man laughed and said, although your aptitude is not good, but with this intelligence, it would be good for you to follow by Master's side in the future. Haha, I don't have that ability. Senior, you should do it. I can see that you admire the flame deity a lot. Ling Xiao chuckled. Brat, you're really bold. Do you think I can't kill you? The black-cloaked man frowned. What was that? Since he said it himself, he naturally understood that it was an insult. You really can't kill me. Ling Xiao was confident that as long as he didn't do anything stupid, the black-cloaked man wouldn't be able to kill him. Hee, bold but careful. Moreover, you're both intelligent and courageous. Forget it, I won't bother with these trivial matters with you. You're right. If you want to join Empyrean Demon Flame sect, you need to prove your loyalty. The black-cloaked man chuckled. What kind of proof? Ling Xiao asked. Cut off something from old man Baiyun's body, such as his ears, nose, or eyes. The black-cloaked man said calmly, I know you have a deep relationship with him, so I won't let you kill him to avoid making things difficult for you. Hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this person a little too vicious? Although he really wanted to join Yuehua School and didn't like old man Baiyun, he really couldn't do such a thing. Hey Sua, you've gone too far. Master Baiyun couldn't help but curse. So what if I've gone too far? What can you do to me? Hey Sua sneered. I'm sorry. Although I don't like this old man, I don't have an irreconcilable hatred with him. Moreover, he saved my life before. I really can't do it. It seems that I really have no fate with the flame deity. Ling Xiao shrugged and gave up. Ming Tian, what about you? He Sua looked at Ming Tian coldly and said, you should know that this proof is necessary. After all, you're old man Baiyun's disciples. If you pretend to surrender, wouldn't Master be at a disadvantage? Ming Tian trembled and looked at Master Baiyun. At this moment, Master Baiyun was really desperate. If Ming Tian wanted to become the flame deity's disciple, he could still understand. But now, he really couldn't understand. He spent all his energy on cultivating Ming Tian and Zueleng, and even offended Ling Xiao and the others because of this. But in the end, this disciple that he wholeheartedly cultivated actually wanted to harm him. I'm sorry, Master. I'll borrow your ear. When this disciple's cultivation is successful, I'll repay you. Ming Tian walked towards Master Baiyun. Bastard! You bastard! Master Baiyun was so angry that he vomited blood. He was now seriously injured. If Ming Tian wanted to kill him, he could do it, let alone take his ear. Ha ha ha, well done, well done. A man with a small appetite is not a man without poison. You're a man who can achieve great things. I believe that soon, you'll be proud of your choice. He Sua laughed happily. I can't take it anymore, Ming Tian, you bastard. You're not allowed to hurt Master. The first one to rush out and try to protect Master Baiyun was Shirley. Unfortunately, before he could take a step forward, he was already sent flying. He Sua stood there without moving. Just the true yuan that spread out from his body was enough to seriously injure Shirley until he fainted. To be honest, if it wasn't for Xianxia standing there, even the disciples of Heavenly Enduring Academy would despise Ming Tian's actions. They would also go up and stop him. However, Xianxia stood there and made it clear that he would attack anyone who dared to stop Ming Tian. They, including the rest of the latent dragon camp, were powerless to stop him. Yuling, go save Shirley. Leave that old man to me. Ling Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't like old man Baiyun and even felt disgusted. However, if he watched Ming Tian, a traitor who betrayed his master, cut off old man Baiyun's ear, he, Ling Xiao, would feel uneasy for the rest of his life. This would become his inner demon. Therefore, he transmitted his voice to Dai Yuling to save Shirley while he looked for an opportunity to save old man Baiyun. It could be considered repaying the old man for saving his life. Ming Tian was truly a disappointment. Old man Baiyun had invested almost all of his love into him, including personal guidance and a large amount of resources. However, in the end, this guy didn't have the slightest bit of gratitude. He even suspected that this guy's heart was black. If he, Ling Xiao, encountered such a situation, his heart would probably bleed. He might only have one chance to save old man Baiyun. According to the calculations of his mountain river martial spirit, the success rate was only about 60%. Moreover, this process required the combination of the blood shadow martial spirit, cloud dragon divine travel, martial spirit doppelganger and mountain river martial spirit world. 60% is enough. Just as Ming Tian approached Master Baiyun, Ling Xiao moved. Novels, law, at the same time, Xianxia also moved. Xianxia had been keeping an eye on Ling Xiao. His master, the flame deity, had said that if he couldn't have it, then he would destroy it. Since Ling Xiao refused to go with him, then he could only kill him to prevent future troubles. However, in the next moment, he lost track of Ling Xiao. Even for a transcendent warrior, it was very difficult to find a person who had lost his aura and figure. At this moment, he didn't expect this at all. The moment of pause gave Ling Xiao the perfect opportunity to save Master Baiyun. If you dare to leave, I'll kill everyone here. Xianxia couldn't see Ling Xiao and couldn't sense Ling Zhao's existence, but he could use the others as hostages. To him, as long as they weren't from the Yuehua school, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Ling Xiao didn't dare to leave just like that. Suddenly, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Son of AB*TCH, you forced me to do this. In an instant, he communicated with Master Baiyun and discussed something. Then, he knocked Master Baiyun unconscious and threw him into the mountain river world. At this moment, Master Baiyun's body was very weak, so he could do this. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for him to knock out a transcendent warrior. The reason why he knocked him out was to prevent the secret of the mountain river world from being exposed. Don't do it. I'll show myself. Ling Zhao's voice sounded in the void, but it was impossible to tell where he was. It was really difficult for Xianxia to determine Ling Zhao's location with his voice. You better hurry up, or I'll do it. Xianxia didn't care about the lives of the others. He cared about Ling Xiao the most. This kid was too cunning. If he left him alone, he would definitely become a big problem in the future. Therefore, he had to get rid of him. Okay, I'm out. Ling Xiao appeared. In that instant, Xianxia pounced forward, absolutely not giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape. However, when he rushed over, he saw a black shadow being thrown at him. He thought it was a hidden weapon, so he casually blocked it. He didn't care at all. However, it was this block that caused great trouble. Boom, the terrifying explosion directly blasted Xianxia's arm and half of his body into a bloody mess. A deep crater was blasted into the ground, and a thick burnt smell wafted out. Oh my, it's so powerful. Ling Xiao couldn't help but stick out his tongue. He suddenly thought of the sky-piercing strike that he had snatched from the Blue Eyes tribe. As long as there were enough low-grade spirit stones in this thing, it would be able to kill a 7th-level martial master. At this point, it wasn't of much use to him. Originally, he planned to leave this item in the Divine Sword sect after returning to the sect. But today, under Xianxia's aggressiveness, he thought of something. When he was reading a book in the martial arts hall, the book recorded an accident during the experiment of the sky-piercing strike. It said that someone had put a large number of high-grade spirit stones in it, and as a result, the sky-piercing strike exploded, killing the experimenter. That person was a martial master at the peak of the 9th level martial vein. Although he didn't know if this kind of explosion would be effective against transcendence, Ling Xiao felt that he could only give it a shot. His current strength was far from enough to deal with transcendence, so he could only rely on this kind of evil method. And a large number of high-grade spirit stones were obtained from Master Baiyun. He originally thought that after this thing exploded, it would only be able to injure He Sua a little. However, he didn't expect the power to be so fierce. He Sua looked like he had been severely injured, and his situation might not be much better than Master Baiyun's. Ah! The calmness from before was all gone. He Sua burst into a tragic cry, like a pig that had been shaved. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. At this time, Ming Tian had completely decided to submit to the flame deity. Therefore, when he saw this situation, the first thing that came to his mind was to attack Ling Xiao. Let me do it. Half of He Sua's body was badly mutilated, but after all, he had suffered external injuries and not internal injuries. Therefore, if he went all out, killing Ling Xiao was absolutely not a problem. At this time, he was so angry that he couldn't care about anything else. As an unrelated person, I advise you to go back and treat your injuries as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if you're an extraordinary warrior, your body will be crippled. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Then, an unfamiliar figure appeared at the scene. She was wearing a long purple dress and a veil wrapped around her face. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but her eyes were very clear and bright. Soul Tribe. He Sua, who was about to rush out, stopped. He turned back and shouted at Ming Tian, "Take me away. Let's go back to Yuehua School." Although Ming Tian didn't know who this purple-dressed woman was, if He Sua was so afraid of her, he definitely couldn't afford to provoke her. Therefore, he hurriedly nodded, supported He Sua, and fled into the distance. Ling Xiao. He Sua, will definitely take revenge for what happened today. It doesn't matter if you bring Yuehua School or not. I will kill you. By the way, tell old man Baiyun that he can forget about returning to the sect for the rest of his life. It's enough for him to be an abandoned piece of trash. Also, my master will take good care of his daughter. Ha 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 ha. The person had already disappeared, but He Sua's voice remained. Everyone could understand the first part of the sentence. He Sua was an extraordinary warrior who was more powerful than Master Baiyun. In the end, he was seriously injured by Ling Xiao here. If he didn't take revenge, it would probably become a thorn in his heart forever. However, everyone couldn't quite understand the second part of the sentence. However, if they thought about it carefully, they could think of something. It was likely that He Sua's master, the flame deity, really had a deep hatred for Master Baiyun. This was probably an irreconcilable hatred. Otherwise, why would he be so heartless? However, Ling Xiao was very clear about what had happened. He had seen Master Baiyun's diary in the inheritance hall. Although the diary had been sealed using a special method. However, his mountain river martial soul had easily opened the seal. The contents of the diary were actually very simple. Master Baiyun and the flame deity were actually cousins. Master Baiyun's talent had always been stronger than the flame deity since he was young until he entered Yuehua School. This was because Master Baiyun had a wisdom bone in his body. It was said that as long as he had this wisdom bone, his potential would be much stronger than ordinary warriors. However, on the night before the two of them entered Yuehua School, Master Baiyun was knocked unconscious. His head was cut open, and the wisdom bone was removed. It was then implanted into the flame deity's body. Although their family later found out about this, what was done could not be undone. In addition, Master Baiyun's parents didn't have a high status, so no one cared about this matter. They only treated Master Baiyun's injuries and allowed him to continue studying at Yuehua School. However, the flame deity didn't pity Master Baiyun because of this. Instead, his temperament changed drastically. He wanted nothing more than to trample Master Baiyun under his feet. Master Baiyun's tragedy was far from over. Later, Master Baiyun married a wife at Yuehua School and gave birth to a daughter. However, on the night his wife gave birth, Master Baiyun encountered an even more terrifying nightmare. To this day, Master Baiyun still didn't know that his wife had been killed by the flame deity and his daughter had been snatched away by the flame deity. The reason why Ling Xiao hated old man Baiyun but didn't hate this person was probably because of this tragic experience. This person was too pitiful. He had worked so hard to raise such an outstanding disciple, a top-notch genius. He wanted to use this opportunity to return to Yuehua school one day. After all, although he was still an outer sect disciple, he was basically exiled. If he didn't make any special contributions, he wouldn't be able to return to the sect. But in the end, it was all in vain. This disciple that he had spent so much effort on was easily snatched away by the other party. Not only that, but this disciple also wanted to cut off his ear as a sign of loyalty. Sigh, how could Ling Xiao not sympathize with such a pitiful person? After all, no matter what, other than being biased, this old man had not done anything too overboard to him. The flame deity was 1,000 times more disgusting than old man Baiyun. Not only did he snatch someone else's wisdom bone, but he also trampled on someone else's dignity. He clearly wanted to play old man Baiyun to death. It would be fine if there was a deep hatred between them, but the problem was that not only did Master Baiyun not do anything wrong to the flame deity, but he was also very loyal to the flame deity before he joined Yuehua school. Motherf *Ker, now even I want to stand up for this old man Baiyun. To be honest, he was only Master Baiyun's disciple and didn't have any feelings for him. In addition, Master Baiyun was biased, so he was a little disgusted by this old man. However, when he thought about the diary he had read, He Sua's words, and what he had done today, he had an extremely strong urge to do something. If there was a chance, he had to do something for this pitiful old man. And he probably had to do something now. Making a feud with He Sua was making a feud with the flame deity. Whether he admitted it or not, the flame deity would treat him as Master Baiyun's disciple. It would be impossible for him to completely cut ties with old man Baiyun in this life. So in fact, standing up for old man Baiyun was also for his future. Thank you, senior. Ling Xiao looked at the purple-dressed woman and cupped his hands. Haha, senior? I'm not much older than you. The woman smiled, then waved her hand and said, He Sua's not to mention, even if I didn't arrive just now. With your movement technique, you might have exhausted him to death. You're flattering me. Since you're not much older than me, I'll call you senior. You're really familiar with people. Forget it, I'm here today to take Yishui away. You have a good relationship with her, so you should help me persuade her. The woman in purple woman, you senior sister seniors. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and said, Sister, I don't seem to understand. Calm, UTS right. The purple-dressed woman smiled and said, This time, elder sister, I came to take Yishui away for her own good. For her own good? Yes. She's from the soul race. She's not qualified to enter the 12 sects. You humans, ninjas, blue eyes, and barbarians were one family 100,000 years ago. But our soul race isn't. The purple-dressed woman continued, Think about it. You can enter the sects to improve your strength. What about her? That's right. But senior, you have to make me believe that you won't harm senior sister senior, right? Ling Xiao frowned. That's simple. Yishui, come over and take a look as well. Back then, something happened to the soul race. You were sent to Tianfeng City to be fostered. It was originally to seek refuge. Now that everything is over, it's time for you to return and inherit the family business. As the purple-dressed woman spoke, she took out a mirror. At this moment, Ling Yishui walked over. She and Ling Xiao looked into the mirror together. An image appeared in the mirror. This is a tool that only our soul race can create. It can seal memories inside and play them. The purple-dressed woman explained. From the image in the mirror, it could be seen that Ling Yishui's family had encountered a disaster. She was sent away to protect Ling Yishui. Now that her family had returned to normal, she naturally should go back. Is this all true? Ling Xiao still didn't dare to relax. It's true. It's all true. After Ling Yishui saw the entire image, her face was already covered in tears. These images completely unlocked the memories in her mind. It turned out that the powerful soul power in her body didn't belong to anyone else but her father. Since Ling Yixue said it was true, Ling Xiao didn't need to say anything. Senior sister Yixue didn't have much lifespan because she forcefully increased her cultivation, I can see that. But it doesn't matter. What your 12 sects have, our soul race has. What your 12 sects don't have, our soul race has. It's very easy to let Yixue advance to the transcendent realm in a short period of time. The purple-dressed woman smiled. Then I'm relieved. Senior sister Yixue, although I miss you, it's clear that it's better for you to go back with this sister. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yixue and said. Junior brother, why don't you come with me to the soul race? You've offended He Sua and the flame deity. I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the Yuehua school anymore. Ling Yixue said. Senior sister, you should know very well that the soul race's martial arts are very different from the human race's martial arts. I'll definitely go to the soul race, but not now. Ling Xiao said with a smile, as for He Sua and the flame deity, they're just stronger enemies. I've long been used to this kind of challenge. It's nothing. Alright then. You must stay alive. Ling Yixue didn't speak much and didn't know how to say anything that moved her heart. Her thoughts were very simple. Ling Xiao was getting stronger and stronger. He had already surpassed her by a lot. If this continued, she was afraid that she would never be able to catch up to Ling Xiao. She wouldn't even have the qualifications to protect Ling Xiao. Therefore, she wanted to return to the soul race and become stronger. Of course. Senior sister, you have to become stronger too. Who knows, I might need your protection when I go to the soul race in the future. Ling Xiao really couldn't bear to part with her, but he didn't show any reluctance on his face. This was because he knew very well what was best for Ling Yixue. Little brother, we'll meet again someday. The purple-dressed woman grabbed Ling Yixue's shoulder and instantly disappeared into the distance. Her speed was clearly faster than He Sua's. No wonder He Sua was so afraid of her. Ling Xiao, where's Master? At this moment, someone finally dared to ask about Master Baiyun's whereabouts. Don't worry. I've hidden Master. I'm going to bring him back now. Ling Xiao concealed his figure and aura again. When he appeared again, Master Baiyun was already on his back. At this moment, Master Baiyun's aura was stable and he was gradually recovering. It seemed like the Mountain River realm was really a treasure land. It actually had the effect of healing injuries. Although this passive recovery was still relatively slow, at least old man Baiyun wouldn't die. Dai Yuling hurried over and used her medical skills to treat Master Baiyun. Moments later, Master Baiyun woke up. Although he was no longer in danger, his eyes were filled with darkness and despair. Master, why are you still talking about that bastard? He Sua was injured by Ling Zhao's void-piercing strike. Coupled with the appearance of the soul race experts, those two fellows fled in a sorry state. Shirley also woke up at this time. This guy had a straightforward personality, but he was definitely a righteous and loyal young man. In his eyes, Mingtian's actions were worse than a bastard's. Master Baiyun's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, then returned to its previous gloominess. Ling Xiao, I don't have much to say. In short, I was blind. I only cared about talent and forgot about the most basic martial arts of a martial artist. I'm sorry for what I did to you. If you're willing, one of the 3 spots will definitely be yours. Although Master Baiyun was still alive, his heart was completely dead. Therefore, there was no need for him to be courteous with Ling Xiao. These words were purely from the bottom of his heart. Sigh, after offending He Sua, I can only accept this biased master of yours. Ling Xiao sighed. The atmosphere was slightly less oppressive because of his words. Master Baiyun's mood seemed to have improved a little, but that despair was difficult to eliminate in a short period of time. Master, I think we should let everyone fight for the 3 spots. Otherwise, there will definitely be people who won't be convinced. Feiyu suddenly said. What's there to be convinced about? Ling Xiao killed Zuoleng. Which one of you can do it? If it wasn't for him, even Master's ears would have been cut off by that bastard Ming Tian. You're still not convinced? Shirley roared. Then we can fight for the remaining 2 spots, right? Feiyu also knew that no matter if it was Ling Zhao's strength or contributions, there was no need to doubt. There was no way to fight with him. Didn't you give one spot to an outsider? Zhu Hua asked. I won't give it up now because it's meaningless. Master Baiyan explained, I told you before that the third spot was given to someone else. Now, I can tell you who it was given to. It's the disciple of one of my senior brothers. The reason why I gave it to him was because I was afraid that you would be suppressed by the demonic flames in the Yuehua school. My senior brother is a transcendent stage 8 expert, so he should be able to protect you. However, as you all know now, Mo Yen is already a sky human realm expert. That senior brother of mine would definitely not dare offend him. Thus, this spot is now empty. Aside from Ling Xiao, everyone else should prepare to fight for it. Master, do you think the flame deity will make things difficult for us after we enter Yuehua school? Dai Yuling asked. With his personality, he definitely will. However, the few of you don't have much potential. That person is very conceited. As long as you don't perform well enough, he won't bother with you. Instead, keeping you around will make him feel superior. Grandmaster Baiyun explained. From his words, one could tell how desperate Grandmaster Baiyun was. He didn't believe that any of his remaining disciples would be able to make a name for themselves in Yuehua school. Even entering Yuehua school wouldn't be easy. Perhaps Ling Xiao could succeed. After all, that kid was very cunning and intelligent. However, if they wanted to perform well enough to attract the flame deity's attention, it would be impossible. Therefore, Grandmaster Baiyun could only say that he had done his best and left the rest to fate. He would just treat it as a little compensation for his disciples after going through this disaster. As for his disciples, they were also considering the choice they would face next. Even if they were recommended to enter Yuehua school, would it really be a good thing? What they would face in the future might be suppression and difficulties from the flame deity and his henchmen. Although it might not be too excessive, they definitely wouldn't be able to cultivate normally like the other disciples. This path of cultivation would be full of thorns and it would be very difficult. It could be said to be hell mode. In Heavenly Ninja Academy, after careful consideration, the 5 people chose to leave. They didn't want to be tied to this broken warship by Grandmaster Baiyun. As long as they returned to the Ninja Academy, they would have other opportunities to join other sections. This path was too unwise for them. Well, it seems like there's no competition now. Ling Xiao already has a spot, Ling Yishua left, and I'm from the Elephant Clan. I'm not qualified to enter the 12th sex. I'll probably have to leave soon. The only ones left are Dai Yuling and Cold Plum. Shirley smiled and said, you two are really lucky. However, you have to think carefully about the difficulties you'll have to go through. If you really don't want to go, come with me to the Elephant Clan. I still have some power there. I can guarantee that you'll get enough cultivation resources, but it might not be as good as the 12th sex. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Sure. I really want to see how far I can go on this path of cultivation under the suppression of the other party. Anyway, I can't let that bastard Naruto be so proud. Although Dai Yuling was a girl, she was very decisive and never hesitant. I'll go wherever young master goes. Cold Plum's answer was even simpler. Ling Xiao smiled and said, of course I'll go to the Yuehua school. Otherwise, He Sua and the flame deity will be disappointed. He didn't have the slightest fear in his heart. Instead, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit. This was because he realized that the greater the pressure and the more difficulties there were, the more the potential of the Mountain River martial soul would be stimulated. With so many benefits, how could he give it up? Grandmaster Baiyun saw the expressions of these disciples and a smile finally appeared on his face. However, what followed was a helpless sigh. He was very clear about the hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness of young people. However, as an experienced person, he was very clear that such a choice wasn't optimistic or smart. The reason why he didn't say it was because he didn't want to dampen the enthusiasm of his disciples. Hopefully, a miracle would happen. Alright, since the quota has been decided, the 3 of you can go and rest first. Ling Xiao, you stay for a while. I have something to tell you. Perhaps because of the setback, Grandmaster Baiyun was more amiable than before. It was as if he was about to say his last words. Ling Xiao nodded and said, yes. After Shirley and the others left, Grandmaster Baiyun looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Have you read the diary in the technique hall?" Ling Xiao nodded a little awkwardly and said, "Yes. Since you've read it, you should know about my past." Grandmaster Baiyun sighed and said, "To be honest, I nurtured Ming Tian and Zwileng with impure intentions. I hoped that they could surpass the flame deity and avenge me." Understandable. Ling Xiao didn't think much of it. It was right and proper for a disciple to avenge his master. If Master Baiyun treated him well enough, like how he treated Ming Tian and Zwileng, he would definitely not shirk his responsibility. Mo Yan took away my wisdom bone and is suspected of killing my wife and daughter. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Grandmaster Baiyun smiled helplessly and said, "Unfortunately, revenge is an extravagant hope. Everything is over." "Master, you still don't know that your daughter is not dead, right?" Ling Xiao was considering whether to tell Grandmaster Baiyun about this. After all, it would be like rubbing salt on Grandmaster Baiyun's wound. However, after some consideration, he decided to tell him because he realized that Grandmaster Baiyun had suicidal tendencies. Once a person's heart was dead, it was very likely that he would commit suicide. Although telling him this would make Grandmaster Baiyun suffer more, it might save his life. "Not dead? Who told you?" Grandmaster Baiyun asked in surprise. "Hey Sua." Ling Zhao's words made Master Baiyun's originally gloomy eyes finally brighten up. Lahi's daughter was not dead yet. This might be his last hope to live. "Ling Xiao." Master Baiyun was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he pressed Ling Zhao's shoulder with both hands and said, "Help me. Help me save my daughter. I'm willing to exchange everything for it." There was a hint of desperation in his voice. He couldn't do it. He would never be able to get his wisdom bone back, let alone save his daughter. Because his aptitude had reached its limit, his heart was not as strong as before. He needed a younger, more talented, and smarter person to help him. "Master, my potential isn't that high. I might not even be able to defeat Ming Tian, let alone heavenly venerate demon flame." Ling Xiao said lightly. "No, even if it's only a slim chance, I'm willing to gamble. My daughter must not fall into the hands of that beast, absolutely not." Master Baiyun certainly knew that Ling Zhao's potential was not as good as Ming Tian's. He did not expect this matter to succeed. But in his opinion, Ling Xiao was a very cunning person. He had already created many unbelievable miracles. Maybe there was still a chance. Ling Xiao listened to Master Baiyun's words and laughed in his heart. A slim chance, did this mean that there was not even a 10% chance? Master, you may not be underestimating me, Ling Xiao. Not to mention that my potential is not inferior to his. Even if I'm really less than 5 stars like you think, killing him is still more than a slim chance. As for the flame deity, the celestial realm did sound very scary and people did not dare to look up. But from the first level of the martial vein to the late stage of the 8th level, Ling Xiao had experienced too many things. He believed that he would be able to advance to the celestial realm sooner or later. The flame deity, what did he have to fear? "Did you cultivate the heavenly dragon golden body?" Master Baiyun suddenly asked. Ling Xiao knew that this matter could not be hidden from this master, so he did not lie. Instead, he nodded and said, "Yes, I just broke through to the 3rd level." "You have already cultivated to the 3rd level. The heavenly dragon golden body is only at the 6th level. You really surprised me." Master Baiyun exclaimed. "Master, you flatter me." No. I'm not exaggerating. You have to know that the heavenly dragon golden body exists in the Yuehua sect as well. However, none of the disciples managed to cultivate it to level 3 and above. Master Baiyun shook his head and said, "Only by cultivating the heavenly dragon golden body to the 6th level can you obtain the Dragon Emperor's protective body art, which is even stronger than the other 2. Until now, no one in the Yuehua sect had ever succeeded in cultivating this set of defensive martial arts. And you may be the first." At this point, even Master Baiyun's face had a touch of ecstasy. Although he had never seen the Dragon Emperor's protective armor, he knew very well how terrifying this defensive martial art was. Once successfully cultivated, even a celestial realm expert would not be able to do anything to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was shocked. He thought that the heavenly dragon golden body was already a high-level martial art among the master-level martial arts. He did not expect that there was a stronger martial art in the same series. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor's protective armor was the final form of this defensive martial art? But what level of martial art would it be? Could it be that there was a more powerful secret martial art above the master level? Of course, if you want to get the Dragon Emperor's protective armor, you must become one of the best among the inner disciples of Yuehua school. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to learn this martial art. That shouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, if Ming Tian can become an inner disciple of Yuehua school, I will only be stronger than him. Where did you get such confidence? Master Baiyun was very puzzled. After a moment of silence, Ling Xiao said, Master, has your 7-star flower grown? He had thought about it. Before entering Yuehua school, he must make Master Baiyun have expectations of him. Then, Master Baiyun would focus on him like how he treated Ming Tian. In this way, his improvement should be faster. The best way to do this was to let Master Baiyun see his true potential. Master Baiyun was stunned for a moment. He nodded and said, it has grown into 7 flowers. Why do you ask? Do you want to test it again? That's what I want to do. Ling Xiao thought to himself, you didn't really test my potential before. You said that I can't do it. If I test it again, I'm afraid you won't have any hope. You won't give me the best thing, right? Master Baiyun looked at Ling Xiao. Although he did not know what this kid was thinking, since the relationship between them had improved, he had to give it his all. Since he had placed his hopes of revenge and saving his daughter on this kid, he decided to test it again. Thinking of this, he took out the 7-star flower. Ling Xiao cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. Buzz, at that moment, the 7-star flower shone brightly, 1 flower lit up with 3 colors, 2 flowers lit up with 3 colors, then, 3 flowers, 4 flowers, 5 flowers. During the last test, because the 7-star flower was broken, there were only 4 flowers. Therefore, the situation could not be seen at all. At that time, Master Baiyun's evaluation of Ling Xiao was that his 3 potentials had reached 9 out of 4 stars, the same as Dai Yuling's. But today, 5 flowers lit up at once, and they were all 3 colors. This shocked Master Baiyun. Your potential is actually 3 colors and 5 stars. I really misjudged you. It seems that you have broken away from the mortal body and advanced to the treasure body. Master Baiyun said excitedly. Although there was still a big gap between his potential and Mingtian's and Zuoling's, after all, he already had the absolute qualifications to advance to the master state. At this moment, there was more spirit in his eyes that were originally filled with despair. He was even more excited than when he heard that his daughter was still alive. Master, why are you in such a hurry? Ling Xiao smiled. The colors of the 7-star flower continued to change. 6 flowers, 7 flowers. 7 stars. And it's all 7 stars. This is incredible. Your potential is even stronger than Ming Tian and Zuolong. I really was blind. Why didn't I listen to Lindsay's words? I really regret it. Master Baiyun's whole body was trembling. He had never seen someone with such potential at the peak of 7 stars. Even Empyrean Demon Flame couldn't achieve this. Master, you don't have to regret it. Ling Xiao smiled and said, let bygones be bygones. The reason why I am willing to take the test again today is to tell you that I still have a high chance of completing the task you gave me. I just don't know what benefits you can give me. Don't worry. As long as I can give you something, I will give it all to you. Master Baiyun had never been as anxious as he was now. He really wanted to go back in time so that he could pass on his lost knowledge to Ling Xiao. Knowing Ling Xiao's true aptitude, Master Baiyun really did his best to cultivate him. Although a lot of resources were wasted on Ming Tian and Zuolong, because Ming Tian and Zuolong did not focus on cultivating their bodies, there were still about 10 Qianyuan bone-changing pills. In addition to nearly 500 mid-grade spirit stones and about 100 high-grade spirit stones, it was definitely enough for Ling Xiao to improve his cultivation before going to Yuehua school. With the Qianyuan bone-changing pills, Ling Xiao naturally focused on the cultivation of Sky Dragon Golden Body. The 2 doppelgangers respectively cultivated Divine Prison King Fist and Snow Lotus Sword Art. Needless to say, Divine Prison King Fist was currently his strongest barehanded attack, and once it was cultivated to perfection, it would automatically evolve into a transcendent martial art. Snow Lotus Sword art focused on comprehension, so pills were not of much help. It was enough to let his doppelganger slowly comprehend it. His main body was naturally focused on the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. Ever since he learned that there was still the Dragon Emperor's protective armor above the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, he was even more motivated to cultivate. This time, Master Bai Yun had been guarding him. So Ling Xiao had the courage to take 3 Qianyuan bone-changing pills at once. Even if something happened during the process, there was a transcendent martial artist to help him, so there was no need to be afraid. This was the advantage of having a master. The Qianyuan bone-changing pills effect was very overbearing. One pill could make people want to die. After using it, the whole body's bones would be shattered and reborn. That kind of pain really made people feel like they were better off dead. Taking 3 pills at once, the effect was naturally even more terrifying. Most people would not dare to do so. But Ling Xiao not only cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 9th transformation, but he could also use gold to repair his body. Moreover, he also cultivated the Sky Dragon golden body to the 3rd level, so his injury recovery speed was much faster. In addition, Master Bai Yun, a transcendent martial artist, was guarding him. So he dared to go crazy. 3 days later. With the help of Master Bai Yun, he successfully went through a hellish torture and finally completely dissolved the terrifying effect of the Qianyuan bone-changing pill. But to fully absorb and digest it, it would still take a period of time. At this time, Master Bai Yun had already left because what Ling Xiao needed to do next was to absorb the remaining effect of the pill and recover his body. There was not much point for him to stay here. Shirley had left Sky Cloud City yesterday and he should have returned to the Elephant Clan. Dai Yuling and Ling Mei were both at the critical moment of improving their cultivation. He couldn't favor one and discriminate against the other, so he went out to stand guard for them. He didn't want to repeat the mistakes he had made in the past, so he tried his best to ensure that he could be extremely benevolent to his enemies. The effects of 3 Heaven Essence bone-changing pills were truly astonishing. It directly allowed Ling Xiao's Heavenly Dragon Golden Body to advance to the peak of the 3rd level, it Qianyuan to you, it would not to breakthrough body. He still had 7 or 8 Heaven Essence bone-changing pills. If he used all of them, he would be able to break through. However, he couldn't rush it yet. He had to wait for his body to adapt to his current level of toughness before he could take his time. He was anxious to raise his ability, but he also understood that some things could not be rushed. Besides that, the additional benefit of these 3 Qianyuan bone-changing pills was that his cultivation had already advanced from the late stage of the 8th level to the peak of the 8th level. He was getting closer to the 9th level of the martial vein. There were only 20 days left before Yuehua School's enrollment expansion. Master Bai Yun said that it would take at least 4 to 5 days to rush from Sky Cloud City to Yuehua School. If something happened along the way, it might take even longer. So he reminded the 3 disciples to set off 10 days earlier. Now Ling Xiao only had 10 days left to raise his cultivation. In these 10 days, Ling Xiao tried his best to consolidate the cultivation of the Sky Dragon Golden Body. At the same time, he continued to cultivate the Snow Lotus Sword skill and God Prison King's Fist. 9 days later. Ling Xiao felt that his body had already adapted to the peak of the 3rd level of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. And he had finally comprehended the 3rd move of the God Prison King's Fist, Impermanence Twist. When he executed the palm technique, his soul power would automatically cooperate and cause the enemy to hallucinate, as if they were being chased by the black and white impermanence from hell. This palm technique was still able to cause physical and mental torture to the enemy. This terrifying effect was something that many extraordinary martial arts could not achieve. In addition, after absorbing the experience of the extraordinary martial arts displayed by He Sua and Master Bai Yun during the battle, he had finally successfully condensed the 2nd move, Melting Water. The first move, Flying Snow, was extremely fast and had a good freezing effect. The 2nd move, Melting Water, was able to form a strange force field, causing the opponent to lose their balance and state. It could be said that once this move was executed, the weaker opponents would not even be able to get close to him. In addition, Ling Xiao had an unexpected gain. The number of golden dragon cells in his body had already reached 20. In other words, just relying on these 20 golden dragon cells, he had an extra 2,000 pounds of strength compared to the average practitioner. This was simply heaven-defying for practitioners below the extraordinary martial arts realm. One had to know that even Master Bai Yun, who had just broken through to the extraordinary martial arts realm, did not have more than 10,000 pounds of strength. What did it mean to have an extra 2,000 pounds of strength? After coming out of seclusion with satisfaction, Ling Xiao went to find Master Bai Yun. At this time, Dai Yuling and Cold Plum were still in seclusion. According to Master Bai Yun, Dai Yuling had broken through to the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein realm, and Cold Plum had also advanced to the early stage of the 8th level of the martial vein realm. They should be coming out of seclusion soon and should be consolidating their cultivation. Ling Xiao was very happy with the progress of his two friends. Master, disciple has some questions, I hope Master can answer them. Ling Xiao saw that Dai Yuling and Cold Plum had not come out of seclusion and could not go to Yuehua school now, so he took the opportunity to ask some questions in his heart. Oh? Tell me. Master Bai Yun's complexion was gradually recovering, and his spirit was much better. Although his 7-star aptitude was not the best in the 12 sects, it was enough as long as he was stronger than Ming Tian and the Flame Deity. He firmly believed that Ling Xiao could help him do what he wanted to do but could not. Master, you said before that there is a stronger Dragon Emperor protective art above Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, but disciple does not understand. Heavenly Dragon Golden Body is already a transcendent martial art, and it should be one of the stronger transcendent martial arts. Why is there a stronger defensive martial art above it? Master Bai Yun smiled and said, that's a good question. Well, those two kids have also come out of seclusion. Let's talk about it when they arrive. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. After a while, Dai Yuling and Cold Plum also arrived at the True Spirit Palace. Master Bai Yun gestured for the two to sit down, and then said, in your opinion, are there two types of martial arts, secular martial arts and transcendent martial arts? The three of them nodded. Master Bai Yun said with a smile, the real complete martial arts actually starts from the extraordinary martial arts that you mentioned. This is called gold grade martial arts in the sect. Above it, there are 3 grades, Jade grade, Celestial grade, and Divine grade. It can't be. Most of the martial arts that we worked so hard to cultivate are actually incomplete? Dai Yuling was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was not surprised. In fact, he had already noticed this. When the Mountain River martial spirit analyzed and practiced these martial arts, it had already given him a reminder. However, the Mountain River martial spirit did not know what the complete version of these martial arts were. Therefore, he could only cultivate it first. Although it was an emasculated or simplified version of the martial arts, it should not be considered incomplete. It was just more suitable for ordinary people to cultivate. It was just that the degree of complexity was different, and the level that could be cultivated was different. It was estimated that when Ling Xiao entered the sect in the future, he might encounter many martial arts that he had cultivated before. However, the level of these martial arts would be completely different. Gold grade, Jade grade, Celestial grade, and Divine grade. These were the real grades of martial arts. That's right, Immortal grade and Divine grade martial arts currently do not exist in the Heavenly Dragon continent. The human world once encountered a catastrophe. These two types of martial arts disappeared along with martial spirits. Martial spirits can still be awakened, but I'm afraid that such high-level martial arts can only be found in other continents. Master Bai Yun said with pity. Well, Ling Xiao, this is the end of the question. Actually, I don't know much about these things. After you join the Yuehua school, I'm afraid you will get more information and materials than I do. Maybe I will need your help. Master Bai Yun changed the topic and said, next, we will go to the Yuehua school. Before we go, there are some things that I need to tell you. This will be very important to you. Ling Xiao, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum knew very well that Master Bai Yun was going to impart his experience. After all, Master Bai Yun had been in the Yuehua school before. Although he was a failure, the more failures he had, the more experience he would gain. There was no harm in listening to him. The three of them listened very carefully. Because this might be related to their future path of martial arts. If you're lucky enough to enter Yuehua school, the first thing you have to do is to keep a low profile and work hard on your cultivation. The status of an outer sect disciple is very low. Although the sect has a rule that forbids inner sect disciples from killing each other, if an outer sect disciple is crippled, there won't be any problems. The higher-ups won't even look into it. What I mean is, try not to show off in the outer sect. Instead, try to keep a low profile until you become an inner sect disciple. The three of them understood Grandmaster Baiyun's words. After all, the flame deity had a very high status. If he saw that Grandmaster Baiyun's disciples were all trash, he would probably be happy to keep them. When he was unhappy, he could trample on them for fun. If his aptitude was too good, then he might really trigger the flame deity's killing intent. At that time, it would be very easy for them to be accidentally killed. Once you become an inner sect disciple, your status in the sect will greatly increase. At that time, you have to show off your strength as much as possible. The better your aptitude and the stronger your strength, the more protection you will receive from the sect. At that time, even the flame deity won't dare to touch you easily. Ling Xiao nodded. According to his experience in the Ling family, this was indeed true. There's another thing you have to pay attention to. Once your aptitude is exposed, don't be arrogant. At that time, if there are elders or powerhouses of the same level who want to rope you in, you can join them if you think it's enough. Grandmaster Baiyun suddenly became serious. This is very important. I've seen many geniuses who were extremely arrogant. They didn't give face to anyone and didn't put anyone in their eyes. In the end, not long after, they died in the middle of a mission. Although they were killed by external enemies, it was obvious that no one was willing to help them. Not only would that not help them, but it would also increase the number of enemies. One Empyrean demon flame is already enough for you to deal with. If there's an elder-level enemy, you're dead for sure. So, you must remember, no matter what, you must always learn to pick a side. Being neutral in the sect is the stupidest thing to do, especially when you already have enemies. Remember all of this? Yes. In fact, what Grandmaster Baiyun said was something that Ling Xiao had experienced personally. This was the way he survived in the Ling family. First, he hid his strength and bided his time. Then, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Then, he found second Master Ling to back him up. After going to the Yuehua school, although the place was bigger and the opponents were stronger, the things he had to do didn't change. Okay, since you've remembered it, pack up a little and set off immediately. Time waits for no one. The earlier we get there, the earlier we can prepare. Grandmaster Baiyun stood up and said. Yes, Grandmaster. Ling Xiao and the other two returned to their rooms and packed up a little. Then, they went back to bid farewell to the Baiyun Monastery master and Lin Zhe. Because time was tight, no one said much. Before leaving, Lin Zhe and the Baiyun Monastery master gave the three of them the spiritual stones and true elemental pills that they had painstakingly accumulated. There were low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade spiritual stones. Most of the true elemental pills were low-grade, but they were very effective in recovering true elemental pills. After that, the three of them returned to the Baiyun Monastery and followed Grandmaster Baiyun to the Yuehua school. The three of them didn't take a carriage or ride a horse. Instead, they chose to walk. Based on their light body techniques, their speed was much faster than a 1,000-mile horse. It was even faster than some demonic beasts. Plus the true elemental pills which could recover their true elemental pills, with a little rest, they could travel 1,000 miles in a day easily. Yuehua School was thousands of miles away from Skycloud City. Based on the three of them's speed, they estimated that they would take 7 to 8 days to reach. This was the reason why Grandmaster Baiyun was in a hurry to set off. 7 days passed by quickly and they didn't meet with any trouble along the way. After all, they had the Transcendence following them. If they met any ordinary demonic beasts, they could easily get rid of them. On the morning of the 8th day, the sky was still dark. The four of them arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. The sky had just turned white and with the help of the faint light, they could see that this place was like a paradise on earth. Heavens, is this where Yuehua School is located? The air here makes one feel energetic, as if there's some miraculous healing effect. Dai Yuling couldn't help but sigh, and the entire mountain is filled with spiritual herbs. These are hard to find in places where ordinary people live. This is just the border. There's another 100 miles or so before we reach the foot of the mountain where Yuehua School is located. When we reach there, you will understand why the hidden sects are so fascinating to practitioners. Grandmaster Baiyun smiled and increased his speed as he rushed forward. Although the journey here was treacherous and there were many places with steep cliffs, but to him and the other three, it wasn't much. As far as the eye could see, there was a long flight of stairs. There were thousands of stone steps. At the foot of the mountain was the huge plaque of Yuehua School. There were disciples guarding it all year round. Ordinary people couldn't enter at all. As for the other directions of Yuehua Mountain, they were really steep cliffs. Even ordinary birds couldn't fly over them, let alone martial artists. Therefore, there was only one way to enter Yuehua Mountain. Unless you reached the celestial realm and could really fly. Otherwise, even if you had a flying-type martial soul, you couldn't cross it because the quality of the energy in your body was too poor. Let's go. We're already late. Master Baiyun was originally afraid that they would be late, so he asked his disciples to set off 10 days in advance. However, when they arrived, they found that there were already hundreds of people gathered at the foot of the mountain. Among them, those under the age of 20 should be the geniuses who came to participate in the exam. As for those over the age of 20, they were probably accompanying these young people. After all, the journey was dangerous. Ling Xiao and the other two followed Master Baiyun to the foot of the mountain. Old man Baiyun, how have you been? Su Ling. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they heard someone calling Master Baiyun's name in a very disrespectful tone. Master Baiyun looked up and couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Xiao also looked at that person. This person was about 40 years old. His cultivation was probably not inferior to Master Baiyun's. In fact, the most surprising thing was that there were 4 people standing beside him. 3 of them were familiar faces. Zhu Hua, Diao Wu, Lu Xing. As for the other person, he was very unfamiliar. He looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. He was dressed very gorgeously. Looking at his cultivation, he was actually much stronger than the other 3. He was already at the early 9th level of the martial vein. His aptitude seemed to be on par with Ming Tian and Zuoleng. Ling Xiao knew about Su Ling. On the way to Yuehua School, Master Baiyun gave them a brief introduction of the current situation of the Tianlong continent. Especially the general situation of the transcendent warriors. Su Ling was the only transcendent warrior in the ninja clan. The young girl at the early 9th level of the martial vein was his daughter, Su Ying. In Shinobi, Su Ling is the imperial family, the true successor of Su Dao. What was interesting was that Su Ling was also a disciple of Yuehua School, but his status was higher than Master Baiyun's, so he had 4 recommendations. Old man Baiyun, there's no need to be so agitated. You and I did have some grudges in the past, but since the sect is expanding, we belong to the disadvantaged group. It's better to cooperate sincerely. I won't introduce the other 3. This is my daughter, Su Ying. Her potential isn't any worse than Ming Tian and Zuoleng. As he spoke, Su Ling was rather proud of himself. Originally, he was hesitant about who to recommend. Who would have thought that White Cloud would be targeted by the flame deity, which led to the departure of several ninja clan's disciples. Although Zhu Hua, Diao Wu, and Lu Xing's potential couldn't compare to Su Ying's, since they were recruiting, they should still have a chance of entering the sect. There were actually quite a few people who harbored such thoughts. Ling Xiao casually glanced around. Among the youths at the foot of the mountain, the oldest was just 20 years old, and the youngest was only 12 or 13 years old. The strongest was already at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein, but he was already 20 years old. The weakest was at the 7th level of the martial vein, and these children were only 12 or 13 years old. In other words, they came to participate in the exam to compete for potential, not strength. Facing these geniuses, Ling Xiao didn't have any emotional fluctuations. He was only 14 years old and was already at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein, and this was because he had delayed for more than a decade. The real cultivation began when he was 13 years old. Otherwise, his cultivation would have been heaven-defying. After all, it had only been a little more than a year, and he had advanced from the 1st level of the martial vein to the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. In terms of potential, he wasn't afraid of anyone. All of these youths were basically geniuses gathered by the Yuehua school's outer disciples. Because the Yuehua school's territory was in northern Han, most of the geniuses came from northern Han. There were also some geniuses from the Ninja clan, the Jadeite clan, and the Barbarian clan. Of course, there were also geniuses from other countries of the Sacred Dynasty. It was just that their numbers were relatively small. The 4 princes and 1 princess of northern Han have all come. I wonder how many of them will be chosen. Dai Yuling pointed at a few people surrounded by the crowd. Ling Xiao followed his finger and looked. In the crowd, there were indeed 5 people dressed gorgeously and filled with the aura of nobility. These 5 people were between 14 and 18 years old, and all of them met the age requirements. Among the 5, the most eye-catching one was naturally the beautiful princess, Xianxia. Xianxia and Ling Xiao were similar in age and cultivation. They were both at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein, which meant that their potential wasn't bad. Of course, the 5 of them were the most eye-catching, but their potential and cultivation weren't the strongest. Ling Xiao glanced at them and ignored them, continuing to observe the rest of the people. Under the soul-entrancing state, he could easily determine the potential of these people. Among these people, there were 2 with the best potential. One was Su Ying, and the other was the 3rd prince of northern Han, Zhao Ji. The potential of these 2 people didn't lose to Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng. Sure enough, outside of Baiyun province, there were too many geniuses. Even so, Ling Xiao only secretly remembered them in his heart and didn't feel much emotion. Zhuo Leng had already been killed by him. Potential was a part of it, but battle technique was equally important. Otherwise, the result would be the same as Zhuo Leng's. Not to mention that his potential wasn't any worse than Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng. Even if it was worse, he had nothing to be afraid of. Sometimes, living a long life was more important than potential. Humph, Su Ling, stop pretending in front of this old man. Who doesn't know that you frequently flatter that Mo Yen? No wonder these 3 juniors were willing to follow you. They don't need to be suppressed by Mo Yen. Grandmaster Baiyun coldly snorted. Although he could understand the choice of Zhu Hua and the other 2, he still felt extremely unhappy. Which master could tolerate their own disciples betraying the sect? The fact that he didn't kill them was already very restrained. Hee, this is called a wise man submits to circumstances. You don't flatter, but wasn't your best disciple, Ming Tian, taken away by the flame deity? Su Ling ridiculed. Humph. Grandmaster Baiyun coldly snorted and didn't explain anything. He didn't want to expose Ling Zhao's potential. It didn't matter even if he had to suffer some anger. Su Ling smiled and suddenly turned his gaze to Ling Xiao. This kid is the one who killed Zhuo Leng, right? That's right, it's me. Ling Xiao said with a nod. There was nothing to hide, and it couldn't be hidden. Good. Very good. You even dared to kill Zhuo Leng. You're really something. My dear daughter, you must recognize him. He is the one who killed your fiancé. Understood, father. Su Ying nodded and then looked at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with resentment and coldness. Ling Xiao only glanced at her indifferently and did not say anything. He and Zhuo Leng fought fair and square. There were no sneak attacks or tricks. Moreover, it was a life-and-death battle on the life-and-death cliff. They even signed a life-and-death contract. Zhuo Leng wanted to kill him, but was killed by him instead. He did not feel the slightest bit of guilt, nor did he feel any sympathy. I will definitely kill you. Su Ying's words were very direct and did not beat around the bush. Zhuo Leng also said the same thing, but the one lying in the coffin is him, not me. Ling Xiao said in a tit-for-tat manner. His current target was no longer the so-called geniuses like Ming Tian, Su Ying, and Zhao Ji. His target was He Sua, the flame deity, and the other geniuses of the previous generation. To put it bluntly, he did not put his peers in his eyes. If he could not even surpass these people, how could he surpass the senior experts? What a big tone. I wonder how many stars little brother's potential is? Su Ling asked with a smile. 5 stars. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He planned to hide the matter of his potential a little. In any case, this potential was something he could control. As long as he did not circulate his mountain and river martial spirit, his potential was 5 stars. It was enough for him to pass the Yuehua School's potential assessment. Humph, a mere 5 stars talent dares to boast shamelessly. What a joke. Su Ying's face revealed an intense disdain. Ling Xiao did not say anything. He was too lazy to bicker with her. He had encountered this kind of thing many times and had gradually gotten used to it. There were too many people and the waiting time for the identity verification was also very long. After all, the Yuehua School did not want spies from other sects to sneak in. During this long period of waiting, unexpected things were bound to happen. Assassin! Quickly catch the assassin! Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded. Ling Xiao looked at the place where the sound came from. It was the location of the 4 princes and 1 princess of Northern Han. At this moment, a glaring wound could be seen on the first prince's throat. His throat had already been cut. It looked like he was about to die. Even if it was Ling Xiao, once his throat was cut, he would not be able to survive. The first prince's strength was not low. He was at the peak of the 8th layer martial vein. In the crowd, a black shadow quickly fled into the distance. Ling Xiao could stop this person, but he didn't move. Northern Han's imperial family was too far away from him. There was no need for him to meddle in their affairs. However, he did not expect that there would be someone who dared to assassinate a prince of Northern Han at the foot of the Yuehua sect's mountain. Indeed, it was as He Sua had said. As long as one did not join the Yuehua sect, he would dare to kill. Where? The third prince, Zhao Ji, had unexpectedly discovered the assassin. This was really rare. This Zhao Ji really does have some ability. Zhao Ji's figure flashed. His speed was as fast as a gale. In the blink of an eye, he was near the assassin. Seeing that he could not escape, the assassin turned around and attacked. Zhao Ji was 16 years old. His cultivation was at the late 9th layer martial vein. He was almost the same as Ming Tian a month ago. That assassin was also at the late 9th layer martial vein. His strength was definitely not ordinary. However, the two of them had only exchanged 3 blows. Zhao Ji's terrifying kick set the assassin's body ablaze. In an instant, only his bones were left. Frightening. This fellow is simply a second Ming Tian. No, his potential might be even more terrifying than Ming Tian's. Ling Xiao inwardly thought. There is always someone better than you. This saying was not wrong. However, Zhao Ji's luck was not as good as Ming Tian's. Ming Tian had already been nurtured by the flame deity. In a month's time, it was unknown how much progress he would have made. Is that the strength of Northern Han's third prince, Zhao Ji? I'm afraid that he will definitely take first place in this Yuehua School's examination. That's right. This person is proficient in leg techniques. His leg techniques are extremely domineering. Among the princes and princesses, he is the strongest. As expected of His Highness. He is too powerful. The discussions rose and fell one after another. The third prince, Zhao Ji, was very pleased. He had also successfully become a thorn in the side of various geniuses. However, it was likely that he was not afraid of being viewed with hostility. The more others viewed him with hostility, the happier he would be. Speaking of this expansion examination, it was actually not complicated. The examination was divided into 4 sections. Each section would have a score. In the end, qualified disciples would be selected according to the score. Potential was only one of the sections. However, it accounted for a relatively large proportion. Out of the 4 sections, the full score for the other 3 sections was 10 points. Only potential had a full score of 30 points. Potential accounted for 50% of the total score. In other words, geniuses with good potential would naturally have a huge advantage. At present, it was still unclear how many disciples the Yuehua School would be recruiting. As a result, Ling Xiao did not dare to conceal his strength. As for potential, he decided that it would be fine if his score was not too high or too low. Otherwise, if his total score did not meet the requirements, he would be asking for trouble. If the Yuehua School wanted to recruit 100 disciples, then he only needed to score within the top 100. However, if the school only recruited 10 disciples, then his total score would have to be within the top 10. However, the total number of disciples recruited would likely be announced before the examination began. Thus, he was not in a hurry. Naturally, this information was given to him by Grandmaster Baiyun. Before the enrollment expansion, the Yuehua school's examination would normally only recruit 10 disciples. Since the enrollment expansion was taking place, the number would likely be higher than that. As time passed, it was finally Ling Xiao's turn to enter the school. At this moment, Ling Xiao noticed that the few Yuehua school disciples who were in charge of evaluating the geniuses were all transcendents. If Ling Xiao saw this from the outside world, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. Why did it feel like the transcendents who were like treasures in the past had become cabbages that could be found everywhere? A sex power was indeed something to look forward to. He noticed that the potential of these Yuehua school disciples was between 5-star and 6-star. They were not even as good as Cold Plum, let alone him. This gave people very high expectations. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely reach the transcendents one day, and it would be very fast. He had a clean background. Dai Yuling and Cold Plum also knew about their backgrounds. Although Cold Plum was once a slave, the Yuehua school obviously did not care about this. Thus, the three of them successfully passed the first threshold. Otherwise, they would not even be able to participate in the examination. Grandmaster, why don't I see any buildings in the Yuehua school? After entering the school, they could only see the stairs. However, they could not see any buildings on the mountainside or the peak. This made Dai Yuling feel very strange. Actually, Cold Plum was also very surprised. It's not that they don't exist. You just can't see them. When you reach the Transcendence realm, you'll be able to see some shadows. You'll slowly get used to it. Master Baiyun smiled and led the three of them up the mountain. The sun had already risen to the middle of the sky, but it was really difficult for the sunlight to penetrate the forest. It only left specks of light on the ground. Ling Xiao continued to pay attention to the situation at the top of the mountain. He had a feeling that there was a special ancient power in Mount Yuehua. Because of this power, 10 more golden dragon cells in his body had awakened, increasing from 20 to 30. The tiny golden dragons were flying around in the cells, looking especially cheerful. Not only that, but his mountain river martial soul also seemed to have sensed a familiar power and started to operate involuntarily. At that moment, Ling Xiao realized that he could see things more clearly and his thoughts were sharper. All his abilities seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. He naturally didn't dare to tell others about this, nor did he dare to ask Master Baiyun. After all, whether it was the golden dragon cells or the mountain river martial soul, these were secrets that he couldn't reveal even if he was beaten to death. Otherwise, there would be big problems. Yuehua School's mountain path was much longer than Baiyun Temple's. The steps were 4 to 5 times more than Baiyun Temple's. The most frightening thing was that these stone steps were not special. There seemed to be some kind of strange power pulling at people's bodies, making everyone who stepped on the stone steps feel as if their legs were filled with lead. It was an uncomfortable feeling. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the Baiyun Temple's assessment. Since Master Baiyun was a disciple of Yuehua School, he must have referred to Yuehua School in many aspects of the assessment. Maybe these stone steps were one of the assessments. Thinking of this, he glanced at Master Baiyun. However, Master Baiyun smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. It seemed that Master Baiyun couldn't speak carelessly after reaching this place, especially when it came to the assessment. Once the secret was exposed, his recommendation would be revoked. Ling Xiao wasn't sure if that was the case, but his intuition told him that it was right. He started to speed up. Dai Yuling and Cold Plum followed him. Since he couldn't expose too much of his potential, Ling Xiao would have to score more points in other tests. If this was the first test, he wouldn't dare to slack off. At the very least, he should get full marks. Having good physical strength was nothing more than having well-developed limbs. It wouldn't attract any attention. Moreover, he believed that there would be many people who scored full marks in this category. In the process, he found that some of the young geniuses were actually riding on their family members or servants, and he couldn't help but shake his head secretly. This kind of person couldn't even endure this little bit of hardship. How could he pass the test? He would probably score a 0 in this round. Among them, there was a 12 or 13-year-old boy. He looked fair and clean, but his body was very weak. It was as if he would be blown away by the wind as soon as he walked. This person was only 12 or 13 years old, but his cultivation was not inferior to Ling Zhao's. It was enough to show that his potential was outstanding. However, he would definitely score 0 in this category. This was because he was actually using a type of mechanical beast to move around. This mechanical beast only had 2 legs. He sat on it, and it seemed to be very comfortable. After about a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao and the first group of youths reached the 1000th stone step. This wasn't the top of the mountain, but somewhere on the mountainside. There was another entrance to the mountain here. It was obviously made of special materials. It was estimated that even a transcendent realm cultivator wouldn't be able to break it. Here, Ling Xiao and the others each received a jade token with a number on it. Ling Zhao's number was 3 because he was the 3rd person to reach here. The first was Zhao Ji. The second was Su Ying. Cold Plum was the 4th, and Dai Yuling was a little worse, being ranked 20th. Several Yuehua school disciples were handing out jade tokens. There was also a person sitting on a stone block, and 7 or 8 transcendent realm disciples were standing on his left and right. Master Bai Yun and Su Ling stepped forward and cupped their fists to the middle-aged man sitting on the stone block. "Greetings, Elder Bai." This person was only in his 40s, but he was actually an elder. Moreover, his cultivation seemed to be very terrifying. He was even stronger than the people standing on his left and right. Ling Xiao didn't dare to check the middle-aged man's cultivation, but he could feel that this person's cultivation was much stronger than his master, Master Bai Yun. Since he was an elder, even if he wasn't in the heaven realm, he was close to it. In the Yuehua school, there were inner sect elders and outer sect elders. This middle-aged man should be an outer sect elder, so he didn't have to be in the heaven realm. However, his strength was definitely one of the best in the outer sect. Elder Bai just glanced at the crowd and nodded. He continued to drink tea and wait. The others also stood respectfully to the side. They didn't even dare to speak too loudly, let alone make a move. After waiting for a full 2 hours, all the disciples who came to participate in the assessment finally gathered here. I forgot to tell you that the stone steps are the first assessment. In this assessment, some people got a perfect score of 10, while others didn't get a single point. Now, let's move on to the second assessment. He seemed to be too lazy to explain anything. He stood up and walked toward the giant door. "I don't accept this. You didn't tell me in advance that this was an assessment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten a 0. There were all kinds of people in this world, and there were even more impulsive and conceited people. Someone who got a 0 would definitely be unhappy." Therefore, a young genius stood up and shouted, "Who else doesn't accept this?" Elder Bai just smiled faintly and didn't seem to be angry. He asked, "I don't accept this either." "Why is it so?" "It's not fair." More than a dozen people stood up. Their elders wanted to stop them, but unfortunately, some were too late, and some couldn't stop them at all. A total of 16 people. Very good. Hey Sua, take back the jade tokens of these 16 people and tell them to get lost immediately. If they don't obey, throw them down the mountain and feed them to the dogs. After Elder Bai finished speaking, he ignored these people and walked straight to the door. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The people of the Yuehua school were really domineering. They disqualified them for such a small matter. Then, he looked at He Sua. This transcendent warrior had once seriously injured Master Bai Yun, but he was injured by Master Bai Yun's void-piercing strike. It was obvious that half of his body had been modified into a mechanical puppet. The body made of metal was still a little stiff, but it seemed to be quite sturdy. He probably used the mechanism study of the Blue Eyes race. That wasn't right. The mechanism study of the Blue Eyes race was split from the human race. The mechanism study of the Yuehua school was more authentic and ancient. He Sua looked coldly at Ling Xiao, but didn't dare to do anything. With Elder Bai here, he didn't dare to act rashly. "The 3 of you don't need to worry. He Sua is only a transcendent stage 2 martial artist. He won't dare to act rashly in front of Elder Bai." Everyone, come over and stand according to your number plates. Elder Bai's expression remained cold, as if everyone owed him money. It was not a smile, and there was no gentleness to speak of. From the reaction of the Yuehua school's disciples, it was clear that Elder Bai was usually very strict. Otherwise, they would definitely not be so obedient. However, this was also good. Ling Xiao liked this kind of cold person. Generally, this kind of person was not likely to be the kind of person who was unfair. This was definitely beneficial to him. Next, we will proceed to the second assessment, the test of potential. Elder Bai stood under the huge mountain gate and said, "You should have seen this mountain gate. It is a treasure forged by our Yuehua school's most outstanding blacksmith. The principle is similar to the 7-star flower, but the effect is more comprehensive and better." After hearing Elder Bai's words, Ling Xiao understood. Although the 7-star flower could test one's potential, it obviously did not work for potentials above 7 stars. This mountain gate was probably designed by the blacksmith according to the principle of the 7-star flower. Next, from the back to the front, you will begin to take the test. Do not use any martial arts techniques. Condense your true essence on your palm, then hit the mountain gate. After Elder Bai finished speaking, he sat at the side and drank tea. Naturally, someone would be in charge of the detailed test process for him. Number 356, Lu Tian. Here. Hearing the name, Lu Tian hurriedly walked out of the crowd and walked to the mountain gate. Then, he took a deep breath and hit the mountain gate according to Elder Bai's instructions. The mountain gate was expected to make a loud sound, but there was no sound at all. Lu Tian's hand even seemed to have sunk into the mountain gate. Soft, Ling Xiao was a little surprised. When he saw the bronze gate, he thought it was made of metal. It was probably a special material that he had never seen before. Lu Tian's palm hit the mountain gate, but there was no reaction at all. That's impossible. My potential is clearly 5 stars. Is there something wrong with your door? Lu Tian turned pale with fright as he shouted. I forgot to tell you that the 7-star flower was used to test one's potential before the 12 sects reappeared in the world. However, it can only test the potential of a martial artist without a complete martial soul. This is a huge flaw. Elder Bai explained, the reason why this door was designed is to make up for the flaws of the 7-star flower. This is also the standard test in the sect. There is a big difference between it and the 7-star flower. It does not include the mortal body. In other words, 1 star represents a mortal body. What? Upon hearing this, everyone, including Ling Xiao, was shocked. It seemed that the reappearance of the 12 sects was not a simple matter. Many of the rules in this world might have undergone subtle changes, but many people were still unaware of it. But I do have a 5-star potential. If I were to be tested here, I should have a mortal treasure body. Lu Tian said. That's a good question. Why? Elder Bai suddenly raised his voice and said, I seem to have forgotten another thing. If you want to be tested as a treasure body, at least 10% of your martial path remnant soul must be awakened. In other words, if you don't have a martial path remnant soul, no matter how high your potential is in the previous test, it is meaningless here. As soon as he said this, many people were dumbfounded. There were not many people who had awakened a martial path remnant soul. Those who had a complete martial path remnant soul were even rarer. The Yuehua school's requirements were really high. Okay, I don't need to say more. Those who have not awakened a martial path remnant soul can leave now. When you leave, each of you will get a high-grade vital elemental pill as compensation. Elder Bai's words reflected the demeanor of the Yuehua school as a big sect. He probably wanted to win over these people. After all, it was really hard to say whether a martial path remnant soul would awaken a martial path remnant soul the next day. It would not be good to offend these children. This time, more than 200 people left silently. This was different from the other 3 assessments. If one's potential did not pass, they would be directly eliminated. As for the other 3 assessments, even if they got 0 points, they could continue to participate in the assessment. From this point, one could see the importance of potential. Not bad. It seems that after the appearance of the mountain and river martial soul, it has become easier to awaken a martial path remnant soul. Continue. Elderby revealed a hint of joy, but it disappeared in a flash. The second person to take the test was a girl. She slapped her palm, and something that looked like the petals of the seven-star flower appeared on the mountain gate. It was shining with a strange light. Xianxia noticed that the flower showed 3 colors. However, it was a little different from the 3 colors of the seven-star flower. They were black, white, and red. Black represented the potential of the soul, white represented the potential of the internal force, and red represented the potential of the body. This should be the standard display. Although he did not know why it was like this, there should be some conventional reasons. Very good, mortal grade treasured body. You pass. 1 point. Next. The scoring rules here needed to be explained. 1 star, 1 point, belongs to the mortal grade treasured body. 2 stars, 10 points, belongs to the fine grade treasured body. 3 stars, 20 points, belongs to the precious grade treasured body. 4 stars, 30 points, belongs to the immortal grade treasured body. Above 5 stars, one could pass the test directly. The score was full. It could be seen that the higher the potential, the more benefits one would get. No matter how one looked at it, potential was obviously very important to the Yuehua school. 1 star here was equivalent to the 5 stars tested by the 7-star flower. The 5 stars here could not be tested by the 7-star flower. Therefore, the test result of this mountain gate was obviously much more accurate. Later, there were martial artists taking the test one after another. Some were crying tears of joy, while others were crying sadly. This kind of test was so cruel. If you did not pass, you would be eliminated directly. You would not even be qualified to take the other tests. Number 20, Dai Yuling. The fateful moment had arrived. When Dai Yuling was tested before, her 3 potentials were only 9 out of 4 stars. Now, she could not even light up a single star. She had really encountered a major crisis. Master Baiyun was worried for Dai Yuling. This girl, Elder Bai, who was drinking tea, was suddenly stunned. He looked at Dai Yuling differently. However, he did not say anything. Dai Yuling took the test. As expected, one of the stars was only about 90% lit up. It was not completely lit up. Although there were 3 colors, it was a pity. Little girl, is your martial Dao remnant soul a healing type? Elder Bai suddenly asked when he saw Dai Yuling walking down with her head lowered. Yes. Dai Yuling nodded. As expected. How about this? Although you are not qualified to be an outer disciple of the Yuehua school, I have a friend who is the deacon of the Yuehua school Herb Mountain. If you are willing, you can be her disciple and be considered an inner disciple in the future. Elder Bai said with a smile. This was a rare smile from him. Is this true? Dai Yuling could not believe this fact. Nonsense. How can Elder Bai lie to you? Hurry up and kneel down to thank him. He Sua snorted. This guy was not happy with Master Baiyun's disciple anyway. He thought he could eliminate one of them, but he did not expect to encounter such a thing. He was really unhappy. Hey Sua, I am speaking. Since when is it your turn to interrupt? Elder Bai only glanced at He Sua, but his eyes were as sharp as swords, making He Sua tremble. I don't dare. Shut up if you don't dare. After saying that, he looked at Dai Yuling again, waiting for her answer. Of course I am willing. Congratulations, senior sister Yuling. Xiao sincerely congratulated Dai Yuling. He couldn't help Dai Yuling in terms of talent. All he could do was hope that Dai Yuling would encounter a miracle. However, a miracle happened today. He was happy for Dai Yuling. Thank you. You have to continue working hard too. Of course. While the 2 of them were chatting, a few more people were tested. Naturally, some were happy, and some were sad. Number 10, Ling Hao. Xiao noticed that Ling Hao was the young man who used the mechanism to climb the stairs. He was only 12 or 13 years old, but his lower body was obviously paralyzed. He only got a 0 in the first test. Xiao paid a lot of attention to this young man. That was because after this young man learned that he got a 0 in the first test, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled faintly. Was it because he had a card up his sleeve? With a smile on his face, Leng Hao gently placed his palm on the mountain gate. Boom! At that moment, it was as if there was an explosion between heaven and earth. No. It didn't seem like it. There was really thunder in the sky. Thunderclouds suddenly covered the sky, and the rumbling sound was endless. Even the heavens are jealous. Elder Bai, who had been sitting there steadily, suddenly stood up and looked at this scene in horror. In the history of Yuehua School, only one person had encountered such treatment. Boom! The explosion landed and directly blasted Leng Hao's body. Leng Hao's body was charred black, but there was still a smile on his face. At that moment, 5 bright stars appeared on the mountain gate. The light shone brightly and directly pierced through the thunderclouds in the sky, dispersing them. 5 stars. Heavens, that's a divine treasure body. Elder Bai knew clearly that although this mountain gate was forged by the best weapon refiner in the Yuehua sect, there was still a limit to how much it could withstand. 5 stars and a divine treasure body. That was the limit. Beyond that limit, the test couldn't be done. Of course, it wouldn't shatter like the 7-star flower. Everyone was stunned by the scene. A divine treasure body. Make an exception and admit him with full marks. Elder Bai announced excitedly. He really didn't expect that this young man, who looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind, actually had such terrifying talent. They had heard that the flame deity had also taken in a genius youth with a divine-grade treasure body called Ming Tian. The rest of the inner sect elders were extremely jealous. Once this news was spread out, even the elders would fight until their heads bled. Leng Hao looked a little embarrassed, but there was always a confident smile on his face. He looked so unfathomable. He turned around and used the mechanical limbs to walk to the side. Almost everyone was staring at him. There was envy, there was jealousy, there was surprise. This child is really lucky. Although his body is not good, once he is valued by the inner sect elders, it will be easy for him to recover. As Grandmaster Baiyun spoke, he could not help but glance at Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, even though Ling Xiao's aptitude was outstanding, he was only a treasure body at most. He was unable to gain the favor of the inner court elders. Otherwise, he could also use this method to attract the inner court elders' attention. In that case, it might be a shortcut. Buzz, ha ha ha, which kid has a divine-grade treasure body? Suddenly, there was a terrifying explosion. Before anyone realized what was going on, they saw a figure descending from the sky and landing near the door. He did not even look at Elder Bai and the others. That terrifying aura made everyone feel a huge pressure. Elder Bai also hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light. Forget it, forget it. There's no need to salute. Eh? It's you, right? Your body is not very good, but your inner strength potential is amazing. Divine grade treasure body, good. Very good. Will you be my disciple? Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light waved his hand at Elder Bai, indicating that he did not need to salute. Then, his eyes locked onto Leng Hao. Even though this person's actions were very casual, everyone present could clearly feel that they had suddenly become ants on the ground, and this person was a god in the sky. They felt that he was too powerful, so powerful that it was unbelievable. At this moment, many of the geniuses who were previously arrogant felt that they were insignificant. The difference between a candle flame and a sun was just this. Even the experts in the transcendent realm could only kneel there and tremble, not daring to speak loudly. Among everyone, Ling Xiao did not feel that much pressure. With the Mountain River martial soul, he did not feel any pressure. It was only because everyone was kneeling that he did not want to be too unique, so he reluctantly squatted down to avoid being too eye-catching. Leng Hao, what are you waiting for? This is Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light, a respected inner sect elder of Yuehua School. If you become his disciple, you will soon enter the inner sect and receive personal guidance from Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light. Your future is limitless. Seeing that Leng Hao seemed to be frightened, Elder Bai hurriedly reminded him. At this moment, Leng Hao came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, I am willing to cultivate with Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light. Ha ha ha, you have good taste. Let's go. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light lifted Leng Hao's shoulders and turned into a golden light, disappearing into the mountains in an instant. Seeing the golden light disappear into the distance, Ling Xiao felt somewhat envious. Unfortunately, he cannot reveal his potential. It is not only because of the flame deity, but also because of his mountain river martial soul. If he wants to reveal a potential that is as strong as Ling Hao or even stronger than Ling Hao, his mountain river martial soul must be activated. He cannot afford to take this risk. Therefore, he still intends to proceed according to the plan. He cannot be too flamboyant, but he cannot be too weak either. Otherwise, He Sua and the flame deity will not believe him. After Ling Hao was taken away, the test continued. The test of potential had eliminated too many people. Among the remaining 100 or so people, nearly half of them had been eliminated. Number 5, Xianxia. Xianxia is the princess of Northern Han. Although she is very sad that her elder brother was assassinated, she cannot miss today's test. This noble and beautiful princess who does not have any heirs received the admiration of many people the moment she appeared. 3 stars, treasure body, second test, 20 points. Young and beautiful, noble status, an aptitude that has reached the treasure body standard, Xiaoxi's future can be said to be bright. After all, the majority of the geniuses who passed this test are only 1 or 2 stars. Currently, Xiaoxia is the only one with 3 stars. Currently, no one with 4 stars has appeared. Among the 5 stars, there is brother Ling Hao, but he is only 1. Number 4, Cold Plum. Although Cold Plum's appearance is also outstanding, she is not good at dressing up. Moreover, she is dressed in men's clothing and does not have any noble aura. Therefore, her appearance is more ordinary. However, her test results are not worse than Zhao Xi's. She is also a 3 stars, treasure body. Yuehua School's 3 stars are the 7 stars of the 7-star flower. Her potential is even higher than the previous test. It is probably because of the growth of her martial soul. Number 3, Ling Xiao. After Cold Plum finished her test, it was Ling Zhao's turn. Hearing Ling Zhao's name, Master Bai Yun, Su Ling, and Su Ying's gazes all gathered together. Their target was Ling Xiao. Su Ying's face remained indifferent. In her opinion, Ling Xiao was only at the 8th level of the martial vein at the age of 14. His potential was definitely not higher than hers. But to be honest, she was still a little nervous. After all, Ling Xiao had killed Zuoleng. His potential was still unknown. She, Su Ying, would definitely not lose to Ling Xiao. She could not lose because Zhu Hua, Diao Wu, and Lu Xing had already been eliminated. Ling Xiao only bowed to Master Bai Yun and then walked towards the mountain gate. He did not even look at Su Ying. Although Ling Zhao's model allowed him to hide his aura and cultivation realm, his long-term self-confidence still gave him a different feeling. Even Elder Bai couldn't help but take another look at him. Zhao Xi and Zhao Zhi's gazes also focused on Ling Xiao. What kind of potential could such a calm and reserved youth have? Pretentious. Seeing that Ling Xiao had received so much attention before the test, Su Ying was a little unhappy. She did not know that people who had such thoughts were mostly because they did not have confidence in themselves. Ling Xiao walked to the mountain gate and gently patted it. He did not use much strength and did not use his mountain river martial spirit. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. It's about time. Ling Zhao's hand was always on the mountain gate. This way, he could control his potential. And this, other than him, no one else could do. In fact, the moment his hand touched the mountain gate, the 7-star flower in the mountain river world had already changed. It actually had some kind of connection with the mountain gate and could control the changes of the mountain gate. However, this required him to touch the mountain gate. Otherwise, he could really trick Su Ying. 3 stars, treasure body, pass, 20 points. Her aptitude was the same as that of Northern Han's Princess Zhao Xi and Ling Plum. Although she was outstanding, she was far inferior to Ming Tian and Ling Hao. Therefore, it definitely wouldn't attract too much attention. In fact, if Ling Xiao were to display his full potential, this door would probably not be enough. God's jealousy would probably be even worse than Ling Hao's. Precious treasure body, not bad, but compared to me, it's far from enough. Seeing this result, Su Ying heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Zhao's strength was inferior to hers, and his potential was also inferior to hers. To her, this was absolutely great news. Su Ling was also visibly relieved. No matter what, his relationship with Grandmaster Bai Yun was not very harmonious. The relationship between the shinobi clan and the human race wasn't very good. He didn't want Ling Xiao to be a heaven-defying character. Ling Xiao retracted his hand, cupped his hands towards Elder Bai, and then stood on the side of the pass. He obtained 10 points in the first round, 20 points in this round, and 30 points in this round. As long as there were no accidents in the next few rounds, he would be accepted with an average score. Brat, you're only SOSO. Humph, after entering the Yuehua school, you want to compete with Ming Tian with this kind of aptitude? You want to compete with us? Coincidentally, the person standing near Ling Xiao was He Sua. He Sua also heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao's cunning and battle prowess were too shocking. He was really afraid that this brat's talent was too heaven-defying. If an elder took a fancy to him, even his master, the flame deity, wouldn't be able to suppress this brat. But now, everything was fine. It was just a treasure body, nothing to worry about. One must know that before the expansion, a treasure body was only a passing standard. He Sua, had an immortal treasure body. Ling Xiao's performance was not bad, but it was hard to say that he was outstanding. This made He Sua not suspect anything else. If Ling Xiao's performance was too bad, or even worse than cold plums, He Sua would suspect that there was something fishy about this test. Master Bai Yun had been observing He Sua's expression. When he saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ling Xiao had passed this round of concealing his strength and biding his time. Next, he would have to concentrate on his cultivation. Number 2, Suing. A voice rang out. Suing walked to the front of the mountain gate with a cold expression. Ling Xiao was really not interested in Suing. He was just silently thinking about his own matters. After passing this round of potential, he could basically enter the Yuehua school. He was full of expectations for his future. But unlike him, Su Ying's special temperament won the admiration of many young geniuses. Many young men's eyes almost turned into hearts. Buzz, another terrifying sound rang out, and the entire mountain gate flickered. Fortunately, there were no thunderclouds this time. This meant that Su Ying's potential was still lacking compared to Ling Hao's. However, even with that being the case, that bright and resplendent light was still able to surpass everyone else. 4 stars, a total of 4 stars lit up. Although only the soul potential had reached this level, and the other 2 were only about 2 stars, it was already very terrifying. Good. 4 stars, immortal grade treasure body. Pass. 30 points. Perhaps because of the appearance of a genius like Ling Hao, Elder Bai's reaction was not particularly excited. But one could still see that his face was smiling like a flower. Immortal grade treasure body, even before the enrollment expansion, this was the qualification that could easily enter the Yuehua school. Old man Bai Yun, how is it? My daughter is not bad, right? Su Ling looked at Master Bai Yun provocatively and asked. Not bad indeed. But compared to Ming Tian and Zuoleng, she's still lacking. Master Bai Yun shook his head. He did not mention Ling Xiao because he also wanted to keep Ling Xiao's secret. Yes, she's lacking compared to Ming Tian and Zuoleng. But compared to your proud disciple, Ling Xiao, she's much better, right? Su Ling glanced at Ling Xiao, hoping to see shock in Ling Xiao's eyes. But unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not pay attention to the situation here at all. He kept his head down, thinking about his own matters. Humph, this kid really knows how to pretend. Su Ling coldly snorted. This was the only explanation he could give. He would not admit that Ling Xiao disdained Su Ying's talent. Number 1, Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji, the third prince of Northern Han, was an expert at the late 9th level of the martial vein realm. He was only 16 years old. He killed an assassin at the late 9th level of the martial vein realm in 3 moves. From all the signs, this guy's potential was also very shocking. So when they heard his name, the scene suddenly quieted down. Many people wanted to know if this Zhao Ji could also be envied by the heavens like Ling Hao. Even Elder Bai looked at Zhao Ji, seemingly quite expectant. Zhao Ji stood there, raised his right hand, and slapped it. The mountain gate shook, and golden light suddenly appeared. The bright light made many people unable to open their eyes. Compared to Su Ying's scene, this scene was a little better. For stars, it was a little better, but unfortunately, it was not 5 stars. After the end of Zhao Zi's test, the second test was completely over. A total of 68 people passed the test in the end. This number was actually not small. However, Elder Bai did not announce the score ranking, so at present, everyone did not know their specific ranking. But in Ling Zhao's view, those who ranked at the top were nothing more than those few people. Zhao Zi, Su Ying, Cold Plum, and Zhao Ci were definitely not lacking. Including him, their rankings were probably not low. Dai Yuling, follow the senior brother to the Herb Mountain. The rest of you, follow me to the next test. Elder Bai stood up and ordered a female disciple of Yuehua school to take Dai Yuling to the Herb Mountain. It was probably a mountain on Yuehua Mountain. Master, what's the cultivation of the Golden Light Heavenly Master who took Ling Hao away? How is he compared to the Flame Deity? On the way, Ling Xiao finally could not help but ask. The Golden Light Heavenly Master is a high-level powerhouse in the Celestial Being Realm. The Flame Deity has just reached the Celestial Being Realm. Once you reach the Celestial Being Realm, you almost completely get rid of the body of an ordinary person. From the soul to the body, you are brand new. You can fly without any external help. Master Baiyan explained. Speaking of this, he could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. I will never be able to reach the Celestial Being Realm. Under the Celestial Being Realm was the Transcendent Realm. The Transcendent Realm was the same as the Martial Vein Realm. However, unlike the Martial Vein Realm where every Martial Vein Realm level opened a Martial Vein, every time a Transcendent Realm level crossed a Martial Vein Realm level, there would be a change in the body until it completely got rid of the shackles of the mortal body and reached the Celestial Being Realm. In a sense, the Celestial Being Realm could be said to be a higher level of human beings. They could do things that ordinary people could not do. Things that ordinary people regarded as magical were ordinary to them. Unfortunately, Master Baiyan had not reached this realm, so he could not explain it clearly. He could only wait for Ling Xiao to explore. All of you stop talking. There are still 2 more tests after this. One is the Mechanical Colossus, and the other is the God Attainment Catalog. All of you better pay attention because even if you're unable to pass these 2 tests, you might be able to obtain some benefits from them. Elder Bai's voice sounded. However, he only mentioned the names of the last 2 tests, but did not announce the specific content, which made people's imaginations run wild. Ling Zhao's plan was to get full marks if there was a test related to combat or intelligence. That was because there was no need for him to hide. That day, he had been able to injure He Sua, which had long since proven that his combat skills were outstanding. The Flame Deity probably knew about this as well. It was just that within the sect, there was a view that the so-called combat skills below the Transcendent Realm were of little use. It could only save his life. Therefore, it did not account for much in the assessment, only 10 points. Even if Ling Xiao got full marks, the Flame Deity probably wouldn't take him seriously. Moreover, it was true that concealing one's strength and biding one's time was not a lie. If one really hid one's strength excessively and was eliminated in the end, that would be too embarrassing. Elder Bai opened the mountain gate and everyone followed him to a narrow passageway. From here, the passageway was pitch black. It was impossible to know how long the passageway was, let alone what was on the other side of the passageway. Ling Xiao could see that at the end of the passageway, there was a black shadow with a very dangerous aura. The oppressive power of this black shadow was almost equivalent to a peak 9th layer Martial Vein expert. The content of the 3rd test is very simple. From here to the other side of the passageway, you will encounter some trouble along the way. You can either avoid it or choose to attack. The score is calculated according to the distance you can reach. Elder Bai said indifferently, the passageway is a total of 10 feet long. For every 10 feet you advance, you will get 1 point. If anyone can kill the mechanical giant beast at the end, you will get an additional 10 points. This rule was simple and clear. There was no need to say more. Alright, let's begin. Who's going first? This time, we don't have to follow the order of the number plates. I'll do it. As soon as Elder Bai's voice fell, a young man with a peak 7th layer Martial Vein cultivation jumped into the dark passageway. His potential was not bad. He had reached 2 stars, which was a fine quality treasure body. However, his strength was really not much. Just as the young man entered the passageway, a white light suddenly shot out in front of him. He did not have time to identify it and was directly blasted out. By the way, if your cultivation is below the 8th layer martial vein, unless you have special abilities, it is normal for you to get 0 points in this test. The young man who was blasted out was not injured, but he seemed very disappointed. As expected, unless your potential was as heaven-defying as Ling Hao's, strength was also very important. It's my turn. This time, the one who rushed in was a young man at the early 8th layer martial vein. His strength was slightly stronger, and his reaction was also more agile. However, when he jumped into the passageway, the expected white light did not appear. Instead, a saber light appeared from the darkness. Clang! The young man panicked and retreated 3 or 4 steps, almost exiting the passageway. Everyone could vaguely see a figure appear in the passageway. However, this figure's entire body was made of steel and he was waving a long saber in his hand. It was clearly a mechanical puppet. The strength of this mechanical puppet was stronger than the peak 7th layer martial vein, but slightly weaker than the early 8th layer martial vein. This was in line with Elder Bai's words: if a martial artist below the early 8th layer martial vein did not have special abilities, it would be very difficult for them to get a point. After the young man experienced the initial danger, he quickly calmed down. After a battle, he defeated the mechanical puppet and advanced 10 feet. Suddenly, 2 rays of light shot out from the darkness. They clearly flew from the opposite end of the passageway, but their speed was too fast. In an instant, they arrived in front of the young man. Flying sword, before the young man's body was pierced, he only thought of this and then fainted. You won't die from injuries in the passageway. At most, you will faint. You can rest assured that we are here to take in disciples, not to kill. Elder Bai explained. Their Yuehua school was not a demonic sect, so it was not that bloody. Advance 10 feet and you get 1 point. A genius youth at the early 8th layer martial vein had only advanced 10 feet. This was really lamentable. After that, many people took this test one after another. The danger that appeared every time was different, so whether it was early or late, there was no reference point. Of course, this was only for others. For Ling Xiao, going in later would benefit him a lot. This was because he found that whether it was the mechanical puppet or the strange attacks, the frequency of their appearance was fixed. As long as he could find this pattern, he could easily get full marks in this test without fighting. Young master, I'm going. Before Leng Mei, Zhao Xi scored the most points in this round, but she only got 5 points. She couldn't go any further than that. Wait a minute. Ling Xiao was not one of Master Baiyun's companions, so he would not violate the rules no matter what he said. Although he could not help Cold Plum in the potential assessment, it was not too much to give her some pointers in this kind of assessment. After Ling Zhao's guidance, Cold Plum actually managed to obtain a perfect score of 10 points for this level with her cultivation at the early 8th level of the martial vein realm. This caused everyone else to be taken aback. However, who would have thought that Ling Xiao was the one who had contributed the most to this? If it was just Cold Plum herself, she would be able to obtain 5 points. At most, 6 points would be her limit. After Cold Plum, Su Ying and Zhao Ji both successfully obtained full marks for this level. Interestingly, the 2 of them attempted to kill the mechanical beast in the end but were defeated instead. Feeling that it was about time, Ling Xiao also walked to the front of the tunnel. Master, it shouldn't be a problem for me to get an extra 10 points, right? Ling Xiao asked Master Baiyun before entering the tunnel. Of course there's no problem. Many people know that your combat skills are strong. If your performance is bad, others will be suspicious. However, that mechanical beast is equivalent to a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein realm. Can you really kill it? Master Baiyun was very clear about Ling Zhao's combat strength, but he still had doubts. Ling Xiao did not answer this question. If it was a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein realm, he would definitely not be a match for them. However, the mechanical beast was different. It was a brainless thing. As long as he grasped its weakness, not to mention the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein realm, even if it was the transcendent realm, he might not be afraid. So, Ling Xiao rushed into the tunnel. Then, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. He did not fight with any mechanical puppets. Instead, he walked towards the main point as if he was taking a stroll. It was just that every time an attack appeared, his figure would be a little faster, and he would easily dodge it. Could this kid be a relative of Yuehua school? Why does it feel like he knew about the mechanism in advance? That's right. Otherwise, how could he dodge the attack so easily? Shoo! Are you tired of living? How dare you spout such nonsense? You guys are really ignorant. Didn't you guys notice that there was a pattern to those attacks? It's just that even if an ordinary person noticed this pattern, they wouldn't be able to easily dodge it. But this brat could. That's because his movement technique is extremely terrifying. At the very least, it's a transcendent martial art. And it should be called a gold-grade martial art now. Zhao Zhizhen looked down on these people. Just because someone performed well, they said that they had connections. What a joke. However, what happened next made even him a little suspicious. After Ling Xiao reached the end of the tunnel, he suddenly stabbed out with his sword. It pierced through the beast's weakest spot, which was the beast's weakest spot. With the central core destroyed, the mechanical behemoth was instantly silenced, turning into a metal lump that could be bullied by anyone. At this moment, Elder Bai's face was filled with astonishment. What frightening judgment! What a terrifying combat technique! It's a pity that this person's potential isn't outstanding. Otherwise, he would definitely be a genius that's hard to come by in 100,000 years. What a pity, what a pity! He believed that the flame deity would think the same. However, that wasn't necessarily the case for He Sua. After all, Ling Xiao had injured He Sua before. It was normal for this fellow to want to harm Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of He Sua finding trouble with him. After joining the Yuehua school, Ling Xiao believed that he would definitely have more opportunities to improve his strength. As long as he didn't die, he would quickly catch up and even surpass He Sua. Of course, before that, he still had to try his best to avoid a direct confrontation with He Sua. That would be too disadvantageous for him. Successfully traversing Tianzhong and killing the mechanical behemoth. You have scored 20 points for this test, 10 points was the maximum score. Killing the mechanical behemoth would give an additional 10 points. Ling Zhao's score for this test was actually equivalent to making up for his potential points. I can try to rope this fellow in. Zhao Zhizhen stroked his chin. As a prince, he had been living in schemes for a long time. Naturally, he was used to trying to rope in Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Zhao's combat skills were too terrifying. At least under the transcendent realm, he would definitely be a powerful helper. No wonder he could kill Zhuoling. His combat skills are indeed powerful. Unfortunately, this is the end for him. He might be invincible under the transcendent realm, but when he reaches the transcendent realm, the gap between him and others is huge. Suing wasn't too surprised by Ling Zhao's performance. He already knew that Ling Zhao's combat skills were terrifying. In fact, there were many veteran disciples who had the same opinion as Suing. Among these people, even the weakest one had a treasured body. Many of them had an immortal treasured body. Not only did they not praise Ling Zhao's combat skills, they even felt disdain for him. This was very similar to Master Baiyun's attitude towards Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao, many people participated in the challenge. After the mechanical behemoth was destroyed, it was repaired. It didn't take much time. However, the people behind didn't exceed 5 points, not to mention higher. Ling Zhao's estimation wasn't wrong. Among these people, there were only a few who had the potential to increase. Next is the last test, the God Investiture Catalog. Elder Bai led everyone to the underground. This was obviously an ancient ruin. There were many strange pictures engraved on the walls. They were basically people. Alright, this test is the same as before. You can go in if you're ready. There's no need to care about the number plate. Elder Bai stood guard in front of a stone door. Behind the stone door, there was a mysterious and strange aura. Ling Xiao could feel that the mountain river martial spirit seemed to be impatient. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He was a person who didn't want to be reckless. He had the ability to analyze and practice. It was better to observe the performance of the other disciples before making a decision. Those who volunteered would never be in the minority. Especially those young geniuses who felt that they had no hope of being accepted. They might as well go in and give it a try. Who knows, they might be able to obtain some benefits. There were people who went in one after another. It felt like after they went in, they quickly came out. When some of the youths came out, they lowered their heads and muttered to themselves. When some of the youths came out, their faces were bitter. There were also some youths who had a face of excitement. The most puzzling thing was that there were people who were brought out by Elder Bai after they fainted. What was inside, Ling Xiao was really looking forward to it. Master Bai Yun didn't want to remind him. Therefore, he could only rely on himself. Cold Plum, this time I'll go in first. You can go in after I come out. Ling Xiao decided to go in first to explore. Because he couldn't find any clues from those disciples who had already taken the test. In this case, he could only rely on the mountain river martial spirit to solve the problem. However, he had made some preparations. The first test was clearly about endurance and determination. The second test was about potential. The third test was about battle techniques. In that case, the final test was very likely to test one's perception or soul force. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and walked through the stone door behind Elder Bai. He discovered that there was actually a completely different world behind the stone door. There was an old man sitting cross-legged here with a small dog lying beside him. He couldn't see through the old man's cultivation, but he was sure that the old man was definitely much stronger than Elder Bai. The old man sat cross-legged in the middle of the circular room. There were murals around him, and all sorts of characters from the primordial era were drawn on them. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count them. There were people with 3 heads and 6 arms. There were people with wings on their backs. There were people with 3 eyes. There were people with bird heads and human bodies. There were people with monkey heads and monkey brains. In any case, there were simply too many of them. No matter who looked at them, their eyes would be dazzled. These murals are the God Sealing Catalog. Those with high comprehension ability will be able to comprehend some things from them. This is also our test method. The old man calmly said, I'll ask and you'll answer. You have 10 breaths of time to comprehend each question. If you can answer it, you can continue. If you can't, you can leave. 1 point per question. Do you understand? I understand. Alright, let's begin then. The first question is, how many people are there in total on the murals? This question was actually very simple for Ling Xiao. Under the soul imprint state, it was something that could be solved in an instant. 365. Ling Xiao answered. The old man's expression was normal because it wasn't difficult to answer the first question. For these 10 questions, it would only get more difficult as one went on. The second question is, how many types of martial arts moves are there in total on the murals? 13,600 types. When he received this answer, Ling Xiao honestly didn't dare to believe it himself. 365 people, but they used 13,600 different moves. How was this possible? However, when he observed carefully, he discovered that the murals were clearly moving. It was just that one's soul had to be strong to a certain extent before they could see them. Not bad. The old man finally glanced at Ling Xiao, as though he was wondering why this brat could answer the questions so quickly. Although the previous youths had also answered the first 2 questions, all of them had used up all the time. The third question is, how many types of props are there in the murals, including weapons, hidden weapons, defensive equipment, and so on? 19,380,000. Ling Xiao blurted out again. Oh? So far, you are the first person to answer this question correctly. Many people before you have forgotten to check the items in the storage rings of the people in the paintings. The old man was even more surprised. This was where the God Seal catalog was miraculous. If one's perception was good enough and their soul force was strong enough, then they would definitely be able to see the items within the storage ring. Only then would they be able to report the true number. To be honest, this still surprised Ling Xiao. These 365 people had more than 10 million items, and the quality of each item was much better than the drifting snow sword in his hand. It was really enviable. Fourth question, how many people are using the fire profound meaning in the painting? This problem had obviously become more difficult. Because not only did you have to recognize the Upanishads that these people were using, you also had to see the attribute of their Upanishads. If you didn't have enough comprehension ability, you wouldn't be able to do so. 6. Ling Xiao's reply was as quick as ever. Being able to answer the fourth question correctly caused the old man to be even more surprised. This was because he had always been in charge of the God Seal Catalogues test. In the years before the expansion, there were only a few people who could answer the first 4 questions. In any case, there wouldn't be more than 10 people in each test. Fifth question, how many people are using the thunder profound meaning? 25. Ling Xiao's reply was slightly hesitant because the thunder profound meaning was different from the fire profound meaning. The fire profound meaning was more obvious, while the thunder profound meaning was more hidden. He could only wait for the moment the painting moved to find the truth. Pleasant surprise, absolutely pleasant surprise, the old man's eyes were filled with excitement. Even the small dog lying on the side barked twice. How could he not be excited? In the past, there wouldn't be more than one disciple who could answer the 5th question. Sometimes, there wouldn't even be one. Ling Xiao's performance was truly amazing. 6th question, you have to be careful. How many people in the painting have a star martial spirit? This was indeed difficult. Martial spirits were things that couldn't be seen if they weren't used. If he wanted to analyze it, he had to inject his soul force into the painting and then spar with the people in the painting one by one to draw out their martial spirits. This time, Ling Xiao spent a little more time. After about 8 breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, 233. This time, the answer was no longer important to Ling Xiao. He suddenly realized that after he withdrew his soul force, it actually caused a huge change to the mountain river diagram. The original mountain river world only had the earth and no sky because the sky was just a piece of darkness. But this time it was different. At this time, the sun, moon, and stars actually appeared in the sky. He had a feeling that although the mountain river martial spirit hadn't leveled up, it was obviously stronger than before. The fusion rate between his soul and the mountain river martial soul had also increased to 20%. At this moment, Ling Xiao could even feel the old man's fervent expectations for him. He couldn't help but be shocked. Originally, he only wanted to get full marks in this section, but now it seemed that he couldn't continue. If he really got full marks, he was afraid that something would happen. Comprehension wasn't considered a kind of talent, but sometimes it was even more terrifying than talent. Ling Xiao didn't want to cause a stir. It was better to restrain himself a little. With his current score, the first section was full marks. The second section and the third section's additional points could actually be said to be full marks for 2 sections. Even if the third section wasn't full marks, it should be acceptable. In fact, the so-called full marks of 100 in this assessment should be 60 points, because the other 40 points were additional points. Potential plus 20 points, combat skills plus 10 points, comprehension plus 10 points. Currently, only Ling Hao and Ling Xiao had received additional points. And because Ling Hao had already been taken away by the Golden Light Heavenly Sovereign, there was no competition. Ling Xiao could get 56 points, which was definitely enough to be accepted. Even if only 3 or 4 people were accepted, he was definitely qualified. Thus, there was really no need to be ostentatious. Thinking of this, when the old man asked the 7th question, Ling Xiao simply said that he didn't know. Although he said that he didn't know, in fact, he used 10 breaths of time to comprehend the mural again and actually gained a lot. The profoundness of this mural was more exquisite than the profoundness of Transcendent Realm Warriors. Because of this, he actually instantly comprehended the 3rd move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Congealing Water, and the 4th move, Ice Heart. This speed made Ling Xiao feel that it was very unbelievable. The 3rd move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Congealing Water, was a move that could freeze everything. Its speed might not be as fast as the 1st move, and it did not have a force field, but its terrifying freezing power could end the enemy. The fourth move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Icy Heart. To be precise, this move should be one of the auxiliary moves of the 5 moves. When using this move, all the true essence in the body would be transformed into ice energy. In this case, the power of all the other 4 moves of the Snow Lotus Sword Art would be increased by at least 1 to 10 times, which was really terrifying. Especially once the 5th move was mastered, it could be said to be as terrifying as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Of course, the greater the power, the greater the consumption. Therefore, the process of using this move still depended on Ling Xiao's precise control. Otherwise, if he couldn't kill the enemy after using all his true essence, he would die. Of course, all these changes were not noticed by the old man. He only heard that Ling Xiao couldn't answer the 7th question and was obviously a little disappointed. However, he quickly returned to normal. That was because if he could even answer the 7th question, this kid could really be called a peerless monster. The old man even suspected that Ling Xiao was not human. Fortunately, Ling Xiao stopped answering crazily in time. Otherwise, it would really cause a big disturbance. Junior can leave now, right? Ling Xiao stood up and was about to leave. Since the test was over, there were still other people coming. He couldn't keep taking up time here. Wait a moment. The old man stopped Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, this old man has been in charge of the God Investiture Catalog test for many years. In the Yuehua school, I am not a big shot, but I still have some strength. I don't know if you are interested in cultivating with this old man?" Ling Xiao did not expect this at all. He thought that this kind of good luck would not fall on his head, but he didn't expect it to be waiting here. The trouble now was that he could feel that this old man's cultivation was not as good as Golden Light Skymaster, which was similar to Elder Bai. With such a backer, he was afraid that the flame deity would not be able to suppress him. If he followed this person, it would be troublesome. If this old man had a good character and was willing to protect him, then he would have been killed by the flame deity. If this old man's character wasn't good and he heard that he had offended the flame deity, then following this old man would be even more troublesome. So no matter what, he really couldn't leave with this old man today. Thinking of this, he already had a plan in mind. He cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior. However, my aptitude is too poor, and my temperament is dull. I'm afraid I'm not suitable to be Senior's disciple. If Senior has any needs, please don't hesitate to tell me. Even if I'm not your disciple, I'm still willing to serve you." These words could be considered appropriate. He was not willing to be a disciple, but he was willing to help. If the old man was still holding a grudge, then he was probably a narrow-minded person. There was no point in taking such a person as a master. On the contrary, it indirectly proved that Ling Xiao's approach was correct. If the old man didn't hold a grudge, then Ling Xiao would interact more with this old man. Even if he didn't rely on him, at least he could build a good relationship with him. There would always be a time when he would be useful. The other party treated him with sincerity, so he would naturally treat the other party with sincerity. Well, everyone has their own aspirations. This old man was indeed a little abrupt today. However, after you join the sect, you can slowly interact with him. Maybe you'll change your mind? Although the old man was a little disappointed, he wasn't angry and just smiled. It was just that these words clearly expressed that he wasn't willing to give up such a good disciple. Ling Xiao didn't dislike this kind of person. The old man looked up to him because he really thought well of him. If he hadn't offended the flame deity, he would have really agreed. After all, joining a sect and having such an old man to help him was definitely not a bad thing. If Junior wants to choose a master, he will definitely choose Senior. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and said, "Senior, can Junior stay a little longer?" He had just comprehended the 3rd and 4th moves of the Snow Lotus Sword Art and knew how powerful the God Sealing Catalog was. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain some benefits. Even if he couldn't completely comprehend the 5th move, obtaining some understanding of the rules of martial arts was also good. This God Sealing Catalog was simply an encyclopedia of martial arts. It was a pity that not everyone could understand it unless their soul was strong and their perception was outstanding. The higher one's perception, the greater the benefits they would obtain. "Sure." The old man smiled and said. Right now, he wanted to accept Ling Xiao as his disciple. Therefore, there were some things that he would naturally try his best to satisfy Ling Xiao. However, he didn't know that what Ling Xiao wanted to do would definitely shock him. Ling Xiao's idea was to see if the mountain river martial spirit could directly copy the god's sealing catalog. In this way, he could comprehend the mysteries of martial arts from the god's sealing catalog at any time. This was too helpful. Earlier, because of the urgency of time, he didn't do so. But now, he could give it a try. Just as Ling Xiao was attempting to copy the god sealing catalog, Elder Bai walked in. They were clearly at the same cultivation level, but Elder Bai was actually very respectful to this old man. Elder Yang, is his test not over yet? The people outside are all waiting. Elder Bai lowered his head and asked respectfully. Let them wait. Also, without my permission, you can't come in without permission. This is against the rules. Elder Yang glanced at Elder Bai and said in a dignified manner. Elder Bai glanced at Ling Xiao awkwardly. He was puzzled. Although Ling Xiao's combat skills were strong, his potential could only be considered below average. Why was Elder Yang so concerned about him? Although he was puzzled, he still retreated. Strictly speaking, he really couldn't casually enter this room. It was only because he had waited outside for too long that he was afraid that something would happen. It's done. Ling Xiao realized that as long as he increased the input of his soul force and circulated the mountain river martial spirit, he could instantly copy the god's sealing catalog into the mountain river world. At this moment, there was an additional building in the small town of the mountain river world. It was an underground building and the interior was exactly the same as this room. Senior, this junior can do it. I can't let others wait for too long. Ling Xiao's words were truly shameless. He had already gotten what he wanted. If he didn't leave, what was he waiting for? Kid, don't be too anxious. This god-sealing catalog isn't that easy to comprehend. If you like, you can come once a month. Elder Yang said with a smile. Ling Xiao nodded. He thought to himself, although you are indeed good to me, it's a pity that I don't need this benefit anymore. Of course, although he had obtained the god-sealing catalog, there were some things that he couldn't solve by himself. In the future, he would have to look for Elder Yang. He, old man, you're already a half-step celestial venerable, but this little guy looks down on you. Just after Ling Xiao left, the puppy actually spoke in human language. It was obviously mocking Elder Yang. Half-step celestial venerable. The master this kid wants is a celestial venerable. Elder Yang sighed and said, it's a pity. His comprehension is too terrifying. He could at least answer the 7th question, but he deliberately didn't answer the question in the end. I guess he must have some enemies, so he doesn't dare to be too arrogant. The puppy nodded and said, well, that should be the case. His enemy is probably a celestial venerable from our Yuehua school. Why don't you take him as your disciple? Elder Yang suddenly looked at the puppy and said. Forget it. My standards for taking disciples are very high. Although his performance is eye-catching and his comprehension is very high, I still need to observe him for a while. You also know that when I choose disciples, the most important thing is their character. The puppy looked like an expert, and its words were also very dignified. That's true. Anyway, there's still a long way to go. There's no rush, no rush. Elder Yang smiled and looked out the door. At this time, Ling Xiao had already walked to the hall outside. Everyone looked at him a little strangely. It was because he had been in there for the longest time, but he didn't get a full score. According to the score announced by Elder Bai, Ling Xiao only got 6 points. Although it was the highest score so far, how could it take so long? Ling Xiao didn't care about what they thought. Anyway, he roughly told Cold Plum about his experience inside. Of course, he skipped some things. He hoped that it would be of some help to Cold Plum. However, when Cold Plum came out, she told him that all the questions had been changed. However, Ling Xiao's words still played a certain role. Cold Plum got 4 points in this round, which was not bad. Among the other people who did well, Suing and Zhao Ji both got 6 points, which showed that the two of them were still good at comprehending. Zhao Xi got 3 points. Elder Yang didn't mention taking Suing or Zhao Ji as his disciple, which made Ling Xiao a little worried. Because this meant that Elder Yang had already seen that he deliberately didn't answer the seventh question. However, even though he was worried, he had no enmity with Elder Yang. Moreover, from the exchange just now, it was quite good. Elder Yang probably wouldn't publicize this matter. What's more, Elder Yang wanted to take him in as a disciple, so he definitely wouldn't reveal this secret. Otherwise, wouldn't his disciple be easily snatched away? After the fourth assessment, the Yuehua School's enrollment test was officially over. According to Elder Bai, this time, Yuehua School only recruited 10 students each time. This time, because of the expansion, they directly recruited the top 30 students. Even if Dai Yuling and Ling Hao had already taken 2 spots, there were still 28 spots left. Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He was afraid that he wouldn't be accepted. If he was ranked 28th, there wouldn't be a problem. However, while he was relieved, more than half of the people present were trembling with fear. There were still 68 people left here. First place, Ling Xiao, 56 points. Although Ling Xiao got first place, most of his points were from his combat skills, so no one thought that he was that great. Instead, Zhao Ji, who got second place, and Su Ying, who got third place, got the most attention. His first place was probably the most worthless first place in the entire competition. Cold Plum got fourth place, and Zhao Xi got fifth place. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to the rest at all, so he didn't care too much about their rankings. For Master Bai Yun, it was really a surprise that all 3 of his recommended candidates were selected to enter the sect. He was originally worried that Dai Yuling and Cold Plum wouldn't be accepted, but it turned out that Dai Yuling had other opportunities. Cold Plum's potential was much better than he had imagined. As a master, he was really a little unqualified. Not bad, old Bai Yun. Your disciple actually got first place in the entrance test. Do you want to hold a banquet to celebrate? Su Ling said with a laugh. It was obvious that his words were full of sarcasm. Among the 3 people he brought, only Su Ying was selected, and she only got third place in the end. But in terms of potential, Su Ying had an immortal-grade treasure body, which was far better than Ling Zhao's treasure body. She was a real talent that could be cultivated. In other words, no matter what the current ranking was, his daughter would become an elite in the sect in the future, and Ling Xiao would gradually dim until no one cared about him. Master Bai Yun just smiled and didn't reply. Because he knew clearly that Ling Zhao's true potential was definitely not worse than Su Ying's. The list of 28 people was soon out. Including Ling Hao and Dai Yuling, there were a total of 30 people. Although some people were not convinced by Dai Yuling, the problem was that there was no martial artist with a healing-type martial soul, not to mention that Dai Yuling's martial path remnant soul had been perfected to 80%. So they had nothing to complain about. This was the final result. Speaking of which, among the 30 people, Ling Hao was the most outstanding one. Next were Zhao Ji and Su Ying. Both of them had immortal-grade treasure bodies. If nothing unexpected happened, they would soon become the best of the outer sect disciples, and then be promoted to the inner sect. After them were Ling Xiao, Zhao Xi, and Cold Plum. However, most people directly ignored Ling Xiao, not because they hated him, but because he was a man. Zhao Xi was the princess of Northern Han. She was dignified, elegant, and lovable. Cold Plum was beautiful and cold. Although she was not good at dressing up, she had a unique style and was still sought after by many people. After all, in the Yuehua School, there were more men than women. On the same day, the Yuehua School gave the 30 new disciples 2 hours to say goodbye to the elders and masters who had accompanied them. Ling Xiao, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum reluctantly said goodbye to Grandmaster Bai Yun. Grandmaster Bai Yun promised Ling Xiao that he would look for the Divine Sword sect after returning and help guard it. This was also something he had promised Ling Xiao. Ever since the Blue Eyes race invaded the Baiyun province, Ling Xiao had been very worried about the Divine Sword sect. That was his home, his family. Afterwards, Ling Hao returned to Golden Light Exalted Celestial and Dai Yuling returned to Herb Mountain. The other 28 people followed Elder Bai to the outer sect main hall to register their ranks. Elder Bai was one of the outer sect elders. Ling Xiao did not know that the outer sect was actually very important in the Yuehua School. The Yuehua School's daily life was inseparable from the outer sect, including the purchase of food, medicine, and equipment. It even included the management of worldly affairs. It really was inseparable from the outer sect. In addition to cultivation, the outer sect disciples were also responsible for these chores, especially now that the taboos of the 12 sects had been abolished. Their connections with the outside world would become increasingly close, and the outer sect disciples would probably have even more matters to attend to. After registering at the outer sect main hall, Elder Bai informed the new disciples of the sect's rules one by one. At this moment, Elder Bai no longer had the cold expression from before. He looked more like a capable shopkeeper. Speaking of the Yuehua school's forbidden area, the most eye-catching thing was the towering Moonlight Pagoda. Looking from the outer sect's main hall, the Moonlight Pagoda became even clearer. However, most of the pagoda towered into the clouds, so it was impossible to see it clearly. No one knew how many floors it had. According to Elder Bai, the Moonlight Pagoda was a treasure of the Yuehua school's primordial sect master, the Moonlight Goddess. It was also the foundation of the Yuehua school. It could absorb the moonlight and stabilize the Yuehua school's providence. Even Elder Bai didn't know how many floors the Moonlight Pagoda had. Other than the Moonlight Goddess, no one else had been able to climb to the top of this mysterious pagoda. Even the current Yuehua school's sect master couldn't do it. When Ling Xiao looked at the Moonlight Pagoda in his soul immersion state, he could clearly feel a mysterious ancient aura coming from the pagoda. His mountain river martial soul actually had a feeling that it wanted to devour the Moonlight Pagoda. Be good, don't act recklessly. Otherwise, I'll be finished. Ling Xiao hurriedly suppressed the impulse of his mountain river martial soul. In his opinion, since his mountain river martial soul wanted to devour the Moonlight Pagoda, it most likely meant that the Moonlight Pagoda wasn't a treasure but a martial soul. The Moonlight Goddess martial soul. Alright, the registration is done. Next, I'll bring you to the outer sect disciples' residence. Actually, although the outer sect disciples didn't have much status in the Yuehua school, they were still quite important. Therefore, the place they lived in wasn't as shabby as Ling Xiao had imagined. Although the place wasn't big, the windows were clean and everything was complete. Furthermore, there were 4 people in a stone house, so it was quite comfortable. It was just that it might not be convenient for cultivation. However, there was basically no need to worry about cultivation. Cultivating in the Yuehua school was naturally different from cultivating in the secular world. Normally, they would choose to cultivate in the mountains with abundant heaven and earth spirit qi. Furthermore, there were also disciples or elders who opened up cave abodes in the mountains. It would be best if he could have his own cave abode. After arranging the accommodations for Ling Xiao and the other new outer sect disciples, Elder Bai left. He still had his own matters to attend to. Naturally, it was impossible for him to accompany these new disciples. Anyway, when the time came, there would be someone in charge of assigning duties and tasks to the new disciples. As an outer sect elder, he didn't have to worry about it. He didn't know if he should say that Ling Xiao was lucky or unlucky. In his stone house, there was actually an old disciple called Wu Xiang. It was said that because this person's cultivation aptitude was not good, no one was willing to live with him. In the end, he came out alone. Due to the expansion of the recruitment this time, the stone house was obviously a little tight. It was unlikely that they would let him live in a stone house alone, so they arranged for 3 new disciples to live together. The other 2 were the 2 princes of Northern Han. Second Prince Zhao Ting and third Prince Zhao Ji. An old disciple and 2 princes. Both of them could be considered big shots. Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head. However, he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. He came to Yuehua school to improve his strength. He didn't have the time to care about such things. Before that old man Bai Yun left, he had made a promise to him. Old man Bai Yun would take care of the Divine Sword sect. He would help Bai Yun rescue his daughter. A man's promise was worth 1,000 gold. Moreover, this was a fair exchange. He had no reason to slack off. With old man Bai Yun protecting his grandfather Hong Qi and brother Ling Luo, he could be at ease. In the sect, transcendence didn't seem like much. However, in the secular world, transcendence were still powerful enough to make one's hair stand on end. Even if this exchange was excluded, he still wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. He had no parents since he was young. Grandfather Hong Qi had never told him what his parents did. He only said that they were dead. However, even if they were dead, he still wanted to know the identity of his parents and how they died. And this required him to become even stronger. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Moreover, in this vast world of sects, there were countless capable people. Powerhouses were as common as clouds and geniuses were as common as trees in a forest. The young him was really excited and longed for it. When Ling Xiao heard He Sua say that his master, Grandmaster Bai Yun, was one of the weakest outer disciples of Yuehua school, he thought that all the old outer disciples of Yuehua school were transcendents. However, after asking Wu Xiang, he realized that this was not the truth. Wu Xiang was a bit slow and timid, but he was very amiable. He helped Zhao Ting and Zhao Ji make their beds. Then, he chatted with Ling Xiao. As for the two princes, they were nowhere to be found. The royal family of Northern Han and Yuehua school were inextricably linked. Ling Xiao didn't want to delve too deeply into it. After all, it was their resources. What they wanted to do with it was none of his business. So your master is Grandmaster Bai Yun? Wu Xiang sighed and said, actually, there is a rule in the Yuehua sect. Inner sect disciples who can't break through to the heaven realm by the age of 100 will be sent back to the outer sect to do some mundane things. Master Bai Yun is such a person, but he is definitely not the worst among the outer sect disciples. After all, once an outer sect disciple reaches the transcendence realm, he can automatically become an inner sect disciple. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao roughly understood He Sua's words that day. He was just mocking old man Bai Yun. Bai Yun couldn't explain it. After all, being sent back from the inner sect to the outer sect was more shameful. Then, the strongest in the outer sect is a half-step grandmaster? Ling Xiao asked. The so-called grandmaster was an honorific for transcendence. It was the same reason why heaven realm cultivators were called heavenly venerables. A half-step grandmaster was naturally much stronger than an ordinary peak 9th layer martial vein cultivator. However, they couldn't break through to transcendence. That's right. Among the outer sect disciples, there are 30 half-step grandmasters. As for peak 9th layer martial masters, there are more than 100. This is because there was a limit to the number of disciples. In the future, there will be more outstanding disciples. Wu Xiang nodded his head and said, when you reach the outer sect, you have to be careful. After all, there are no outer sect disciples whose cultivation is below the 9th level martial vein. The worst is at the late 9th level martial vein, just like me. Senior brother, don't be discouraged. You are only in your 30s. There is still a long way to go. There will always be opportunities. Ling Xiao didn't know how to comfort Wu Xiang. He could only say some polite words. Wu Xiang smiled and didn't say anything. However, there was no spirit in his eyes. It was obvious that his spirit had been worn down. Something happened. Suddenly, someone barged in from outside and shouted at Ling Xiao, Brother Ling, you're with that Ling Mei, right? She's been targeted by someone. It's Tian Chao, who's ranked 50th in the outer court. Ling Xiao knew this person. He was in the same batch of disciples. They had chatted a little before. He was an extrovert. Tian Chao. Wu Xiang heard the name and was about to explain it to Ling Xiao. However, he found that an afterimage had already rushed out of the door. This is bad. To be honest, Wu Xiang had a very good impression of Ling Xiao. After Zhao Ji and Zhao Ting learned that he was the last in the outer sect, they disdained him. Ling Zhao's attitude towards Wu Xiang was different from that of Zhao Ji and Zhao Ting. Even though he knew that Wu Xiang was ranked last among the foreign disciples, he was still very polite and respectful. This made Wu Xiang feel a little warm. Even if he didn't help, he didn't want something to happen to Ling Xiao as soon as he arrived at the Yuehua school, so he chased after him. Tian Chao, who was ranked 50th in the outer sect, was at the peak of the 9th level martial vein. He was definitely very powerful. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was at most at the peak of the 8th level martial vein. How could he fight with an expert of this level? He would definitely be at a disadvantage, so he had to stop Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's movement technique was too terrifying. By the time he arrived at the scene, Ling Xiao was already standing in front of Cold Plum, blocking Tian Chao. Hee, why are you so nervous? I didn't plan to do anything. It's just that my clothes are torn and I want this junior sister to help me mend them. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. Then, he took off his clothes and deliberately made a tear. My sister is clumsy and doesn't know anything about needlework. Why don't I do it for you? Ling Xiao said with a smile. You? Xianxia sneered and said, you can do it, but the tear on my clothes seems to be very big. As he spoke, Xianxia tore his clothes again and threw them to Ling Xiao. While the clothes were still in the air, Ling Xiao suddenly slapped them with his palm. The clothes immediately turned into powder. Kid, what are you doing? Xiao's eyes widened as he shouted. I'm just dealing with a piece of trash. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Although Cold Plum wasn't injured this time, the other party's provocation was very obvious. He said that he would hide his strength and bide his time, but there was no need for that under the transcendent realm. His fighting skills were already very strong. This was something that both He Sua and the flame deity knew. What was the point of hiding it? Kid, you're really tired of living. Xiao swung his fist, but he was stopped by someone. Junior brother Tian, it's so boring to bully a new disciple. I'll just get him to compensate you for your clothes. The one who blocked Xiao was Wu Xiang. Compensate? Xiao suddenly grinned and said, that's good too. My clothes are made from the best silk in the Sky Dragon continent. It's worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. I'll give you 1 day to prepare. If you can't pay, then don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, he glanced at Wu Xiang, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Then, he turned around and left. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart. Senior brother, I was just looking for someone to spar with to see how good the outer disciples of the Yuehua school are. Why did you have to interfere? Although he thought so in his heart, Wu Xiang had good intentions after all, so it was inappropriate for him to say anything more. He only cupped his fists and thanked him. There's no need to thank me. However, he said that it's 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If junior brother doesn't have them, I can help you pay for it first. Wu Xiang said. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones were very precious in the secular world. In fact, it was also very precious in the eyes of the outer disciples of the Yuehua school. After all, Wu Xiang had done many tasks and saved up for a year, but he had only accumulated 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to make friends with Ling Xiao, he would not have lent it to him. Senior brother Wu, thank you for your kindness, but there's no need for that. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. You have it? I don't have that many low-grade spirit stones. I just don't want to give it to you. Senior brother, you don't have to worry about this. I know what I'm doing. Ling Xiao actually had 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, but he did not want to show his wealth. His words made many of the new disciples break out in cold sweat for him. Xianxia had always had a habit of bullying the new disciples. Other than Cold Plum, the others had also been harassed. A few of the new disciples had even been seriously injured by Xianxia. Anyway, as long as they did not die or become disabled, it was not a violation of the rules. This was a bit similar to the latent dragon camp. They knew how terrifying Xianxia was. More than a dozen 8th-level martial vein martial masters could not even last 3 moves against Xianxia. Of course, this was also partly because Zhao Ji, Su Ying, and Zhao Xi were not present. Cold Plum and Ling Xiao did not make a move. Even so, Xiao's strength was very terrifying. Ling Xiao also knew this. He even felt that Xiao's strength should be at the same level as the General of the 9 Moons, or maybe even stronger. After all, it was too difficult for the General of the 9 Moons to learn a gold-grade martial art, but Xiao could learn it casually. The gap in cultivation was narrowed by the martial art. If Xiao were to go to the mortal world, most of the martial masters at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein would not be his match. Only Lin Zhe, Wan Ben, and the master of the Baiyun Monastery would be able to win against him, and it would definitely be a tragic victory. This was the advantage of being in a sect. Of course, this was only for other martial artists. Ling Xiao, who had the mountain and river martial spirit, was not afraid of Xiao. Senior brother Wu, if you are free, why don't you take us around the outer sect? For example, the outer Sex library or something like that. Do you have it? Ling Xiao quickly put Tian Chao's matter aside. Now that he was out, he wanted to take the time to familiarize himself with the outer sex environment. It would be convenient for him to do anything in the future. The Yuehua School's library is called the Moon Pavilion. It is divided into the outer sex Moon Pavilion, the inner sex Moon Pavilion, and the core sex Moon Pavilion. I will take you around first, then we will go to the outer sex Moon Pavilion. Wu Xiang was very enthusiastic. He had nothing to do anyway. In the past, when no one paid attention to him, he would cultivate alone in boredom. Now that Ling Xiao was willing to be friends with him, he was quite happy. Wu Xiang first took Ling Xiao and Cold Plum around to familiarize themselves with the terrain before heading to the outer sex Moon Pavilion. Cold Plum, what's wrong with you? On the way to the outer sex Moon Pavilion, they passed by a valley. Cold Plum suddenly stopped, her face very dignified. This made Ling Xiao a little worried. It should be the murderous aura that entered her body. Wu Xiang explained, about 100,000 years ago, this valley was a battlefield. I once read in a book that a foreign killer killed 1,000 masters of the Yuehua School in this valley, causing the murderous aura here to fill the sky. There is actually such a terrifying person? His strength is actually not strong, but his martial arts are too strange. Wu Xiang shook his head and said, it's a pity that the records in the book are not clear. Otherwise, I really want to know what kind of master he is. Gongzi, I'm fine. Cold Plum glanced at the valley and smiled. Ling Xiao didn't suspect anything. After all, Cold Plum's cultivation is not as good as his. It is very likely that she was disturbed by the murderous aura. What he doesn't know is that Cold Plum is very anxious now. She has been saved by him repeatedly, which makes Cold Plum feel happy and very annoyed. After all, the purpose of Cold Plum following Ling Xiao is not to rely on Ling Xiao, but to help Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and the other two quickly arrived at the outer sex Moon Tower. The name was different, but it was similar to the Ling family's library. The only difference was that there were more ancient books inside, and there were no incomplete secular martial arts. The worst of them were quasi-transcendent martial arts, and there were many other transcendent martial arts. They could be studied at will, and there was no time limit or status restriction. As long as you were an outer sect disciple of the Yuehua School, you could study them. In the secular world, quasi-transcendent martial arts were the absolute arts that many martial artists dreamed of, not to mention transcendent martial arts. They were like the stars in the sky, difficult to reach. Unless one was extremely talented and had a transcendent master, it was impossible to come into contact with more transcendent martial arts. Of course, here, transcendent martial arts were called gold martial arts, but they were the same in nature. Gold, jade, immortal, divine, these were the grades of martial arts outside the secular world. Oh right, apart from the 4 grades of gold, jade, immortal, and divine, each grade is further divided into 4 grades: entry, rare, superior, and peak. You should know this, right? Wu Xiang was considerate enough to even explain such basic matters. I've heard about it from Master. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum nodded. At this moment, Ling Xiao was clear that his heavenly dragon golden body was a superior gold grade martial art. This also confirmed his previous thoughts that it was not unreasonable for the golden sky dragon body to be so powerful. The gold grade martial arts that he had encountered before were all gold grade entry-level martial arts, which were of a different grade from his martial arts. How could they defeat him? After parting ways with Wu Xiang, Ling Xiao went to look through the gold martial arts in the Moon Tower alone. After entering the sect, he realized that there was a reason why there were no gold martial arts manuals in the secular world. There were only profound martial arts manuals. Most secular martial artists were unable to organize these profound martial arts manuals, and even if they did, they would not easily leak them. But it was different in the sect. There were as many experts in the sect as there were clouds in the sky. Gold-grade martial arts profundities were nothing at all. After they had comprehended them and organized them into martial arts secret manuals, it was an extremely simple matter. Therefore, the gold-grade martial arts that he saw now were all in the form of secret manuals and not the profound stone tablets. The gold-grade martial arts in the outer sex Moon Tower were all entry-level. Actually, he didn't care for them because he heard from old man Baiyun that after becoming an inner sect disciple, he would be able to obtain better gold-grade martial arts. However, he still copied all of these entry-level gold-grade martial arts. He didn't want to use it as a trump card. Instead, he wanted to use it to increase the levels of Cloud Dragon Divine Travel and Ox Demon Art. Right now, Cloud Dragon Divine Travel was a gold-grade entry-level movement technique. As for the Ox Demon Arts, it was still stuck in the ranks of peak-grade martial arts. He needed to feed it some gold-grade martial arts. This way, it would definitely be able to rise to the ranks of gold-grade martial arts. After copying them, Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to these martial arts secret manuals. Instead, he went to another place. The so-called miscellaneous books were books that weren't martial arts. They included astronomy, geography, and so on. They were all knowledge related to this mystic world. Ling Xiao believed that while increasing his strength, he also needed to broaden his horizons as much as possible. Otherwise, he would only be a frog at the bottom of a well if he remained stagnant. He didn't notice that Cold Plum had already quietly left the moon tower. Cold Plum returned to her residence and packed her luggage. Then, she left a note for Ling Xiao. She didn't have the courage to say goodbye to Ling Xiao face to face. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to part with him. Because there weren't many female disciples, she lived alone in a stone house. She wasn't afraid that the note would be taken away by others. After leaving the stone house, she ran straight towards the valley that she passed by earlier. The killing intent there made her feel very familiar. She believed that the killing intent would only be beneficial to her and not harmful. Turning her head to look in the direction of the outer sex moon tower, she muttered to herself, "Young master, wait for me." Then, she leapt down into the valley. Within the valley, a huge black shadow suddenly flew up and completely swallowed her. Ling Xiao didn't know what happened to Cold Plum. He was still focused on reading the book. There was a book that recorded the ancient cultivation system, which made Ling Xiao feel like he had obtained a treasure. He had always known about the 9th level of the martial vein and the transcendent realm. Later, he learned from Master Bai Yun that the martial vein realm was from the transcendent realm to the celestial realm. However, from this book, he found that he was really quite ignorant. It turned out that the cultivation realm was far more than what he knew. The path of cultivation was divided into the martial vein realm, the transcendent realm, the celestial realm, the grotto realm, the yin-yang realm, the reincarnation realm, the human immortal realm, and the true immortal realm. There were a total of 8 realms. He thought that the flame deity's celestial realm was already ridiculously powerful, but now it seemed that he was really a frog in a well. If he hadn't read this book, he wouldn't have known this. According to the book, the strongest person on the heavenly dragon continent was a celestial realm expert. After that, unless it was a hidden expert, there were no stronger people. Therefore, the Yuehua school's records were blank as to what the realm above the celestial realm was. The Yuehua school was one of the 12 sects on the heavenly dragon continent. It was a super powerful sect. If they didn't have it, the other sects probably didn't either. It seemed that if he wanted to know about the realm above the celestial realm, he would have to leave the heavenly dragon continent. However, the book also said that in the ancient times, the realm above the celestial realm did exist. There were even experts who cultivated to the true immortal realm. However, true immortal realm experts were very rare even in the ancient times. Even the founder of the Yuehua school, the Moonlight Fairy, was only an expert in the immortal realm. Closing the book, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and put this matter aside for now. Then, he went to read about the local customs of the heavenly dragon continent. Just like that, he spent several hours reading. Junior brother Ling, Cold Plum is missing. Just as Ling Xiao was immersed in the sea of knowledge, Wu Xiang came to him anxiously and said that Cold Plum was missing. Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned. He hurriedly put down the book in his hand and went to Cold Plum's residence. The door was not locked. There was a note on the table that was pressed down by an inkstone. Young master, Cold Plum originally wanted to protect you, but she became a burden to you. So, she wants to go out and improve her strength. Don't worry, I found a suitable place to cultivate. Don't worry, Cold Plum. There weren't many words on the note, but the meaning was clear. Sigh. In fact, Ling Xiao had been worried for a long time. However, he didn't know how to persuade Cold Plum. This girl was also very stubborn. It was fine as long as nothing happened to her. In the past, in order to test Cold Plum's potential, Ling Xiao dripped a drop of blood into the 7-star flower in his mountain river world. This created a special connection between him and the refrigerant. Although he couldn't determine Cold Plum's location, if something happened to Cold Plum, he would be the first to sense it. It's good that nothing happened. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He did not intend to look for Cold Plum. That girl could still survive after becoming a slave. He really did not need to worry too much about her. More importantly, Ling Mei was the same as Ling Yixue. Both of them had better choices and were going to improve their strength. Why should he stop them? Since they were fated, they would meet again. He thought for a moment, crushed the note into powder, then turned and walked out of Cold Plum's room. At the same time, in He Sua's cave, outer sect disciple Tian Chao was being lectured. Tian Chao, I just received news that Cold Plum has disappeared. You can take this opportunity to find trouble with Ling Xiao. Just say that he hid Cold Plum. This is a betrayal of the sect. If he does not hand her over, you will have the opportunity to deal with him. He Sua lightly said, your previous method of finding fault was too stupid. It is called making trouble without reason. If we want to find trouble, we have to find a legitimate reason. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain in front of that meddling elder Bai. Listening to senior brother's words, Tian Chao suddenly saw the sun. Tian Chao flattered. Okay, you go immediately. This kind of opportunity is rare. Because of my special identity, it is not good for me to make a move on that brat in the sect. I will leave this matter to you. Senior brother, you're being too polite. Your business is my business. Tian Chao mischievously smiled. After saying goodbye to He Sua, he turned and left. He really did not expect to make a fortune this time. He Sua said that as long as he could cripple Ling Xiao and make him unable to cultivate in peace, he could get 10 high-grade true elemental dawn and 10 middle-grade spirit stones. This was too precious. As an outer sect disciple, he was only eligible to obtain middle-grade and low-grade true elemental dawn. High-grade true elemental dawn were simply not eligible. Although he could obtain middle-grade spirit stones, it would be good if he could get 10 of them in a year. Such a small matter could make him a year's income. How could he not be happy? However, Tian Chao did not know that his deal with He Sua had already been discovered by Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao came out of Cold Plum's stone house, he looked around with soul immersion. He couldn't find Cold Plum, but he accidentally found Tian Chao and He Sua's deal. He sneered in his heart. Originally, if you, Tian Chao, were just someone who liked to look for trouble, then I would just teach you a lesson. But now that you're in cahoots with He Sua, then I'm sorry, I won't let you off easily. He was not interested in continuing to observe the two of them. Instead, he turned his attention to the valley that was filled with murderous aura. That was the last place where Cold Plum's aura disappeared. He believed that Cold Plum was in the valley. This surprised him. This was because the murderous aura in the valley had already condensed into some intelligent non-human life forms. Even heaven-tier elites would find it difficult to enter, but Cold Plum was able to enter unscathed. This was truly strange. However, he didn't think too much about it. In this world, everyone had their own opportunities. It just depended on whether they could grasp them. He, Ling Xiao, obtained the mountain and river martial spirit. Dai Yuling was accepted as a disciple by an expert of Herb Mountain. This was actually a kind of opportunity. It was better to go back and cultivate. Although dealing with Tian Chao should not be a problem, Tian Chao was only ranked 50th in the outer sect. The difficulties he faced might be greater than he imagined. Although the flame deity looked down on him, and even couldn't be bothered to suppress him because his aptitude was not good enough. But He Sua was different. He Sua would definitely continue to find trouble with him. If Tian Chao couldn't do it, he might call for someone stronger. If a half-step master really came, he really wouldn't be a match. At this time, the sky was already hazy, and the moonlight outside the window was very bright. After Zhao Ji and Zhao Ting left, they did not return. Wu Xiang went out on a mission. Only Ling Xiao was left in the room. He locked the door, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. Right now, the fastest way to increase his strength was to advance to the 9th level of the martial vein. Before he came, he was about to break through, so he simply swallowed 3 heaven essence bone-changing pills. While cultivating the heavenly dragon golden body, he intended to use the snow lotus truth to break through the shackles of his cultivation. At this time, his cultivation was stronger than before, and his body was also stronger than before. Therefore, he did not need Old Man Baiyun to protect him. He could even create 2 doppelgangers and use the shadow cultivation secret technique to continue practicing the Divine Hell King's Fist and the bronze sword manipulation technique. There was still one move of the Divine Hell King Fist that he had not comprehended. He believed that with the benefits he had obtained from the God Sealing Catalog, he should be able to easily comprehend it. After all, he had easily comprehended 2 moves of a gold-grade martial art like the Snow Lotus Sword art. This Divine Hell King Fist was only a quasi-gold-grade martial art, so it was even easier to comprehend. As for the bronze sword controlling art, he had not cultivated it after obtaining it. The main reason was that time was too tight. In order to increase his cultivation, he had temporarily put it aside. In the Moon Pavilion of the Outer Sect, his understanding of martial arts was also clearer and more detailed. In the past, he always felt that the bronze sword controlling art should be a quasi-transcendent martial art, which was a quasi-gold-grade martial art. Its power was comparable to a transcendent martial art, which was a gold-grade martial art. But now he knew that the bronze sword controlling art was actually a gold-grade martial art. Moreover, it was a superior gold-grade martial art. It was actually right that he did not cultivate it in the past. If he had cultivated it earlier, based on his knowledge and experience at that time, it would have been very difficult to cultivate. But it was different now. After observing many battles between transcendent martial artists and comprehending the God Sealing Catalog, his understanding of gold-grade martial arts was already very deep. The cultivation this time was not as painful as when he was in the White Cloud Monastery. The Heaven Essence bone-changing pill only gave him a slightly more numb feeling. This meant that his body was indeed much stronger than before. After a night, Ling Zhao's cultivation was already close to the limit of the 8th level martial vein. He was almost 1 foot into the 9th level martial vein. However, it seemed that he was still lacking something and was still unable to break through. However, the cultivation results of the avatar were astonishing. He had already thoroughly comprehended the last move of the Divine Prison King Fist, Ghost King Annihilation. When this move was used, it was simply the combination of the previous 4 moves. A terrifying Ghost King would appear in the opponent's mind. At the same time, it would be accompanied by ox head, horseface, black and white impermanence. In addition, there would be a large number of ghost soldiers and ghost generals. One could imagine that when Ling Xiao used this punch, martial artists with weaker souls would probably collapse on the spot. As for the bronze sword controlling art, he had also successfully cultivated it to the peak of the small success stage, which was the 3rd level. After all, this was a superior gold-grade martial art. It still needed time to slowly cultivate. After cultivating the bronze sword controlling art to the great perfection stage, the flying sword could be transformed into 36 rays. Moreover, the lethality of each ray was not inferior to the main body. Not only that, he could also comprehend the Heavenly Dipper sword formation and control it. According to Ling Zhao's estimation, the power of the Heavenly Dipper sword formation would not be inferior to that of a top gold rank martial art. The key was that the sword formation would have a special effect of being able to absorb the power of heaven and earth, which was even more wonderful. The special effect of the Heavenly Dipper sword formation was to absorb the power of heavenly lightning. As for the specific effect, Ling Xiao had not tried it yet, so he did not dare to say. As the sun rose, Ling Xiao moved his stiff body and walked out of the stone house. Wu Xiang dragged his tired body back. He did not know where he had gone for the entire night, but he looked very tired. "Senior brother, what kind of work are you doing? Why is it so hard?" Ling Xiao saw that there were many calluses on Wu Xiang's hands. They did not look like they were caused by cultivation at all. Instead, they looked more like they were ground out from hard work, so he could not help but ask. Wu Xiang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He did not know if he could not say it or if he did not have the strength to say it. Ling Xiao helped him into the house. Just as he put him on the bed, the wooden door was suddenly kicked open. Wu Xiang was so frightened that he stood up from the bed. Ling Xiao also looked outside the door in surprise. If you want to find fault, so be it. Why do you have to go against the door? This is public property. Aren't you afraid of being punished? Standing outside the door was naturally Tian Chao. Behind Tian Chao were 3 people. However, their cultivation bases were not high. They were only at the middle 9th level of the martial vein. Speaking of which, it was embarrassing. In the past, the middle 9th level of the martial vein was already considered an absolute expert. However, here, it seemed somewhat insignificant. Ling Xiao, we found out that Cold Plum did not return last night. We suspect that she betrayed the sect. You have to give us an explanation for this. Tian Chao's voice was unquestionable, as if his words were an imperial edict that could not be violated. Wu Xiang could not help but feel worried. This Tian Chao was clearly trying to pull a banner and pull a tiger's skin. He was trying to pin a groundless crime on Ling Zhao's head. However, this was really a reason. Even if it was investigated later, it would still be reasonable. After all, Tian Chao could be considered a member of the outer sect law enforcement team. Although he was just a small fry, it was perfectly justifiable for him to do this. If Ling Xiao did not accept it, he would probably be forcefully taught a lesson. Tian Chao's coming here was probably what he had in mind. Hee, it's so lively today. I've just returned and I've already encountered such a thing. Coincidentally, the 2nd Prince Zhao Ting, 3rd Prince Zhao Ji, as well as the 4th Prince Zhao Yu, Princess Zhao Xi, and Su Ying. Seeing this scene, the 4th prince could not help but clap his hands to clap. He was a person who loved to watch a good show. Wu Xiang wanted to step forward and be the peacemaker, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao. Senior brother Wu, you should rest. It's just 3 or 4 small fries. They'll be dealt with in a moment. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Wu Xiang could only swallow the words he was about to say. How was she going to sleep when the door was torn down? What arrogance! The 3 of you, tie him up for me. Tian Chao sneered. If he could, he would be too lazy to make a move. After all, it was not a good reputation to bully the weak with the strong. Because of this, he had been taught a lesson by elder by several times. Yes. The 3 people behind him walked out and tried to restrain Ling Xiao with a very fierce method. However, Ling Xiao only took a step forward. Suddenly, his body emitted a terrifying black light and a cold wind. This was the effect of the Divine Prison King Fist. He did not need to use a gold-grade martial art to deal with 3 kittens. It was better to try the effect of the Divine Prison King Fist. He had just comprehended the 5th move, Ghost King Extermination. He really wanted to find a strong opponent to practice with. At the same time, the 3 mid-stage 9th level martial vein martial artists stopped. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads and their faces were filled with fear. Ghost King Extermination. Ling Xiao roared and punched out with both fists. Suddenly, the surroundings were filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls. The surrounding outer disciples all retreated to the side because a terrifying image had formed in their minds. It was too terrifying. This was only the aura that leaked out. Boom, an explosive sound rang out. The 3 mid-stage 9th level martial vein martial artists were all blasted out of the stone house. Not only were they seriously injured, but even after falling to the ground, their bodies continued to tremble because the terrifying image in their minds was still there. All of you are trash. Trash. Even though he said that, Tian Chao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He found it hard to imagine why a peak 8th level martial vein stage martial master would give him such pressure when he was clearly a late stage 9th level martial vein stage martial master. Why did he have the urge to run away? No, he had to attack. Otherwise, this fear would grow deeper and deeper. Mixed Essence Palm. This was the gold-grade martial art that Master Bai Yun had once used. It was called a transcendent martial art in the secular world. In fact, it was just a beginner gold-grade martial art. But even so, there was no doubt that it was powerful. For most people who had just joined the Yuehua school, they would inevitably feel fear when they saw such a move. A pure energy formed a round ball in Tian Chao's right hand. It was especially obvious that it was full of destructive power. Ghost King Extermination. Ling Xiao was still using Ghost King Extermination. He was not proficient in using this move, so there was a small mistake. He planned to repeat it until he completely mastered this move. He punched out with both fists. A black wind wrapped around his fists and then turned into a ghost-like shape that pounced on Tian Chao. Bang! The mixed essence palm and Ghost King Extermination met halfway, and the two forces produced a strange explosive effect. Ling Xiao took 2 steps back and stabilized his body. Tian Chao also took 2 steps back, but suddenly he held his head and screamed. In terms of the surface attack, the two of them should be evenly matched. However, the destruction of the soul caused by Ghost King Extermination was impossible for Tian Chao to defend against. Puff! Tian Chao directly bit his tongue and then spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Finally, he managed to expel that terrifying soul force from his body. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Tian Chao was indeed much stronger than the 9th-level martial vein experts in the secular world. At the very least, Ming Tian could not do this in the past. Lin Zai and Wan Ben could not do it either. He was surprised, but Tian Chao was shocked. This expert, who was ranked 50th in the outer sect, really did not expect that Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the 8th-level martial vein, could make him so embarrassed. There were not many disciples in the Yuehua school, but there were more than 1,000 outer sect disciples. Tian Chao was really strong to be ranked 50th. The new and old outer sect disciples watching the battle were also shocked. This was a result that none of them had expected. Su Ying's expression was not very good. She had hoped that Tian Chao could teach Ling Xiao a lesson, at least to vent her anger. But now it seemed that Tian Chao could not be counted on. Ling Xiao was stronger than she had imagined. The 50th in the outer sect is just SOSO. To deal with Tian Chao, Ling Xiao was too lazy to use the stronger floating snow sword. Novel, law, the ice glaze sword was enough. 13 swords transforming shadows. It was still a quasi-gold martial art, which was also a quasi-transcendent martial art in the secular world. 13 figures appeared from Ling Xiao's body and tore through the air, pouncing on Tian Chao. Although Ling Xiao was currently using the quasi-gold grade martial art, 13 shadow transformation swords, he was secretly using the 4th move of Snow Lotus Sword technique, Ice Heart. Because he wanted to see if this move was effective against all sword moves. The result of this test was good. Although the buff wasn't that great, the power of the 13 swords transformed shadows had almost doubled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the figures kept flashing and the sword light kept stabbing out. Tian Chao felt like an idiot. He could only defend in a sorry state and did not even have a chance to counterattack. But even so, there were still many wounds on his body. His clothes were pierced until they were mottled, as if they had been washed by a rain of swords. Great Chaos Palm. Knowing that he would lose if this continued, Tian Chao finally used his martial soul. Behind him was a huge palm. The palm was yellowish and was 3 to 4 meters tall. There's such a strange martial soul? Ling Xiao had seen it today. This kind of martial soul was not seen in the secular world. And it was a complete martial soul. It was just a transparent body in the first stage. To use his martial soul to deal with a new outer sect disciple, Tian Chao felt extremely ashamed. So he wanted to completely defeat Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao kneel in front of him and apologize. This way, he might be able to make up for his sorry state today. The terrifying huge palm seemed to merge with Tian Chao's palm and directly pushed towards Ling Xiao. In the process, a layer of the ground was pushed away and new soil rolled out from the ground. The scene was very shocking. You think you're the only one with a martial soul? Ling Xiao sneered and shook the long sword in his hand. Blood shadow destruction. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. Everyone was able to sense a biting cold air. However, they were unable to determine where this cold air was coming from. The blood shadow martial spirit combined with the sure kill skill of the 13 shadow transforming swords, blood shadow extermination. The power of this move might not be comparable to Tian Chao's great chaotic origin palm, but in terms of strangeness and lethality, it surpassed it by far too much. You'd better stop what you're doing, or else my sword will go in. When Ling Xiao reappeared, the ice glass sword in his hand was stabbed into Tian Chao's back. Moreover, the sword had already pierced into his body. It was only an inch away from his heart. If it was just a light push, this sword could end Xianxia's life. I won't move. I won't move. Xianxia was completely scared out of his wits. Fortunately, killing was not allowed in the sect. Otherwise, he would definitely die here today. This was because he didn't even see how Xianxia had attacked. His face was pale and his body was trembling. He was already regretting accepting this matter from Xianxia. He thought that he could easily get those rewards, but he didn't expect Xianxia to be so terrifying that it completely exceeded his expectations. Hiss, everyone watching the battle sucked in a breath of cold air. No one thought that this would be the result. Su Ying's expression became more and more unsightly, while the third prince Zhao Ji lowered his head. No one knew what he was thinking. Not bad, not bad. The effect of the fourth style of the Snow Lotus Sword art, Ice Heart, is really impressive. In terms of attack power, it can completely make the quasi-gold grade martial art, 13 Shadow Swords, surpass a gold grade martial art. Xianxia was very satisfied with the results of his experiment. Xianxia, some money really can't be earned. Xianxia sheathed his sword and patted Xianxia's shoulder. Do you know who injured Xianxia? It was me. Do you think you're stronger than him? Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but tremble. Xianxia was a Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivator. He only heard that Xianxia went to Baiyun province and returned with serious injuries. It was rumored that Xianxia was injured by Grandmaster Baiyun, but it seemed that this rumor might not be true. Enough, hurry up and take your people and leave. I don't want the same thing to happen a second time. If there is a next time, although I can't kill you, I can definitely make it so that you won't be able to break through for the rest of your life. Xianxia kicked Xianxia's butt, but Xianxia didn't resist and ran away like a wisp of smoke. He didn't even care about the 3 people lying on the ground. I'll have to trouble senior brothers and sisters. If anyone knows these 3 dogs, take them away. Leaving them here will affect the environment. Xianxia, stop right there. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. Xianxia had already run more than 100 meters away, but when Xianxia shouted, he obediently stopped. Junior brother, what are your orders? Immediately find someone to replace this door with the best material. You only have half an hour to prepare. After half an hour, if this door isn't replaced, just wait for it to be destroyed. Xianxia didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy or pity for Xianxia. This time, he bullied the weak and feared the strong. The key was that because of this guy, Cold Plum left. He vented all the displeasure in his heart on this unlucky guy. I'll immediately call someone to fix it. Don't worry. Xianxia ran away as if he had been granted amnesty. Not bad, Brother Ling. Your battle skills are really amazing. Although many people were shocked by Xiao's strength, Zhao Ji seemed to be different from them. Zhao Ji already knew that Xiao's battle skills were strong, but his potential wasn't as good as his, so he still wanted to win over Xiao. Your Highness, Second Prince, you flatter me. Battle skills are just insignificant tricks. Potential is the way to go. Xiao didn't dislike Zhao Ji, nor did he have any intention of befriending him. Because people of the imperial family entered the world of sex, there was actually only a little bit of relationship left. It was really meaningless. Hee hee. Zhao Ji smiled a little awkwardly. When he first moved into the stone house, he used a condescending attitude to persuade Xiao not to spend too much time on battle skills. But today, he was slapped in the face. If Xiao's battle skills weren't so powerful, no matter how good his potential was, it was meaningless. He would probably have been destroyed by Xianxia long ago. Junior brother Ling, that Xianxia is not an obedient person. You offended him this time, I'm afraid you'll get into trouble. Wu Xiang sighed and said. I've already figured out Xiao's strength. He's a little stronger than a cat or a dog, but there's no need to be afraid. Xiao didn't understand why Wu Xiang was so worried. You don't understand. Xiao has a very good relationship with some of the top 30 outer disciples. The top 30 outer disciples are all half-step masters. They're not at the same level as Xiao. If they come to trouble you, you'll really be in trouble. Wu Xiang smiled bitterly. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother Wu. I'll be careful. The trouble he was worried about did not appear. Instead, Xianxia really sent a few people over to help change the door of the stone house. The material used for the new door was quite good. In any case, it was much better than the broken wooden board from before. An ordinary 9th-level martial vein realm martial master would not be able to break this door with a single punch. Since Xianxia was so obedient, Ling Xiao could not be bothered to find trouble with him. Instead, he entered a state of cultivation again. He originally thought that fighting with Xianxia would stimulate the power in his body and break through to the 9th-level martial vein realm. However, the effect was obviously not that good. Xianxia was too weak. He could not make Ling Xiao use much of his true essence. The pressure was not great, so the breakthrough was not successful. Since he was unable to break through for the time being, Ling Xiao did not think too much about it. He simply focused on improving his fighting skills. After today's events, he also realized that although fighting skills were not as important as cultivation, without a backer, if his fighting strength was not good, it meant that he would be suppressed. Therefore, he had to work together in this aspect. One of his clones continued to cultivate the bronze sword controlling technique, while the other began to cultivate the new divine prison king fist. It was said before that once the divine prison king fist was cultivated to the highest realm, it would be upgraded. Although the name of the divine prison king fist had not changed, there were many more moves. Furthermore, its grade had been upgraded to a gold grade rare martial art. In addition to the power of the first 5 moves, there were also new moves. However, these 3 moves were completely different from the previous 5 moves. It could even be said that they did not belong to the same system. They were life-taking, soul-stealing, and destruction. Life-taking was to take a person's life. This punch was extremely powerful. Soul-stealing was to destroy a person's soul. It focused on attacking the soul. Destruction was the combination of the first 2 moves. It killed people and stole their souls, making it impossible for the opponent to survive. Why does this move sound so terrifying? Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head. Even so, he still had to cultivate. There was no good or evil in martial arts. It all depended on who used it. He had never been picky about martial arts. As long as he felt that he could use it to improve his strength, he could use it. After the 2 doppelgangers were done with their arrangements, the main body began to practice the gold-grade entry-level martial arts copied from the Moon Tower. Of course, he didn't learn these things to use in battle. It was purely for nourishment for Cloud Dragon Divine Journey and Ox Demon Arts. Since Ling Xiao had already cultivated a rare gold-grade martial art, it was much easier for him to comprehend this entry-level martial art. In less than a day, he had already cultivated a gold-grade entry martial art to the Great Perfection realm. Then, he directly handed it over to the Ox Demon Arts to devour. The anticipated evolution had begun. Because Ox Demon Arts was of a lower grade, he hadn't really used it. But now, he could finally bring it back to the battle schedule. After a round of devouring, Ox Demon Arts successfully evolved. After the evolution, the name of the Ox Demon Art changed, becoming the 9 Demons Divine Art. Of course, the change in name also brought about an increase in level. At this point, Ox Demon Arts had successfully evolved into a gold-grade entry-level martial art. The 9 Devil Divine Arts was clearly of the same attribute as the Ox Demon Arts. It was classified as a supplementary cultivation method. It could increase the power and level of other martial arts. Moreover, it could also form a strange armor like the Ox Demon Arts. This kind of armor could completely cover the martial artist's body, causing the martial artist's body to become very tall. In addition, it had a special effect, and that was demonization. The so-called demonization was the ability to transform one's whole body or part into 9 types of demon kings. Currently, he could only transform into an ordinary ox demon or demon king. To Ling Xiao, this was undoubtedly an additional layer of protection for his life. It was easy to imagine how shocking it would be if Ling Xiao, who was in the state of the 9 Demons Divine Arts, used other martial skills. It could even be said that the 9 Devil Divine Arts gave the 13 Swords transformed a new opportunity to withdraw from the battle schedule. This was because once the 9 Devil Divine Arts was used, all martial arts would automatically increase by a level. Then, the quasi-gold grade 13 swords transformed martial art would be equivalent to a gold grade entry-level martial art. If it was combined with the ice heart, then it would be possible to display the power of a rare grade martial art. It must be known that even among the disciples of the Yuehua school, those who could simultaneously master 3 gold grade martial arts were very rare. Moreover, the gold grade martial arts they mastered were mostly entry-level martial arts, because only inner sect disciples could come into contact with rare grade martial arts. Unless they brought a higher level martial art from the outside world, but those who could do such a thing were probably only Suing or Zhao Ji. Even Zhao Xi couldn't comprehend it because she didn't have enough potential. From this point of view, Ling Zhao's advantage in martial arts in the outer sect was very obvious. This was also the reason why he didn't fear a quasi-master. The Ox Demon arts evolved into the 9 Devil Divine arts, and the cultivation of the 2 doppelgangers also had results. The Bronze Sword controlling art smoothly entered the realm of greater mastery, and it had already been cultivated to the 5th level. He also comprehended a new move for the Divine Hell King Fist, Kill. It took him a full day and night to do all this. Wu Xiang still didn't return for the whole night, and Zhao Ji and Zhao Ting didn't stay in the stone house either. He didn't know if it was because the conditions of the stone house were too poor, or if there were other reasons. In any case, Ling Xiao discovered that their cultivation had improved a lot, and he guessed that they had obtained some benefits. People from the imperial family were really good. However, this kind of thing couldn't be envious. At dawn, Wu Xiang came back. This time, he was directly carried back, and it could be seen that Wu Xiang's body was seriously injured. Senior brother Wu? What's going on? Although Ling Xiao didn't spend much time with Wu Xiang, this honest person was very good to him. He brought him to familiarize himself with the situation and explained some of the rules of the Yuehua school to him. This couldn't be considered a great favor, but Ling Xiao was the kind of person who would repay a drop of water with a gushing spring. He couldn't bear to see his friends get injured, so when he saw that Wu Xiang was seriously injured, his expression didn't look too good. Without waiting for Wu Xiang to speak, one of the 2 people who brought Wu Xiang back sighed and said, "Newcomer, I know you defeated Tian Chao, but the situation in the outer sect is more complicated, so you shouldn't ask too much. It's not the first time senior brother Wu was injured, but it wasn't this serious before." After saying that, the 2 of them hurriedly left. "Let's go, I'll take you to the medicine hall." Without saying anything else, Ling Xiao carried Wu Xiang on his back and rushed to the medicine hall. The medicine hall was a very large organization in the Yuehua school, and it was equivalent to the outer sect hall. Even the herb mountain was part of the medicine hall. "Oh, little guy, we meet again? It's Senior." Ling Xiao had never expected to meet the old man who had guarded the God Sealing catalog in the medicine hall. Of course, his dog was also there. Novel, La, the dog was still sleeping lazily on the table. It only glanced at Ling Xiao's arrival and ignored him. "Ha ha ha, we are really fated." Elder Yang laughed very happily. Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "Senior, please help me take a look at senior brother Wu's condition." Hee, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to trouble this old man. However, since you're here, this old man will personally diagnose him. Elder Yang was definitely not bragging. He was the hall master of the medicine hall. Usually, when an injured person was sent here, even if it was an inner disciple, he would let the pharmacists under him deal with it. He would not easily make a move. Even the higher-ups of the Yuehua school might not be able to invite him. Although his cultivation was not particularly strong, as a pharmacist, he was a very high-level one. He was simply a special target of the Yuehua school's protection. Including the Yuehua school's headmaster, no one dared to touch him easily. After all, there were too many experts who owed him a favor. Once they made a move on him, they would become a target of scorn. Such an amazing person was actually willing to give face to Ling Xiao. In the end, he had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao's comprehension and wanted to take him in as a disciple. Otherwise, a small outer disciple like Ling Xiao would not be worth it. Well, it's not a big problem. It's mainly because he was overworked and beaten up. That's why he's like this. I'll just prescribe him some medicine. After a round of diagnosis, Elder Yang said, "This child is probably working in a mine. The sect needs a lot of iron ore to forge weapons, but this kind of thing should be handed over to ordinary people in the secular world. Why is an outer disciple like him doing this? Ling Xiao looked at Wu Xiang, who had already fallen asleep, and could not help but feel a little angry. It was clear that someone was trying to make life difficult for Wu Xiang. That was why they did this. Thank you, senior. You don't have to be so polite. Have you considered my request? If you really don't want to be this old man's disciple, you can come work in the medicine hall. In any case, you should be announcing the new outer sect disciples' work assignments today. Old Yang said with a smile. Alright, senior, since you put it this way, if I still don't give you face, then I'm really not a good person. Ling Xiao simply nodded. He had thought about it. Although Elder Yang's strength was inferior to the flame deities, his status was definitely higher than the flame deities, a newly advanced sky-tier elder. Moreover, if he wanted to increase his strength quickly, he would need medicinal herbs. Working in the medicine hall was a very good choice for him. Moreover, looking at Wu Xiang's situation, he had already offended He Sua. If things went wrong, he might be assigned to a more difficult place to work. That would not be good. Ha ha ha, that's great. How about this, when the deacon in charge of assigning tasks arrives and assigns you a job, just tell him that you've already discussed it with this old man. He definitely won't dare to stop you. Elder Yang laughed and said. Understood, then this junior will take senior brother Wu away first. Well, remember to let him take the medicine on time. If possible, it's better not to do that kind of work anymore. It's too hard, and it will delay your cultivation time. Elder Yang reminded him. Ling Xiao nodded, then took the medicine, paid the money, and carried Wu Xiang back. Because it was just ordinary medicinal herbs, it was enough to pay with money. The Yuehua school also needed a lot of silver and gold to pay the ordinary workers. He couldn't let his disciples do too shabby work. The main reason was that there were not enough people, and it was too much of a waste of cultivation time. Thank you for your hard work, junior brother Ling. Wu Xiang had already woken up when he returned to the stone house. What's the trouble? Senior brother, what happened to your injuries? Were you beaten up? Wu Xiang was silent. Senior brother, just tell me. In the outer sect, there is really no existence that I, Ling Xiao, am afraid of. My current goal is the inner sect. Ling Xiao was not arrogant. For him, breaking through to the 9th level of the martial vein would be a piece of cake. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone under the transcendent realm. What half-step grandmaster, he was more concerned about the real transcendent grandmasters. Well said. Zhao Ji suddenly walked in from outside and clapped his hands. The outer sect is just a bunch of small fries. Our goal should be the inner sect. That's where the real geniuses gather. There are many people like Ming Tian and Ling Hao. You came back to accept a job assignment? Ling Xiao asked. That's not it. I've already found a job. I just came back to pack my things and move to the equipment hall, Zhao Ji explained. How about it, Ling Xiao? Come with me. You offended Tian Chao, so the job assigned to you won't be good. Thank you for your kindness, second prince, but there's really no need. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then there's no other way. I just want to remind you that the one who injured Wu Xiang is Yang Qing, who is ranked 10th in the outer sect. He's very strong. Even among the half-step grandmasters, he's one of the best. This can be seen from his ranking. Don't stand up for irrelevant people. It won't end well for you. After speaking, Zhao Ji went to pack his things. Yang Qing. Ling Xiao silently called out this person's name. Ling Xiao, the assignments are coming. Hurry up and gather at the square. A familiar disciple shouted from the outside. Since Ling Xiao defeated Tian Chao, his popularity among the new disciples was very high. Everyone was willing to build a good relationship with him. Got it. Hearing the shout outside, Ling Xiao responded. He then arranged for Wu Xiang to rest and walked out. On the square, most of the new outer disciples had already gathered here, including a few who had already obtained jobs. They were also here to watch the fun. When Ling Xiao arrived, Zhao Ji also followed him. It's said that the top 30 outer sect disciples will come today. But I don't know how many of them will come. Everyone wants to see. Zhao said to Ling Xiao with a smile. Obviously, he was reminding him. That Yangqing was the outer sect disciple ranked 10th. They're coming. 3 of them came at once. In the eyes of the new outer sect disciples, the top 30 outer sect disciples were legends. After all, they were the top 30 among more than 1,000 people, and all of them were half-step grandmasters. Therefore, when someone came, they all became excited. Ling Xiao followed the crowd's gaze. He found that there were indeed 3 people. They were all unfamiliar faces. Yangqing is really coming. And Li Anil, who is ranked 26th. Even Jin Ming, who is ranked 3rd, is here. Zhao Ji seemed to be very familiar with the outer sect of the Yuehua school. He soon said the names of the 3 people. After all, he was the second prince of the royal family. He was good at gathering information. When Jin Ming, Yangqing, and Li Anil appeared, all the outer disciples waiting in the square showed a look of awe. Novel, law, of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. To make him feel awe, you must at least be in the transcendent realm. The one in white is Yangqing. He specializes in using spears, and his spear skills are extremely terrifying. If you want to take revenge for Wu Xiang, you have to understand him thoroughly. Zhao Ji continued, the one next to Yangqing is Li Anil, ranked 26th, good at movement skills. The one in the middle is Jin Ming, right? Yes, that's Jin Ming. Zhao Ji nodded and said. Jin Ming's body was clearly shorter than Yangqing and Li Anil, but he gave people a strange illusion, as if he was the tallest and most powerful of the 3. He was thin, like a skinny monkey. However, the confidence and power in his eyes were frightening. Don't be fooled by Jin Ming's appearance. This kid is very powerful. You probably didn't expect that he is best at defensive martial arts. His body is very strong. Don't be deceived by the appearance. Zhao Ji reminded. Ling Xiao nodded. Others couldn't see this, but he could see it. This Jin Ming should have a complete martial spirit that strengthened the body, and his potential should be relatively strong in the physical aspect. Ling Xiao absolutely believed that even if Jin Ming didn't use true essence, he could easily defeat ordinary martial artists below the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. Huh? Ling Xiao didn't expect that the deterrent and pressure Jin Ming brought to him would actually make him break through in this situation. This guy's aura was too strong. Compared to him, Tian Chao was not even comparable to an ant. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and began to consolidate the cultivation of the early 9th layer martial vein. Breaking through now was really not a time-consuming process, but fortunately, he could exchange his main body with his martial spirit avatar. His main body entered the mountain river world to cultivate. The martial spirit avatar stood outside and continued to chat with Zhao Ji. However, Zhao Ji didn't notice such a huge change at all. In addition to possessing a complete martial soul that could strengthen one's body, Jin Ming should have also cultivated a defensive martial art that was not inferior to the heavenly dragon golden body. Jin Ming must have brought it from the outside world. As expected, Ling Xiao was not the only genius. The potential of Jin Ming's body was probably not inferior to Ming Tian's. When they arrived at the square, Jin Ming's aura swelled even more obviously. Many outer sect disciples trembled in fear and some even knelt on the ground. That kind of terrifying aura was truly unbearable. The qi and blood in his body became restless, and his true essence also seemed to be flowing in reverse. Terrifying. Zhao Ji's face was a little pale. Although he didn't kneel down, his body was obviously trembling. In the secular world, I have never seen such a terrifying half-step master. This guy's aura is probably on par with a transcendent. That Ling Xiao is not bad. Not only did he defeat Tian Chao, but he also did not waver under senior brother Jin's aura. Amazing, amazing. Li Anil, who was ranked 26th, said with a smile. Only 3 people can stand there. He is indeed extraordinary. Yangqing said with a gloomy face. At this time only Ling Xiao, Zhao Ji, and Suing were standing there. The rest were all kneeling on the ground. Humph. Jin Ming snorted coldly, but it was directed at Ling Xiao. A powerful aura directly turned into a substance and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, it was his martial soul avatar that was standing there. The body may be affected by the aura, but the martial soul avatar was not at all, because the martial soul avatar was completely condensed by soul power and true essence. It had no qi and blood, so it was basically unaffected by the aura. Therefore, Ling Xiao was still standing there with a smile on his face. Jin Ming's face changed and said, "Good guy, this kid is indeed somewhat capable, but if he wants to be a tyrant in the outer sect, he has to pass through me first." "Yes, senior brother Jin, you are the embodiment of justice and the idol of the weak." This Ling Xiao actually bullied Tian Chao, too overbearing. Li Anil hurriedly flattered. He didn't know what Tian Chao said, but it seemed that Ling Zhao's reputation among the outer sect experts was not very good. Jin Ming seemed to be very happy with Li Anil's flattery. He said coldly, "Arrange the work later, and show this kid who is boss first." Originally, the work of the new outer sect disciples was arranged by the deacons of the outer sect. However, these deacons, in the name of training the disciples, gave this kind of work to the top disciples in the outer sect. This time, the person in charge was Jin Ming. Therefore, if he intended to show Ling Xiao who was boss, he could really do it right away. However, Jin Ming didn't know that Ling Xiao had already been reserved by the medicine hall master. Listen carefully, the work of the outer sect disciples is still relatively heavy. If you can't complete it, you won't be able to enjoy the benefits of being a disciple of the Yuehua school and will be punished. You'd better listen carefully. Jin Ming said this and handed a list to Li Anil. "Junior brother Li, you arrange it." In fact, the work on the list had been arranged in advance, so he just had to read it out loud. Li Anil nodded and happily took the list. To him, Jin Ming was someone he absolutely couldn't provoke. He had to smile with him properly so that he could continue to mingle. Although they were both in the top 30 of the outer sect and were both half-step masters, Jin Ming's strength was definitely much stronger than his. Of course, there was another person above Jin Ming, and that was He Sua. He Sua was a genius in the inner sect, so he had to deal with him well. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer. Although he didn't know how Ling Xiao had offended senior brother He Sua, today's matter was just to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. It was too simple. Ling Xiao's cultivation had already ended, and he changed his martial soul avatar back to the mountain river world. His cultivation had already advanced to the early 9th level of the martial vein, but on the surface, there was still no change. Of course, this was due to the model. He was now at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein, and could deal with most of the matters in the outer sect. For the time being, he didn't want to reveal his 9th level cultivation, so as to avoid being noticed by the flame deity. Ling Xiao keenly noticed that there was a person staring at him from about a mile away. He activated soul entry and looked into the distance. That person was He Sua. At this moment, He Sua was drinking tea while waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Li Anil had already begun to arrange the positions. Zhao Ji, Su Ying, and Zhao Xi's positions were not announced. It was said that there were other arrangements, so it was obvious that someone had informed them in advance. As for Zhao Ting and Zhao Yu, their positions were very relaxed and they had a lot of benefits. In fact, this was normal. Su Ying was a member of the ninja imperial family, and her talent was astonishing. Although the jobs assigned to the other new outer sect disciples were not as good as these people, they were not bad either. At the very least, the tasks were relatively normal. There was no difficulty. However, when it came to Ling Xiao, the situation suddenly changed. Li Anil looked at Ling Xiao with a somewhat disdainful expression and said, "Ling Xiao, your job is to be a miner. You are responsible for helping the equipment hall collect iron ore. You have to collect at least 5,000 kilograms of iron ore every day. Do you understand? 5,000 kilograms. Those who were familiar with the Yuehua school's iron ore knew that even an ordinary miner hired by the outer sect could only collect 500 kilograms of iron ore a day. However, they had actually given Ling Xiao 5,000 kilograms of iron ore. This was even more than the amount given to Wu Xiang. In order to collect 2,500 kilograms of iron ore, Wu Xiang had to work through the night and even neglected his cultivation time. Ling Zhao's 5,000 kilograms was simply bullying. Many outer sect disciples who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao sympathized with Ling Xiao. However, no matter how much they sympathized, they did not dare to say anything. Why would the other party target Ling Xiao? Wasn't it simple? Ling Xiao injured Tian Chao. Someone was probably helping Tian Chao to take revenge. Their thinking was still relatively simple. In fact, if it was just Tian Chao, Jin Ming, Yang Qing, and Li Anil would not easily offend him. However, this matter involved He Sua and the flame deity, so the situation was very different. Suing looked at Ling Xiao and was clearly very happy. She absolutely hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Naturally, she was happy that Ling Xiao encountered a difficult task. Under the sympathetic and gloating gazes of the crowd, Ling Xiao slowly opened his mouth and said, "Senior brothers, unfortunately, I can't accept this job." "You can't accept it?" Jin Ming, Yang Qing, and Li Anil looked at each other. They were not angry, but happy. This was because refusing to accept the job could be seen as violating the Yuehua school's rules. Next, they could make Ling Xiao suffer within the scope of the rules. "Are you sure you don't want to accept it?" Li Anil asked with a smile as he walked towards Ling Xiao. "Yes, I'm sure." Ling Xiao nodded. "The rules of the sect. Those who do not accept the job will be severely punished." Li Anil sneered and suddenly sped up. The so-called heavy punishment didn't have a specific standard, so he could do whatever he wanted, as long as he didn't beat them to death or cripple them. When he was about 10 meters away from Ling Xiao, Li Anil suddenly jumped up. His movement technique was indeed very good, and his speed was also very fast. In the outer sect, in terms of movement techniques, he could definitely be ranked in the top 10. Jin Ming sat there without saying a word, a cold smile on his face. Yang Qing's face revealed a sinister expression. He Sua, who was further away, chuckled. Suing was so excited that she almost screamed. Li Anil was a half-step master. He was much stronger than Tian Chao. She believed that Ling Xiao would not be able to withstand Li Anil's attack. Quasi-gold grade martial technique? How dare you look down on me? Ling Xiao found that Li Anil only used a quasi-gold grade martial technique to deal with him. That was a gold grade beginner martial technique. He sneered. Since the Divine Hell King's fist had been upgraded to a rare gold grade martial technique, he could test its power on Li Anil. Divine Hell King's fist, kill. Ling Xiao didn't dodge or evade, only punching out. At that moment, red shadows appeared in Li Anil's eyes. It was as if countless ghosts were attacking him, and each of them had sharp claws and teeth. The terrifying murderous aura caused his body to suddenly stop in midair, as if he was frozen. "Get lost!" Ling Xiao roared. Li Anil's body was sent flying. Then, they saw Li Anil's pale face and trembling arms. "Ghost! Demon!" Li Anil shouted in horror. His strength was much stronger than Tian Chao's. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's strength had also increased a lot. In addition to today's battle, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. In the end, he was beaten to the point where he lost the ability to fight. Although the injury did not seem serious, the mental injury was more troublesome than the physical injury. Seeing this, Jin Ming and Yang Qing both widened their eyes in shock. They knew Li Anil's strength. It was impossible for the two of them to defeat Li Anil in one move. Ling Xiao's combat strength was indeed as terrifying as the rumors said. He Sua was so angry that he smashed the teapot. "Idiot, I told you that Ling Xiao's combat skills are terrifying. How dare you underestimate him?" In his opinion, if Li Anil had not underestimated the enemy, he would never have suffered such a crushing defeat. The fact was just as he thought. Unfortunately, there was no if. "Ling Xiao, do you want to rebel? You disobeyed the arrangement and injured senior brother. What are you trying to do?" Jin Ming said angrily. "Senior brother Jin, first of all, you have to understand that it's not that I disobeyed the arrangement. It's just that I've already been informed by the people in the medicinal hall to help them. It's this senior brotherly who suddenly attacked without asking clearly." Ling Xiao said neither humbly nor overbearingly, "He attacked rashly and was injured by me. It can only be said that he is not good enough." "Why are you blaming me?" "Medicine hall?" Yang Qing snorted. "So what if it's the medicine hall? Your work can only be arranged by us." "Haha, is that so? Why don't you talk to Elder Yang of the medicine hall about this? If he agrees, I will absolutely obey the arrangement and go to the mine. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. So what if I go? Wait, did you just say Elder Yang? Old Hall Master Yang? Yang Cheng's face suddenly changed. That's right. Yesterday, Senior Marshal Brother Wu was injured by some dog. I took him to the medicine hall to treat his injuries. Elder Yang mentioned this matter and asked me to inform the deacon today. Who knew that the deacon didn't come today? Ling Xiao said helplessly. Both Jin Ming and Yang Cheng's faces became very ugly. In the distance, He Suo was so angry that he smashed the stone table. Suing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She did not expect this result at all. What was this? Why could this Ling Xiao be treated so well by Old Hall? Master Yang, Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi looked at Ling Xiao with surprise. They were all members of the royal family and had no grudges with Ling Xiao. When they heard this, they knew that Ling Xiao must have something extraordinary. Otherwise, with Elder Yang's picky personality, it was absolutely impossible for him to personally ask Ling Xiao to work in the medicine hall. After all, the two of them used a lot of connections to get a better position. Haha, since Old Hall Master Yang asked for you, you can go to the medicine hall. Yang Qing smiled, but his smile was very ugly. Thank you, senior brother. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and turned to walk to his stone house. After the other new outer disciples had gone to report to their respective places, Yang Qing looked at Jin Ming and said, Senior brother Jin, this Ling Xiao is not simple. Can we afford to offend him? What are you afraid of? He is just the disciple of the old man Baiyun. We have the flame deity on our side. Why should we be afraid of him? At this time, Li Anil had already recovered from the frightening illusion. He gnashed his teeth in hatred towards Ling Xiao, so he absolutely would not agree to let Ling Xiao go. Anil is right. This Ling Xiao is too arrogant. We must destroy his arrogance. Jin Ming also nodded. If that's what senior brother Jin thinks, I have a good idea. Yang Qing suddenly smiled insidiously. What idea? Doesn't he live in the same stone house as Wu Xiang? As long as we ask Wu Xiang to put something in his water, no matter how powerful he is, he can only be trampled on. And Lu, you can take revenge however you want, as long as you don't kill or cripple him. Yang Qing sneered. Isn't it a bit too insidious? Jin Ming frowned and said, Is it necessary for us to deal with a new outer disciple? Senior brother Jin, a real man doesn't care about trifles. You have seen how arrogant and despotic this person is. As half-step masters and top 10 outer disciples, if we provoke him directly, we will be suspected of bullying the weak. But if we ask Wu Xiang to do it, no one will know. Yang Qing persuaded. Well, you are in charge of this matter. I want to go into secluded cultivation soon to see if I can break through to the transcendent realm. Jin Ming thought for a moment and said. Senior brother Jin is really diligent. I am afraid you will be the first to enter the inner sect. Don't forget us at that time. Li Anil smiled. Of course. After that, Jin Ming also left. That afternoon, in the Yuehua School's iron mine. I really can't promise you. Junior brother Ling is good to me. I can't do that kind of thing. Wu Xiang was called to a remote place by Yang Qing and Li Anil. Anyway, Li Anil was in charge of the iron mine. No one would say anything if he called someone. Bang! Li Anil kicked Wu Xiang's body and scolded, Trash, listen carefully. If you don't want to continue to be beaten in the future and don't want to continue to do such heavy work, do as we say. Yang Qing squatted down beside Wu Xiang with a smile and said, What are you afraid of? It's not poison. It's just temporarily making him lose his power. We won't kill him. As long as you put this bag of medicine into his water, I guarantee that no one in the outer sect will dare to bully you again. Wu Xiang could only grit his teeth and persevere. Shameless thing. Yang Cheng's storm-like attacks directly greeted Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang did not resist. He only protected his vital parts and curled up his body. In any case, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. He would just have to endure it for a while. However, things did not develop as he expected. This time, Yang Qing and Li Anil seemed to have gone crazy. Their punches and kicks were not light at all. Wu Xiang's face grew paler and paler. In the end, his hands gradually gave up resisting and his body stopped moving. Stop. Yangqing suddenly stopped and used his finger to check Wu Xiang's breath. He's not breathing. No way. Li Anil was also shocked. Yangqing used his true yuan to check Wu Xiang's condition. He's really dead. Senior brother Yang, what should we do? Although he's just an outer disciple, it's hard to explain his death, Li Anil said worriedly. Don't worry. No one will care if an outer disciple dies. Yangqing shook his head and said, in the eyes of ordinary people, the Yuehua school is like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Although it's true, outer disciples can't do it. Most of the time, they do odd jobs unless they enter the inner sect. I think senior brother He Sua also said that it's not a big deal if 1 or 2 outer disciples die. As long as there's someone in charge, the higher-ups will definitely not pursue it. Li Anil suddenly woke up and thought of He Sua's words. Yes, only by becoming an inner disciple like senior brother He Sua can you be considered a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Not only will you be protected by the sect, but you will also get more resources. Unlike now, ordinary outer disciples can only receive 10 low-grade spirit stones and 10 spirit pills a month. Yangqing nodded. In fact, compared to the outside world, such a salary was already a lot. Low-grade spirit stones were very precious. The key was that these 10 spirit pills were said to be more effective than the best spirit pills in the secular world. The Qianyuan bone-changing pill, which was regarded as a treasure by Master Bai Yun, was not ranked in the Yuehua school's spirit pills. In the dark night, Wu Xiang was thrown into the mountains by Yangqing and Li Anil. Why do I feel so uneasy? Ling Xiao was cultivating, but he couldn't calm down. As usual, Wu Xiang didn't come back. He couldn't help but look at the bed. I have to find a chance to transfer senior brother Wu back from the mine. This person is really good. He thought for a moment and walked out of the stone house. Originally, he wanted to look at the scenery, but after entering the soul imprint state, he unexpectedly saw a scene that made him angry. Yangqing and Li Anil threw Wu Xiang's body and kicked it a few times. Senior brother Yang, let's not use the drug. Just like how we dealt with Wu Xiang, let's get rid of Ling Xiao. Li Anil laughed. Let's not touch Ling Xiao for the time being. We have to figure out his relationship with old Hall Master Yang. That old man is a very protective person. If we kill Ling Xiao and provoke him to come out of seclusion, then this matter will be big. Yangqing shook his head and said. This kid is really lucky. He can actually get the attention of old Hall Master Yang. It really makes people jealous. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's go back quickly. Be careful not to be seen by others. Yangqing called Li Anil and the two quickly left in the direction of the iron mine. The place where the body was dumped was 5 or 6 miles away from the iron mine. Moreover, there were many wild beasts in the forest. There were also demon beasts and even fierce beasts. They believed that Wu Xiang's body would soon disappear. Bastard! Ling Xiao angrily cursed. He sped up and rushed to the place where Wu Xiang's body was dumped. No matter what, Wu Xiang was his junior brother. Moreover, Wu Xiang was really good to him. He couldn't just watch this person's body be left in the wilderness to be eaten by wild beasts. Ling Xiao, who used the cloud dragon divine travel to the extreme, was so fast that it was impossible to see him. If the outer sect disciples saw him at this time, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Senior brother Wu. Fortunately, his speed was fast enough. When he arrived, no wild beasts had approached Wu Xiang's body. His body is still warm. Ling Xiao touched Wu Xiang's body. Then he released his soul force into Wu Xiang's body. When Ling Xiao's soul force entered Wu Xiang's body, he suddenly discovered that there were 2 souls in the depths of Wu Xiang's brain. One of the weaker souls was Wu Xiang. The other one was filled with ruthless aura and was extremely powerful. It was actually Wu Xiang. However, this powerful soul had been sealed, as if it was imprisoned in a cage. The weaker soul, other than retaining some memories, was basically about to dissipate. Ling Xiao hurriedly wrapped her with his soul force. Kid, you can actually enter here. Are you from the soul race? Suddenly, the soul in the cage asked. Senior brother Wu, don't joke around. Of course I'm a human. It's just that my soul is stronger. Ling Xiao said. Do you have a way to open this seal? As long as you open the seal, I can come back to life. The soul said. Ling Xiao observed the situation of the seal. In fact, the seal had already loosened. Using his mountain river martial spirits analysis ability, he estimated that he would be able to open the seal in about half an hour. However, he was a little worried. The soul in the cage was too ruthless. There must be a reason why it was sealed. If something went wrong, then things might go out of control. I do have a way, but you have to tell me why you were sealed. Ling Xiao asked. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you believe that I won't kill you? Ruthless indeed. However, you're just a soul now. Can you kill me? Ling Xiao said with disdain. He suddenly thought of a sealing profound in the God Investiture catalog. It was called Forbidden Magic Seal. Strictly speaking, this was also a type of martial art. It belonged to the category of auxiliary martial arts. It could seal a martial artist's heart demon. I have a way. He studied the anti-devil seal and realized that he didn't need to release the ruthless soul completely. Instead, he could add another layer of the seal and slowly release the soul inside. This way, Wu Xiang wouldn't become so ruthless in an instant. Forbidden Magic Seal, seal. Ling Xiao released his soul and sent it into Wu Xiang's brain. Then, he used the anti-magic seal to reinforce the cage. However, he released a small group of souls, which merged with the weaker soul in his hand. Then, his soul left Wu Xiang's brain and returned to his own body. From the outside, it could be seen that Wu Xiang's body was emitting a blood-red light. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes. The moment Wu Xiang opened his eyes, his gaze became much colder than before. Thank you for saving me, junior brother Ling. Wu Xiang immediately knelt on the ground. Although his soul was very weak before, he still knew what Ling Xiao had done. He knew very well that it was Ling Xiao who had saved him. It's good that senior martial brother Wu is alive. What's going on? Are Yangqing and Lianl crazy? They actually want to kill you? And what's with the sealed soul in your body? Ling Xiao asked. We'll talk about it when we get back. The two of them returned to the stone house. Wu Xiang told Ling Xiao about how he was forced to drug Ling Xiao. After listening, Ling Xiao wanted to kill him. Since Yangqing and Lianl wanted to die, then he didn't need to be polite. Junior martial brother Ling, leave Lianl and Yangqing's lives to me. Wu Xiang said coldly, Junior martial brother Ling saw the sealed soul in my body, right? That's actually my original self. I won't say the details. What you did was right. My past was too violent and cruel. I can't completely release it. Otherwise, it won't be easy to deal with. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao thoughtfully nodded and said, all right, I'll leave the lives of those two to you. However, I have to vent my anger first. Otherwise, I'll feel suffocated. This time, you were almost beaten to death because of me. No, you were really dead. That's up to you. Now that my past soul has been released, my cultivation will increase very quickly. Or rather, it's just returning to my previous level. Killing those two people won't be a problem, but it will take some time. Wu Xiang nodded. Senior martial brother Wu, can I ask what realm you were in before? Ling Xiao suddenly asked curiously. The peak of the celestial being realm, the 10 directions heaven realm. Wu Xiang was silent for a while before he answered. Oh my god. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There were 10 realms in the celestial being realm, and the 10 directions heaven was the highest realm. It was probably the realm that only the strongest person in the Yuehua school could reach. It should be noted that there were no experts above the celestial being realm on the Tianlong continent. Don't tell anyone about this, okay? Wu Xiang said. Don't worry, senior martial brother Wu. I won't. Ling Xiao would never have thought that he would unintentionally save such a ferocious person. He believed that from today on, Wu Xiang's cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds, even faster than the top geniuses. Because he was just recovering, not cultivating. If he became his backer, he would be excited just thinking about it. However, what he needed to do now was to vent his anger and make trouble for Xianxia and Lianl. How to make trouble for them was a technical job. Ling Xiao, among the outer court disciples, the top 30 are all given special treatment. After the 30th place, no matter what your rank is, your monthly salary will be the same. But for the top 30, every time you rise by 1 rank, you will receive an increase in your salary of 1 mid-grade spirit stone and 1 elixir. So I suggest that instead of teaching Xianxia and Lianl a lesson in private, it's better to challenge them openly. Challenge them openly? Yes, go to the outer hall to find Elder Bai and submit the letter of challenge. Wu Xiang nodded. As long as Elder Bai agrees, they can't refuse. That's a good idea, but it's a little troublesome. Ling Xiao really wanted to make trouble for those two now. It's a little troublesome, but there are many benefits. The key is that it's justified, and they can't find any other reason to blame you. Wu Xiang laughed. Well, I'll listen to you, Senior Marshal Brother Wu. I'll go to Elder Bai tomorrow morning. The next morning, Ling Xiao really went to the outer hall and submitted a challenge application to Elder Bai. Wait a moment, I need to ask Lianl and Xianxia if there's anything important. This challenge was not something that could be casually decided. For example, Jin Ming was currently in closed-door training. If someone submitted a challenge application, the outer hall would definitely not approve it. A moment later, Xianxia and Lianl arrived at the outer hall. After Elder Bai roughly explained the matter, Lianl and Xianxia both happily agreed. Lianl was eager to regain his lost face. He always thought that he lost to Ling Xiao because he underestimated him. As for Xianxia, he could teach Ling Xiao a lesson without being blamed by old Hall Master Yang. Such a good opportunity, why would he refuse? Well, since both of you can accept the challenge, I'll approve this challenge application. Elder Bai waved his pen and settled it. Then he said, in principle, both sides of the challenge must give a certain reward. Generally, the reward is an item of equal value or something else. Elder Bai, I'll give 10 top-grade true elemental pills as the reward. Xianxia said. Top-grade true elemental pills were only the most common spirit pills in the Yuehua school, but they were much better than the high-grade true elemental pills in the secular world. Poor Ling Xiao, when he was in the secular world, obtaining a high-grade true elemental pill was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I'll use this precious artifact as the prize. Lianl's reward was a long spear, a treasure, which was even better than Ling Xiao's floating snow sword. Generally, only Transcendent Realm cultivators were qualified to use it. Lianl himself did not use the long spear, so he used it as the reward. Although Ling Xiao did not use the long spear, he could use it as a material to smelt a new sword. Xianxia's wager was 10 top-grade true elemental dawn. Lianl's wager was a treasure spear. It could be said that these two wagers were very heavy. Ling Xiao, if you can't take out any decent wager, then so be it. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and said, if you lose, you will be our servant. If we tell you to go east, you will go east. If we tell you to go west, you will go west. How about it? Ling Xiao smiled and said, hee, just based on the wager of the two of you, you are not worthy of me betting my own fate. Unless you can take out more than 10,000 top-grade true elemental dawn or a divine-grade artifact, I can consider it. He was not afraid of gambling, but in a gambling fight, the value of the wager had to be equivalent. If he used himself to gamble, it would be a bit degrading. If you don't dare to gamble, then don't dare to gamble. Saying so much nonsense, as if you can really take out any decent wager. Lianl coldly snorted. Ling Xiao only smiled and did not say anything. He directly waved his hand and a 1,000-year golden snow lotus appeared in his hand. I wonder if this thing is enough as a wager. 1,000-year golden snow lotus. Before Xianxia and Lianl could say anything, Elder Bai suddenly stood up and said in surprise, it's enough. It's definitely enough. This 1,000-year-old golden snow lotus is slightly more valuable than what the two of them have offered. Hearing Elder Bai's words, Xianxia and Lianl's faces became a bit ugly. They really did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually have such a treasure. Ling Xiao thought to himself, brother, I still have a lot of treasures. For such a long time, many medicinal herbs and monster beasts have been cultivated in the Mountain River world. It's just that there's not enough time and I'm too lazy to take them out. Whether it was medicinal herbs or monster beasts, the longer they were grown, the more valuable they were. This was a well-known fact in the profound world. 1,000-year golden snow lotus, that had only grown a year ago, was too rare. Now that Ling Xiao's Mountain River martial soul had risen to the 9th grade, he had obtained a new special ability, Mountain River Ruler. This ability was also the last special ability that the Mountain River martial spirit could give Ling Xiao. According to the description of the Mountain River diagram, although the Mountain River martial spirit would continue to level up in the future, it would only strengthen the existing 9 abilities and would not add any new ones. Ling Xiao took a closer look at the Mountain River Ruler ability. It meant that he could control everything in the world. However, his current ability level was relatively low. The effect he could achieve was to guide part of the natural energy between heaven and earth to cooperate with his own true essence to attack. In addition, it could absorb natural energy and promote the growth of plants and animals in the Mountain River world. This was even better than before. Any plant or animal that grew in the Mountain River world for a day was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. Take the gold snow lotus as an example. A gold snow lotus seedling only needed to grow for 100 days in the Mountain River world to become a 1,000-year snow lotus. Moreover, this promotion was only temporary. As Ling Xiao's strength increased and the level of his Mountain River martial soul increased, the promotion effect would be even better. That was not the best part. The best part was that the animals and plants in the Mountain River world would not age after reaching maturity. No matter how many years passed, it was the same. In other words, it was absolutely possible for Ling Xiao to cultivate a 10,000-year demonic beast. It was a pity that this ability could not be used on intelligent races for the time being, such as humans and the blue-eyed race. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would be able to achieve immortality to a certain extent. But even in this situation, being able to cultivate a 1,000-year snow lotus in 100 days was still Ling Xiao's absolute capital. Why did he agree to join the medicine hall and help Elder Yang, other than not being willing to offend Elder Yang? This was actually the key. Well, since you can take out this 1,000-year gold snow lotus, let's set a date for the challenge. Although they were unhappy in their hearts, Yangqing and Lianal also coveted the 1,000-year gold snow lotus very much. If they could win this thing and go to the medicine hall to ask the alchemist to help refine it into an elixir, it would be much better than a top-grade true elemental Dan. Therefore, they naturally agreed to this challenge. How about this? I have just joined the Yuehua school and still have some private matters to deal with, especially the medicine hall. Give me a day. How about we have a public challenge the day after tomorrow? Ling Xiao thought for a while and said. Why, you want to challenge 2 people at once? Elder Bai was stunned for a moment and asked. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. Elder Bai frowned, thinking that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. However, he did not have a close relationship with Ling Xiao, so he did not care. He said indifferently, in that case, let's challenge the day after tomorrow. I will send out the notice today. Agreed. Yangqing and Lianal also nodded. Since Ling Xiao did not know what was good for him and wanted to challenge 2 people at once, they would not care. Okay, the day after tomorrow morning, the challenge will be held at the Outer Court Challenge platform. If no one is there by noon, it will be regarded as a breach of contract, and the prize will be given to the other party. Elder Bai reminded. Yes. After discussing the challenge, the 3 of them returned to their own places. Not long after Ling Xiao returned, Elder Bai announced his public challenge to Lianal and Yangqing. In the square, the notice board was very clear in black and white. Ha ha ha, interesting. This Ling Xiao not only dares to challenge a half-step master, but he also dares to challenge 2 half-step masters at once. I have never seen such a crazy person. A lot of people gathered around the notice board. There were new outer court disciples, but more of them were old outer court disciples. No one believed that Ling Xiao could challenge 2 half-step masters at once. Many of the new outer court disciples were worried about Ling Xiao, thinking that Ling Xiao was too impulsive. Of course, there were also people who were gloating, such as Su Ying. As for the old outer court disciples, they were looking forward to seeing Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Second brother, this Ling Xiao is really overestimating himself. He was able to defeat Lianal that day purely because Lianal underestimated him. Yangqing is more than 10 times stronger than Lianal. How dare he challenge Yangqing? Is he crazy? Standing in front of the notice board, Xianxia said helplessly. This girl was kind by nature, and it was rare for her to be so kind even in the royal family. Therefore, she was more puzzled about Ling Xiao. Maybe he is really confident. Anyway, I think this Ling Xiao is quite capable. Zhao Ji smiled and said, and no matter whether he succeeds or not, he will be a reference for us. Sooner or later, we will challenge the top 30. It will be a waste not to take advantage of such benefits. Alas. Zhao Xi sighed and turned to leave. According to the rules, all outer court disciples could challenge the top 30, but they could only do so once a month. Once they failed, they could only challenge again after a year. Therefore, although Zhao Ji had been itching for a fight, he had not done so because he was not fully confident. For Zhao Ji and Su Ying, Ling Zhao's stupid move was a great help. They could use this opportunity to see how strong the top 30 outer disciples were. In fact, in the Yuehua school, the top 30 outer disciples were also called quasi-inner disciples. This was not an official title, but everyone called them that. After all, the top 30 were all half-step masters, and they received more resources than those below 30. They also had more opportunities to receive guidance from the outer sect elders. Naturally, their chances of promotion were greatly increased. It was not an exaggeration to call them quasi-inner disciples. In the outer sect, everyone wanted to become a quasi-inner disciple. Zhao Ji, Su Ying, and Zhao Xi were no exception. Ling Xiao did not care about the outside world's comments. The reason why he chose Lianal and Yangqing was not entirely for revenge. In fact, he also wanted to use them as a reference. Especially Yangqing, who was ranked in the top 10. If he fought with him, he could roughly judge the strength of the top 10 outer disciples. After that, he would have more confidence to challenge stronger disciples. Although he had advanced to the early stage of the 9th stage of the martial vein, he did not plan to use his cultivation this time. He planned to challenge with the peak of the 8th stage of the martial vein. The greater the pressure, the greater the improvement. This was Ling Zhao's experience. Junior brother Ling, I will be leaving for a period of time. It just so happens that Yangqing and Lianal think that I am dead. I can use this opportunity to go into seclusion and cultivate. I cannot accept your challenge. Wu Xiang had already thought about it. Since the seal had been opened, there was no need to continue hiding. He used to think that by being a good person, he would be safe. That was why he asked an expert to seal his essence soul. But now, it seemed that the world was not as beautiful as he had imagined. Therefore, he did not care anymore. Even if he became bloodthirsty, it did not matter. He believed that no matter what, he would not hurt Ling Xiao. Even if he used to be bloodthirsty, he would not hurt his friends or family. But is it okay to not show up for a long time? Ling Xiao asked. Outer sect disciples aren't that precious. Look, Cold Plum disappeared for a few days. Did anyone care? Wu Xiang sighed and said, as long as an outer sect disciple doesn't disappear for more than 10 years, no one will care. Even if you disappear for more than 10 years, your name will be cancelled. Of course, during the time you disappear, your salary will be stopped. So that's how it is. Looks like old man Baiyun was right. Outer sect disciples in Yuehua school are just a bunch of stinky B** cheese. No one will care about them. Ling Xiao sighed. That day, Wu Xiang left the Yuehua school. He must have gone somewhere to cultivate. Ling Xiao did not have to worry about him. He tidied up a little and left the stone house to report to the medicine hall. Disciples like him, who had been personally requested by the medicine hall master to work in the medicine hall, would live in the medicine hall. After all, the medicine hall also had its own house, which was much better than the stone house where the outer disciples lived. Zhao Ji, Zhao Xi, and Su Ying also had the same privilege. Dai Yuling probably had the same privilege. The other disciples were not so lucky. Hall Master Yang really valued Ling Xiao very much. When he went to the medicine hall, Hall Master Yang smiled and handed over the matters at hand to his subordinates. Then, he took him to visit the various branches of the medicine hall. The Yuehua School's medicine hall included the Medicine Mountain, the Beast Mountain, the alchemy room, the medicine hall, and so on. Anyway, there were more than 10 branches, which really opened Ling Xiao's eyes. Along the way, Hall Master Yang did not stop talking about the benefits of being an alchemist to Ling Xiao. He said that he would be respected by countless people, become the hope of the sect's future, and have a meteoric rise. Ling Xiao only responded vaguely. In his heart, no matter how good an alchemist was, he was at most a service staff. If he learned alchemy, it would be used as a support to improve his own cultivation. It would not be his main profession. As long as it did not affect his cultivation, there was nothing wrong with becoming an alchemist. Greetings, Hall Master Yang. Greetings, Elder Yang. Greetings, Elder Yang. Along the way, there were always people who came to greet Hall Master Yang. These people were respectful to Hall Master Yang on the surface, but it was unknown what they were thinking. Perhaps some people respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Some people just did not want to offend Hall Master Yang, so that no one would take care of them when they were sick or injured. There were also some people who just wanted to get the pills refined by Hall Master Yang, so they were respectful on the surface. As for what they were thinking in their hearts, who knew? Hall Master Yang did not seem to care much about these people's attitudes. He was used to these people's flattery and knew what they were thinking, so he just smiled. The puppy next to him was lying on his shoulder, still dozing off. He did not know why this little guy was so sleepy. It was as if it could never sleep enough. Of course, many people also noticed Ling Xiao. Isn't that the new disciple who publicly challenged Yangqing and Lianao? Why is he walking with Hall Master Yang? They seem to be quite familiar with each other. The people who said this were naturally outer disciples. These outer disciples were already satisfied to be able to get a job in the medicinal hall, even if it was just a hard job. This was because the air in the medicinal hall was full of spirit energy. If they worked for a long time, their cultivation would improve faster. What they did not understand was how a new disciple could come to the medicinal hall and was personally greeted by Hall Master Yang. Could that kid be Hall Master Yang's relative in the secular world? Forget it, I've never heard of Hall Master Yang having relatives in the secular world. Do you know how old he is? Even if he has relatives, he probably doesn't know them. Is that the new disciple of Hall Master Yang? No way, Hall Master Yang is very strict when it comes to accepting disciples. How can a new outer disciple like him be accepted? You know, even many geniuses in the inner sect who wanted to be his disciple were rejected. Then what do you think is going on? The discussion behind him was very soft, but everyone's envious and jealous gazes were real. Ling Xiao was actually able to receive such high regard from old Master Yang of the medicine hall. Even if he wasn't a disciple, his position definitely wasn't low. Over there is the Herb Mountain. This mountain is full of spirit energy and is most suitable for the growth of all kinds of medicinal materials. Before long, Hall Master Yang brought Ling Xiao to the Herb Mountain. Ling Xiao looked at the mountain range with more than a dozen rolling hills and thought of Dai Yuling. These days, he had been busy with his own affairs and did not come to the Herb Mountain to see Dai Yuling. After all, she was his senior sister who had been with him since they were in the latent dragon camp. Ling Xiao. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a voice. Ling Xiao could tell that it was definitely Dai Yuling's voice. At this time, Dai Yuling was learning how to use martial spirits to cultivate herbs from a beautiful senior sister. Today, Ling Xiao found out that Dai Yuling's martial spirit was actually a spiritual herb. He couldn't tell the specific name. However, what surprised him was that the spiritual herb that was originally a broken martial spirit had now become a complete martial spirit. Although it was still transparent, it made Dai Yuling's strength much stronger than before. Dai Yuling. Ling Xiao and Dai Yuling were used to calling each other by their names, so they didn't feel anything wrong. On the contrary, the beautiful senior sister beside her frowned slightly. Old Hall Master Yang, is this the genius you were talking about? Lan Yuer, don't look down on him. This child's perception is high. I'm afraid it's even better than yours. Lan Yuer's age was estimated to be 16 or 17 years old. She might not be much older than Ling Xiao, but her cultivation was frighteningly high. Ling Xiao couldn't tell what realm she was in, but he estimated that it wouldn't be lower than He Sua. Is that so? Lan Yuer glanced at Ling Xiao. There was no color in her cold eyes. There was no contempt, but there was no surprise. It was as if she didn't care at all. Ling Xiao had seen this kind of gaze before. It was absolute confidence and strength. It was as if she didn't put anyone in her eyes. It wasn't targeted at Ling Xiao. However, she ignored Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to her. It was true that she was a beauty, but Ling Xiao really didn't want to make friends with a block of ice. How unpleasant would that be? Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to have a talent in medicine. I really didn't see it before. Dai Yuling said in surprise. You two know each other? Old Hall Master Yang glanced at Ling Xiao and asked. She and I are both martial artists from Baiyun province. We used to be fellow disciples. Ling Xiao explained. Hall Master Yang, this junior brother of mine is too powerful. When he first came to the latent dragon camp, his cultivation was much lower than mine. But now, his cultivation has surpassed mine. I have to say that he is the most perceptive martial artist I have ever seen. You have a good eye. Dai Yuling seemed to know Old Hall Master Yang, so she spoke casually. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't know that Dai Yuling was also requested by Old Hall Master Yang and senior martial sister Lan Yuer. Naturally, they already knew each other. Yu Ling, there's no need to feel inferior. Learn well under me. With your cultivation, you can only surpass him. Lan Yuer suddenly said. This woman was indeed arrogant. She could not tolerate others surpassing her, and she actually could not tolerate others surpassing her disciple. Lan Yuer's status in Yuehua school was definitely not low. She was only 16 or 17 years old, yet she was already qualified to accept disciples. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is your senior martial sister Lan Yuer. She's amazing. She's only 16 years old, but she's already a transcendent 9th layer cultivator. She's also very talented in medicine, so she's now one of the vice hall masters of the medicine hall. Old Hall Master Yang smiled and introduced Ling Xiao to him. Heavens, did this girl start cultivating when she was in her mother's womb? 9th layer transcendent realm cultivation. She's not much worse than Old Hall Master Yang. She's probably one of the best among the inner disciples. Although this woman is arrogant, she has a reason to be. He raised his head and looked at Lan Yuer again with a hint of admiration. He would not lower his head for beauty, but he would never be stingy with his admiration for those who were truly capable. Senior martial sister Lan is a true genius. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Ling Xiao cupped his fists and said. It's good that you know. Lan Yuer said lightly before asking, Old Hall Master Yang has always praised your perception in front of me, and even Yu Ling always praises you, but alchemy is a profound subject. It's not something you can learn just by studying it. If you're only interested in it, I advise you to give up on it as soon as possible. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Senior martial sister doesn't need to worry about that. Although I, Ling Xiao, have never come into contact with alchemy, and I don't understand anything about medicine, I'm still confident that nothing can stop me. He wasn't bragging. With his mountain and river martial spirit, nothing could stop him. As long as he was willing to learn, his attainments wouldn't be worse than anyone present. It was only a matter of time. Lan Yuer frowned. She didn't like Ling Xiao's tone, as if alchemy were easy. If it was so easy, there wouldn't be only a few alchemists in the world. Old Hall Master Yang, why do I feel that your apprentice is a little impetuous? He doesn't know anything about medicine, but he dares to boast so shamelessly. Are you really going to accept him as your apprentice? Lan Yuer looked at Old Hall Master Yang and asked. Not yet. Old Hall Master Yang replied. That's good. Old Hall Master Yang, you're quite cautious. Lan Yuer nodded and felt that it was normal. Little Lan, you misunderstood. I'm not being cautious. It's just that this kid refuses to acknowledge me as his master. I have no choice but to accept him as my apprentice for the time being. Old Hall Master Yang sighed and said, to be honest, I'm not qualified to be his master. What? Lan Yuer had always been very calm, but now she was obviously very surprised. Who was Old Hall Master Yang? He was the most outstanding apothecary in the Yuehua sect. If he was not qualified to teach Ling Xiao alchemy and medicine refinement, who else was qualified to do so? Old Hall Master Yang, your joke is a bit too much. This Ling Zhao's potential isn't as good as several of his peers, and his strength isn't strong either. What qualifications does he have to refuse to be your apprentice? What is he relying on? Lan Yuer couldn't help but raise her voice. Hee, little Lan, you're really not convinced. I've seen countless geniuses. In terms of cultivation, they might be much stronger than this kid. But in terms of perception, if he says he's second, no one would dare to say they're first. Even I wouldn't dare to say so. Such a good seedling, I don't want to scare him away. It's fine if he doesn't want to acknowledge me as his master. I'm willing to accept it. Old Hall Master Yang laughed. Lan Yuer was dumbfounded. Anyway, with her eyesight and experience, she couldn't see what was so special about Ling Xiao. But this was normal. Although she was powerful, she was only 16 years old. Compared to Old Hall Master Yang, her experience were far behind. Could it be that this kid really had something special? Thinking of this, Lan Yuer was a little more interested in Ling Xiao. Of course, it was just a little bit of interest. Whether this person was worthy of her attention or not depended on his performance in the future. Little Lan, I brought Ling Xiao here today to let him familiarize himself with the environment. On the other hand, I'll have to trouble you to give him some pointers. You know that I'm too busy. I don't have time to teach him the basics. Old Hall Master Yang said with a smile. Ling Xiao doesn't understand pharmacology at all. I think you should start from the most basic pharmacology, fire control technique, basic alchemy technique, and basic alchemy technique. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Novel, Lan Yuer didn't refuse the request of Old Hall Master Yang, but she also put forward some suggestions. It was because Old Hall Master Yang was kind to her, and she also needed a male disciple to handle some physical work. Of course, more importantly, Lan Yuer had a little interest in Ling Xiao. She really wanted to see what kind of skills this genius, who was praised by Old Hall Master Yang like a flower, had. Well, Ling Xiao, you will learn from Lan Yuer for the time being. When the foundation is almost there, I will teach you more advanced alchemy and alchemy techniques. After saying that, Old Hall Master Yang turned around and left. He really didn't worry about Lan Yuer. That's great, Ling Xiao. We can cultivate together again in the future. Dai Yuling said heartlessly. What are you happy about? Have you understood everything I taught you? Lan Yuer looked at Dai Yuling and said. Dai Yuling stuck out her tongue and hurriedly turned around to get busy. You come with me. After that, Lan Yuer took Ling Xiao to the medicine hall's library. There were no martial arts secret books here, but there were a lot of alchemy and alchemy books. Good heavens, along the way, Lan Yuer's chance of attracting attention was 100%, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman. As long as Lan Yuer walked past, there would be people turning their heads. Some were appreciative, but most of them were infatuated. But when they saw Ling Xiao, their eyes became sharp, as if Ling Xiao had offended them. Who is that kid? Why is he with senior sister Lan Yuer? I haven't seen him before. He should be a new outer disciple. It turns out that senior sister Lan Yuer likes little fresh meat. Hey, aren't we a little old? Good cabbages have been eaten by pigs. Hearing such discussions, Ling Xiao could only sigh. This was simply an unexpected disaster. You guys really like this popsicle? When they arrived at the medicinal hall's library, Lan Yuer picked a few books from the bookshelf. In addition to the one she had introduced before, there was also a book called Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and a book called Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts. Don't underestimate this Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts. These are the basics of alchemy and medicine refining. The Compendium of Spiritual Herbs records the medicinal properties, growth characteristics, and how to identify the various spiritual herbs that have been discovered so far. Lan Yuer handed the book to Ling Xiao and introduced it to him. The other book, Illustrated Handbook of Spirit Beasts, has detailed information about various spirit beasts that can be used as medicine and the parts that can be used as medicine, including their medicinal properties and so on. Got it. Ling Xiao nodded. Not only do I have to know, but I also have to try my best to remember everything in these two books. Lan Yuer emphasized. There were other disciples who were also choosing books nearby. Most of them were from the inner sect. When they heard this, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did you see that? Junior Sister Lan is messing with people again. Yeah, even if you want to memorize just one of the two books, you won't be able to do it without more than 10 years. Moreover, you have to have a very good memory, not to mention 2 books. Yeah, I heard that Junior Sister Lan seems to have only memorized 70% of the contents. The rest is just familiar. Sigh, that unlucky kid, how did he offend Junior Sister Lan? He's really unlucky. Ling Xiao had heard these discussions, but he didn't say anything. He just laughed in his heart. Lan Yuer should want me to back off. Of course, she also wanted to test me. Don't worry, Senior Sister Lan, I will definitely give you a surprise. He smiled and didn't leave. He found a seat and sat down. Then, he quickly began to read the books that Lan Yuer brought. Basic Pharmacology, Fire Control Technique, Basic Alchemy Technique, Basic Medicine Refining Technique. In a moment, he had already copied the contents of these 4 books. Of course, copying was just the beginning. The contents of the books that were copied into the Mountain River Martial Soul would be integrated into his soul. This was more reliable than memorizing the contents. Except for the Fire Control Technique, the other 3 books were very easy to understand. In the state of soul imprint, he had already understood them in less than a quarter of an hour. The Fire Control Technique was a little more difficult. It talked about how to control the fire in the process of alchemy and medicine refining. The content was very complicated and detailed. Every medicinal herb required exquisite control of the type and size of the flame. If he wanted to fully master it, he really had to memorize the contents of the Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and the Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts. This way, he could control the flame according to the special characteristics of the medicinal herbs. Otherwise, it would be easy to make mistakes. Outer disciples weren't qualified to read these 2 books. However, since Ling Xiao was Old Hall Master Yang's man and was brought here by Lan Yuer, the person in charge of the library didn't dare to stop him. The 2 books had a lot of pictures and very complicated text information. It even involved a lot of arithmetic problems. To be honest, when Ling Xiao opened these 2 books, he knew that what the inner disciples said was true. These 2 books looked thin, but in fact, they used a special sealing method. If they were processed according to the method of ordinary books, the contents inside would be more than a 100 square meter house. Seeing Ling Xiao's stunned expression, Lan Yuer's mouth slipped into a smug smile. However, the next moment, she was dumbfounded. The inner disciples who sang the sad music for Ling Xiao were also dumbfounded. Ling Xiao wasn't reading the books. He was just looking at the flowers on horseback. He just casually flipped through them and stopped. Junior brother Ling, it doesn't matter if you can't remember them. I didn't ask you to remember them now. As long as you can remember them all in 10 years, it will be good enough. Lan Yuer said coldly. Ling Xiao smiled and simply closed the books. Then, he returned all the books. That kid is smart. He knows that he can't do it, so he admits defeat. Otherwise, he will suffer later. This is called having self-awareness. Yes, there is really no need to compare himself with a genius like Junior Sister Lan. Otherwise, he will die of anger. When the inner sect disciples saw that Ling Xiao had returned the book, they all praised him greatly. They felt that Ling Xiao's action was a smart one. However, Ling Xiao didn't have time to listen to their praise. In his mind, Ling Xiao was repeatedly recalling the contents of the 2 books. It was too surprising. No wonder the outer disciples weren't allowed to read these 2 books. It was estimated that a lot of people worked hard to compile these 2 books. Many medicinal herbs and spirit beasts were recorded in them. In fact, they were very common things, but if you didn't understand them, you would think that they were rubbish. In these 2 books, in addition to most of the common herbs and spirit beasts, there were many mystical items that Ling Xiao had never seen or even heard of before. For example, Master Baiyun once said that a person's potential was not static. It could be improved through external objects, such as some spiritual herbs, but these spiritual herbs were very difficult to obtain. In this book, there was a spiritual herb called treasure fruit. Its name was ordinary, but this fruit could slowly improve a martial artist's potential all the way to a divine treasure body. In addition, there were also strange spiritual herbs, spiritual items, and spirit beasts. For example, there was a spiritual herb called phoenix grass. After a martial artist consumed it, he could obtain a chance to be reborn from the ashes. Then there was the blood of a certain primordial beast. After consuming or absorbing it, the blood in the body could undergo some special changes and obtain the terrifying power of the primordial beast. This made Ling Xiao think of the golden dragon bloodline in his body. He had always guessed that this thing should be the blood of some primordial divine dragon, but it had never been confirmed. But today, he finally got confirmation from the illustrated handbook of spiritual beasts. The worries in his heart were gone. Not only that, but there were also some herbs that could help awaken the golden dragon bloodline, which would be of great help to Ling Xiao. In addition to herbs and spirit beasts, there were some spiritual items, such as the preserved blood of primordial martial artists and items that contained the remnant souls of primordial martial artists. Using these items to refine pills, after consuming them, there was a possibility of obtaining the martial soul of a primordial martial artist or magical powers. For example, martial souls such as Moonlight Pagoda, Blood Dissipating Sword, Golden Buddha, Book of the Chaos, and so on. There were also magical powers such as 3 heads 6 arms, Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, Heavenly Dipper Earthly Fiend Transformation, and so on. Ling Xiao had never thought that a martial artist could become so powerful and have the power to fight against heaven and earth. This was too shocking. These 2 books had opened up a whole new world for him, making him completely determined to learn from old Hall Master Yang. Previously, he still had the idea of mingling around, only feeling that the work here was easier and that no one would suppress him. But now, his mentality had completely changed. Concocting pills and practicing martial arts had to go hand in hand. There was no distinction between the two. In any case, he was talented enough, had a strong comprehension ability, and also had the shadow cultivation secret technique. Many things could be handled separately. Speaking of the shadow cultivator secret technique, it could no longer keep up with his cultivation. After all, the shadow cultivation secret technique was only a quasi-gold grade auxiliary martial art. At most, it could help him reach the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. Once he reached the transcendent realm, he would need a better auxiliary martial art. Senior Sister Lan, thank you so much for today. If you hadn't let me read these 2 books, I really wouldn't have known that the profound world was so wonderful. There are so many things to look forward to. Ling Xiao was truly grateful. Although he knew that Lan Yu'er was deliberately making things difficult for him, he did gain some benefits from it. Moreover, it wasn't just a little benefit. Therefore, there was no need to hold a grudge. You finished reading the contents? Lan Yu'er was somewhat surprised. She didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to memorize the contents of the 2 books. However, with his speed, it was impossible for him to finish reading them. I'm done. Ling Xiao nodded. Lan Yu'er's eyes flashed with a touch of disgust. She hated dishonest people, but she didn't say anything. In any case, Ling Xiao wasn't her disciple. If he liked to lie and brag, then she would let him be. Ling Xiao saw the disgust in Lan Yu'er's eyes, but he didn't explain. After all, he didn't have any improper thoughts about Lan Yu'er. Moreover, he wasn't her disciple. He didn't care what Lan Yu'er thought of him. In the following days, Ling Xiao didn't stay in the medicine hall's library. Instead, he went to Herb Mountain and Beast Mountain. From noon to the next day, he spent almost all of his time in Herb Mountain and Beast Mountain. The first half of his time was in Herb Mountain, and the second half was in Beast Mountain. After all, the knowledge in the books was just pictures. How could it be as wonderful as the real world? He compared the information in his memory with the herbs in the real world. This way, he could understand more clearly. It had to be said that the accuracy of these 2 books was very high, but there were still some omissions. Of course, this might not be an oversight. It was just that the ability of an alchemist was limited and couldn't find it. However, Ling Xiao's special ability, analysis and practice, which he obtained from the mountain and river martial spirit, could completely find these omissions and find a way to deal with them. He believed that if he were to refine pills, the pills he refined would be more perfect than those at the same level. With an understanding of herbs and spirit beasts, it would be very easy to learn the fire control technique. As for basic pharmacology, basic alchemy technique, they weren't worth mentioning. Of course, he still needed to ask Lan Yuer about some things. He didn't care whether Lan Yuer gave him a good look or not. If he learned something, it would be his. At first, Lan Yuer just casually responded. But later, she took the initiative to look for Ling Xiao to discuss. This was because she was astonished to discover that Ling Xiao's understanding of medicinal herbs and spirit beasts was actually more thorough than hers in certain areas. His understanding was also more comprehensive. This discovery made her proud heart completely relieved. People who knew Lan Yuer would know that although this girl was indeed very arrogant, she had always been a little crazy about learning. This was somewhat similar to Ling Xiao. That night, Ling Xiao didn't sleep at all. He wanted to seize the time to consolidate all the things he learned. Learning didn't mean that he would always know. He needed to consolidate it and thoroughly understand it. Otherwise, a smattering of knowledge would kill him. The next morning, he stood up and rubbed his legs. Today was the day of the open competition with Yangqing and Lianel. He worked too hard last night and almost forgot about it. Originally, before the competition, he should have a good rest. But now, he was busy the whole night. Because Old Hall Master Yang wasn't here, Ling Xiao went to Lan Yuer to ask for leave. This senior sister was impartial. If he left without asking for leave, who knew what kind of rotten fruit he would eat when he came back? You're not allowed to go. Lan Yuer decisively refused Ling Xiao's request. Why? Ling Xiao asked with a puzzled expression. First of all, you haven't finished what Old Hall Master Yang asked you to do. Secondly, as your senior sister, I really don't think you can challenge those two people. Lan Yuer's answer was also very concise. Ling Xiao smiled and said, First of all, I have done what Old Hall Master Yang asked me to do. Secondly, I don't care about those two people at all. The reason why I challenged them is to get more resources. In addition, it's also to deter others so that they won't always come to trouble me. Lan Yuer was still as cold as ice. She said coldly, I don't know your strength, but you said you did what Old Hall Master Yang asked you to do. That's pure nonsense. Don't think you can get carried away just because you found something that even I don't know. Your foundation is still far from enough. Hee, senior sister, there's no point in saying that. How about this? You can test me. If I can really complete the mission, you have to let me go. Otherwise, I can't afford to lose face. Moreover, my prize is 1,000-year golden snow lotus. It would be a pity to just give it away for free. Ling Xiao said with a smile. After getting along with her for less than 2 days, Ling Xiao had basically figured out Lan Yuer's temper. She was really cold on the outside but warm on the inside. So, it was nothing to joke with her. 1,000-year-old golden snow lotus. You're really generous. Lan Yuer looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of disappointment. After a moment of silence, he said, All right, since you're so confident, then I'll test you. If you pass my test, not to mention challenging an outer court disciple, even if you challenge an inner court disciple, I won't care. I really don't dare to challenge the inner disciples. Senior Lan, you can't give me a test other than those books. Then, I'll just admit defeat. Ling Xiao said. Don't worry. It's all the content in those books. Lan Yuer looked at Dai Yuling and said, Dai Yuling can be a witness. I naturally believe in you. You can give me a test. Ling Xiao looked at the sky outside. It was still early. As long as he went there before noon, he wouldn't automatically admit defeat. In fact, even if there was no witness, Lan Yuer wouldn't give him a test other than those books. Most pharmacists had to study hard for 3 to 5 years before they could get a basic understanding of those books. It would take at least 10 years or even dozens of years to fully comprehend them. This was just a small achievement. She, Lan Yuer, was naturally intelligent and had a strong perception. Whether it was martial arts or alchemy, she was a real genius. However, it took her several years to get to the small achievement. It took her nearly 10 years to get to her current level. One had to know that she had been learning alchemy since she was 9 years old. This Ling Xiao obviously had good eyesight and good perception, but his mentality was extremely impetuous. This time, he had to teach him a lesson so that he wouldn't dare to be so cocky in the future. He would study hard and maybe he could really become the good alchemist that old Hall Master Yang was looking forward to. In short, she didn't believe that Ling Xiao had learned those books. It had only been less than 2 days, and it was already good enough that he could finish reading them. Learn, was he still human? The first question is also the most basic question. What is a medicinal pill? Lan Yuer asked. This question was indeed the most basic and simple one. However, laymen might not be able to answer it. Tracing back to the origin and development of alchemy and pills. Pills originated from the immemorial martial artists' alchemy techniques, and it was also the continuation and development of the immemorial alchemy techniques. Alchemy and pills were an inseparable whole. Without the ancient human race martial artists, it would be impossible for there to be today's pill culture. Pills were created by the immemorial martial artists' alchemists. In the immemorial era, pills had 2 meanings. One was an immortal pill, and the other was an ordinary medicine. The pills refined by the immemorial alchemists were called external pills. It referred to using a furnace to refine gold and stone into medicinal bait to create an immortal golden pill. Alchemy techniques had an early origin on the heavenly dragon continent, about 100,000 years ago. At that time, alchemist Li Xiaojun used pill sand into gold as a food container to refine golden pills. 50,000 years ago, alchemist Wei Boyang wrote the Yin-Yang Deed of Thorough Comprehension, which used yin and yang to describe golden pills. It was known as the Eternal Alchemy Canon. 1,000 years ago, the alchemist Emperor Gu had summarized the external elixirs that had been circulating at that time. He had written a book called the Immemorial Alchemy Canon. He had divided the external elixirs into 3 categories: divine elixirs, golden elixirs, and golden elixirs. He had also called the golden elixirs as medicine. The longer it was burned, the more wonderful the changes would be. Ling Xiao talked eloquently from the first appearance of alchemy 100,000 years ago to the modern era. Not only did he clearly answer Lan Yuer's questions, but he also talked about it in more detail. Even Lan Yuer didn't pay much attention to some of the secrets he talked about. Okay, you passed the first question, but this question is relatively simple. The second question is not easy to answer. Although Lan Yuer was surprised, she was very calm on the surface. Wait a minute, senior sister. You have to ask a few questions. You have to make it clear first. Otherwise, it will be meaningless after the challenge time. Ling Xiao said. Don't worry, there are only 4 questions. Okay, you ask. The second question: explain the relationship between fire control technique and medicinal herbs. This question seemed simple, but it was actually very complicated. Many alchemists didn't completely understand it until they died. The reason why there were failures in alchemy was because they didn't grasp it well. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. He smiled and said, fire control technique is about the control of the fire and the use of the flame. The control of the fire is easy to understand. There are big, small, medium, slow, and so on. The nature of the elixir is different, so the flame requirements are different. In the process of alchemy, the flame needs to be adjusted in time. In addition, the flame is divided into ordinary fire, civil and martial fire, true samadhi fire. Ling Zhao's answer was not only detailed, but also just right. Even if Lan Yuer wanted to find some trouble, she couldn't find any. The third question involves practical application, but it's still the most basic application. Listen carefully, I'll add an ordinary golden snow lotus and various auxiliary medicinal herbs. What's the best alchemy formula? How do you operate it? When it came to this question, it basically involved the profession of alchemists. Dai Yuling was obviously nervous on the side. Conceptual questions, if one had a good memory, they could still remember them. But when it came to professional questions, they needed to understand them. It was definitely not something that could be solved with a good memory. Outside the door, Hall Master Yang had come back. He stood there and listened to the conversation in the room. While stroking his beard, a dignified expression appeared on his face. He was very satisfied with Ling Zhao's answers to the first 2 questions. But for this question, he always felt that Lan Yu'er was a little too hasty. Even if Ling Zhao's comprehension was good, it was impossible for him to answer such a professional question. What's wrong? Are you worried? The puppy on his shoulder transmitted a message to Hall Master Yang. I'm a little worried. This boy is indeed a genius, but it hasn't been 2 days. He's just self-taught. No one taught him alchemy skills. How can he know these? Hall Master Yang transmitted a message with a wry smile. In the room, Dai Yuling also reminded Lan Yu'er, Master, isn't it a little too much? What's too much? He's so smart. How can he not answer? In fact, Lan Yu'er was a little excited. She found that Ling Zhao's comprehension was much better than hers. For a moment, she felt a little unbalanced. She wanted to see how strong Ling Zhao could be. Of course, my first choice is the Golden Snow Lotus Spirit Dispersing Pill. Ling Zhao answered calmly. In fact, this question was really nothing to him. The reason why I chose the Golden Snow Lotus Energy Dispersing Pill is that the Golden Snow Lotus contains a special ingredient called Snow Lotus Essence. It can dissolve the discomfort caused by the expansion of the true essence. In this answer, Ling Zhao not only explained why he chose to make the Golden Snow Lotus Energy Dispersing Pill, but also quoted many classic quotations and practical cases from the books he had read. Novel, law, in the whole process of answering, he said more than 1,000 words. His profound understanding of the basic books and his thorough understanding of pharmacology and medicinal herbs were simply amazing. Outside the door, Hall Master Yang was surprised and surprised. He even suspected that Ling Zhao had read those books before. But it was impossible. The Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and the Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts were definitely not something that people in the secular world could read. And even if he had read them before, Ling Zhao was only 14 years old. Could it be that he began to learn these things when he was in his mother's womb? Obviously, that was impossible. So, there was only one conclusion, that this boy was too abnormal. Lan Yu'er's face was full of surprise. At this time, she couldn't understand this boy who was younger than her at all. From the beginning of the conversation, she knew that Ling Zhao was really a layman in alchemy. But now, Ling Zhao's performance was like an old pharmacist who had studied alchemy for many years. This was too incredible. Have you really never learned alchemy before? Lan Yu'er couldn't help but ask. No. Ling Zhao shook his head. His eyes were very clear. He didn't need to lie at all. Dai Yuling, who was next to him, was surprised. She knew that Ling Zhao definitely didn't know about pharmacology when he was in the latent dragon camp. Otherwise, Ling Zhao could cure the injury of cold plum. But now, Ling Zhao felt that his foundation was stronger than hers. He was really a genius in alchemy. After all, even Lan Yu'er couldn't figure out some of the things that Ling Zhao said, let alone her. Alright, last question. Lan Yu'er took a deep breath and decided to increase the difficulty of the problem. Senior sister, please speak. Now, here are the materials for alchemy. Ordinary gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill can be refined with these materials. Go ahead and refine an ordinary gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill. Creak, the door was pushed open and old Hall Master Yang walked in with a smile. Little Lan, don't make things difficult for him. In less than 2 days, it's already good that he can understand the method of alchemy, but this is completely different from actual practice. Even for you, it took you a month to successfully refine an ordinary spirit pill. Lan Yu'er also knew that her question was too difficult for Ling Zhao. This was a very complicated and comprehensive practical question. Not only do you have to understand pharmacology, medicinal herbs, fire control, basic alchemy, and so on, but you also have to understand the various tools and processes of alchemy. If there was even the slightest mistake in the process, it would be impossible to successfully refine the pill. She asked this question because she wanted to know where Ling Zhao's bottom line was. She really didn't mean to make things difficult for him. However, after being reminded by old Hall Master Yang, she suddenly woke up. In other people's eyes, she was really deliberately making things difficult for him. To be honest, Lan Yu'er didn't want to offend such a genius. She wanted to use old Hall Master Yang's words as a way to step down. So she said, "You're right. Although the practical process is described in those books, you haven't actually learned it, and I haven't taught you. It's beyond the scope. Senior Sister Lan, you don't have to change the question. Anyway, refining an ordinary gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill won't take a long time. Let me try. Although Ling Xiao hadn't practiced it in reality, his martial soul avatar had tried it many times in the mountain river world. He confirmed that he had no problem. What? Are you sure you want to do this? Old Hall Master Yang was also stunned. One had to know that alchemy was something that could only be done by true alchemists. Although the refinement of the ordinary golden snow lotus energy dispersing pill was relatively simple and the formula wasn't complicated, even so, it still required more than 10 medicinal herbs. The attributes, characteristics, and taboos of various medicinal herbs needed to be clearly understood. Even if there was a slight mistake, it would fail. Not to mention the control of the fire in the middle, which was simply a nightmare for newcomers. A newcomer who had just learned pharmacology for less than 2 days probably didn't even remember the names of various medicinal herbs, let alone the characteristics and taboos. You want him to refine a pill? Wasn't this purely funny? But Ling Xiao actually agreed. Could this kid really do it, or was he just unwilling to admit defeat, or was he just arrogant? Ling Xiao didn't know what they were thinking. He still had to rush to teach Li Anil and Yangqing a lesson, so he had already started. Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Yuer looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. However, what happened next made them feel even more incredulous. Ling Xiao's process of selecting the herbs, mixing the herbs, lighting the fire, controlling the fire, and refining the pill was completely smooth without any pause in the middle. There were even some medicinal herbs that he could tell exactly what they were with just a glance. The gold snow lotus was relatively easy to identify, but the dozen medicinal herbs that went with it were more difficult because they were all inconspicuous. Only an old alchemist could identify them at once. However, Ling Xiao was more terrifying than an old alchemist. He didn't even need to weigh the number of medicinal herbs, as if his hand was the most accurate measuring tool. Looking at this, Old Hall Master Yang was dumbfounded. Lan Yuer's heart trembled. She really couldn't believe that this 14-year-old boy in front of her was actually more outstanding than her. For many years, she had always been known as one of the most outstanding geniuses among the inner disciples. In terms of pharmacology, she was absolutely number one. But now, her number one position was obviously inferior. Originally, she should be angry, but strangely, she actually had a special feeling in her heart. She couldn't tell what it was, but looking at Ling Xiao's serious appearance while refining the pill, his originally ordinary appearance became handsome. After he finished his analysis, he left the dumbfounded old man Guan and alchemist Yunyao. Time's up. Ling Xiao suddenly stretched out his hand to open the alchemy furnace. Seeing this, Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Yuer heaved a sigh of relief. This was because they felt that Ling Xiao was too early. This Ling Xiao wasn't monstrous enough to defy the heavens. For ordinary people, 15 minutes was the standard time to refine the gold snow lotus spirit dispersing pill. However, Ling Xiao was still far away from 15 minutes, but he actually wanted to open the furnace. Without looking at the pill in the furnace, Old Hall Master Yang smiled and said, Ling Xiao, although there is a problem with your pill refining process, it doesn't matter. You've done very well. At your age, only Lan Er can do this. But she started learning alchemy at the age of 9, and you've just started. Old Senior, is there a problem with my pill refining process? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. He didn't understand what was wrong with his pill refining process. Everything was going smoothly. It's too early to open the furnace, but this is normal. After all, it's your first time refining pills, Lan Yuer replied. A rare smile appeared on her face. Could it be that this popsicle was going to melt? But Old Senior, I think the quality of my gold snow lotus spirit dispersing pill is better than the ones refined by your medicine hall. Ling Xiao took his pill and handed it to Old Hall Master Yang. How is this possible? This is impossible. Old Hall Master Yang's words were a little incoherent. That was because he had initially thought that Ling Xiao was a little arrogant. However, when he saw the medicinal pill, his expression turned into one of astonishment. At this time, even the puppy on his shoulder, which had been sleeping with its eyes closed, opened its eyes and barked twice. Lan Yuer's face was also flushed with shock, like a ripe apple. Dai Yuling sat directly on the ground, her whole body drenched. He only used 1/3 of the time to refine such a perfect gold snow lotus spirit dispersing pill. This old man isn't hallucinating, is he? Old Hall Master Yang pulled his beard fiercely, as if he wanted to save himself from an illusion. Oh, it's not an illusion. Boy, how did you do it? Old Hall Master Yang asked in amazement. No, no, no. Don't answer. Let this old man think. He walked around the furnace, then carefully observed the furnace fire. Finally, he observed the pill. Then, he clapped his hands and said, I understand, I understand. You're really a genius. When most people refine pills, a lot of the furnace's energy will be wasted in the process. Moreover, there will always be mistakes in controlling the fire. Therefore, one can only refine slowly. This way, if there are mistakes, one can fix them in time. But you're different. You actually used your true essence to create an insulating layer around the pill furnace. This prevented the furnace's energy from leaking out. Of course, this is only a small trick. This old man and lawn girl have tried it before, but we weren't as good as you. The most surprising thing is that you didn't make the slightest mistake in the process of controlling the fire. In other words, the entire process was flawless. That's why you were able to greatly reduce the time. Lan Yuer asked anxiously, Ling Xiao, are you hiding something from us? Just the day before yesterday, you didn't know anything about pharmacology. How could you refine such a perfect gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill today? She suspected that Ling Xiao had never concocted pills before. Ling Xiao smiled unhurriedly and said, Senior sister, I don't have many advantages, but my memory is especially good and my comprehension is passable. I have memorized all the books you gave me the day before yesterday, and I have more or less comprehended them. Moreover, I have already gone through the process of refining pills more than 100 times in my mind, which is why I was able to succeed so easily. Don't tell me that you've memorized all the books. Lan Yuer's eyes widened like two bright moons. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly and said, Senior sister, you're right. I've memorized all the books. In fact, not only the gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill, I can even refine other ordinary pills. When he spoke, his tone was as modest as possible. He didn't want others to think that he was too arrogant. But, what was the use of being modest about this kind of thing? In the eyes of others, being able to do this kind of thing, modesty would become arrogance. Old Hall Master Yang glanced at the puppy on his shoulder. At that moment, a golden light suddenly appeared on the puppy's forehead. Although it disappeared in a flash, it was still caught by Ling Xiao. Only now did he know that the puppy was not ordinary. Old man, do you mean that he didn't lie? Old Hall Master Yang's face showed ecstasy. His puppy was not ordinary. The golden light on its forehead was an ancient magical ability, the eyes of truth. It was useless for anyone to lie in front of it. Now that he learned that Ling Xiao didn't lie, it meant that what Ling Xiao said was true. He really did have a terrible memory and perception. Old Hall Master Yang had lived for more than 100 years. He was close to 200 years old. He had seen too many geniuses. Among them, there were many people who had a retentive memory. Ling Xiao seemed to not only have a good memory, but his perception was also heaven-defying. If one only remembered, it was impossible to successfully refine pills. That required a complete understanding. Obviously, Ling Xiao did it. In fact, Old Hall Master Yang didn't fully understand how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He didn't have a good memory or a high perception. Instead, he could directly integrate what he saw and touched into his soul. The soul was the foundation of a person. All the knowledge, memories, skills, and so on of a person existed in the soul. Not to mention a few books, even if it was a complicated martial art move, he could directly take it for himself. It just depended on whether he liked it or not. Monster. After a long time, Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Yuer said these two words at the same time. Yes, an existence more terrifying than a genius. Wasn't that a monster? You two are overpraising me. I just have a good memory. I can probably achieve a retentive memory. In addition, my perception is slightly better. Ling Xiao scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Pretend. You brat, keep pretending. Having a retentive memory and a terrifying perception is very important for a martial artist. Don't you know how important it is? Old Hall Master Yang said with his eyes wide open. Although his eyes were wide open, there was a smug smile on his face. Fortunately, he had poached this brat early. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss if others took a fancy to him. Not to mention comprehension ability, just the ability to remember things with a single glance was enough to allow a martial artist to stand above others. If coupled with comprehension, it would be like using cheats. However, Old Hall Master Yang didn't know that these two so-called abilities were just the branches of the Mountain River martial soul. Ling Zhao's ability was far beyond their imagination. Can I test you again? Lan Yuer hesitated and said. Senior sister, we agreed on 4 questions. You can't go back on your words. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. No, I just want to confirm if you really have a retentive memory, Lan Yuer explained. Ling Xiao looked at the sky. There was still time, so he could only sigh and say, okay, but it can't be too long. If you want to ask, hurry up. Haha, I want to participate too. Dai Yuling said hurriedly. This old man will also join in the fun. Old Hall Master Yang also became playful. In the next quarter of an hour, Old Hall Master Yang, Lan Yuer, and Dai Yuling took turns to bombard Ling Xiao with questions randomly. Sometimes, they even asked Ling Xiao to recite some content directly. As a result, not only did Ling Xiao answer the questions fluently, but he also pointed out some omissions in the book, which directly made the 3 of them dumbfounded. Dai Yuling smiled bitterly. Lan Yuer's arrogance was completely defeated by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's monstrous talent isn't something they can compare with. Even Old Hall Master Yang smiled bitterly. This is really a case of talented people being born in every generation, and each generation is stronger than the previous one. This old man's generation is going to be beaten to the beach by your generation. Although he said so, he couldn't hide the joy in his heart. The reason why he hasn't had a breakthrough in his cultivation wasn't because he couldn't, but because he put a lot of energy into training his disciples. He needs an heir for his medical knowledge. Unfortunately, it hasn't been realized yet. Lan Yuer is a real genius, but unfortunately, her identity is noble, and her master isn't inferior to him, so she can't be his heir. He didn't expect that God wasn't blind and actually gave him Ling Xiao. This is simply the best gift given to him. He originally fancied Ling Xiao only because of Ling Xiao's comprehension ability in the God Sealing catalog. But now, it seems that he really underestimated this kid. This kid's talent is definitely much more terrifying than he imagined. Senior Sister Lan, you won't stop me from challenging him, right? Ling Xiao looked at Lan Yuer and asked. Lan Yuer sighed. I really don't know why you have to challenge him now. It won't be too late to challenge him after your strength has increased. How can you win now? Little Lan, don't worry about him. It's good to let this kid suffer a little. Otherwise, his tail will be raised to the sky. Old Hall Master Yang smiled. Thank you, Senior Sister Lan. Then, I'll go. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Wait a minute. Lan Yuer suddenly shouted. What's wrong, Senior Sister? Are you really going back on your word? Ling Xiao's expression didn't look too good. He didn't like capricious people. Don't worry, I just want to go with you and take a look. Lan Yuer suddenly laughed and said, let's see how you will be beaten until you look for your teeth on the ground. You're not a little guy yet. Ling Xiao muttered, you are only 2 years older than me. How dare you pretend to be an adult? What did you say? Lan Yuer widened her almond-shaped eyes. Nothing, nothing. Ling Xiao really didn't dare offend Lan Yuer. After all, the other party was a 9th-layer Transcendent Realm Master. If she wanted to teach him a lesson, wouldn't it be child's play? Master, I want to watch the show too. Dai Yuling added. You can't do it. Ling Xiao reached this level in less than 2 days. You've been studying for longer than her. Stay here and study the book I gave you. You'll be tested when you come back. Lan Yuer was really impartial and didn't care about human feelings. Okay then. Although Dai Yuling really wanted to cheer for Ling Xiao, she was more concerned about working hard. She couldn't surpass Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer, but she could at least become a character like old Hall Master Yang. She really had to work hard. Just like that, Ling Xiao left the medicine hall under Lan Yuer's supervision and rushed to the outer court square. He was going to complete his first official challenge since joining the Yuehua school. This was different from the usual private matches. This time, the challenge was allowed by the outer court main hall, and the entire outer court knew about it. If he won, he would be promoted to the top 30 and enjoy the preferential treatment of an inner court disciple. If he lost, he might not be able to raise his head again. Along the way, Ling Xiao was thinking about the challenge and didn't even look at the beautiful woman beside him. Lan Yuer was a little disappointed. Her master was the grand elder of the Yuehua school and had a high status. Even the current headmaster of the Yuehua school didn't dare to offend her. Her martial arts talent had always been one of the best in the Yuehua school. Her medical talent was the best, second to none. Her beauty was definitely one of the best in the entire Yuehua school. Because of this, she had always lacked true friends. Those who surrounded her all day long just wanted to curry favor with her. Therefore, although she longed for friends, she pretended to be an iceberg, a woman who didn't want anyone to get close to her. However, Ling Xiao's appearance was gradually melting this iceberg. Lan Yuer suddenly realized that there was someone more outstanding than her in this world, and it was a man. She didn't want to accept it, but she was also surprised. Regardless of Ling Xiao's martial arts talent, his medical talent was absolutely unparalleled. Such a talented young man didn't have the slightest arrogance and could get along very well with Dai Yuling. It was said that he also had a good relationship with Wu Xiang, a low-level outer sect disciple. She had gradually changed her view of Ling Xiao. However, she definitely didn't want to win him over. She really admired and was surprised. Ling Xiao didn't know what Lan Yuer was thinking. He didn't care. He hated it when others ignored him. If others ignored him, he wouldn't pounce on them and pester them either. If others were warm to him, he would also express his kindness. Wu Xiang was like this, and so was Hall Master Yang. Lan Yuer still needed to be observed. However, her current attitude was quite good. At least she wasn't as arrogant as she was the day before. A lot of people had already gathered in the outer sect square. Today was an open challenge. The outer sect headquarters specially allowed the outer sect disciples to ask for leave to watch the challenge. If it was an ordinary challenge, it wouldn't be necessary. However, someone wanted to challenge a quasi-inner sect disciple. Moreover, he wanted to challenge 2 inner sect disciples at once. This was really necessary. It was also a learning experience. It wasn't just watching the fun. Originally, many people hoped that Ling Xiao would win. At least, he could break the current situation of the top 30 disciples. However, when Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer appeared together, these people's thoughts completely changed. They were envious, jealous, and hateful. This Ling Xiao, how did he manage to hook up with senior sister Lan Yuer? This is too awesome. Senior sister Lan Yuer is the goddess in my heart. How can I let this guy tarnish her? I hope senior brother Li and senior brother Yang can teach this guy a lesson today and embarrass Ling Xiao. Not to mention the outer sect disciples, even He Sua and the other inner sect disciples who were watching the challenge were dumbfounded. Especially He Sua. Although he didn't particularly care about women, he only coveted Lan Yuer's beauty and ability. However, he was only at Transcendent Realm Stage 3. He wasn't qualified to pursue Lan Yuer. Lan Yuer was usually very noble and indifferent. She kept everyone at a distance. Aside from the older generation of warriors, almost no one could see her smiling face. In He Sua's mind, this woman must be given to him to conquer. Seeing Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer's affectionate appearance, He Sua felt like his vision had turned dark. If he, an inner sect disciple, was like this, then the outer sect disciples were even worse. All of them were gnashing their teeth, wishing they could immediately switch places with Ling Xiao. Senior sister, I'm going over. Ling Xiao turned around and said. Go, be careful. Lan Yuer wanted to express her concern, but her words were still cold. Probably because she was used to this kind of disguise, she really couldn't change it in a short time. Ling Xiao walked towards the square's challenge platform. This challenge platform was a specially made treasure. Even a transcendent realm cultivator couldn't easily destroy it. The strongest outer sect disciple was only a half-step grandmaster, not even reaching the transcendent realm. This was definitely very sturdy. Standing on the challenge platform, Ling Xiao looked around. Yangqing and Lianal hadn't arrived yet, but Zhao Ji, Su Ying, Zhao Xi, and the others from the outer sect had all arrived. In fact, everyone wanted to challenge a quasi-inner sect disciple. Because in addition to an increase in salary, they would also have more time to cultivate. They wouldn't have to do heavy physical work, and would only need to be responsible for management. And the higher the ranking, the more power and status they would have. They wouldn't even need to do management work. Every day, they would only need to cultivate, and they would receive more generous rewards than other outer sect disciples. Right, the top 10 outer sect disciples could also have their own secluded caves. Not only was it comfortable to live there, but it was also rich in world energy. Cultivating there would be twice the result with half the effort. Soon, Yangqing and Lianal also arrived. Even Elder Bai had arrived. Elder Bai would always be present for challenges related to the top 10 outer sect disciples. This could be regarded as a kind of expression of the sect's importance. Ling Xiao, come down first. Yangqing will also accept 2 challenges today. Let him fight someone else first, then you fight Lianal. Stagger in the middle to make the challenge fair. Elder Bai called Ling Xiao down from the challenge platform. Ling Xiao glanced at Yangqing. He could roughly understand Yangqing's thoughts. Even Ling Xiao dared to fight 1 against 2. Yangqing, who was ranked 10th in the outer sect, wouldn't dare to fight 1 against 2. From now on, Lu Chang, who was ranked 15th in the outer sect, challenges Yangqing, who was ranked 10th in the outer sect. This was a battle between quasi-inner disciples. One was ranked 15th. One was ranked 10th. Both of them were half-step masters. It turned out that this Lu Chang had once challenged the third-ranked Jin Ming, and the result was a crushing defeat. This time, he had learned his lesson, so he chose to challenge Yangqing, who was ranked last in the top 10. Under normal circumstances, Yangqing was the weakest among the top 10. As long as he defeated him, he would be able to obtain his own cave, and the resources would also be much richer. The top 30 were considered one class. The top 10 was another level altogether. If you want to get into the top 30, you have to get into the top 30. As for those in the top 30, they hoped to enter the top 10. Seeing Lu Chang, Yangqing just smiled slightly and said, "Can't beat Jin Ming, so you came to challenge me. Do you really take me to be a pushover?" Wind and rain sword technique. As soon as Yangqing finished speaking, he stabbed out with his sword. The sword light was as fine as the wind and rain, densely covering Lu Chang. It was continuous and extremely terrifying. Lu Chang held the steel saber and used all his strength to block Yangqing's attack. The battle between the 2 half-step masters, as their auras collided, the aftermath spread out and shrouded the audience below the stage. Many of the outer sect disciples could feel their auras shaking, as if their true chi was being forcibly drawn out. It was extremely uncomfortable. Such terrifying power, but it doesn't belong to the transcendent realm? This is the power of a half-step master. Although he hasn't reached the transcendent realm, the power of some of his martial skills is no less than that of a first-layer transcendent realm martial artist. Yeah, it's obviously much stronger than a peak 9th-layer martial vein martial artist. Among the audience, whether it was the new outer sect disciples or the old outer sect disciples who wanted to challenge the top 30, they were all shocked by this shocking scene. They had never seen a battle between half-step masters, but when they saw it, they knew that they were invincible. The Yuehua school had been established for 100,000 years. It wasn't that no one could defeat a half-step master with the cultivation of the peak 9th-layer martial vein, but it was extremely rare. It was impossible for someone below the late-stage 9th-layer martial vein to defeat a half-step master. This had almost become the truth of the Yuehua school. Because of this, when they heard that Ling Xiao wanted to challenge Lianal and Yangqing with the cultivation of the peak 8th-layer martial vein, they despised and ridiculed Ling Xiao, thinking that Ling Xiao didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Yuer didn't believe that Ling Xiao could do this. On the stage, although Lu Chang and Yangqing were both half-step masters, there was still a huge gap between half-step masters. However, there was still a huge gap between half-step masters. This included martial techniques, quintessence, combat techniques, and other factors. Combining all of them, Xianxia was much stronger. Asterisk puff 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 puff, asterisk the sword move, which didn't seem fierce, suddenly burst out with amazing power. Poor Lu Chang tried his best to defend, but his protective true chi was like tofu. It was pierced full of holes. It was very miserable. Even on his body, there were many injuries. Small bloody holes were constantly spurting out blood. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The wind and rain sword art that Xianxia used was only a gold-grade entry-level martial skill, but it had reached the perfection level. It was almost perfect. In contrast, Lu Chang was much worse. Xianxia had a reason to be arrogant. After a dozen moves, Lu Chang didn't even have a chance to fight back. He was injured all over and was in a sorry state. Fortunately, he knew his own limits and directly admitted defeat, thus avoiding continuing to make a fool of himself. He's too strong. Is this Xianxia's strength? No wonder he can be ranked in the top 10. Yes, Lu Chang is already terrifying enough. It is said that he once defeated Li Anil in 3 moves. In the end, he was defeated by Xianxia in a dozen moves. Moreover, it was a complete defeat. Can Ling Xiao withstand one move? I think it's difficult. Discussions rose one after another. The people who didn't think highly of Ling Xiao were optimistic about Ling Xiao after witnessing Xianxia's strength. Zhao Ji frowned at this time. He thought that if he fought with Lu Chang, he wouldn't be able to withstand one move. However, Lu Chang, who was so powerful, lost so miserably. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt a little lucky that he didn't rashly issue a challenge. Otherwise, he, a prince, would be defeated so miserably. He would lose face in the future. Compared to Xianxia, Ming Tian is nothing. At least in terms of strength. This was Su Ying's judgment. Ming Tian's potential might be stronger than Xianxia's, but when Ming Tian left Baiyun province for Yuehua school, he was indeed far inferior to Xianxia. As expected of one of the 12 sects, the disciples here are really strong. Lan Yuer looked at Ling Xiao. She hoped to see a trace of panic or fear on Ling Xiao's face. That way, she would feel a little better. However, there was no panic or fear on Ling Xiao's face. Instead, there was a hint of a smile on his face. No way. Did this kid hide his strength? That was the only explanation. Otherwise, why wasn't Ling Xiao afraid of such a strong collision? Ling Xiao, it's not too late for you to regret now. Xianxia, who was on the stage, looked at Ling Xiao and said with a complacent look on his face. Regret? Why should I regret? Ling Xiao slowly walked up to the challenge ring and gestured at Li Anil, who was below the ring. I'll deal with you first, then I'll deal with Xianxia. Xianxia, I advise you to go back and rest. You really don't know what death is. Xianxia snorted and jumped down from the stage. Someone had already prepared a seat for him to rest. Li Anil smiled and said, Senior Yang, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to fight again. If he can't even defeat me, then he is not qualified to fight with you. Don't be careless. Don't forget what happened last time. Don't worry, Senior Yang. I won't be careless and I won't show any mercy. After saying that, Li Anil jumped up to the stage. Compared to the previous battle between the half-step masters, this battle was more eye-catching. A martial vein level 8 martial artist challenging a half-step master. The gap between them was too big. Since ancient times, Yuehua school had never had such a situation. This was the first time something like this had happened. Many people just came to see how Ling Xiao would be defeated. Especially when they saw Ling Xiao and Lan Yu were walking together, they became more anxious. Outer disciple Ling Xiao challenges the inner disciple, Li Anil, who is ranked 26th. Elder Bai announced expressionlessly. Although he wasn't optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances, he was looking forward to it. In the past few years, the outer court had recruited fewer disciples, and the good geniuses had been directly accepted into the inner court or become the inner court elders' inner court disciples. Therefore, there weren't many true geniuses. It wasn't that things like challenging people above their level had never happened before, but they had never succeeded. Therefore, other than some changes in the rankings, no one had been able to enter the top 30 through the challenges. Only if a disciple ranked in the top 30 broke through to the transcendent realm and became an inner sect disciple would they be able to fill the gap. This caused the outer sect disciples to have a poor sense of competition. There was almost no pressure to be in the top 30. That wouldn't do. He hoped that there would be some changes and that these fellows would be taught a lesson. He hoped that someone could barge in and stir up this pool of stagnant water. However, even though he thought so, others didn't think so. Upon hearing the names of the two people, the audience burst into laughter. They did not give Xianxia any face at all. Some people even threw eggs and rotten vegetable leaves at Xianxia. Scram! Xianxia wasn't the kind of person who would suffer a loss. With a roar, his true chi madly leaked out and the eggs and rotten vegetable leaves shot back like hidden weapons. Those who threw the eggs at Xianxia didn't even have time to react before their heads were smashed and bleeding. For experts, rotten vegetable leaves were also weapons. Whoever is causing trouble, get the hell out of here immediately. Shame on you. Elder Bai was also angry. When his voice rang out, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire square. The outer sect disciples were all silent out of fear. This kind of aura was too terrifying. This was the aura of a ninth heavenly layer transcendent. It was simply enough to force people to commit suicide. No one dared to shout anymore. Those who had suffered a loss didn't dare to either. They could only silently bear the bitter fruit they brought upon themselves and treat their wounds with golden sword ointment and other things. Hee hee, how awe-inspiring. But to meet me, consider yourself unlucky. Lian chuckled as he looked at Xianxia and said. A loser dares to say such words. Xianxia said coldly. That day, I underestimated you. It definitely won't happen again today. Lian Lu emphasized. Cut the crap. That day, I was able to defeat you in one move. Today, I can still do it. With that said, Xianxia had already moved. He felt that there was no need to exchange pointers with Lian Lu. He purely wanted to help Wu Xiang and himself vent his anger. So when he made his move, Xianxia didn't plan to give Lian Lu any chance. In that instant, Lianl only saw Xianxia move from the opposite side. In the next moment, he felt his body fly backward and fall heavily to the ground. Something blasted a large hole in his chest, dripping with blood. It was very terrifying. A pig-like cry rang out. Lian Lu was in so much pain that he was tossing and turning. Elder Bai, is this challenge over? Xianxia looked at Elder Bai who was still in a daze and said. Yes, it's over. Xianxia versus Lian Lu. Xianxia wins. Although Elder Bai was strong, he had never seen a martial master at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein who could seriously injure a half-step martial master in one move. When he looked carefully, Xiao's right hand had actually turned into the claw of a beast. It looked more like the claw of a divine dragon. Xiao had combined the slaughter of the divine prison king fist with the demonization of the 9 demons' divine art, Demon King, to produce such a shocking effect. Even he was a little surprised. This was only a partial demonization. The effect of the 9 demons' divine art was too powerful. Yangqing, get up here. After defeating Lian Lu, Xiao wasn't willing to stop at all and directly shouted Yangqing's name. You and I have just finished a battle. It can be considered fair. Yangqing was still in a state of shock. When he was shouted at by Xiao, his eyes revealed a ruthless look and he directly rushed up to the challenge stage. Lian Lu was defeated too quickly. He really didn't expect this. He didn't even see how Xiao won. However, he believed that he wouldn't lose to Xiao. After all, he could also defeat Lian Lu in one move. At this time, he had already forgotten that Xiao had only used the strength of a peak 8th level martial vein martial master. In his eyes, Xiao was barely comparable to Lu Chang, but in the end, he was still a defeated opponent. On the challenge stage, Xiao and Yangqing each stood on one side. Xiao challenges the 10th outer disciple, Yangqing. Begin. Elder Bai had already recovered from his shock. He stared at Xiao, hoping to get something from this young man's battle. This young man's use of combat skills was much higher than his. The scene just now ended too quickly. Many people didn't know what had happened, but he saw it very clearly. Ling Xiao's strength was not only the strength of his moves, but also the strength of his combat skills. With the least consumption, he achieved the greatest thing. Yangqing stood there with his hands behind his back, coldly looking at Ling Xiao. Although he was a little surprised by Li Anil's failure, he didn't care much about it. Novel, law, that idiot Li Anil must have underestimated his opponent again. Otherwise, how could he have been sneak attacked? No one thought that his condescension and arrogance were abnormal. It could be imagined that a half-step master ranked 10th would be laughed at as a coward if he was careful when facing a martial master who was only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. His current attitude was normal and reasonable. In front of him, Ling Xiao was just a fish on the chopping board. Maybe the young master couldn't handle it, but the master could easily cut the fish. Alas, it's better to stop while you're ahead, Lan Yuer sighed. Although she was surprised that Ling Xiao defeated Li Anil, Yangqing was too strong. At least in the outer sect, not many people dared to say that they could win against him. Ling Xiao was like an ant challenging a giant. Forget it, maybe it's a good thing for him to lose. His martial arts aptitude is not good, but his medical aptitude is top-notch. At worst, he can be a top-notch alchemist. Lan Yuer had already thought about the future for Ling Xiao. Zhao Ji also sighed. He actually wanted to win over Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao offended Yangqing and would soon become a laughingstock. He really felt that it was a pity. Su Ying's face was filled with a crazy smile. She knew that Ling Xiao was finished. There was no chance for him to make a comeback. This idiot who didn't know when to retreat would face a tragic defeat. On the stage, Ling Xiao looked at Yangqing with the same expression on his face. He knew very well how strong Yangqing was. It was very risky to fight with this guy with the cultivation of the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. However, Ling Xiao didn't intend to expose his true cultivation here. The risk was high, but it didn't mean that he couldn't win. The greater the pressure, the greater the risk, he felt that he would gain more in this battle. This was a danger, but also an opportunity. Not talking? Do you think your silence will make me go easy on you? I'm not as stupid as Li Anil. Before Yangqing could finish his words, he suddenly discovered that Ling Xiao's figure had disappeared. 9 Demons Divine Art, Cloud Dragon Godly Travel. In that instant, all the muscles in Yangqing's body suddenly contracted, and he even felt a biting chill in his body. He actually couldn't determine Ling Xiao's exact location. Above, behind, or to the left, or the right, off stage. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There were probably only 4 or 5 people who could see Ling Xiao's figure, but this definitely did not include Yangqing. Ling Xiao's Cloud Dragon Divine Journey was originally a gold-grade entry-level martial art. Combined with the 9 Demonic Divine Art, the Evil Beast Demon King, it was equivalent to a rare gold-grade martial art. And don't forget, he also had the Blood Shadow Martial Spirit. Not only did this martial soul give him invisibility, but it also gave him an even stranger movement skill and even stranger speed. The sudden change made Yangqing's scalp go numb. It made the audience turn pale with fright. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually take the initiative to attack like he did with Li Anil? The terrifying movement skill and the martial soul that matched it were actually flawless. Transformation stage movement skill? Elder Bai slightly raised his eyebrows. In the outer sect, there was actually someone who could cultivate a gold-grade entry-level martial art to the transformation stage. This was really a shocking thing. One had to know that even in the inner sect, there were only a few people who could cultivate a gold-grade entry-level martial art to the transformation stage, let alone the outer sect. Anyway, Elder Bai knew that only the top 3 monsters could do this, and the rest really couldn't. A gold-grade entry-level martial art that reached the transformation stage, coupled with the 9 Demonic Divine Art and the Blood Shadow Martial Spirit. As a result, Ling Xiao's attack this time was not only powerful, but also terrifying. Yangqing was still trying to find Ling Xiao's position, but he didn't find anything. Divine Hell King Fist, Slaughter. In a very strange position, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared and then threw a very fierce punch. The power of this punch was even stronger than when he dealt with Li Anil. Ling Xiao's entire right arm looked strange. His arm was covered with golden dragon scales, and one of his hands had turned into a dragon's claw. The terrifying fist force directly hit the air and made an explosive sound. It directly blasted towards Xianxia's weakest defense. Whirlwind and clouds. At the critical moment, milky white true essence burst out from Xianxia's body and then turned into a fierce wind, completely enveloping him. Then, with him as the center, the fierce wind turned into a tornado and swept towards the surrounding area. This power was very domineering and terrifying. It was like a real tornado that wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Boom boom, the tornado and the dragon claw collided, making a terrifying sound that made many people's eardrums feel like they were about to burst. The scene was extremely shocking. Gulp. The spectators couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This scene was even more exciting than the previous battle between Xianxia and Lu Chang. They didn't even want to blink because they really didn't want to miss such an exciting battle. After the explosion, blood seeped out of the corner of Xianxia's mouth, but he didn't seem to be seriously injured. He stood there with his hair disheveled, like a sword god descending to the mortal world. He had already drawn the long sword in his hand. Facing Ling Xiao, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Ling Xiao's light figure landed on the edge of the challenge platform as if he was weightless. His face was slightly pale, but he didn't seem to be injured. Half-step master, your true essence is indeed vigorous. Especially Xianxia, he's worthy of being the 10th outer disciple. His expression was as indifferent as ever. He looked at Xianxia and thought about the next battle. Xianxia's strength didn't exceed his estimation. He was indeed very powerful and definitely wouldn't be defeated that easily. Compared to Xianxia, Li Anil was simply a piece of trash. They were both half-step masters, but whether it was the ability to deal with the enemy or the intensity of their true essence, they were far apart. In the previous battle, if Xianxia didn't act hastily and if he didn't directly find Xianxia's weakness, he would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. Even if he relied on the 3rd level of the heavenly dragon golden body, he would still be injured. Therefore, it was meaningless to just defend. He had to continue attacking. Xianxia stood there and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His pale face suddenly turned red. Good. That's great. Ling Xiao, you're indeed stronger than that trash Li Anil. You can actually injure me. Even if it was a sneak attack, it's enough to be proud. However, this is the end for you. A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Really? You're so surprised that I injured you? If I defeated you, wouldn't you be committing suicide? Ling Xiao said with narrowed eyes. Both of them were preparing for their next attack. The more powerful one was, the more cautious one had to be. No one was willing to reveal their trump card. During this time, the onlookers couldn't help but take a deep breath. The scene just now was so tense that they even forgot to breathe. Xianxia's strength was needless to say, but what was up with Ling Xiao's movement skill, that speed, that level of strangeness, it was definitely not inferior to a half-step master, or even stronger, and the power of that punch was definitely not inferior to that of a half-step master. Was this guy really a peak 8th level martial vein realm martial master? Lan Yuer, Zhao Ji, Su Ying, and He Sua were all surprised and in disbelief. Was Ling Xiao going to break the 100,000-year tradition of Yuehua school? He defeated a half-step master with his peak 8th level martial vein realm cultivation. Just as they thought of this, before they could catch their breath, the situation changed again. Xianxia made his move. As a half-step master, he was actually injured by Ling Xiao, who was only a peak 8th level martial vein realm martial master. His face and self-esteem were both humiliated. Wind and cloud art, spring wind and rain step, wind and rain sword technique, gold grade entry-level internal cultivation skill, gold grade entry-level movement skill, gold grade entry-level sword technique. Xianxia didn't hold back at all. Terrifying true origin leaked out from his body, causing a raging wind. His figure suddenly disappeared, like a raindrop in the wind, instantly pouncing on Ling Xiao. At this moment, except for Lan Yuer, Elder Bai, and a few others, no one could see Xianxia's figure. The situation was exactly the same as when Ling Xiao attacked Xianxia. It seemed that Xianxia also wanted to show his strength in his movement skill and let Ling Xiao know how to be afraid. His spring wind and rain step and wind and rain sword technique complemented each other under the effect of wind and cloud art. Obviously, they had improved a lot. The speed of his movement skill was faster, the power of his sword technique was stronger. And the wind and rain true origin produced by wind and cloud art could be released without any hindrance. This was a perfect combination. I've long heard people say that the most frightening thing about Xianxia is that his martial arts always complement each other. Even if he's at the same level, he's always much stronger than others. That's right, his arrogance is not without reason. To be able to enter the top 10 of the outer disciples, he naturally has his own unique advantages. The disciples below the stage were discussing animatedly. It was true that once an expert made a move, one would be able to tell whether or not he was an expert. From the looks of it, Xianxia's movement technique didn't seem to be inferior to Ling Xiao's, and his attacks were even better. Under the cover of that terrifying true essence, Ling Xiao was like a small boat in the middle of the sea, capsized by the fierce waves in an instant, and then completely submerged. The third style of the snow lotus sword technique, congealing water, the drifting snow sword suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's right hand. With a slash, a cold aura immediately covered the entire square. So cold. Many disciples below the stage couldn't help but shudder. The snow lotus sword art was currently Ling Xiao's most powerful martial skill. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't easily use it. But today, under the condition of suppressing his cultivation, the snow lotus sword art had no choice but to use it. Xianxia was too strong, more than 10 times stronger than Li Anil. His sword looked like a crystal, and actually emitted a blue light. With this slash, Xianxia's originally fierce aura instantly became stagnant. Xianxia's wind cloud true essence was actually frozen. A very strange scene appeared on the stage. Xianxia, who was originally close to Ling Xiao, seemed to have been frozen into an ice sculpture by the deep. Winter's cold. Although in a flash, the ice sculpture's shell shattered, and Xianxia had already broken free from it, but because of this, his attack came to an abrupt end, and he frantically retreated. Because he was very clear that his true essence was not flowing smoothly, and at this time, forcefully attacking would not do him any good. Ling Xiao didn't chase after him, because this move also consumed a lot of his true essence. He was using the Mountain River Martial Spirit's Devouring True Essence ability to transform Xianxia's Wind Cloud True Essence into his own true essence, in order to make up for the previous consumption. Against Xianxia, he couldn't be careless at all, and he had to always maintain sufficient true essence. Snow Lotus Sword Art, Flying Snow. After a moment, Ling Xiao launched his attack. It was still the Snow Lotus Sword Art, but it had changed to the first move, Flying Snow. This first move was the fastest, and it was the most difficult to guard against. Behind him, the Blood Shadow Martial Spirit had already disappeared, and was replaced by the Dark Cloud Martial Spirit. This martial spirit, which he obtained from a ninja warrior, was most suitable for moves that could cause changes to the surrounding environment. Similar to wind, thunder, rain, lightning, snow, anything could be used. The Dark Cloud Martial Spirit condensed above Ling Xiao's head, and snowflakes drifted down from the dark cloud, accompanied by Ling Xiao's sword light, and instantly swept out, as if it had turned into a snow dragon. Kacha, slash, Ling Xiao's sword directly pierced through the tornado surrounding Xianxia, and then penetrated his protective true essence, leaving a very obvious sword wound on Xianxia's shoulder. This was because Xianxia's movement skill was excellent, and he managed to dodge in time, otherwise, this sword would have directly taken his life. A half-step master was indeed powerful, but Ling Xiao's sword definitely had the power to kill a half-step master. Xianxia stared at the wound on his shoulder. Although it wasn't very serious, it was a very serious blow to Xianxia's self-confidence. This was already the third time that Ling Xiao had repelled him, and the second time that Ling Xiao had injured him, and he had yet to leave a single wound on Ling Xiao's body. At most, he had made Ling Xiao's face pale. Xianxia was actually injured again. Many onlookers even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, afraid that they had some kind of illusion. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao injure Xianxia again and again? In fact, this was not strange. Although Xianxia's strength was much stronger than Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the 8th stage of the martial vein, he had fallen into Ling Xiao's control from the beginning. From Ling Xiao's first attack to Xianxia being repelled for the third time, Xianxia was completely led by the nose by Ling Xiao. Under such circumstances, Xianxia couldn't use all his energy to fight in order to be able to react in time. If he didn't use all his strength, he naturally wouldn't be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was in the soul entrancing state, so he could see everything clearly. He could even grasp Xianxia's true essence and blood circulation. He knew that not only was Xianxia's mind in a mess, but his true essence was also in a mess. Therefore, he suddenly attacked again. The fourth move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Icy Heart, the first move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Flying Snow, with the help of the fourth move and the enhancement of the Dark Cloud Martial Soul, Ling Xiao's flying snow sword shone brightly, and the snowflakes in the sky almost covered the entire platform. That sword was as gentle as the flying snow, but as refreshing as lightning. However, when it was released, it was so terrifying. Even the flow of the wind followed Ling Xiao's drifting snow sword, as if adding a pair of wind wings to his drifting snow sword. If one looked carefully, Ling Xiao's right hand that was holding the sword changed again. It was still in the demonized state, but it was not a dragon claw, but an ancient giant ape's palm. Evil Beast Demon King, the king of all evil beasts. The demonization of the Nine Devil Divine Art could naturally demonize part or all of the body into various kinds of evil beasts. Whether it was the ancient demon dragon or the ancient giant ape, they were just one type. Of course, with Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he could not fully utilize the power of demonization, but it was enough to greatly increase his attack and speed. This kid's moves can actually become stronger. He actually held back just now. Damn it. Xianxia was shocked and angry. He did not expect that not only could he not easily defeat Ling Xiao, but he was also completely suppressed by Ling Xiao. How could he accept this? Wind Sword Martial Spirit, boom, after a terrifying explosion, a strange sword appeared behind Xianxia. It was surrounded by strong winds. It was the Wind Sword Martial Spirit, a type of sword martial spirit. Originally, Xianxia thought that he could defeat Ling Xiao without using his martial spirit. In that case, the impact on Ling Xiao would be even greater, and the victory would be even more shocking. But facing Ling Xiao's terrifying attack, he had no choice but to use his martial spirit. The Wind Sword Martial Spirit appeared. Xianxia shook the long sword in his hand, and a fierce tornado broke through the air. Its power was obviously much stronger than before. The wind raged, as if it was going to blow the snow away. Humph, you really think you can turn this situation around with your martial spirit? Not a chance. Cherry Tree Martial Spirit, behind Ling Xiao, a giant tree suddenly appeared, its huge branches and trunk blocked the attack of the wind. The Dark Cloud Martial Spirit and the Cherry Tree Martial Spirit worked together, and the two complete martial spirits released their power at the same time. In a flash, Xianxia's Wind Sword Martial Spirit was suppressed. The sword light kept flashing, Xianxia kept retreating. Dang! Dang! Thud, his figure was in a sorry state. There were already many wounds on his body. He was completely enveloped by Ling Xiao's sword light. This scene stunned all the spectators. They would never have thought that such a situation would occur. Xianxia has been completely suppressed. That Ling Xiao actually has 2 martial spirits, no, 3 martial spirits, and all of them are complete martial spirits. What a monster. No wonder he dares to challenge Xianxia. This brat really does have some skills. But even so, Xianxia shouldn't be in such a sorry state. What's going on? Who can tell me? Needless to say, the outer sect disciples were shocked. However, even people like Lan Yuer, Elder Bai, and He Sua couldn't help showing astonishment on their faces. Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi were completely petrified. Suing immediately knelt on the ground. She had always felt that Ling Zhao's killing of Zuoleng was purely a sneak attack. She felt that as long as she joined Yuehua school, she would be able to avenge her fiancé sooner or later. But now, her confidence was gone. Who was Xianxia? Xianxia was the 10th strongest among the outer sect disciples and a half-step master. He was 10 times stronger than Lianal. Everyone knew his strength. But now, he was being suppressed by a peak level 8 martial vein master. He couldn't even take care of himself. Wind and Cloud Dragon. Roar. Just as Xianxia was about to be forced to the edge of the stage, a dragon's roar suddenly rang out. The Wind Sword Martial Spirit behind him showed a faint shadow of a dragon. It seemed that the martial spirit was coiled by a divine dragon. At this moment, a terrifyingly powerful true origin chi burst out from his body and rushed forward, towards Ling Xiao. Boom, there was a loud explosion. Below the stage, more than a dozen outer sect disciples were covered in blood. They were obviously seriously injured. A few of them even had their bones broken. Send him for treatment. The rest of you stand back. Elder Bai's voice rang out. He had not expected the battle to have such a turn of events. Xianxia's wind and cloud art had broken through at the critical moment and reached the transcendent stage, forming a terrifying scene. The power of this move was too great. Among the dozen or so outer sect disciples who were injured, 4 of them were potential inner sect disciples who were ranked in the top 30. The rest were peak level 9 martial vein masters. But he was injured to such an extent. Wouldn't Ling Xiao, a peak level 8 martial vein master, be blown to pieces? Elder Bai was a little worried. If something happened to Ling Xiao, wouldn't Hall Master Yang fight him to the death? However, when the smoke dissipated, Ling Xiao was floating in the air without a trace of injury on his body. Even his clothes weren't dirty. It turned out that at that moment, Ling Xiao had analyzed the terrifying power of Xianxia's attack, so he gave up on continuing to attack. Instead, he suddenly escaped and flew into the air with the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel. He easily dodged the attack, but the martial artists behind him who were watching the show had to suffer. Xianxia's face was gloomy. His clothes were tattered and there were several bloodstains on his body. However, his wounds had already healed. His breathing had also returned to normal, but he was still panting heavily. Seeing Ling Xiao land on the ground, his eyes revealed a trace of fear. This was originally supposed to be a fun battle. They could just casually kill one of the beasts and obtain a 1,000-year-old golden snow lotus. But he never expected this. The housefly had suddenly turned into an ancient giant beast, making him tired of dealing with it. If it wasn't for the wind and cloud art breaking through under great pressure, he would have been defeated. How lucky! Isn't Ling Xiao a little too terrifying? How can he be so strong? Yeah, even Yangqing couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Li Annal's loss is not unjust. Humph, it's more than that. Look at the situation of the two. Yangqing is in a sorry state, but Ling Xiao is completely calm. I don't even know who is a half-step master. The audience had retreated a lot, but it didn't affect their discussion. In my opinion, Ling Xiao is only strong in his movement and attack, but his defense is weak. The one who spoke was a quasi-inner disciple, a half-step master. Why? Lu Chang, who was also a quasi-inner disciple, asked. The reason is very simple. Have you guys noticed that from the start of the fight until now, Ling Xiao has basically never met Yangqing head-on? Once Yangqing's attack has the potential to injure him, he will immediately dodge. This shows that his body is relatively weak, and his defense can't withstand a single blow. Aren't many warriors like this? The quasi-inner disciple said with certainty. Yes, senior brother, you are right. Although it seems that Ling Xiao has the advantage now, as long as senior brother Yang touches him, he will definitely be finished. Li Annal had been treated. Although his injuries couldn't be healed so quickly, he could at least speak. He also supported the quasi-inner disciple's opinion. Lu Chang shook his head and said, "Who told you that a powerful attack and movement skill can't mean a powerful defense? Lu Chang, have you seen anyone who can perfectly achieve these 3 points?" Li Annal asked. No, I haven't. Lu Chang thought for a moment. A person's energy was limited. If one was involved in too many things, it would be impossible to cultivate to the strongest level. Ling Xiao's attack and movement skill had undoubtedly reached the level of a half-step master. He was even one of the best among the half-step masters. It was not easy to balance these two aspects. Very few people could do it. How could he want to do the same in defense? That was impossible. Was Ling Xiao still human? Well, his defense might not be strong, but it shouldn't be too weak. Lu Chang couldn't insist on his opinion. Even if his defense is not too weak, he will be killed instantly if his defense is not at the level of a half-step master. Do you believe it? Li Annal smiled proudly. Originally, he was already a little worried, but after such an analysis, his confidence in Yangqing suddenly increased in an instant. Lu Chang didn't say anything. He had been defeated by Yangqing before, so he knew how powerful Yangqing's attack was. Now that Yangqing's wind and cloud art had reached the transcendent realm, his attack would only be stronger. Sigh, could it be that Ling Xiao is just a shooting star that suddenly rose and will fall in the blink of an eye? Deep in his heart, Lu Chang hoped that Ling Xiao would break the rules. It was not only because he wanted to take revenge for his loss to Yangqing, but more importantly, he felt that if someone could break the rules, it meant that he could do it too. It was also a way to increase his confidence. However, after the analysis of Li Anil and the other half-step inner disciple, he lost his hope. Yes, it was just a flash in the pan. How could a martial master at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein be a match for a half-step master? His defense was his fatal weakness. Ling Xiao, your arrogance ends here. I admit that I underestimated you. But now, you will suffer my most ruthless counterattack. I will let you know the price of injuring a half-step inner disciple. The wounds all over Yang Cheng's body had already healed. As long as it was not a severed limb, this kind of recovery ability was not a big deal for a half-step master. Immediately after, the crazy true essence that he had used to attack Ling Xiao was once again released. The giant sword that had been wrapped in the wind whistled behind his back. It was obvious that it was more frightening than ever before. At that moment, Yang Cheng's aura rose to the peak. There was actually a faint aura of a transcendent realm cultivator. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. It had to be said that the current Yangqing was indeed much stronger than before. Coo. The audience swallowed their saliva again, waiting for the next tense scene. Wind and cloud dragon, wind and rain dragon roar. Yangqing slowly raised the sword in his hand. At that moment, there was no one else in his eyes. Ling Xiao was completely locked in his aura. Above the long sword, there was a layer of solid true yuan. Compress, compress, compress again. This true essence was compressed to the extreme, as if it could explode at any time. Roar as Yangqing swung the sword, the roar of a dragon rang out. No, it was more like the roar of a dragon. The long sword emitted an extremely strange spiral-shaped sword qi, which resembled a spiraling divine dragon. When the air was completely distorted by the pressure. The spiraling sword qi, which was only a foot long, began to explode when it was 2 or 3 meters away from Ling Xiao. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it was as if he could see a wind dragon tearing through the void and rushing towards him, wanting to swallow him whole. This Yangqing, I didn't expect that not only did he break through the wind and cloud secret art, but he also comprehended the killing move of the wind and rain sword art. It seems that Ling Xiao is really in trouble. Elder Bai sighed. He had not expected that everything Ling Xiao had done would actually be for the benefit of someone else. Not only had he failed to defeat Yangqing, he had even allowed Yangqing to break through the shackles of his inner force mantra under immense pressure. He had even comprehended a powerful sure-kill technique. Under this unprecedentedly powerful killing move, Ling Xiao could feel that his true yuan was becoming sluggish. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe smoothly. When he was locked in by this move, he knew that he couldn't rely on his movement technique to avoid it. This was because the speed of this move was even faster than his movement technique. You don't want me to dodge, then I won't dodge it. At this moment, what he needed most was defense. Therefore, his martial soul changed again. Thunder Bear martial soul, that's right, it was a complete martial soul, not a remnant. After joining the Yuehua school, he realized that all the outer disciples of the Yuehua school had complete martial souls. At first, he didn't understand why. Later, he asked Old Hall Master Yang and understood that due to the Mountain River martial soul's reappearance in the world, the Yuehua school's Moonlight Pagoda was able to display its former power. As long as one entered the Yuehua school, the remnant martial soul would naturally improve rapidly until it became a complete martial soul. This was also the reason why Dai Yuling's martial soul was close to being a complete martial soul. His remnant martial soul was originally more complete than Dai Yuling's. Therefore, at this moment, his remnant martial soul had completely transformed into a complete martial soul. However, the improvement wouldn't be as fast. He still had to take it step by step. The Moonlight Pagoda could only help the remnant martial soul quickly improve. He believed that the other sects should have similar things. After using the Thunder Bear martial soul, Ling Xiao didn't stop increasing his defense. The third level of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor, the 9 Demons Divine Art, Evil Beast Demon King, Complete Demonization, Ling Xiao's body underwent a huge change. At this moment, he was more like a Dragon Clan warrior wrapped in golden scales. Because it wasn't suitable for him to use a sword in this state, he withdrew the drifting snow sword and aimed his fists at Xianxia. Sizzle, lightning came from the Thunder Bear martial soul and wrapped around his fists. No, to be precise, it was a pair of dragon claws. The Divine Hell King Fist, Thunder Kill. The Divine Hell King Fist under the Thunder Bear martial soul increased in power. In terms of momentum, it wasn't inferior to Xianxia's sword move. However, Ling Xiao knew that the purpose of this move wasn't to attack the opponent, but to offset part of the attack power of the opponent's sword move. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. In an instant, the sound of thunder exploded. A pair of dragon claws wrapped in lightning struck the wind dragon. Boom, the wind dragon and the dragon claws met. Suddenly, two terrifying forces intertwined. A huge explosion sounded. A terrifying true origin vortex appeared between the two of them. The two different types of true origin intertwined. In an instant, there was no difference in strength. The people below were shocked to the core. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. The two people on the stage didn't give way to each other. Boom. In this collision, Xianxia had the absolute upper hand. His attack suppressed Ling Xiao's attack. However, the strange thing was that Xianxia was pushed back 7 or 8 steps by the recoil. Ling Xiao was only pushed back 7 or 8 steps by the attack. His face turned pale for a moment, but it recovered in an instant. It was as if he was not injured at all. He was indeed not injured. Xianxia's attack was not weak, but after being filtered by the 3 layers of Thunderclap Extermination, Demonized Body, and Sky Dragon Scale Armor, when it hit his body, it only had the force of impact. And his valiant body did not care about this bit of power at all. Others thought that Ling Xiao was most outstanding in his body movement and attack. In fact, he was most proud of his defense and body. What's going on? That Ling Xiao was clearly hit by Senior Yang's attack, but he was not injured? Li Anil could not sit still and exclaimed. Isn't that simple? His defense is probably not inferior to Jin Ming's at all. In my opinion, his defense is his most outstanding point. At this time, Lu Chang was excited. He originally thought that everything would be settled after this exchange, but he did not expect Ling Xiao to give him another surprise. This is impossible. Could it be that he cultivated a gold-grade entry-level defensive martial art? And that he cultivated it to the perfection stage? Otherwise, he would not be able to block this attack. You and I both know the power of this attack very well. Nothing is impossible. This kid is a professional in surprises. Who would have thought that he could fight Xianxia until now? Who would have thought that he could actually injure Xianxia? Who would have thought that he would have no less than 4 martial spirits? This is something that only people with special physiques can do. Lu Chang's continuous questions made Li Anil and the other prospective inner disciples who supported Xianxia speechless. On the challenge stage, the battle was still ongoing. Xianxia saw that his first attack was not effective, so he took the opportunity to launch a second attack. Still, Wind and Rain Dragon Roar, with the perfection stage Wind and Cloud Art, he could launch this attack several times in a row. Although it consumed a lot of energy, in order to defeat Ling Xiao, he did not hesitate. The same move won't work on me. Ling Xiao sneered and went up to meet him again. Divine Hell King's Fist, Thunderclap Ghost King Annihilation. Because he had a general understanding of Xianxia's move, Ling Xiao adopted a different attack strategy. The killing move was even more powerful. However, Ghost King Annihilation was much easier to grasp. Furthermore, it had a greater impact on one's soul. Ling Xiao had always believed that it was not necessary to use the strongest move, but to use it according to the situation. Under such circumstances, the slightly weaker Ghost King Annihilation was more suitable for his strategy. Although the momentum of this punch was not as strong as before, the phantom of the Ghost King was still quite intimidating. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's attack this time wasn't aimed directly at the front. His punch was aimed at the weakest point of his opponent's sword technique. He didn't know about it earlier, so there was nothing he could do about it. Now that he knew, he naturally had to make use of it. Seeing this, it was already impossible for Xianxia to change his move. The attack power of this move was too strong. He couldn't control it at will. This was a sure kill move. Ling Xiao was all too clear about it. Bang, bang, Ling Xiao's punch firmly hit the weakest point of Yang Cheng's sword technique. It was obviously weaker than the previous thunderclap life annihilation, but the effect was even more shocking. The swaggering wind dragon was completely scattered. Then, Ling Xiao continued to press forward, not giving Yang Cheng any chance to think. Yang Cheng hurriedly responded, thrusting out his sword continuously. The power of his moves was getting worse and worse. It looked like he was at the end of his rope. Bang bang, bang bang, bang, after a few exchanges, Ling Xiao's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. As the battle dragged on, his true essence was constantly replenished. However, Yang Cheng's true essence was constantly being consumed, and it was a huge consumption. At this time, the battle had already lasted for half an hour. Yang Cheng's true essence was really being consumed. One was getting stronger and stronger. The other was getting weaker and weaker. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this situation. Looking at the two people who were constantly exchanging blows on the stage, the spectating outer court disciples all had an indescribable feeling. It was obvious that if Yang Cheng didn't have any trump cards, he would definitely lose this time. Ling Xiao was a complete dark horse. His terrifying battle strength had completely intimidated most of the outer court disciples. It was believed that after this battle, other than the top 10 outer court disciples, no one would dare to easily find trouble with him. Even those in the top 10 of the outer sect would have to consider the consequences of losing to him. Senior brother Yang won't lose, he definitely won't lose. Ling Xiao is only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. His true essence can't be stronger than senior brother Yang's. More vigorous. Ouch. Li Anil was really unwilling to believe the truth in front of his eyes. He almost shouted himself hoarse. The original wound tore open and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Didn't you say that the top 10 guys all have trump cards? Yang Cheng should also take it out, right? Lu Chang suddenly said. Yes. That's right, the top 10 outer court disciples all have precious grade artifacts, but senior brother Yang is still using his discarded fine grade artifact sword. Li Anil's eyes suddenly lit up. He had a treasured spear, there was no reason why Yang Cheng didn't have a treasure of that level. Since he couldn't win with his strength, then there was nothing wrong with relying on his treasured weapon to win. It was better than losing miserably. Yang Cheng should have 2 precious artifacts. One of them is a weapon, but I'm not sure about the other one. Lu Chang muttered, if he takes out his treasured weapon, Ling Xiao will probably still lose. It's such a pity. The old outer court disciples all knew about this, but they also didn't feel good in their hearts. A dignified top 10 outer court disciple actually had to use a treasured weapon to win. If this were to spread out, they would probably laugh to death. No, this guy's true essence seems to be endless, getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, I will definitely lose. On the stage, Yang Cheng was extremely depressed. It seems that I can only use that thing. After all, he still cared about his face, so from the beginning, he didn't plan to use a stronger treasure to crush his opponent. But Ling Xiao's performance was too monstrous and too unexpected. According to common sense, a martial master at the peak of the 8th layer of the martial vein should have exhausted his true essence by now. Even an early or middle 9th layer martial vein master should have almost exhausted his true essence. But this kid was too strange. Of course, he didn't know that Ling Xiao's total true essence was no less than a 1st layer transcendent realm cultivator. Not to mention, the Mountain River martial spirit had the special ability to devour true essence and could constantly replenish it. If Ling Xiao's true essence was exhausted, then Yang Cheng's true essence should have been exhausted even earlier. Below the stage, Lan Yuer's beautiful eyes were dull. Lan Yuer's eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. In all fairness, if they were at the same cultivation level, no, even if it was Yang Cheng, she would at most be evenly matched with Ling Xiao. It was absolutely impossible for her to win. This little brat was simply a true monster. She had been worried that he would be taught a lesson by Yang Cheng, but now it seemed that her worries were completely unnecessary. She suddenly had a strange thought. She was now a 9th layer transcendent realm master. Perhaps in a year or two, this Ling Xiao would catch up or even surpass her. It's time to end this. Just as Lan Yuer was thinking, she suddenly heard Yang Cheng's voice. At that moment, Yang Cheng suddenly took out a golden ball-shaped object from his pocket. That's a treasure-grade artifact hidden weapon. Lan Yuer couldn't help but feel her heart in her throat. A treasure-grade artifact was extremely powerful, especially in the hands of a half-step grandmaster. It could easily kill cultivators below the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. Apart from the inner sect disciples, only the top 10 outer sect disciples were qualified to obtain such an artifact. Ling Xiao, be careful. Lan Yuer couldn't help but shout. She knew that a treasure-grade artifact's hidden weapon had terrifying lethality. Ling Xiao naturally knew this as well. Furthermore, the moment Yang Cheng took out that item, he understood what was going on. This battle couldn't continue. If the other side used a treasure-grade artifact, this battle would lose its meaning of training. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He didn't want that to happen. One had to know that the reason he challenged Li Anil and Yang Cheng today was to take revenge and teach them a lesson. If he was beaten badly instead, what was the point of fighting? It was indeed time to end this. Ice Heart Terrifying Finger. Until today, Ling Xiao still didn't understand what kind of martial art this terrifying finger was. He had learned this move from the blue-clothed woman he met in the dragon-subduing mountain range and had almost perfected it. But the more he used it, the more frightened he became. This was because this move, in terms of damage to the body, was not inferior to the Snow Lotus Sword technique. In terms of lethality to the soul, it far surpassed all his other moves. The only problem was that it consumed a lot of energy, and the more perfect it was, the greater the consumption. This was also the reason why he didn't want to use this move too often. Today, the combination of the Ice Heart and the Terrifying Finger could be considered a brand new attempt. He had used it on his martial spirit avatar before. Ice Heart could freeze the body and soul with the Finger of Terror. This move did not have the slightest bit of momentum. It was plain to the extreme. He simply raised his hand and slowly pointed a finger. But the moment he made his move, the spiritual ether at his fingertips turned into a thin ray of light. Suddenly, it swallowed the surrounding natural ether. How did he know this move? Elder Bai stood up abruptly. His expression was uncertain, but he also seemed to be a little confused. No, it seems a little different. But why is the aura so similar? In fact, Elder Bai was not the only one who was surprised. Lan Yuer was also surprised. She also felt a familiar aura from Ling Xiao's terrifying finger. But he couldn't be sure at the moment. What is he doing? This was Yang Cheng's thought before he collapsed. He was prepared to use the most lethal weapon among the treasured artifacts to end the battle. But suddenly, he saw Ling Xiao pointing at him. There was no reaction at all. He only felt pain on his body, and then his whole body was filled with a cold aura. Especially in the depths of his soul, it was as if it was completely frozen in an instant. Bang! Yang Cheng fell straight on the stage. A small bloody hole was very conspicuous on his shoulder. If it wasn't for the fact that this was an exchange of pointers within the sect, this small hole would have appeared in between Yang Cheng's eyebrows or his heart. He had really managed to save his life. Suddenly, Yang Cheng, who was lying on the ground, let out a heart-wrenching scream. He began to roll around crazily and began to scratch his head as if he wanted to dig it out. Boom! Due to carelessness, the treasured artifact that he had prepared to use to attack Ling Xiao was activated. It was a fire and lightning attribute hidden weapon. After it exploded, Yang Cheng's whole body was covered in blood. It was a ghastly sight, and his face was almost unrecognizable. Even his eyeballs were blown out of their sockets. Both of his legs had long been blown to God knows where. He had become a cripple. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, he attacked first. Otherwise, if he was hit by this hidden weapon, even if he didn't die, he would be severely crippled. This Yang Cheng had completely forgotten the sect's rules. In his rage, he wanted to cripple Ling Xiao. In the end, he suffered the consequences of his own actions. Sympathy? Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest sympathy. He really wanted to kill this kind of person, but he couldn't do it because of the sect's rules. What a terrifying finger. Although many people didn't see clearly what happened with Ling Xiao's finger, they saw the result clearly. Yang Cheng was crippled. This scene caused everyone's hair to stand on end. Even if the hidden weapon didn't explode, Yangqing's heart-wrenching scream made people shudder. Is it really our sex dragon-slaying finger? Elder Bai was still puzzled by this question. Lan Yuer also had the same question. On the stage, Yangqing had already fainted. Someone had already carried him off the stage and sent him to the medicine hall for treatment. No matter what, Yangqing was still a disciple of the Yuehua school. He still needed to be treated. As for what would happen in the future, it wasn't something they should consider now. Elder Bai, aren't you going to announce the result? Ling Xiao looked at Elder Bai and asked. Oh, yes, the result. Elder Bai recovered from his thoughts and announced loudly, Ling Xiao challenged the 10th outer disciple, Yangqing, and won. He will replace Yangqing and become the 10th inner disciple. Elder Bai's slightly agitated voice echoed in the square. Originally, he only had a little bit of expectation for Ling Xiao. He didn't expect this kid to really do it. It was too surprising. Go back and tell the top 30 outer disciples who didn't come to watch the battle. If you continue to be stubborn, you will only be defeated one by one, just like Yangqing's ending today. Taking advantage of Yangqing's defeat, Elder Bai also said what he wanted to say. This was what he had always wanted to express. It was a pity that in the past, no one could challenge the foundation of the top 30 outer disciples. His words obviously didn't have much effect, but it was completely different today. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He didn't care about Elder Bai's purpose. He only cared that after this battle, no one would come looking for trouble. He looked coldly at Li Anil and the others. Li Anil slumped to the ground. No matter what, he wouldn't dare to provoke Ling Xiao. As for Tian Chao, who had once caused trouble for Ling Xiao, he directly knelt on the ground and kept muttering something. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He wasn't a person who would take advantage of others. As long as these people didn't provoke him in the future, he wouldn't bother to deal with them. As for Li Anil and Yangqing, he left them for Wu Xiang. He didn't need to kill them. In the cave house in the distance, He Sua had been watching the battle. Damn it, Master said that we don't need to pay attention to this person and that he won't be able to cause any trouble. But now, this kid has already defeated Yangqing and established his prestige in the outer sect. In the future, he might become a big problem. He Sua was different from the flame deity. The flame deity didn't bother to care about the younger generation, especially one with no talent. He was very busy. How could he be in the mood to care about this? But He Sua didn't care. He had been paying attention to Ling Xiao since the day he entered Yuehua school. Ling Xiao, this guy, although his talent wasn't very good, his fighting skills were too amazing. He had repeatedly beaten the people he sent. Now, he had hooked up with Lan Yuer. Originally, he thought that Yangqing could easily defeat Ling Xiao and embarrass this kid in front of Lan Yuer. Then, Lan Yuer wouldn't mix with this kid. But who knew that the result would be the opposite of what he wanted? He was so angry that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. But he knew that he couldn't do that. Not to mention that he couldn't get past Elder Bai. Even with Ling Xiao's movement technique, he might not be able to catch up. Now that this kid was protected by Lan Yuer and Hall Master Yang, he couldn't do anything unless he didn't want to stay in Yuehua school anymore. With these people protecting him, even his master, the flame deity, wouldn't be able to do anything. Senior brother He Sua, aren't you thinking too highly of this Ling Xiao? The reason Yangqing lost was purely because he neglected his cultivation. Jin Ming, who was sitting beside He Sua, was very calm. He said he was going into seclusion, but he was actually in He Sua's cave. With He Sua's guidance, his improvement was naturally faster. You think so? He Sua asked. That's right, that's right. Yangqing has been very complacent recently. He's been slacking in his cultivation. It's already good enough that his strength hasn't regressed. It's impossible for him to make any progress. He only has himself to blame for losing to Ling Xiao today. Jin Ming said indifferently. Then do you have the confidence to defeat Ling Xiao? He Sua asked again. Jin Ming nodded and said, Senior brother He Sua, you're overestimating others' morale and diminishing your own. Against this little brat Ling Xiao, I can win in less than 5 moves. He Sua didn't doubt Jin Ming's statement because Jin Ming was simply a martial arts fanatic and would never lie. Unless he misjudged Ling Xiao's strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to exaggerate. The top 10 of the outer sect were all difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao actually took so long to deal with the weakest 10th place disciple, and in the end, he was almost overturned by Ling Xiao. It was enough to show that Ling Xiao's strength was just SOSO. And in the top 10, every time one moved up a rank, their strength would more than double. The further one went, the more terrifying their strength would be. The top 3 outer sect disciples even had the experience of defeating a first-order transcendent realm cultivator. And Jin Ming was one of these 3 people. If he could even defeat a transcendent realm master, what could Ling Xiao, a mere peak 8th layer martial vein, count as? Thinking of this, He Sua couldn't help but laugh at himself. He was really a little too nervous. In fact, it was completely unnecessary. Elder He is here. Since you're here, come and have a cup of tea. Suddenly, He Sua cupped his fists towards a dark corner. Elder He, like Elder Bai, was one of the 2 great elders of the outer sect. He was responsible for daily affairs and his strength was second only to the hall master of the outer sect main hall. And this Elder He was from the same clan as He Sua, so their relationship was very good. In addition, Elder He had been taken care of by the flame deity in the past, so if the flame deity or He Sua needed anything, he would usually help. Greetings, Elder He. Jin Ming got up and bowed his head. This Elder He was also a 9th layer Transcendent Realm Master. Although Jin Ming could defeat a first-order Transcendent Realm Cultivator, in front of a 9th layer Transcendent, he was just an ant. So, naturally, he had to be respectful. No need for formalities, He Sua. I've observed this Ling Xiao that you're talking about. It's really amazing. I don't know what his talent is, but his combat ability is definitely too outstanding. Even this old man can't compare to him. Elder He was dressed in black and his face was haggard, as if he was about to become a skeleton. But one couldn't underestimate this person. Even the flame deity had to show him some respect. After all, a 9th layer Transcendent Realm Master could break through to the Heaven Realm at any time. Is he really that powerful? He Sua frowned. Haha, but you don't have to worry, although his combat skills are superb, they are limited to those below the Transcendent Realm. Jin Ming was right just now, he should be able to easily defeat Ling Xiao, but 5 moves won't be enough, at least 30. Elder He smiled as he sat down. He took a sip of tea and said, "Don't worry." Jin Ming frowned but didn't dare to refute. Elder He, that little brat Ling Xiao once injured me, disrespected my honored master, and is also the disciple of that old man Bai Yun. Can't you find an excuse to teach him a lesson? I don't need you to do anything, just don't let him grow. He Sua said as he poured tea for Elder He. Teach him a lesson? Haha, do you want me to offend old Hall Master Yang and Sister Lan? Elder Black sneered, not to mention that we can't afford to provoke Miss Lan's master, nor can we afford to provoke Heavenly Venerable Devil Flame. Let's just talk about old Hall Master Yang. I still want to get more pills from him. If I offend him, how much will I lose? That can't be, Elder He, that Ling Xiao is just doing odd jobs in the medicine hall. Could it be that old Hall Master Yang will make things difficult for you because of him? He Sua asked in confusion. What do you know? Old Hall Master Yang wanted to accept that brat as a disciple many times, saying that the brat has talent in alchemy, but that brat actually refused to acknowledge him as a master and was only willing to follow him as a medicine boy. Elder He scolded, but this old man has talked with old Hall Master Yang before. He really trains this brat as his successor and cherishes him. With his temper, if anyone really dares to bully Ling Xiao, old Hall Master Yang will definitely explode. What? He Sua was even angrier. How could Ling Xiao be so lucky? He actually found such a good backer as soon as he entered the sect, so that he couldn't deal with this brat openly. You can't do it openly, but you can still make things difficult for him behind his back, but the risk is too great. Haha, this old man won't do a losing business. Elder He suddenly said. When He Sua heard this, he secretly scolded this old thing for being insatiably greedy, but sometimes being insatiable was a good thing, as long as he could do things for him after being greedy. Don't worry, Elder He, the benefits I gave you in the past will be doubled. What do you think? He Sua said with a smile. Seeing that you and I are of the same clan, this old man will give you a discount. Increase it tenfold, this old man can consider it. Old fox. Bah. Looking at Elder Hay's back, Sua couldn't help but curse. Elder Hay's request was too high. He couldn't satisfy him with 10 times the reward. But it didn't matter. He didn't dare to deal with Ling Xiao openly, but he could do it secretly. Moreover, no one would say anything if he did it according to the sect's rules. After the battle between Ling Xiao and Yangqing, he could feel that his comprehension of Snow Lotus Sword technique and Divine Prison King Fist had improved. This was the benefit of actual combat. It was definitely not something that could be achieved by sitting there and cultivating. He wasn't injured, but he had consumed a lot of energy. However, in front of outsiders, he didn't show the slightest sign of fatigue. Just like before, he slowly walked down the challenge stage, facing the fearful and jealous gazes of all the outer disciples below the stage. He walked to Lan Yuer's side. "Senior sister, I didn't let you down, right?" He grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth, showing the innocence of a child. Yes, he was only 14 years old now. Wasn't he just a child? "Humph, you actually made us worry. How should I punish you?" Lan Yuer said angrily. "Why don't I invite senior sister, old hall master Yang, and you Ling to have a meal together?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Okay, but you have to cook it yourself. Moreover, the ingredients must be at least 100 years old. Otherwise, it won't be good for us martial artists." Lan Yuer said with a smile. This wasn't the first time she showed a bright smile in front of Ling Xiao. Thanks to Ling Xiao, the other outer sect disciples had a feast for their eyes today. More than 100 years old? Okay, no problem. Ling Xiao thought about it. In his mountain river world, there were not only 100-year-old ginseng and antler, but also 100-year-old pheasant. In addition, there were also some 100-year-old seasonings. It shouldn't be a problem to make a ginseng chicken soup. So he agreed. Only he could do it. Others really didn't have this ability. It was too extravagant to use 100-year-old ingredients to make dishes. However, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. He believed that as his ability as master of the mountains and rivers continued to improve, he would be able to use materials that were 500 years old, 1,000 years old, or even 10,000 years old to make dishes at will. In fact, perhaps it was because he had once been a little beggar, but his desire for good food far surpassed his desire for pills. Fortunately, the two didn't contradict each other. In fact, if he understood pharmacology, it would be easier for him to match them when cooking dishes in the future. Keep bragging. Do you think it's so easy to get materials that are more than 100 years old? Lan Yuer really didn't believe it. After all, the longest living person in Yuehua school was only 300 to 400 years old. Materials that were over 100 years old were really hard to come by. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, junior brother Ling. You've actually really defeated Li Anil and Yangqing to become a quasi-inner court disciple in one go. You've simply revealed your invincible might, and it's truly admirable. Zhao Ji was the first to congratulate Ling Xiao. This person was not on the same side as Ling Xiao, but he had always tried his best not to offend Ling Xiao, which could be considered a very wise decision. Senior brother Ling is too awesome. Let's see how those old outer court disciples can still show off now. Especially that Li Anil, he even used a leather whip to whip us yesterday. Congratulations, senior brother Ling. Congratulations, senior brother Ling. You're simply a role model for our generation. You've broken the 100,000-year-old record of Yuehua school. In fact, many outer court disciples were older than Ling Xiao. Since they had entered the sect at the same time, it was reasonable for them to address him as junior brother Ling Xiao, but they didn't dare to. Ling Xiao's strength made them fearful. Therefore, they simply addressed Ling Xiao as senior brother. It wasn't that they couldn't do this. After all, in the sect, strength was always respected. Zhao Xi couldn't lower herself to flatter Ling Xiao. This woman's personality was somewhat straightforward. Unfortunately, she couldn't lower herself to do so, and Ling Xiao wouldn't care about her. Su Ying, on the other hand, was dissatisfied. So what if you can defeat Yangqing? Your potential is not as good as mine. Even if you look very good now, you'll be worse than me in the future. Just wait and see. She gritted her teeth and turned to leave. Of course, she had to avenge her fiancé, but not now. This time, among the new disciples of Yuehua school, other than Ling Hao, who had been directly accepted as an inner court disciple by Heavenly Master Golden Light, Ling Xiao could be considered the first person to make it into the top 10 outer court disciples. After becoming a prospective inner court disciple, especially one of the top 10 prospective inner court disciples, Ling Xiao would have his own cave abode. This was more comfortable than living in the medicine hall's house. Of course, the best thing was that these cave abodes were built in places with abundant spirit qi and were protected by arrays. Not only would cultivation be twice the result with half the effort, but even if someone wanted to plot against him, they wouldn't be able to do it. As a prospective inner court disciple ranked 10th, the salary he received was naturally much higher than other outer court disciples. Ordinary outer court disciples only received 10 low-grade spirit stones and 10 low-grade yellow-grade spirit pills every month. As a prospective inner court disciple ranked 10th, this amount was 20 times more. Moreover, he didn't have to do heavy labor. He only had to focus on cultivation. In addition, he had some special privileges that other outer court disciples didn't dare to imagine. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao had to challenge Yangqing and Lianl. However, these things would naturally be taken care of by the outer court disciples, so Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about it. What he needed to do was to go to the outer court headquarters to collect 10 low-grade yellow-grade spirit pills and a precious long spear. This was what Yangqing and Lianl had bet there. Of course, he also took back his 1,000-year golden snow lotus. He wasn't in a hurry to use this thing, so he still kept it in the mountain river world to cultivate. For things like medicinal herbs, the older they were, the more spiritual they would become, and the more beneficial they would be to martial artists. A low-grade yellow-grade spirit pill didn't sound like much, but it had to be known that this kind of spirit pill was actually better than the best pills in the secular world. It could even be said that this was a real pill. The pills in the secular world weren't real pills at all. When he returned to the medicine hall with Lan Yuer, old Hall Master Yang greeted him with a smile. He was the medicine hall's hall master and was very concerned about Ling Xiao. Although he didn't say much, he asked Lan Yuer to tell him the result of the challenge immediately. If Ling Xiao was in danger, he would rush over immediately. "Kid, you're really good. You actually took care of those two brats. Well done, but don't be arrogant. A battle below the transcendent realm is just a small matter. In the future, you still have to concentrate on learning alchemy and become an outstanding alchemist." Old Hall Master Yang always felt that it would be a pity if Ling Xiao didn't become an alchemist. "Old senior, you saw that I won. Shouldn't you give me a reward?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. Old Hall Master Yang took out a wooden box and placed a single pill inside. "Stingy, just one pill?" Ling Xiao certainly knew that this pill was extraordinary. He had read the basic alchemy, so he naturally understood what this pill's luster represented and what its aura meant. This pill was at least a high-grade yellow-grade spirit pill. Even a 9th-layer Transcendent Realm Master would crazily fight over it. This pill was called the Transcendent Body Shaping Pill. Swallowing it would neither temper one's body nor improve one's cultivation. However, this pill had a very big effect, which was to improve one's martial arts aptitude and reshape one's body, making it easier for one to reach the Transcendent Realm. To put it simply, if a half-step Grandmaster swallowed this pill, their chances of breaking through to the Transcendent Realm would increase by 50%. If a 9th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator swallowed this pill, their chances of breaking through to the Heaven Realm would increase by 20%. For Ling Xiao to say that he was stingy with such a powerful pill was purely a joke. This old man was really good to him. "Stingy? If you don't want it, then forget it." "No, of course I want it. Wouldn't I be a fool if I didn't want such a good thing?" He was now an early 9th-layer martial vein master, so his cultivation growth was a matter of course. Reaching the half-step Grandmaster level was also a matter of course. But breaking through to the Transcendent Realm was a hurdle. With this Transcendent Body Shaping Pill, he could basically fill up this hurdle. As long as he cultivated, with the increase of his true qi, breaking through to the Transcendent Realm would be a completely smooth matter. "Senior sister, aren't you going to give me a reward?" Ling Xiao looked at Lan Yuer again and smiled brightly. He thought that Lan Yuer would flatly refuse, but who knew that she would directly take out a colorful stone. "This is a smelting stone," Ling Xiao exclaimed excitedly. "You have good eyesight. You use a sword, but the treasure artifact you obtained from Lianal is a spear, so obviously it's not suitable for you. However, if you have a smelting stone, you can ask a skilled artifact refiner to smelt this spear into a sword." Lan Yuer smiled and said, "Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to use a mortal artifact as a mold." "Hehe, thank you, senior sister." Ling Xiao really did not expect that this senior sister, who was as cold as an iceberg, would actually be so meticulous. Knowing that he needed smelting stones, he prepared them for him. "You're welcome. You promised to cook for us." Lan Yuer smiled. "Don't worry, I'll do it now. Ling Xiao, I also have a gift here. This is a martial yuan grass that I personally cultivated. It's not worth much, and it doesn't have any special effects. Although it's a little shabby, it's still a gift from me." Dai Yuling also prepared a gift for Ling Xiao. However, she naturally couldn't compare with Lan Yuer and Hall Master Yang. She was a special disciple who had just joined Wuhua school, so she could only give him a gift that was more meaningful than a gift. "Senior Sister Rain Spirit, you're too polite. I really like this gift." What Ling Xiao cared about wasn't the value of the gift, but the friendship. Who said that there couldn't be brotherhood between men and women? Dai Yuling, this girl, could become his best friend. Martial yuan grass is a medicinal herb that can only be cultivated by a plant martial spirit. This kind of grass doesn't exist in nature. Lan Yuer said, "Under 100 years, this grass doesn't have any special effects. However, once it's over 100 years old, martial yuan grass will become a treasure. It's a versatile grass that can replace all kinds of precious herbs in alchemy. So, I actually got a treasure." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "You have to live for 100 years first. Work hard to reach the transcendent realm, then you can increase your lifespan by 100 years. Lan Yuer said. Ling Xiao secretly thought, 1 year in my mountain river world is equivalent to 100 years. So, as long as I cultivate this martial yuan grass in my body for a year, it can achieve the desired effect. However, he wouldn't say this out loud. After that, Ling Xiao personally cooked. He used 100-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old pheasant, 100-year-old garlic, 100-year-old velvet, and 100-year-old spices to make a big pot of ginseng, velvet, and chicken soup. After this pot of soup, Dai Yuling directly returned to her room to cultivate. The spirit chi was too abundant. She was probably going to break through soon. After all, Dai Yuling was already at the peak of the 8th layer martial vein. She wasn't far from breaking through. Old senior sister, I'll go back to my cave and use this smelting stone and transcendent body-shaping pill. Ling Xiao also got up and said goodbye. Okay, you fought a big battle today. You're probably tired. Have a good rest. Come back tomorrow. This old man has something important to tell you. Old Hall Master Yang said mysteriously. Can't you tell me today? Ling Xiao asked curiously. No. Alright then, I'll see you both tomorrow. On the same day, Ling Xiao returned to his cave. Although this place couldn't be compared to the cave of an inner disciple, it was still much better than an ordinary residence. He rested for a moment before consuming the transcendent body-shaping pill along with the remaining heaven essence bone-changing pill. With the advancement of his strength and the constant strengthening of his body, the medicinal strength he could withstand was also getting stronger. This was not a big deal. The originally ferocious medicinal strength, in Ling Zhao's eyes, had become gentle. It flowed through his meridians into his internal organs, seeped into his flesh and bones, and began to be absorbed. To give an inappropriate example, Ling Zhao's previous meridians were equivalent to a small river. If there was a flood, it would definitely break the river bank. But now, his meridians were equivalent to a large river. Even the small river's water had become a trickle. It was also because of this that the medicinal strength could enter his body so gently, as if it was a tonic. Even if the speed was very fast, it wouldn't cause much of an impact on him. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to do it. If it were Dai Yuling, or even Ming Tian, they would probably suffer a fate worse than death. Ling Xiao operated the superior gold-grade defensive martial art, Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, combined with the quasi-gold-grade inner force cultivation method, Snow Lotus Truth, to speed up the absorption of the medicinal strength. At the same time, he continued to strengthen his body. In the process of accelerating the absorption of the medicinal strength, there was only a slight numbness, and it still didn't hurt. Looking at his body with his soul, Ling Xiao could clearly see that his body was slowly being transformed by the transcendent body-shaping pill. This kind of transformation was not only a transformation of the flesh and blood, but also deep into the cells. At the same time, he operated the Mountain River Martial Spirit. From the Mountain River Martial Spirit, a cool power naturally flowed out and combined with the energy of the transcendent body-shaping pill, continuing to strengthen his body and transform his body. He had long discovered that the Mountain River Martial Spirit could transform his body. Before Ling Xiao fused with the Mountain and River Martial Spirit, his aptitude was on par with Ming Tian and Ling Hao. However, after the transformation of the Mountain and River Martial Spirit, he could clearly feel that not only had his martial arts aptitude soared, even his memory, perception, and so on had all improved. The Mountain and River Martial Spirit did not feel like a simple auxiliary tool. It had gradually merged with Ling Xiao's soul. As the degree of fusion deepened, his body would continue to transform and improve in all aspects. The awakening of the Mountain and River Martial Spirit was actually very sudden. It was triggered by the remnant scroll that his grandfather, Hong Qi, had given him. He now had some doubts. Was his grandfather, Hong Qi, really a beggar? Who were his parents? Ling Xiao's suspicions were not without basis. As his horizons broadened, he began to understand the terror of the Mountain and River Martial Spirit. If Hong Qi was just an ordinary person, how could he have such a valuable thing? Forget it, let's not worry about it for now. I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. One day, the answers to these questions will be revealed. He believed that Hong Qi would not harm him. Perhaps for some reason, there were some things that he could not tell him. Then he could only increase his strength to make Hong Qi believe that he had the ability to protect himself. Other than that, there was probably no other way. About 2 hours passed. Ling Xiao's entire body was actually excreted a layer of black and smelly viscous liquid. This kind of thing was the impurities in the body. It was not the first time he had seen it. Ling Xiao knew very well that this meant that his body had once again become closer to the body of an extraordinary being. His entire body and soul had been sublimated. In the true sense, he had been reborn. Combined with some of the things he had comprehended after the battle with Yanqing and Lianal, the accumulated strength erupted once again. His cultivation had also broken through to the middle of the 9th level of the martial vein. Of course, the external model was still the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. He could be very powerful in battle, but his cultivation could not increase so quickly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he attracted the attention of the flame deity. He was no longer afraid of He Sua. If he didn't have the full support of Empyrean Demon Flame, then even if He Sua had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to openly deal with him. After all, he now had a backer. As for the dirty tricks behind his back, he would just let them come. Ling Xiao was not good at other things, but he was best at making others suffer the consequences of their own actions. In fact, he had only digested less than a third of the transcendent body-shaping pill's medicinal effect. If it were anyone else, they would have to consume all of their extraordinary body-shaping pills to achieve such an improvement. However, he only used a third of it. This was all thanks to the Mountain River Martial Spirit. With the existence of the Mountain and River Martial Spirit, he would not waste the slightest bit of medicinal efficacy and could basically completely absorb it. Not only that, the special energy released by the Mountain and River Martial Spirit could also increase the efficacy of the medicine. This was something that others could not do. As the strongest martial spirit, the Mountain River Martial Spirit was definitely worthy of its role in assisting. As for combat, Ling Xiao hadn't tried it yet. Although he wanted to try it, in order to avoid becoming the target of public criticism, he tried his best to suppress this desire. Unless it was a last resort, he would never use the Mountain and River Martial Spirit to fight. Anyway, the rest of the martial spirits were enough. In addition, with the help of the transcendent body-shaping pill, the medicinal effect of the Heaven Essence bone-changing pill had been completely absorbed. This caused his almost stagnant heavenly dragon golden body to break through the shackles again and advance to the fourth level in one fell swoop. The fourth level of the heavenly dragon golden body could cultivate the heavenly dragon martial vein. In other words, if the martial vein in the body completely transformed into the heavenly dragon martial vein, not only would the true essence be more stored, but it could also completely transform the true essence into the heavenly dragon true essence. Now that he had broken through to the fourth level, the next thing to do was to completely transform the snow lotus true essence in his body except for the thunderbolt true essence and the fierce beast true essence. The level of the heavenly dragon true essence was much higher than the snow lotus true essence. Moreover, it would not erase the characteristics of the snow lotus true essence. It could be said that it was very wonderful. After the quality of the true essence improved, all of his martial skills would also greatly increase the attack power of his martial skills, allowing his strength to greatly increase compared to when he fought with Xianxia. Obviously, if it was just the heaven essence bone-changing pill, it would be impossible to break through to the fourth level of the heavenly dragon golden body. At the very least, it would not be so fast. The biggest effect was the transcendent body-shaping pill given by Old Hall Master Yang. This was the Yuehua school, one of the 12 sects. The opportunities here were really much more than in the secular world. Just because of a victory in a challenge and a random pill given by a hall master, he was able to achieve such a breakthrough. It was really a pleasant surprise. The speed of improvement of defensive martial skills was originally slower than other martial skills, so many people were actually unwilling to waste time on it. In the entire outer sect, those who really focused on defensive martial skills as their main means would not exceed 10 out of 1,000 people. And in the top 30 of the outer sect, there was only one person who focused on defensive martial skills as their main cultivation direction. He was Jin Ming. Even Ling Xiao did not focus on defensive martial skills. It was just that he was able to advance in all aspects. After the heavenly dragon golden body reached the fourth level, the degree of his body's toughness had already surpassed Jin Ming's. He had never lacked confidence, but in the past, he really did not have the confidence to defeat Jin Ming. But now, the situation had changed dramatically. With his current strength, although defeating Jin Ming would not be easy, it was no longer impossible. He was now more concerned about who to defeat, but the next 2 levels of the heavenly dragon golden body. The heavenly dragon golden body only had a total of 6 levels. The 5th level was already very terrifying. At this level, he would be completely reborn. His entire body would be transformed and upgraded, and he would have the complete heavenly dragon blood. He could be reborn from a drop of blood and break through to the transcendent saint realm. There was still the last level, which was the 6th level, impervious to fire and water, indestructible Vajra, rebirth of the soul, and an indestructible body. What kind of realm was this? Ling Xiao was really surprised. Such a terrifying defensive martial skill was only a superior gold-grade martial skill. Then, what realm would the Dragon Emperor's protection technique, which was even more terrifying than the heavenly dragon golden body reach? He was really looking forward to it. Ling Xiao was now only at the 4th level of the heavenly dragon golden body, but his physical strength was already more powerful than that of a half-step master. It could be said that just by relying on his physical strength, without any true chi, he could now kill an ordinary half-step master, and the opponent would not be able to hurt him at all. That was how strong he was. It might be too early to say that he was invincible under the transcendent realm. After all, the top 3 in the outer sect were not to be trifled with. But even if he was not invincible, he was in an invincible position. After continuing to cultivate for a while, the sky had already darkened. Ling Xiao created 2 clones and continued to cultivate the Imperial Sword Technique Bronze Scroll and the Divine Prison King's Fist. Lost for his soul, it entered the Mountain River world. The smelting stone was placed in the Mountain River world. There was no one in the small town's weapon shop, but it had the youngest refining equipment. Ling Xiao found the equipment to fuse the equipment, and then let his martial spirit clone operate it, placing the smelting stone, ice glass sword, and treasure spear into the equipment. This process was very simple and anyone could do it. He didn't have to worry about the smelting after that. After the Mountain River martial spirit was activated, he only needed to consume some true essence and the equipment would automatically operate. Ding dang. The smelting was complete, a brand new sword appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Compared to the previous ice glass sword, not only was it more beautiful, it also emitted a strange luster. A treasure sword was indeed better than the floating snow sword. During this period of time, unless he used two swords, the ice glass sword was hidden because there was no need for it. But now, after such a smelting, the ice glass sword that was about to be eliminated had regained a new life. Perhaps it was because of the heavenly dragon's true essence, but on the newly smelted sword, one could faintly see an ice dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. "I'll just call you Ice Dragon Sword." Although the name was a bit tacky, Ling Xiao wasn't going to sell art. It was fine as long as he used it. With such a weapon, he would be able to be on par with Jin Ming. Because the top 10 outer sect disciples all had treasure artifacts. If he didn't, he would be at a disadvantage. Smelting the ice dragon sword seemed simple, but it took a lot of time. After Ling Xiao finished, he realized that it was almost dawn. He withdrew his two clones and planned to rest for a while. Not to mention that he was only a martial vein realm cultivator, even a transcendent realm cultivator needed to rest. It was just that he didn't have as much time as an ordinary person. Divine Prison King's fist actually comprehended a new move, soul snatching. It had to be said that the shadow cultivation secret technique had really helped him a lot. Without it, even if he could create a shadow clone, he wouldn't have been able to use it to cultivate. The most important thing now was to find a higher level secret technique that could replace the shadow cultivation secret technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, the effects of this doppelganger's cultivation would become worse and worse. The bronze sword manipulation art has also entered the 7th level, and it can be considered as having just entered the realm of mastery. Purely in terms of instantaneous lethality, this sword manipulation art is already close to flying snow. As long as it reaches the next level, this sword manipulation art will once again become my most powerful instantaneous lethality move. Ling Xiao had not used the sword manipulation technique in the previous battles. One of the reasons was that it was unnecessary, and the other reason was that he felt that his level of cultivation was not high enough to use it as a trump card. After taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on the stone bed and rested. The sun rose in the east, illuminating the moonlight pagoda. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and walked out of the cave. "Hello, Senior Brother Zhao." "Good morning, Senior Brother Zhao." "Senior Brother Zhao, you're going to the medicine hall." On the way to the medicine hall, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that whether it was the new outer sect disciples or the old outer sect disciples, all of them had become enthusiastic. What made him the most speechless was that even though they had entered the sect much earlier than him, they still called him Senior Brother. It was as if they couldn't show their respect for him if they didn't call him that. He really didn't like to deal with this kind of situation, so he casually said a few words and sped up. Once he sped up, no one could catch up to him. In the past, when he met outer sect disciples like Li Anil who were ranked in the top 30, they would definitely not give way to him. But today, when Li Anil and Lu Chang saw him coming from afar, they hurriedly stood on the side of the road, lowered their heads, and cupped their hands in greeting. This made Ling Xiao feel a little proud. After all, he was only 14 years old. To be able to make people who had once looked down on him so respect him was an achievement. Why couldn't he be proud? As for Yangqing, that guy was still lying in the infirmary and hadn't come out. Not long after, he arrived at the medicine hall. Old Hall Master Yang was sitting there reading a book. When he saw Ling Xiao, he stood up with a smile and said, "How was it? Did you rest well yesterday?" "What rest?" "Senior, the transcendent body-shaping pill that you gave me is simply too useful. It has tormented me for an entire night, and it has greatly benefited me." Ling Xiao joked, but he was really touched by this old man. He wondered if he should just become Old Hall Master Yang's disciple. This old man was really good to him. But on second thought, although Old Hall Master Yang's status in Yuehua school was very high, his strength was still not as good as the flame deity. The flame deity didn't dare to deal with Old Hall Master Yang on the surface, but what if he did something bad behind his back? What a contradiction. "Old Hall Master Yang, you spoiled this Ling Xiao too much. He didn't come to the medicine hall for most of the day yesterday." Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a green shirt next to him said very unkindly, "Qing Mu, as the deputy hall master, why are you arguing with a kid? There's no need." Old Hall Master Yang waved his hand and said, I know you're the deputy hall master in charge of the discipline of the medicine hall, but Ling Xiao did have an urgent matter yesterday. What urgent matter? Qing Mu asked. Is the challenge of the outer gate an urgent matter? Old Hall Master Yang frowned and was a little unhappy. However, Qing Mu was obviously a straightforward person. He didn't care at all and continued, there are too many challenges in the outer gate. If everyone asks for leave and doesn't come, how can the medicine hall operate? What if he challenges the quasi-inner disciples ranked in the top 30? Old Hall Master Yang narrowed his eyes and asked. That's an exception. According to the rules, there's no problem. But him? Qing Mu looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully and said, he's only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. The top 30 are all half-step masters. Who can he challenge? Haha, you really don't believe me. He not only challenged one, but two. One is called Li Anil, who seems to be ranked 26th in the outer gate. The other is Yangqing, who is ranked 10th. Old Hall Master Yang's face showed a little pride. The little guy he thought highly of had performed so well. There was nothing wrong with being proud of him. You lost miserably, didn't you? Qing Mu looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Reporting to Vice Hall Master Qing Mu, the potential inner sect disciple's strength was stronger than I had imagined. I had to use all my skills before I was able to obtain victory. Ling Xiao said lightly. Haha, I knew you would lose. You said you won? Qing Mu obviously didn't expect such a result. He wasn't Old Hall Master Yang, so he didn't care what Ling Xiao did. He only cared that Ling Xiao asked for leave. Yes, I won. Ling Xiao nodded. Both of them? Yes. Many people went to watch the battle that day. If Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu doesn't believe it, you can ask Senior Sister Lan. She was there. That's right. I can testify that Ling Xiao not only won, but he also defeated Li Anil, who ranked 26th, and Yangqing, who ranked 10th, in one move. Lan Yuer came in from the outside, and her voice was full of unquestionable certainty. Novel, law, that's impossible. Qing Mu turned pale with fright. Nothing is impossible. Is Deputy Hall Chief Qing Mu doubting my attainments in martial arts? Lan Yuer frowned. How dare I? Deputy Hall Master Lan's attainment in martial arts is not inferior to Hall Master Yang's. I dare not doubt it. It's just too surprising that a martial vein LV8 defeated a half-step master. Qing Mu looked at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at a monster. In addition, Vice Hall Master Qing Mu, Ling Xiao's challenge was agreed upon by Old Hall Master Yang and I. Does Vice Hall Master Qing Mu think that we don't even have this little bit of power? Lan Yuer was not Hall Master Yang, so she would not give face to Qing Mu. Haha. Qing Mu smiled awkwardly. How could that be? Since that's the case, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. He hurriedly left the alchemy room as if he was running away. Yang and Lan, I have the flame deity to cultivate me. Sooner or later, I will be the new hall master of the medicine hall. At that time, you will see. Qing Mu was furious when he left. As for Ling Xiao, he has offended me, so he will make things difficult for him. He was the vice hall master of the medicine hall. He was very clear about the rules of the medicine hall. He could use the loopholes in these rules to attack Ling Xiao. Even Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Yuer would not be able to interfere. Old Hall Master Yang, you have to be careful. Qing Mu is very close to Mo Yan, and you know that Mo Yan has the wisdom bone. He is the most outstanding genius of the Yuehua school in the past 1,000 years. His martial soul is a little special, and even the headmaster is very indulgent of him. If he focuses on cultivating Qing Mu, you will be in trouble. Lan Yuer's master was one of the grand elders of Yuehua school. She probably knew more about these secrets than Old Hall Master Yang. Ignore him. Old Hall Master Yang waved his hand and said, this old man has lived for so long and has seen everything. Mo Yan's aptitude is very outstanding, but his wisdom bone was stolen from someone else. It can't be completely integrated with his body. Sooner or later, something will happen. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Last Lan, please leave for a moment. I have some important matters to discuss with Ling Xiao. Alright. Although Lan Yuer felt strange why old Hall Master Yang was so mysterious, since it was a secret, it wasn't good for her to stay. After Lan Yuer left, old Hall Master Yang directly called Ling Xiao to his cave mansion. This was the cave mansion of an elder, and the conditions were naturally better than that of an inner disciple. Just by taking a breath, he could feel his true qi increasing. Old senior, if you have something to say, this junior will keep it a secret for you. Ling Xiao said very seriously. This matter is about you, old man. You should talk to him. Old Hall Master Yang looked at the puppy on his shoulder and said. Ling Xiao, are you willing to worship me as your master? The puppy was very direct. It didn't have any opening remarks at all and asked directly. Wait, what's going on? A fierce beast that can speak human language? What kind of level is that? Ling Xiao knew that if a fierce beast could speak human language, it was at least equivalent to an expert in the celestial realm. It could even be called an immortal beast. Ordinary beast, monster beast, fierce beast, and immortal beast were equivalent to an ordinary person, a martial vein realm cultivator, a transcendent realm cultivator, and a celestial realm cultivator. What fierce beast? This senior's origin is a bit special, so it's not convenient for me to tell you now. Just tell me if you are willing to worship this senior as your master. Your respected old Hall Master Yang was cultivated by this senior. The puppy said proudly. No way. Ling Xiao was even more shocked. Old Hall Master Yang smiled and said, Little guy, you don't want to worship this senior as your master because you are afraid that this senior's strength is not as good as the flame deity. However, this old man of mine is much stronger than the flame deity. He is just relying on this beast's body to recover. If you worship him as your master, you will never regret it. But what about you, old senior? Ling Xiao felt a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha. If you worship this old man as your master, you will be this senior's junior brother. Of course, only the three of us can know about this. No one else can know about this. Old Hall Master Yang laughed heartily. That's right, I haven't told you my name after such a long time. My surname is Yang, and my name is Yang Danlin. Our master, who is also my old friend, can be called Yuan Venerate. In that case, this disciple is willing to worship Senior Yuan Venerate as his master. Ling Xiao knew very well that someone respected by Yang Danlin definitely wouldn't be weak. Furthermore, this Yuan Venerate's strength was even stronger than the flame deities, so he wouldn't have to be afraid if he worshipped him as his master. Very well, this senior will accept you as his disciple today. You will be considered my third disciple. The first one is not worth mentioning. The second one is Yang Danlin. He is also considered a friend of mine. If it weren't for him, I would have died long ago. The third one is you, Yuan Venerate said. However, this senior is not a member of the Yuehua school, so you can call yourself Yang Danlin's disciple. This senior won't mind. This disciple understands. Very well, that's all for today. Given your current strength, I don't need to personally guide you. Danlin, help me impart knowledge on alchemy and medicine. You can also give him a few pointers on martial arts. If there are any problems that he can't solve, come to me. Yuan Venerate lay down and fell asleep again after he finished speaking. Ling Xiao, don't mind him. Yuan Venerate suffered a very serious injury. Furthermore, it was an injury to his soul, so he has to sleep frequently. Unless we are in danger, he generally won't make a move. Yang Danlin explained. This junior understands. He didn't mind. After all, he was only a martial vein martialist now. Regardless of whether it was martial arts or alchemy knowledge, old Hall Master Yang Danlin's pointers were completely sufficient. Alright, your next task is to continue strengthening your basic knowledge on pharmacology. Start learning advanced alchemy technique, advanced pharmacology, and fire manipulation technique. Yang Danlin didn't go to the medicine hall's library. Instead, he found these books in his cave abode. He was the hall master of the medicine hall, so this wasn't a problem for him. The other 3 books aren't difficult to understand. As for fire manipulation technique, it is slightly special. Yang Danlin explained. Fire manipulation technique only requires you to control the size of the flame and the duration of the flame. You also need to know when to use what kind of flame. Fire manipulation technique requires you to be able to control a variety of flames. Old Senior, how many types of flames are there exactly? There are many, but for an alchemist, you only need to master 12 types of divine flames. They are civil and martial sacred flame, samadhi true fire, sun crimson flame, extreme yin cold flame, death dark flame, myriad spiritual flame, heavenly punishment flame, reincarnation heavenly flame, primal chaos ancient flame, life sacred flame, cosmic demon flame, and destructive flame. Yang Danlin replied, I need to remind you that it is impossible to completely master these flames because each type of divine flame is a type of martial spirit. No one can completely master 12 types of martial spirits, so most alchemists only borrow these flames. And even if you borrow them, you can only get the civil and martial sacred flame and samadhi true fire. As for the other 10 types of flames, to be honest, even I have never seen them with my own eyes. I have only seen them in books. In the next 2 days, Ling Xiao memorized the books that Yang Danlin introduced, including the Imperial Fire technique, and digested and understood them. But there was a problem here. Even if he could understand the Imperial Fire technique, he still needed to use it to control the flames. Yang Danlin's suggestion was to start with mortal flames. Mortal flames could actually be used to refine pills and medicine, but only materials under 100 years old could be used. The process of controlling mortal flames could be said to be similar to the 12 types of divine flames. It was just simpler. And controlling mortal flames did not require the martial spirit to cooperate. Ling Xiao only used 2 hours to condense a flame seed in his body. The flame seed looked like a small flame located in the martial artist's dantian. Under normal circumstances, only alchemists had them. The flame seed's final growth depended on the alchemist's final achievements. Generally speaking, the bigger the flame seed, the higher the alchemist's achievements. It was said that in ancient times, there were top alchemists whose flame seed could grow into a sun seed. The flame in their body was like a red sun, very powerful. Of course, this was not the strongest. After all, a seed was only a seed. Some alchemists guessed in their own writings that a sun seed could eventually become a real sun. Although this was just a guess, it was a guess that followed a certain pattern. It wasn't a random guess. Ling Xiao was looking forward to the future of this flame seed. His flame seed was only about an inch long. It was so small that it seemed like it could be extinguished at any time. It was not even as bright as a candle. However, with this flame seed, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort when refining pills. This was for sure. Hearing that Ling Xiao could condense a flame seed in 2 days, Yang Danlin's old face was both happy and shocked. It was as if he did not know how to express it. How about this, since you've already condensed a flame seed, then from tomorrow onwards, you'll learn alchemy from little Lan. Remember, watch her every move carefully. Although little Lan's proficiency in alchemy isn't as good as this old man's, her talent is very high, so her foundation is very solid. There won't be any harm in learning from her. Yang Danlin was usually too busy, and the alchemy techniques he was using now were very complicated. It was obviously not suitable for a person who had just entered the sect to follow and learn. Lan Yuer was considered a transition. Ling Xiao naturally understood the reason behind his arrangement. Receiving Yang Danlin's request, Lan Yuer didn't have the slightest complaint or refusal. This made Yang Danlin very surprised. After all, alchemy techniques were unique to alchemists and alchemists. Many things could not be divulged except to their own apprentices. Even if they taught their apprentices, they would not reveal it. After all, it was common for the master to starve to death when teaching his apprentices. However, Lan Yuer did not hide anything from Ling Xiao. According to her, Ling Xiao's medical qualifications were obviously better than hers. Naturally, she wanted to cultivate him. However, Yang Danlin was an experienced and knowledgeable old fox. He saw a hint of other meaning in Lan Yuer's eyes. But since Lan Yuer did not say it, he did not point it out. For the next few days, Ling Xiao followed Lan Yuer during the day to learn the detailed process of refining pills. At night, he continued to cultivate. Of course, others did not know that there were always 2 doppelgangers in his cave. Although the speed was not as fast as the main body, they did not waste time. His martial soul doppelganger was in the mountain river world. He tried and perfected the alchemy techniques that Ling Xiao learned from Lan Yu'er. He gradually absorbed them and made them his own. Although Dai Yuling was Lan Yu'er's apprentice, she did not get Lan Yu'er's attention. Of course, Dai Yuling's main direction was not alchemy, but cultivating medicinal herbs. Dai Yuling's martial soul was very special. Every time she succeeded in cultivating medicinal herbs, her cultivation would improve. The more unique and outstanding the herbs she cultivated, the faster her cultivation would improve. This completely made up for her lack of martial arts aptitude, which surprised Lan Yu'er. Today, Dai Yuling was a martial vein early-stage 9th layer martial master. Her cultivation was still improving. Ling Xiao occupied most of Lan Yu'er's time every day. He did not try it out because his martial soul doppelganger had done all the testing. What the martial soul doppelganger learned belonged to him. There was no doubt about it. During the learning process, Ling Xiao often asked some questions, which surprised Lan Yu'er. Because these questions were not even noticed by her. Or maybe she was aware of them, but she could not solve them. In the end, Lan Yu'er was surprised to find that those ordinary alchemy techniques had been perfectly perfected by Ling Xiao. She became the one who asked questions and the one who was taught. After that, Lan Yu'er began to teach Ling Xiao her own alchemy techniques. His unique alchemy techniques were not simpler than Yang Danlin's alchemy techniques. Some of his creativity was even better than Yang Danlin's. But even so, Ling Xiao could still learn it easily in the state of soul immersion. Moreover, it did not just stay in his mind. His martial soul doppelganger had tried many things for him. Even if it was a unique technique, there were still some omissions. This was something Lan Yu'er could not do. She relied on her powerful ability to reduce mistakes as much as possible. But this method was difficult to promote. So Ling Xiao listed these omissions one by one and told Lan Yu'er his own opinion. Lan Yu'er was shocked. It could even be said that she was a little disappointed. However, she quickly tossed this feeling of disappointment aside. Because of the mutual learning with Ling Xiao, her alchemy techniques and pharmacology knowledge had improved by leaps and bounds. There were many things that were difficult to understand in the past, but after Ling Xiao's inadvertent hints, she suddenly understood. Now, she did not know who was the teacher and who was the student. Lan Yu'er really felt that her choice to teach Ling Xiao these things without reservation was really right. Ling Xiao not only did not disappoint her, but also benefited her endlessly. Lan Yu'er now found a way to refine pills that she could not refine in the past. The benefits of learning alchemy from Lan Yu'er were not only the improvement of his alchemy skills. Lan Yu'er would give one or two of the elixirs she refined to Ling Xiao, so that Ling Xiao could temper his body and improve his cultivation when he returned to his cave residence at night. These dawn were not worth mentioning to Lan Yu'er. She could easily give them to Ling Xiao. However, for a martial vein realm warrior, these dawn were too precious to be bought even if they were willing to spend money. 7 days later, Ling Xiao had learned almost all of Lan Yu'er's skills. He even had his own unique opinions, which made Lan Yu'er unconvinced. At first, Lan Yu'er felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. After all, Ling Xiao was the top medical genius in the Yuehua school. But now, he was easily surpassed by Ling Xiao. How could she not be happy about it? But as time passed, she gradually lost that feeling. She even felt a little happy. After all, a genius like Ling Xiao had learned alchemy and alchemy skills from her for so long. She could be regarded as half a master to him. If she needed Ling Xiao's help in the future, wouldn't it be very convenient? Besides, she had not been able to break through to the celestial realm because she had been distracted. Now that the medicine hall had Ling Xiao, she could put more energy into cultivation. In fact, since the 5th day, she had given some of the elixirs she refined to Ling Xiao. This showed her trust in Ling Xiao. At the same time, it was also to train Ling Xiao's alchemy skills. On this day, Qing Mu, the vice hall master of the medicine hall, came to the alchemy room with a very bad face. He questioned Lan Yu'er as soon as he arrived. He asked why she had given some of the precious elixirs to Ling Xiao. He also said that there was a problem with the elixirs refined by Ling Xiao. Therefore, he wanted to punish Ling Xiao according to the rules of the medicine hall. Of course, this was a groundless accusation. The pills that Ling Xiao refined had been inspected by Lan Yu'er and Old Hall Master Yang. Their quality was even better than the pills refined by the two of them. So, how could there be a problem? When Lan Yu'er was about to speak, Ling Xiao stopped her with a smile. Then, he looked at Qing Mu and said, Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu, are you sure there is a problem with the elixir I refined? Naturally, could it be that this Hall Master would wrongly accuse you? Qing Mu said coldly. Haha, who knows? I heard that Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu is also good at refining elixirs. Is it because he thinks that my elixirs are better than yours that he is jealous and deliberately finds fault with me? With the support of Yang Danlin and Lan Yu'er, Ling Xiao was not afraid of Qing Mu. You. Don't talk nonsense. Qing Mu said angrily. Vice Hall Master Qing Mu, don't slander me. Ling Xiao said coldly, since Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu thinks that there is something wrong with the elixir refined by me, how about this? How about we openly concoct pills in front of the medicine hall's higher-ups and disciples? Let's compete and see whose elixir is better. I don't want to compete with you. Qing Mu snorted coldly. Qing Mu, haven't you always wanted to be the hall master of the medicine hall? Yang Danlin slowly walked in from the outside. He looked at Qing Mu with a smile and said, since that's the case, if you can defeat Ling Xiao in a public alchemy competition, this old man will hand over the position of Hall Master to you without any regrets. Senior. Old Hall Master Yang. Ling Xiao and Lan Yu'er were both surprised. Yang Danlin often came to the alchemy room recently and occasionally taught them how to refine elixirs. So, he noticed the progress of Ling Xiao and Lan Yu'er. However, it was a little too risky for him to bet his Hall Master position with Qing Mu. Ha ha ha, Old Hall Master Yang, you must be joking. Although Qing Mu wanted to agree, he was afraid that Yang Danlin was deliberately testing him, so he did not respond immediately. What's wrong? Qing Mu, are you afraid? Yang Danlin sneered. You are an alchemist who has the civil and martial sacred fire seed and the civil and martial sacred fire martial spirit. Ling Xiao only has the mortal fire seed. You don't dare to bet with him? Qing Mu did not speak, but his face was a little red. Since you don't dare to bet with him, don't make trouble for no reason. I have personally checked Ling Xiao's elixir. If there is a problem with it, ask him to come to me. Yang Danlin suddenly raised his voice. Old Hall Master Yang, you can't be so protective. Qing Mu said with a pale face. Is this old man trying to protect his own today? What about it? Yang Danlin looked at Qing Mu and did not give him a way out. Good. In this case, you have to blame me. Yang Danlin, you said it yourself. If I win against Ling Xiao, you will hand over your position as Hall Master to me? Qing Mu's expression was a little ferocious. Perhaps because he was too angry, he had forgotten to be afraid and became rude. That's right. I said it. Good. Tomorrow at noon, we will officially compete in the Medicine Hall Square. Qing Mu said with a gloomy face. The requirement is very simple. Use the same materials to refine the same elixir. Whoever has the higher degree of perfection will win. No problem. Yang Danlin nodded. Qing Mu glared at Ling Xiao, and then there was a bit of contempt in his eyes. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could refine better elixirs than him. Ling Xiao had only been learning alchemy for a short time, and he only had the mortal fire seed. He was an experienced alchemist and had the powerful civil and martial sacred fire martial spirit, which was very helpful for alchemy. As for the so-called perfect elixirs refined by Ling Xiao, he always thought that Yang Danlin or Lan Yu'er helped to refine them. Otherwise, wouldn't Ling Xiao be a real monster? He did not believe it. Senior, you don't have to do that. I just want to compete with him here, so that he won't find fault with me. You put a lot of pressure on me. After Qing Mu left, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Not confident? Yang Danlin asked with a smile. How is that possible? It's good that you're confident. If you win this duel, you'll become an alchemist that the sect will focus on cultivating in the future. No one will dare to touch you. You'll even have experts protecting you. Qing Mu won't be able to find trouble with you anymore. Isn't that good? Yang Danlin wanted to settle this once and for all. Otherwise, if Qing Mu came to Ling Xiao again and again, she was afraid that Ling Xiao would not have the energy to study. All right then. Old senior sister Lan, don't worry. I will definitely exterminate this Qingmu. Ling Xiao revealed a resolute smile. The next day, the medicine hall square was full of senior members and disciples of the medicine hall. There were many inner disciples here, which was different from the outer disciples' challenge. This time, it was not about martial arts or fighting, but alchemy. An alchemist who had just joined the sect for less than a month wanted to compete with an experienced alchemist who had been in the sect for decades. This was simply unheard of. It's that Ling Xiao again. What's wrong with him? An inner disciple asked. Senior brother, you may not know, but this Ling Xiao once defeated the 26th and 10th outer disciple, the half-step master, with his cultivation at the peak of the 8th stage of the martial vein. He broke the record of the Yuehua school for 100,000 years. The old outer disciple replied. The element of chance is greater in the challenge of martial arts. However, alchemy is different. Alchemy requires proficiency and experience. It also requires an outstanding flame to complement it. Ling Xiao is playing with fire. His tail is already wagging to the sky. The inner disciple was also an apprentice of the medicine hall. Naturally, he knew how difficult alchemy was, so he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defeat Qingmu. In fact, except for Yang Danlin and Lan Yuer, all the audience thought so. Even the 3 elders of the medicine hall, who were the judges, thought so. These 3 elders' cultivation and alchemy skills were on par with Yang Danlin's. However, they were a few decades older than Yang Danlin and were nearing the end of their lives. Nevertheless, they were still the treasures of the Yuehua sect. At the very least, there would be no problems with their judgment, so they would be very fair as the judges. Well, let's not waste any more time. You two can start now. Today, each of you will refine a set of Dan. Let's refine a high-grade true elemental Dan. The materials have already been prepared, that's all. Whoever has the highest success rate and the highest perfection rate will be the winner. One of the elders announced the start of the alchemy. The high-grade true elemental Dan was a low-grade elixir. It was not even qualified to be called a yellow-grade elixir. However, it was the best elixir for martial vein realm warriors to improve their internal force and cultivation. In the secular world, it was difficult to find a single elixir. This alchemy competition was about operation, not ability, so it was impossible to give Ling Xiao an elixir that he couldn't refine. After all, no matter how good Ling Xiao was, he was just a low-grade alchemist. He could only refine low-grade elixirs. If Ling Xiao could refine the same elixir better than Qingmu, then he would win. In terms of selecting materials, Ling Xiao's speed was obviously faster and more accurate. Even though the materials were already prepared, it was entirely up to them to decide how much to use or how little to use. If they used too much or too little, there would be problems. After selecting the materials, the 2 of them began to grind and roll the balls. Although this process was boring, it was necessary. After that, the 2 of them put the 20 life pills into the alchemy furnace almost at the same time. The life pill was a pill that had not been refined and did not possess the special effects of a pill. What came next was the key. Wow! It's the civil and martial Saint Fire martial spirit. Suddenly, the onlookers exclaimed. Ling Xiao hadn't lit the fire yet. He turned to look at Qingmu. A ball of flame appeared behind Greenwood. What was interesting was that half of the flame was incomparably ferocious, as if it could incinerate everything. The other half was very gentle, but it was obvious that the effect of continuous heating was better. In the process of alchemy, there was a saying that there was a difference between civil and military. The so-called gentle fire was the slow enhancement of power in the form of a thin stream flowing in a long stream. The so-called martial fire was the activation of a strong power. The civil and martial sacred fire had the characteristics of both civil and martial fires, and its effect was even more outstanding. It was very suitable to be used for alchemy. Ling Xiao glanced at it, then retracted his gaze and began to focus on his alchemy. Qingmu's civil and martial sacred fire was indeed powerful, but it was enough to refine a low-grade true essence pill. Ling Xiao had already refined a high-grade true essence pill no less than 1,000 times in the Mountain River world, and had long since reached the point of perfection. The key was that the Mountain River world could simulate alchemy, and the process did not consume any materials. Of course, the refined elixirs could not be used. However, this process was almost no different from refining pills in the real world. Therefore, the pill refining techniques that Ling Xiao learned were all real and there was nothing fake about it. However, Ling Xiao still encountered some small problems. He found that there was something wrong with his life pill. Generally speaking, the humidity, age, quality, and so on of the same batch of materials should be about the same. However, after refining the life pill, Ling Xiao suddenly found that the situation was wrong. His materials were too wet, as if someone had deliberately sprinkled water on them. In the crowd, two people were whispering to each other. Hee, that brat will lose for sure. His materials have been soaked by a special spring water. This kind of spring water has a very high ignition point, and ordinary fire can't evaporate it at all. His pill will never be able to be refined, unless he uses one of the 12 divine flames. Well done. If Hall Master Qing Mu wins this time, then he will be the real Hall Master of the Medicine Hall. In the future, you won't have to do the hard work of transporting materials. You can cultivate by my side. The second person was none other than He Sua. He Sua had been looking for a way to deal with Ling Xiao, but for such a long time, Ling Xiao either returned to the cave or was with Lan Yu or Yang Danlin. He had no idea where to start. However, this time, Ling Xiao wanted to compete with Qing Mu in alchemy. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Hall Master Yang Danlin, even used his position as Hall Master as a bet. How could He Sua not seize this opportunity to trip up Ling Xiao? It was not that he didn't believe in the ability of Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu, but he felt that Ling Xiao had too many accidents. So, in order to be foolproof, he asked the people who transported the materials to do something to Ling Xiao's materials. Thank you, senior brother He Sua. He Sua smiled and looked at the square again. At this time, Yang Danlin and Lan Yu also noticed that something was wrong. Because Ling Xiao, who was supposed to light the fire, didn't light it at this time. Instead, he sat there in a daze. With their vision, it was not difficult for them to find that there was something wrong with the materials. Old Hall Master, should we announce a pause? It will be troublesome if it goes on like this. Lan Yu asked nervously. Yang Danlin's face also showed a serious expression. He used his position as Medicinal Hall Master as a bet. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel any pressure, especially when he knew that Ling Xiao's materials had been tampered with. No, if we interrupt the competition now, others will think that we are cheating. Yang Danlin shook his head. He didn't want to interrupt the competition, but once it was interrupted, he would have no face to continue to be the Medicinal Hall Master in the future. Even if it was found that someone had tampered with the materials, it would be his incompetence. It would have nothing to do with Qing Mu. But if it goes on like this, we will lose. Lan Yu was a little anxious. Don't worry, let's wait and see. Anyway, the alchemy time of the high-grade Jin Yuan Dan is half an hour. It's still early. Yang Danlin wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. His fate had been involved with Ling Xiao. Now, he could only hope that Ling Xiao could solve the problem by himself. Would a miracle happen? Ling Xiao let out a long sigh and tried his best to calm himself down. Ling Xiao had already analyzed that these materials were drenched by a special spring water and this kind of spring water could not be evaporated by ordinary flames. Novel law, if the water could not be evaporated, then the pill would not be able to take shape. What should he do? The method was very simple and that was to use the God Flame. No, it didn't have to be the God Flame. As long as it was a flame of a higher grade than ordinary flames, it would suffice. Got it. Suddenly, a bright light flashed through his mind, and an idea instantly formed in his mind. Hence, he started to light the fire. There was a problem with the materials, so the following steps had to be done perfectly and absolutely could not be flustered. Whereas on the other side, Qing Mu had already started to control the fire and he could even smell a faint medicinal herb fragrance which was emitted after heating. He turned his head and took a look. Under Qing Mu's control, the civil and martial sacred flame was like an obedient slave and the entire process was extremely smooth. But for some reason, Ling Xiao seemed to hear an indignant roar. It must be an illusion. He shook his head and no longer looked at Qing Mu, he returned to his own pill furnace. Selecting the materials, creating the life pill and then lighting the fire. Lighting the fire sounded very simple, as if it just needed to be lit. However, it wasn't like that. Every kind of pill required a different flame size and temperature. For some high-grade pills, there were even more special requirements. Originally, the high-grade true elemental pill didn't have a high requirement on the flame and it only needed ordinary flames. But after being drenched by the special spring water, it required a special flame to solve the problem. Xianxia took a deep breath and placed a special piece of spiritual charcoal into the furnace. Then, he ignited this piece of spiritual charcoal. At this moment, the spiritual charcoal was still burning with ordinary flames. But no one noticed that Xianxia had quietly placed his hand beside the furnace and a black flame seeped out from his palm. This flame was transformed from the wild beast's true essence which Xianxia had swallowed. Previously during the battle in Skycloud City, that wolf-shaped wild beast was able to produce this kind of black flame. Although this kind of flame couldn't be compared to the god flame, but it was much higher grade than ordinary flames. A high-grade flame was naturally not easy to control. However, this was not a problem for Xianxia. With the ignition successful, the next step was also the most important step in the entire alchemy process, and that was to control the fire. Why did he want to learn fire manipulation? It was just that they could use it here. Xianxia had entered the soul imprint state. He was able to control all the changes happening inside and outside the pill furnace, including the amount of vicious beast true essence that was poured in. He had perfect control over everything. Fire controlling technique required the use of true essence to control and influence the flame. This was something that almost all alchemists could do. It needs to be explained here that alchemy is much easier than alchemy. Alchemy is the most basic. Xianxia only learned the theory and skipped it. He learned alchemy directly. These two principles were the same. It was just that alchemy was more profound and more useful to martial artists. The minimum requirement for an alchemist was to be a martial master at the early 7th level of the martial vein. As for the alchemist, the requirements were even higher. Generally speaking, one had to be at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein to begin. Xianxia was, of course, an exception. Under his control, the flame was very fierce at first. This was because the water on the pill had to be evaporated first. After about 10 breaths, the flame gradually decreased. At this time, it was necessary to slow down the flame. Otherwise, the life pill would be completely burned. After the water of the special spring evaporated, Xianxia took back the vicious beast true essence and the black flame disappeared. In the following time, there was no problem relying on the ordinary flame. "Lan girl, did you find it?" Yang Danlin's face showed unconcealable joy. "See what?" Lan Yuer's eyesight was not as experienced as Yang Danlin's. "Ha ha ha, little Lan, you have to train your eyesight properly. Xianxia is actually hiding such a secret. It's truly shocking. This time, Qing Mu and that little fellow He Sua are going to suffer." Although Yang Danlin wanted to laugh out loud, the alchemy process was not over yet. She felt that it was better not to be too ostentatious. It was not too late to be happy when the final result came out. After a quarter of an hour, Xianxia smelled a trace of medicinal fragrance coming from the pill furnace. Through the pill furnace, he could even see that the life pill had gradually taken shape and was showing a golden luster. This was a sign that he was close to success. The closer he was to success, the easier it was to fail. Because at this time, the flame must be controlled to a very precise degree. If there was a slight mistake, the furnace of pills may be directly destroyed. There was a loud noise coming from the side. It should be that Qing Mu's pill was about to be refined. He delayed too much at the beginning. At this time, half an hour was almost over. There was not much time left. But even so, he did not have the slightest distraction. He still carefully controlled the flame in the pill furnace. When to add the spiritual charcoal, there was not the slightest mistake. This kid's true essence is very strong. The special black flame just now consumed a lot of energy, but it seems that he didn't feel it at all. The more Yang Danlin watched, the more shocked he became. He originally thought that his judgment of Xianxia was already very high, but when he truly carefully observed Xiao's pill refining process, it was still able to make people endlessly shocked. Whoosh, the noise sounded again. Qing Mu's pill was out of the furnace. After the lid of the pill furnace was opened, a dozen golden lights suddenly shot out, causing the scene to be filled with exclamations. I'll have to trouble the three elders to score. Qing Mu glanced at Ling Xiao proudly. He also noticed that the other party's materials were wet, but he did not have any thoughts of winning. Instead, he felt very relieved. After following the flame deity for so many years, he had learned the principle of doing things by all means to achieve his goal. Vice Hall Master Qing Mu is indeed formidable. His success rate has reached 100%. 20 high-grade true elemental dawn have been completely refined, and among them, there are even 3 spirit dawn with a 100% perfection degree. One of the elders said. That's right. Among the remaining 17 pills, 10 of them are spirit pills with a degree of perfection nearing 90%. Their effects are about twice as strong. The other 7 are spirit pills with a degree of perfection nearing 80% to 90%. When a furnace of pills came out, the first thing to do was to judge whether it was defective, or finished. Among the finished products, there were 3 grades: qualified, excellent, and perfect. The effect of a perfect pill would be increased. And the degree of perfection was the degree of perfection of a perfect pill. Generally speaking, as long as an alchemist could refine a qualified pill, they would be considered to have passed. If they could refine an excellent pill, then the effect of all the pills would be increased by 10%. This was already considered an excellent alchemist. If they could refine a perfect pill, no matter what the degree of perfection was, they would be among the best alchemists. The reason why Qing Mu dared to try to snatch Yang Danlin's position as the hall master of the medicine hall was because he had a certain amount of confidence and capital. Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu is really amazing. I'm afraid he's going to win this round. What do you mean by afraid? He's definitely going to win. No matter how excellent Ling Xiao is, he can only refine excellent elixirs at most. Can he refine perfect elixirs? Yeah, he's only been learning alchemy for less than half a month, right? That's right. So I suspect that old Hall Master Yang is tired of being the Hall Master of the Medicine Hall, so he deliberately gave the position to Deputy Hall Master Qing Mu. Hey, it seems that it's really possible. After Qing Mu's elixirs came out, there were all kinds of opinions. However, everyone had the same thought, that old Hall Master Yang would definitely lose this bet. He still wants to refine excellent elixirs? I think he's just going to refine a furnace of defective elixirs. He Suo sneered. He had already stood up and was ready to leave. The reason why he didn't leave was purely because he wanted to see Ling Xiao's embarrassed look. The more unlucky Ling Xiao was, the happier he was. No matter how the surrounding environment changed, Ling Xiao was still immersed in his alchemy. From the moment he started to refine elixirs until now, it had only taken him a little more than a quarter of an hour, which was much shorter than Qing Mu's. It was a pity that he had wasted too much time before, so he finished later than Qing Mu. However, it was almost time now. Ling Xiao calculated the time and then slowly withdrew the true essence that was being transferred. The flame in the alchemy furnace gradually extinguished, leaving only a trace of residual heat to remind people that the elixirs had just been refined here. Look, Ling Xiao's elixirs are also out. It was not known who shouted, but it attracted the attention of many people towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, slowly reached out his hand, and opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. In that instant, as many as 20 rays of golden light shot out. Not only that, but this golden light was even more dazzling than Qing Mu's pill. The final time to open the furnace was actually very crucial. If it was too early, the life pill would not be able to fully mature. If it was too late, it might be burnt or even cause the life pill to explode. The most frightening thing was that the cauldron might even explode, resulting in an irreparable disaster. This kind of thing had happened before. In fact, similar things had happened several times in Yuehua School. The medicine hall's alchemy room had been destroyed many times. Elders, please give your marks. Ling Xiao stood up respectfully and cupped his hands toward the 3 elders of the medicine hall. The 3 elders had no enmity with him. At most, they felt that he was a little arrogant, but this did not affect their grading. The 3 of them arrived in front of Ling Xiao's alchemical furnace. they couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise on their faces. This kind of expression had never appeared on their faces even when they were examining the pills inside the greenwood alchemical furnace. The onlookers were very nervous. Because the golden light just now was too dazzling, many people who originally looked down on Ling Xiao began to feel uncertain in their hearts. Good heavens, 20 pills, all of them are finished products, and all of them are perfect pills. One of the elders said loudly with a very surprised tone. It's not just good, these 20 medicinal pills have all reached a perfection level of 100%. Is this really a pill refined by a new apprentice alchemist? Another elder was also surprised. This is incredible. This old man has been refining pills for so many years, but I have never seen pills with such an outstanding degree of perfection. The effect of these 20 high-grade true elemental pills is simply comparable to a qualified top-grade true elemental pill. Do you believe that an alchemy apprentice can refine low-grade yellow-grade pills? The third elder was holding a pill in his hand, and his beard was trembling with excitement. Qingmu was obviously shocked. His face had turned pale, without the slightest trace of blood. He was obviously frightened. No, I don't believe it. How is this possible? He hurriedly rushed over and looked at Ling Zhao's 20 perfect high-grade true elemental pills. His eyes were filled with confusion and despair. He Sua also fell into a state of stupor. The disciple next to him who was transporting the alchemy materials was trembling all over. This guy probably already knew what was going to happen to him. The three elders looked at Ling Xiao with astonishment. Their expressions were filled with doubt and disbelief. That kind of expression was really complicated. Young man, did you really just learn alchemy? An elder asked. Elder, this disciple's current cultivation is only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. Even if I wanted to refine pills, I wouldn't be able to. After joining the Yuehua school, I learned alchemy from old Hall Master Yang and senior sister Lan. Is there anything wrong with that? He had nothing to be afraid of. In this world, there were many geniuses. It wasn't strange for someone like him to appear. No, there's nothing wrong with that. We're just asking. We're really surprised. No wonder Yang Danlin dared to bet his position as the hall master of the medicine hall. It turns out that he knew what was going on. After saying that, the elder who had lived for almost 200 years glared at Yang Danlin, as if he was complaining that Yang Danlin didn't inform them in advance, causing them to lose their composure. Yang Danlin also smiled bitterly. He knew that Ling Xiao was outstanding, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so outstanding. Well, let's announce that Ling Xiao has won the alchemy competition. Vice Hall Master Qingmu, do you admit defeat? Yes. How could he not admit defeat? The three elders were here. If he dared to say anything, he would be kicked out of the medicine hall and even be expelled from the Yuehua school. Well, since you admit defeat, it's fine. From now on, you're not allowed to suppress Ling Xiao. If the three of us find out, you won't be able to stay in the Yuehua school anymore. The three elders were not fools. They could see that Ling Xiao was very talented in alchemy. Although he was not as good as Qingmu now, it wouldn't be long before he became the best alchemist in the Yuehua school. There was no problem in abandoning Qingmu for such a precious treasure. Elders, please understand. I didn't use any excuse to suppress Ling Xiao. Although Qingmu was the vice hall master, his status and seniority couldn't be compared to the three elders, so his attitude was especially respectful. That's enough. We know what you did. We just didn't want to embarrass you. Aren't you going to reflect on yourself? One of the elders shouted coldly. Qingmu's face instantly turned pale. He felt that he was too naive. He thought that no one knew what he did. Who would have thought that everyone knew what he did? They just didn't care about it because it was too small. I admit my mistake. Qingmu lowered his head and said. It's not enough to admit your mistake. We have discussed your position as the vice hall master for the time being. If you perform well in the future, you can be promoted again. That's all. After the alchemy duel, Qingmu was removed from his position as vice hall master, and the disciple who carried the materials was directly expelled from the Yuehua school. This punishment was not light. Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about these things. He just wanted a quieter cultivation environment. Since the medicine hall had dealt with this matter fairly, he would not pursue it. However, because of this matter, Qingmu had an extremely vicious idea in his heart. He couldn't do anything to Yang Danlin. He couldn't do anything to Lan Yuer. He couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao either. But dealing with Dai Yuling was a piece of cake. He didn't know where he heard that Ling Xiao and Dai Yuling were senior sister and junior brother, so he didn't hesitate to tempt them with spirit pills. He made Jin Ming, who was ranked third in the outer sect, fifth in Tuoba Shan, and sixth in Gongyang Nu agree to help him secretly. He couldn't do it himself because after this incident, he had been watched closely. However, Jin Ming, Tuoba Shan, and Gongyang Nu had a lot of time. These three half-step grandmasters wanted to break through to the transcendent realm, so they didn't care whether this was appropriate or not. Anyway, it was just dealing with a little girl. It was no big deal. Ling Xiao didn't know Qingmu's plan. After the alchemy duel, he also received a reward. He could take away all the 20 high-rank true elemental pills he refined. Although he refined them, the materials were from the sect, and they were very expensive. At the very least, it was not easy for him to gather them. So, this could be considered a generous gift. In order to celebrate the victory, Yang Danlin gave Ling Xiao a 3-day holiday. Of course, she said it was a holiday, but in fact, she gave him books on basic pharmacology and alchemy so that he could read them in his free time. Ling Xiao returned to his cave house and put the books aside first. He obtained 20 high-rank true elemental pills, which were equivalent to the best quality true elemental pills. With these pills, it should be easy for him to break through again. He directly took 10 high-rank true elemental pills in one breath. This time, the cultivation time was a little longer. It lasted for 7 days. Ling Xiao's cultivation had directly advanced to the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. Next, he needed to accumulate strength and prepare to break through to the transcendent realm. However, the gap between the peak 9th layer martial vein and the transcendent realm was not so easy to cross. When one's strength accumulated to a certain extent, one could become a half-step master. If the peak of the 9th layer martial vein to the transcendent realm were divided into 10 stages, then a half-step grandmaster was equivalent to accumulating more than 90% of this strength. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, hadn't even reached 10% yet. Although Yang Danlin only gave him 3 days off, he had no choice but to cultivate in seclusion. He believed that old Hall Master Yang would understand. During the few days he was in seclusion, the other disciples in the sect also had their own encounters. After all, including the past 7 days, he had joined Yuehua school for almost a month. Many things would change over such a long period of time. Zhao Ji was the one with the highest cultivation from the beginning, so he was now a half-step master. Suing was slightly inferior. She was at the peak of the 9th layer martial vein and had accumulated about 60 to 70% of her strength. These two were the most talented, and their progress was the fastest. Zhao Xi was slightly inferior. She was only at the mid-9th layer martial vein. However, Dai Yuling's situation was special. Although her talent was not as good as Zhao Xi's, her cultivation method was special. She was currently at the mid-9th layer martial vein. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was absolutely unimaginable in the secular world. However, in the sect, this was nothing. After all, the 9th layer martial vein was just the beginning. Suing was currently a disciple of the flame deity. It was said that Ming Tian had pulled the strings. They were like-minded and regarded Ling Xiao as a thorn in their side. Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi were also disciples of an elder from the northern Han royal family. However, they were still considered outer disciples, similar to Ling Xiao's situation. Their cultivation speed was not slow, but Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was even more terrifying. However, Ling Xiao was still using the peak of the 8th layer martial vein. He did this because he did not want to attract the flame deity's attention. In any case, his cultivation was more or less enough in the outer sect. Unless he was against the top 3 disciples, he did not need to use the strength of the 9th layer martial vein. During this period of time, he did not deliberately cultivate the heavenly dragon golden body. In any case, he was still slowly absorbing the extraordinary body-shaping pill. Even if he did not deliberately cultivate, his physical fitness was still constantly changing. When he reached a certain level, he would naturally try to break through. All of this was within his calculations. He would not waste any time. After all, his time was very precious. He wondered how Cold Plum and Wu Xiang were doing. When Ling Xiao thought of his two friends, he sighed in his heart. Now, he could only wish for them to be safe and sound. In the sect, the competition was fierce. It was much more fierce than in the secular world. Even an outer disciple like Wu Xiang, who was ranked first from the bottom, would definitely be an expert in the secular world. But here, he was only at the bottom. This was only the situation of the outer sect. There were probably more geniuses and strong people in the inner sect. This point could be seen from Lan Yuer. She was only 2 years older than him, but her cultivation was already at the 9th layer martial vein. This was simply unimaginable in the secular world. Ming Tian, Su Ying, and Ling Hao were now considered to have entered the inner sect. They could cultivate the martial arts of the inner sect disciples and receive guidance from stronger martial artists. This was definitely a huge advantage. He, Zhao Ji, Zhao Ci, and Dai Yuling could be considered to be relatively lucky. Although they were still in the outer sect, they still received some benefits. However, this was not enough. As an outer sect disciple, even if you were to become a disciple of an elder, as long as the elder did not agree to let you enter the inner sect, you would still be an outer sect disciple and would not be able to cultivate the inner sect's martial arts. It wasn't without reason that Ling Xiao had always insisted on raising his cultivation base and prioritizing the improvement of his cultivation base. If you were one step behind others, you would be left far behind. Therefore, not only did he have to build a good foundation, he also had to try his best to catch up or even surpass his competitors. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive, let alone become strong. Others might feel that this was very contradictory. But Ling Xiao's situation was special. His cultivation broke through very quickly, but his foundation was already very solid. His true qi, physical fitness, and soul strength were already comparable to a transcendent realm cultivator. Therefore, he did not care about the negative effects of breaking through too quickly because this effect did not exist for him. After coming out of seclusion, Ling Xiao went to find Yang Danlin. "You little brat, I gave you 3 days off, but you actually went into seclusion for 7 days. Your cultivation still hasn't broken through. I really don't know what you are doing. Brother Yang, you made a mistake this time." The Yuan Venerate suddenly spoke. Made a mistake? Yang Danlin didn't understand. This kid's cultivation has already broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein, but I don't know what kind of special martial arts he cultivates, but he can hide his true cultivation. Even you can't see it. I only saw it because I have the eye of truth. The Yuan Venerate explained. Yang Danlin looked at Ling Xiao, her face filled with shock. "Master, Senior, I hope that the two of you won't tell anyone about this." Disciple did this purely because he didn't want to attract the jealousy of others, especially since the flame deity has a grudge against my master, Master Baiyun. Therefore, I can only keep a low profile for now. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "Don't worry, we won't speak carelessly." However, sky human-grade powerhouses generally possess special mystic abilities. Although mystic abilities like the Eye of Truth are very rare, we can't rule out the possibility of similar methods of seeing through your cultivation base, the Yuan Venerate reminded him. "Powerhouses of the heaven tier wouldn't pay attention to a nobody like me," Yi Futian said. Of course, Ling Xiao knew that Yuan Venerate's words were true. However, he wasn't worried. Unless his cultivation base advanced to the transcendent grade, Yuan Venerate Demon Flame might pay attention to him. Otherwise, Yuan Venerate Demon Flame would have many other things to do. Why would he waste time observing a nobody like him? Furthermore, there was a 90% chance that the flame deity's ability wasn't something similar to the Eye of Truth. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I called you here today to give you this immemorial divine pill scripture. Yang Danlin took out a book and handed it to Ling Xiao. The book wasn't very thick, but it had clearly been created using a special sealing technique. If it was fully opened, it probably wouldn't be able to fit in a 500 square meter house. This is the lifetime work of our master, Yuan Venerate. I originally planned to pass it on to you after a few years, but your aptitude in medicine is simply astonishing. Therefore, I discussed it with Yuan Venerate Master and decided to pass it on to you as soon as possible. This way, you can achieve greater results on the path of alchemy as soon as possible. Ling Xiao carefully took the book. This was the lifetime work of a Yuan Venerate. Many thanks, Master. Many thanks, Senior. Ling Xiao bowed deeply and said solemnly. This book is not only your master's painstaking effort. In fact, when your master was young, he had taken many outstanding alchemists as his master. This book is the painstaking work of over 100 top-notch alchemists. Not only does it contain profound alchemy techniques, it also contains many unique insights. You must treasure it. Yuan Venerate reminded him. Master, don't worry. I will cherish it. Alright, the matter of refining pills ends here. Next, I will personally impart to you the art of refining formations. Yuan Venerate suddenly said. Method of refining formations? Ling Xiao was stunned. He had only heard that there were arrays in this world, and these arrays required some materials to be arranged. What was the method of refining arrays? He had heard of weapon refinement before. Yes, the art of refining formations. Yuan Venerate explained. You should know that weapons, defensive equipment, hidden weapons, and the like can be embedded with arrays to produce special effects, right? I have heard of this before. Ling Xiao nodded. The art of refining formations is to create all the arrays and arrays through refining methods and seal them in an array refining stone. When used, you only need to refine the array refining stone and the weapon together to produce special effects. Furthermore, if you want to set up an array, you can also use an array refining stone to do so, Yuan Venerate explained. The Yuan Venerate continued to explain. Therefore, the foundation of refining array formations is learning about arrays and array formations. However, I believe that this shouldn't be too difficult for you. Your photographic memory should allow you to easily remember almost all existing arrays and array formations, right? As long as you remember them, your master will personally impart to you the art of refining formations. Yang Danlin couldn't help but chide Ling Xiao when he saw how calm he was. You really don't know how amazing this is. This art of refining formations was learned by Yuan Venerate from the Immortal Court continent, the highest level of the mystic realm. There are many array refinement masters there, but your master is one of the most outstanding. This method doesn't even exist in the Sky Dragon continent. So amazing. That's natural. Refinement masters on the Sky Dragon continent can only carve inscriptions or embed special gems to enhance the effects of the weapons. However, this is only the most basic stage of art of refining formations in the Immortal Court continent. There is no technical content and it is a waste of resources. Yuan Venerate explained. Do you understand now? Your disciple understands. Your disciple is willing to learn. Ling Xiao had actually been in a daze just now because he was guessing Yuan Venerate's identity. Not only was he a powerful alchemist, but he was also a powerful array refinement master. What exactly was his master's background? It's good that you understand. In the future, you will still belong to the medicine hall. However, you can learn art of refining formations from your master in private. In order to let you know the benefits of art of refining formations better, you can go to the sex market and buy some array refining stones, Yuan Venerate said. Yuan Venerate explained. Master, didn't you say that art of refining formations didn't exist in the Sky Dragon continent? Why are there array refining stones? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Array refining stones are a relatively common gemstone in the Sky Dragon continent. Although they are considered relatively expensive, one low-grade spirit stone can buy 10 array refining stones. Because these stones don't have any attributes, they are generally used by martialists in the Sky Dragon continent to store quintessential origin stones. What a waste, Yuan Venerate explained. In the Sky Dragon continent, they are called quintessential storage stones. You can just buy low-grade quintessential storage stones. Alright, your disciple understands. However, Senior, where is the Yuehua School's market? Ling Xiao had been at the Yuehua School for a month and had basically been walking around the outer sect and the medicine hall. He hadn't really gone anywhere else. Go find it yourself. Yang Danlin glared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao chuckled, thinking that it was true. If he couldn't even find it in the sex trading market, How could he survive outside in the future? Yuan Venerate and Yang Danlin didn't give him any spirit stones to buy array refining stones. However, this wasn't a problem since he didn't need much anyway. If he could successfully refine an array, he only needed one array refining stone. Considering the possibility of failure, he planned to buy 10 array refining stones. They were only worth one low-grade spirit stone, so it wasn't much of a burden to him. By the time he reached the sect, spirit stones had already become the standard unit of currency, while silver and gold had become a relatively common resource. Spirit stones were also used for refining pills, medicines, and equipment. However, they weren't as valuable as they were in the secular world. In the sect world, tens of millions of silver could only be exchanged for one low-grade spirit stone. Gold was slightly more valuable, but 100,000 gold could only be exchanged for one low-grade spirit stone. Generally, people wouldn't tease you for something as trivial as asking for directions. So, Ling Xiao quickly found the way to the trading market. This trading market was generally a place for internal transactions in the Yuehua school. Of course, sometimes there were outsiders, but that was a special case. The moment he arrived at the trading market, Ling Xiao was very surprised. An outer sect disciple like him, even a half-step grandmaster, was only doing menial work here. Those who could take out spirit stones to buy things were mostly inner sect disciples, and they were all above the transcendent realm. He used to think that there were too few masters in the Yuehua school, but when he came here, he understood that he was really a frog in a well. In this place, one would be able to meet 8th or 9th layer transcendental realm disciples, Vice Hall masters, elders, and other experts just by casually walking around. Fortunately, it was not allowed to casually release one's aura here, otherwise, Ling Xiao probably wouldn't be able to stay here, and those outer sect disciples who were working here would faint one by one. Was he an ant? Ling Xiao smiled. He admitted that he was indeed an ant now. But it didn't matter, who didn't start out as an ant, so what if he was in the transcendent realm, so what if he was in the heaven realm? He believed that he would be able to reach it soon. Of course, seeing this scene, Ling Xiao's desire to improve his cultivation became even stronger, and his determination to cultivate became even more firm. Especially those 9th heavenly layer transcendent realm and heaven realm masters who could casually take out high-rank spirit stones to trade, he was really envious. The trading market was actually not much different from a market in the secular world. It was mainly divided into two types, stalls and shops. As long as you paid a certain amount of rent, you could sell things here. Of course, the rent could only be spirit stones, and it had to be paid to the person in charge of the trading market. Although the person in charge was only at the 9th heavenly layer, he had a lot of power. Ling Xiao walked around for a while and found that although this was only an internal market of the sect, there was a very wide range of goods. There were fresh vegetables, fruits, meat, and so on from the secular world, which could be bought with silver or gold. There were also vegetables and fruits that were rich in spiritual energy planted by the sect, as well as the meat of spirit beasts bred by the sect. Of course, this could only be purchased with spirit stones. Not only was it delicious, but it was also very helpful for practicing martial arts. There were also various weapons refined by the armament hall, various pills refined by the medicine hall, and some materials for refining weapons and pills. Of course, there were also some secret martial arts manuals that were allowed to be traded in the sect. These secret martial arts manuals were relatively common and were very common outside, but their grades were not low. There were quasi-gold grade martial arts and even entry-level gold grade martial arts. However, the price was a little too high. Anyway, Ling Xiao really couldn't afford it for the time being. Of course, he found a good way to make money. The prices of alchemy materials here were relatively cheap, but the prices of medicinal pills were almost all very high. He did a rough calculation and found that the difference was almost 10 times. For example, if he were to refine a high-grade true elemental dan, all the materials would only cost 10 low-grade spirit stones, but the refined high-grade true elemental dan would cost 100 low-grade spirit stones. Even so, this thing was still often out of stock. As for the low-grade yellow-grade spirit dan extraordinary body-shaping dan, it was worth more than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao was considered to have a lot of spirit stones among the outer sect disciples, but now, he only had 300 low-grade spirit stones. He couldn't even afford such a medicinal pill. Moreover, the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones was just the price. Some people, in order to compete for this thing, bid 30 to 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. Currently, Ling Xiao was still unable to refine high-grade Dan. However, even if it was a low-grade true elemental Dan, it was still very valuable. He thought about it, this was really a very good way to make a fortune. No wonder others said that there were two kinds of people who were the richest in the sect. One was the alchemist. The other was the refiner. He first spent 1 low-grade spirit stone to buy 10 refining array stones, then used the remaining 300 low-grade spirit stones to buy the materials for refining high-grade true elemental Dan. In this way, refining 30 high-grade true elemental Dan shouldn't be a problem. In any case, his success rate was 100%. As long as no one disturbed him, he basically wouldn't fail, so there was no problem of wasting materials. He didn't need to buy the spiritual charcoal or the pill furnace. In any case, he was a disciple of a Yuan Venerate, so borrowing the spiritual charcoal and pill furnace from the medicine hall wasn't a problem at all. It was said that the spiritual charcoal could only be used to refine low-grade medicinal pills. If he wanted to refine a better high-grade medicinal pill, he would have to use better fuel. Of course, this wasn't something Ling Xiao needed to consider for the time being. It was enough for him to refine low-grade medicinal pills. The so-called high-grade medicinal pills were actually just 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each grade was divided into 5 smaller grades: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, top-grade, and transcendent grade. Low-grade medicinal pills were also divided into 5 grades. The high-grade true elemental Dan belonged to the transcendent grade of the low-grade, which was considered pretty good. At the very least, it was considered a top-grade medicinal pill in the secular world. Even in the sect, it was an excellent medicinal pill for outer sect disciples. Even experts in the first 3 levels of the transcendent realm needed this relatively cheap medicinal pill to replenish their true essence. Therefore, it wasn't a problem to sell it. In addition, he spent all the silver he had on him and bought some materials to refine the Martial Vein Body Sculpting Pill. He roughly calculated that he could refine about 10 pills. The Martial Vein Body Shaping Pill was also a low-grade transcendent grade medicinal pill. It had the same effect as the transcendent body shaping pill, but its effect was much worse. Furthermore, it could only be used by Martial Vein Realm martialists. The selling price of this medicinal pill was about 100 low-grade spirit stones, but the purchase of materials was a little cheaper than the materials for the high-grade true elemental Dan. The cost of materials for 1 pill was only 8 low-grade spirit stones. After buying the items, Ling Xiao turned and left. Although he wanted to stay here for a little longer, it didn't make much sense. It would just be a waste of time. Ling Xiao. Who would have thought that as soon as he walked out of the trading market, he would hear someone calling him? He looked up and saw that it was Su Ying, who hadn't shown her face in the outer sect for a long time. Su Ying was accompanied by another person, Ming Tian. At this time, both of their clothes were obviously embroidered with the insignia that only inner sect disciples were qualified to wear. It was too obvious. Su Ying, I haven't congratulated you yet. You've actually hugged the flame deity's thigh. It seems that your cultivation has also improved a lot. Ling Xiao ignored Ming Tian and looked at Su Ying indifferently. Bah, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. What a nasty mouth. Su Ying scolded, by the way, you're just an outer sect disciple. What are you doing in the trading market? Could it be that you're no longer working in the medicine hall, so you came to the trading market to look for work? Haha, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. This one was ordered by Old Hall Master Yang to come to the exchange market to buy some things. Thank you for your concern, I'm living quite well in the medicine hall. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Junior brother Ling, is Baiyun well? Ming Tian suddenly asked. This is? Ling Xiao deliberately pretended to be confused. He really despised Ming Tian's character. Although this person's talent was amazing, the things he had done that day still made him feel disgusted. Haha, it seems junior brother Ling is still angry about what happened that day. As Ming Tian spoke, he suddenly released his aura and a terrifying pressure directly swept towards Ling Xiao. First layer Transcendent Realm. Ling Xiao was taken aback. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he understood. Ming Tian's aptitude was originally good, and with the flame deity's cultivation, it was normal for him to break through to the first layer transcendent realm. After all, Ming Tian's cultivation in the secular world was much higher than Ling Zhao's. He's about to break through to the second layer. Suing interjected, now you understand why Ming Tian abandoned old man Bai Yun, following that guy has no future. If he just chose to leave, I could understand, but he shouldn't have attacked Master Bai Yun. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and circulated his mountain and river martial spirit, instantly dispersing Ming Tian's terrifying aura. Wanting to suppress him with just one's aura was not an easy task. The strong are respected, there's nothing much to say. If you see Bai Yun again, tell him for me that he shouldn't think about being enemies with Master Devil Flame. If Master Devil Flame wants to kill him, it'll be like crushing an ant. Ming Tian said coldly. Not being able to suppress Ling Xiao with his aura surprised him a little, but the gap in cultivation allowed him to calm down and look at Ling Xiao condescendingly. You'd better tell him yourself. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I don't have that much free time. You want to cultivate? You only have a treasure body, so what if you work hard? In the past, your cultivation was much weaker than mine. Now, not only has the gap not been closed, it has become even wider. Don't you feel despair? Ming Tian said with a hint of mockery. Maybe, but you better run faster, or I'll catch up to you soon. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Ming Tian used to be very arrogant, and now that he had become the flame deity's disciple and had broken through to the transcendent realm, it was normal for him to be even more arrogant than before. Then I'll wait. Ming Tian laughed and said to Suing, junior sister, let's go. Suing turned around and glared at Ling Xiao. You can't even catch up with me now, and you want to catch up with senior brother Ming Tian? You're overestimating yourself. Really? Ling Xiao smiled as he watched the two of them leave. Don't worry, your senior brother Ming Tian will be trampled under my feet very soon. When they returned to the medicine hall, Ling Xiao handed the array refining stone to the Yuan Venerate. The Yuan Venerate gave him a few books, Array Basics, Array Applications, and Array Material Science. Take them back and read them first. Look for me after you're done. The Yuan Venerate fell into a deep sleep after saying that. He obviously couldn't stay awake for too long. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Ling Xiao took the books and returned to his cave abode. Of course, before he left, he took a pill furnace and some spiritual charcoal from the medicine hall. As long as Yang Danlin nodded, no one would dare say anything about such a small matter. After returning to his cave abode, he split into two clones. One of them studied the immemorial divine pill scripture, while the other studied the basic books that the Yuan Venerate had given him. His main body began to refine pills. He didn't even tell Yang Danlin and the Yuan Venerate about the shadow cultivation secret technique. In this world, no matter who it was, one couldn't trust someone completely. Even Yang Danlin and the Yuan Venerate were the same. After all, people would change. Once they found out that Ling Xiao possessed a mountain river martial soul, they would become completely different people. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always be on guard against others. This was something that Hongqi had told him before and he had always kept it in mind. After grinding and processing the materials, Ling Xiao began to refine the life pills. It could be said that refining pills to make money was a common thing for other alchemists. However, this was just the beginning for him. He had to be careful. Even if it was just an unrated pill, he couldn't be the slightest bit careless. The refining process of the life pills also required precise calculations. This included the weight of each ingredient, the humidity of the life pills, the degree of flexibility, and so on. Everything had to be precise down to the millimeter. Even the slightest mistake could destroy a furnace of pills. After the life pills were refined, it was time to ignite them. Without the previous trouble, the lighting of the spiritual charcoal became a lot easier. Relying on the exquisite operation of the soul imprint state, the lighting of the furnace, which might have been a frequent failure for others, was a 100% success rate for him. The control of the fire after the ignition was the key. This was also the third step of refining pills and was the most important. This wasn't the first time he had refined a high-grade true elemental pill, so he was familiar with the process and could easily handle it. Furthermore, the pills that came out of the furnace were absolutely perfect. However, the martial vein body shaping pill was a little more difficult. This was because he had only seen this pill in a book. He had never refined it before, nor had he seen Yang Danlin or Lan Yue refine it. He hadn't even let his martial soul avatar simulate the refinement. This was purely his first time. He could let his martial soul avatar simulate the refinement a few times before starting to refine the martial vein body shaping pill himself. However, he didn't do that. This was because he believed in his controllability. This was just an unrated pill. If he still needed to simulate the refinement of such a pill repeatedly, it could only mean that his technique wasn't perfect. The spiritual charcoal had been ignited. The flame flickered, reflecting the cast of the brass pill furnace. This pill furnace was naturally very particular. Even an unrated pill had to be refined with a common grade artifact. Only those common medicines and pills used by secular martial artists could be refined with an ordinary pill furnace. The pill furnace that Ling Xiao borrowed from Yang Danlin was a common grade artifact pill furnace. Yang Danlin said that he had a better pill furnace, but he wouldn't give it to Ling Xiao for free. Unless Ling Xiao's alchemy level improved further, as long as he could refine low-grade Huang-grade spirit pills, he would give him a fine-grade artifact pill furnace. A fine-grade artifact pill furnace could refine low-grade and mid-grade Huang-grade spirit pills. It was definitely a good thing. If Ling Xiao improved again, he would naturally get a better one. Ling Xiao knew that Yang Danlin was deliberately giving him pressure and motivation. If he didn't have this motivation, he was afraid that he wouldn't be so diligent. This time, Ling Xiao still mixed in some black fierce beast flames, not to evaporate the water, but to shorten the time needed to refine the pill. The martial vein body sculpting pill's flame requirements were still quite different from that of the high-grade true elemental Dan. The former required a large fire to refine, but during the process, one had to suddenly choose to extinguish the fire. If it was described as a wavy line, the flame waves of this martial vein body sculpting pill were the kind of big ups and downs, showing a sharp shape without any arc. On the other hand, the high-grade true elemental Dan was basically a very smooth arc. Whether it was the rise or fall of the flame, it was relatively stable. It wasn't easy to master two completely different ways of controlling fire. But this was only for others. For Ling Xiao, this was really not a problem. In the state of entering the soul, the flame was like his arm, which could be completely controlled, whether it was the size or the temperature, it could be done to the best. If there was no problem in controlling the fire, the rest would be simple. The next thing he needed was to wait. After about a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao opened the lid of the pill furnace. If it was someone else, it would take at least an hour. This was his advantage. However, after all, it was his first time refining the martial vein body sculpting pill. There was still a trace of nervousness in his heart, just by looking at the beads of sweat on his forehead. The moment the pill furnace was opened, 10 golden lights broke through the air, and 10 martial vein body sculpting pills that exuded golden light appeared in front of him. When each kind of medicinal pill was formed, strange lines would appear on it. And this kind of lines was the best way to judge the type of medicinal pill. This could not be fate, and even the most excellent alchemist did not understand the reason for the formation of lines, and could only regard it as some kind of opportunity between heaven and earth. The first time refining the martial vein body sculpting pill, the success rate was still 100%, but the perfection level was slightly worse than the high-grade true elemental Dan. 5 of them were 100% perfect, 4 were 90% perfect, and 1 was only 80% perfect. If it was someone else, at this level, they would have jumped up and cheered. However, Ling Xiao was not satisfied. He sat there and carefully recalled the things he had done during the alchemy process, hoping to find the problem. In this way, the next time he refined, these problems could be corrected. In the end, he discovered that the crux of the problem was his nervousness. When he opened the furnace, his hand trembled slightly, causing the opening of the furnace to be slightly delayed. It was just this small problem, but it caused a flaw to appear in the originally perfect medicinal pill. If an unrated pill couldn't be perfected in one go, then how could he dare to think about refining a high-grade pill? Ling Xiao was constantly reflecting on himself, hammering himself. His requirements for himself were terrifyingly strict. He knew very well that he was different from others. he had the mountain river martial spirit, so he should be more outstanding than others. If he was inferior to others in any aspect, then it would be a waste of the mountain river martial spirit's powerful existence. 30 high-grade true elemental dawn of 100% perfection, one could sell for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. An ordinary high-grade true elemental dawn could only be sold for 100 low-grade spirit stones. This was the disparity. If one's skills were good, they would earn more. This was a principle that alchemists understood very well. The other 5 martial vein body sculpting dawn of 100% perfection were also sold for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The remaining 5 could only be sold for 900 low-grade spirit stones and 800 low-grade spirit stones. If he calculated it like this time he had really earned a lot. A total of 300 low-grade spirit stones, plus the silver that could be exchanged for less than 100 low-grade spirit stones, this was all his cost. And these refined dawn were worth close to 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was too cool. He could go to the trading market and buy 4 low-grade yellow-grade transcendent body sculpting dawn. This was an alchemist. As long as one's skills were good, they would never be short of spirit stones. When the 2 types of dawn were finished refining, he recalled his 2 doppelgangers. The contents of the eternal divine pill scripture had been completely integrated into his soul, and he had even understood the relatively simple parts. However, this book was a bit too profound. Many of the contents were obscure and difficult to understand. It was impossible for him to understand it in a short period of time by himself. However, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. He could slowly understand it, slowly comprehend it. Alchemy was a lifelong thing, and this kind of thing couldn't be done overnight. Furthermore, he had also memorized all the books about arrays that the Yuan Venerate had given him. These were the basics, so understanding them was relatively easy. There was no need for him to read them a second time, nor did he need to ask anyone else. While reading these books about arrays and formations, Xianxia comprehended some things. He realized that his comprehension of the bronze sword control technique seemed to have become more profound. This time, he didn't have time to cultivate, but he had actually comprehended the 9th level to the Great Circle realm. The reason was simple. The last 3 levels of the bronze sword control technique were basically related to array formations. He hadn't been able to comprehend them previously, purely because he didn't know anything about array formations and arrays. Now that he had read the books that the Yuan Venerate had given him, his mind was completely clear. After cultivating this set of sword control techniques to the Great Circle realm, one would automatically learn a set of sword formations called the Big Dipper sword formation. However, it required at least 36 flying swords. His clear wind sword was already useless, so he now had another goal, which was to obtain at least 36 treasure-grade flying swords. It was also possible to forge them himself. However, he didn't have that kind of standard at the moment. The blacksmiths in the Mountain River realm could only forge fine treasure-grade weapons at most. They really couldn't do anything higher. Therefore, his idea was to forge 36 fine treasure-grade flying swords first. When he obtained the remaining treasure-grade flying swords in the future, he would use smelting stones to smelt them. In any case, smelting stones could be bought at the market. The price was 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per smelting stone. Although it was a little expensive, it didn't seem like much to an alchemist like him. After this idea came to mind, he began to let his martial soul avatar help forge the flying swords. This process would probably take some time. Xianxia saw that it was still early, so he simply calmed down and took out the God Seal catalog to comprehend it. He had always felt that the God Seal catalog was very impressive. It was all-encompassing, including alchemy, weapon forging, array formations, refining arrays, martial arts, magical abilities, and so on. Although his current cultivation was too low and he could only comprehend some low-level profound meanings, he still gained a lot by comprehending it once a day. Some things might not be useful today, but they might not be in the future. In the God Seal catalog, there were many profound meanings related to movement techniques. Ancient martial artists were almost omnipotent when it came to flying. Xianxia couldn't comprehend those abilities, but through comprehending the profound meanings of these movement techniques, his cloud dragon divine travel finally entered the transformative realm after a period of stagnation. Regardless of whether it was his speed or the time he could float in the air, they were all much better than before. In the Divine Seal catalog, there were martialists who could use sword kinesis flight, and there were also martialists who could decapitate their enemies from thousands of miles away. Ling Xiao was naturally unable to do this. However, he could comprehend some low-level techniques and benefit from them. The bronze sword manipulation technique had once again entered the transformative boundary after reaching the Great Perfection boundary. After a martial technique entered the transformative boundary, one could comprehend a killing move. However, Ling Xiao felt that he still had to absorb and digest the current knowledge first. The progress he had made this time was the result of his accumulation of comprehension of the Divine Seal catalog. Of course, although he had yet to comprehend the killing move of the bronze sword manipulation technique, the power of its moves was clearly stronger than before. He had also gained some insights into the use of the Big Dipper sword array. That night, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he had been consolidating the results of his current cultivation. He yearned for a rapid improvement in his cultivation base, but he did not neglect a solid foundation. Sometimes, a little slower was also beneficial. He could discover many problems and fill in the gaps. The next morning, he left his cave abode and headed to the medicinal hall to look for Yuan Venerate. In any case, Yuan Venerate had basically been following Yang Danlin all this time. It was a situation where Yang Danlin was inseparable. Yuan Venerate would definitely be wherever Yang Danlin was. When he arrived at the medicinal hall, he discovered that Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi were also there. After asking around, he found out that they had come to the medicinal hall to collect elixir pills. A month had passed and it was time for outer sect disciples to receive their salaries. The rest of the rewards could be collected directly at the outer sect service hall. However, elixir pills could only be collected at the medicinal hall. Junior brother Ling. Seeing Ling Xiao, Zhao Ji actually revealed a very happy smile. Oh, it's senior brother Zhao. Have you come to the medicinal hall to collect elixir pills? Ling Xiao and Zhao Ji did not have a good relationship, but it was not bad either. After all, they were in the same batch of people who had entered the sect, so they could still be considered friends. Yes, but it is too difficult to enter your medicinal hall. It is said that outer sect disciples are not qualified to collect elixir pills. Only outer sect elders can collect them. Zhao Ji smiled bitterly. Zhao Xi stood to the side and didn't say anything. Zhao Xi didn't like Ling Xiao very much. The reason was that Ling Xiao's methods during the challenge were too cruel. He had almost crippled Lianl, and Yangqing had been beaten to a pulp. Even now, he still hadn't been rescued. It was said that his injuries had healed, but he had been unable to wake up from a nightmare. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in such a saint, so he didn't bother with her. Instead, he said to Zhao Ji, there is indeed such a rule in the medicine hall. After all, there are too many outer sect disciples. If all of them come here to collect elixirs, it will be too busy. I know that too. Zhao Ji smiled bitterly and said, however, my sister and I are disciples of an inner sect elder, so this situation is a bit special. We still have to collect the pills for him. I heard that junior brother Ling is doing well in the medicine hall, and you have a very good relationship with senior sister Lan. Why don't you help us? His words were indeed asking for help, but there was a hint of jealousy and envy in his tone. Of course, there was also a strong sense of unwillingness. Ling Xiao inwardly smiled. He didn't dislike people who were unwilling to admit defeat. As long as they didn't use despicable methods to deal with him, he wouldn't be ruthless. Alright, take out the proof your master gave me. I'll help you collect the pills. This was only a small favor. There was nothing wrong with having Zhao Ji owe him a favor. After all, Zhao Ji was the second prince of Northern Han. Moreover, looking at the situation, Zhao Ji's chances of inheriting the throne were very high. He didn't necessarily need Zhao Ji's help, but his friends and family in the secular world definitely needed it. Then I'll have to thank junior brother Ling. Zhao Ji was endlessly envious. He had waited here for an entire night, yet he still hadn't succeeded. Even if he took out his master's name, he wouldn't be able to scare the people of the medicine hall. Ling Xiao had casually agreed. This was ability, this was luck. Ling Xiao returned a moment after entering the medicine hall. I knew that this kind of person only knew how to boast. Even if he couldn't do it, he would still take on everything. Seeing Ling Xiao's empty hands, Xianxia couldn't help but coldly snort. Imperial sister. Don't speak nonsense. Zhaoji was also somewhat puzzled. However, he heard Ling Xiao say with a smile, Princess Ci shouldn't have never heard of storage rings, right? You wanted too many pills, so I couldn't bring them out. This storage ring contains the things you wanted. Take a look, and if it's correct, then take it. Don't forget to return the storage ring to the medicine hall. You actually brought them all back. Zhaoji was astonished. He had originally thought that it would be good if Ling Xiao could receive a third of the pills. After all, even if his master personally came, it would only have this kind of effect. Therefore, he didn't give Ling Xiao a storage ring. Who knew that Ling Xiao would actually bring back all the pills? Haha, it's just a small matter. For Ling Xiao, this was indeed a small matter. Everyone in the medicine hall knew that he was Yang Danlin's favorite. Some even said that he had an ambiguous relationship with Yang Danlin. In addition, Ling Xiao had publicly defeated Qingmu in alchemy, so who would dare not give him face? It's a small matter for you, but it's a big deal for me. I'm now looking for a way to break through to the transcendent realm, so I need these pills. Zhaoji cupped his fists and solemnly thanked him. He had already checked the storage ring, and it was indeed full of the pills they needed. Although Xiaoxia was extremely reluctant, she still thanked Ling Xiao along with her imperial brother. Then, I congratulate senior brother Zhao on breaking through to the transcendent realm and entering the inner sect. Ling Xiao smiled. Junior brother Ling, I'm currently ranked 11th in the outer sect, second only to you. Of course, I don't dare say that I can beat junior brother Ling, but I really want to challenge you. Zhaoji put away the storage ring and said to Ling Xiao solemnly. He felt that there was no need to hide anything in front of Ling Xiao. Of course, no problem. I also want to test senior brother Zhao's strength. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, junior brother Ling, but I won't take advantage of others. Junior brother Ling, you should take care of your own matters first. There are some things that I can't say, so you must be careful. Goodbye. Zhaoji's inexplicable words confused Ling Xiao. He shook his head and didn't think much about it. Instead, he went straight into the medicine hall to look for Yuan Venerate. Yang Danlin and Yuan Venerate were in the hall master's room. Greetings, master. Greetings, old senior. Ling Xiao greeted them first. All right, there's no need to be polite with us, Yuan Venerate said. Time is of the essence, so master can't stay awake for too long. Have you memorized the books on arrays and array formations that I gave you yesterday? I've memorized them and have a preliminary understanding of them. Ling Xiao nodded. That's good. In that case, let's move on to the next step. Master, don't you intend to test me? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Through the process of learning alchemy, Master already knew that you have a photographic memory. What's the point of testing you? Is it a waste of time? Yuan Venerate snapped. Now, I will demonstrate the array refinement technique for you. You have to look carefully. This is just a small array. It's not complicated, but the principle is the same. Novel, law, as the Yuan Venerate spoke, he took out a piece of array refinement stone and a strange tool. This thing looked a little like an alchemy furnace, but its aura was obviously different. This is called an array refinement furnace. It's a little similar to an alchemy furnace, but the internal structure is completely different, the Yuan Venerate explained. This plate on the array refinement furnace is an array disk. When you set up an array, you set it up on top of it. Don't be fooled by its small size. In fact, it's a completely different world. Try to input your spirit power into it. Ling Xiao followed the Yuan Venerate's instructions. The moment his spirit power touched the array disk, a vast space appeared in front of him. See? The size of this space can be adjusted, and even the environment can be adjusted. It will change according to the size of your array and array. Of course, the grade of my alchemy furnace is higher, so the range of changes is also larger. An ordinary array refinement furnace can only accommodate a large city at most, and it can be as small as the tip of a needle, the Yuan Venerate said. You should know how to set up an ordinary array and array on the array disk. You didn't study those books for nothing, right? Ling Xiao nodded. Good, next is the key. The array refinement process is very similar to the pill refinement process. You also need to control the flame. However, there will be some special incantations mixed in during the process. The incantations for every array are different, so you have to remember them all and understand them well. As the Yuan Venerate spoke, he threw a book to Ling Xiao and said, "This is the complete collection of array incantations. Take it back and memorize it." Then, he personally demonstrated the refinement of arrays to Ling Xiao. Just like pill refinement, the first step was to choose the materials. The second step was more different. Pill refinement required the creation of live pills, while array refinement required the setting up of arrays or arrays. The third step was to ignite the fire. This was the same. The fourth step was also to control the flame. However, pill refinement did not require chanting incantations, while array refinement required the corresponding incantations. The fifth step was to open the furnace. There was no difference, except that one would produce pills, while the other would produce array refinement stones with arrays or arrays. He recounted this process to the Yuan Venerate. More or less, but you misunderstood the fourth step. In the process of alchemy, most of the time you don't need to chant the incantation. However, there are some pills with special effects that need to be combined with the incantation. After these pills are refined, there are special inscriptions on them. It's just that you haven't reached that level yet, so you don't have to remember it for the time being. It won't be too late to learn it when you can refine earth-grade spirit pills. Disciple understands. Alright, that's roughly the refining process. I've already shown you how to do it, so I'll give you this fire snake refining formation stone. The Yuan Venerate gave the array refining stone that he had refined to Ling Xiao. The fire serpent array is very simple. When used in battle, a maximum of 99 fire serpents will appear to assist the martial artist in battle. The strength and attack power of the fire serpent array are related to the materials used. This fire snake refining formation stone was refined from an unrated material. The attack power of each fire serpent is equivalent to that of an early stage 9th level martial vein martialist. Furthermore, it can only trigger 10 fire serpents at most. The Yuan Venerate spoke very casually, but Ling Xiao was dumbfounded when he heard this. This stone was actually equivalent to 10 early stage 9th level martial vein martialists. If this thing was brought to the secular world, wouldn't it be a martial arts treasure that could cause a bloodbath? Alright, you can go back now. If you can memorize the entire complete collection of array incantations and refine a fire snake refining formation stone with your own hands, Master will help you fulfill a wish. The Yuan Venerate said with a smile. He. Master, I want to use the Yuehua School's Moon Hall. I wonder if that's possible? Ling Xiao had already done his research. The Moon Hall was a treasure trove in the Yuehua School. The cold chi there could help him cultivate defensive martial arts and was also very helpful in advancing his cultivation base. He still had a long way to go before he could advance to the transcendent realm. However, if he could break through to the 5th level of the Sky Dragon Golden Body, his physique would already be at the transcendent realm. By then, even if his cultivation base hadn't reached the transcendent realm, he wouldn't need to fear the attacks of transcendent realm experts below the 3rd level. At the very least, he wouldn't be killed instantly. He wouldn't be in such a sorry state like when he encountered He Sua in Sky Cloud City, where he could only rely on small tricks to trick his opponent. Ha ha ha. You're really smart, kid. You even know about the Moon Hall. Yang Danlin laughed heartily. Old friend, he is giving you a difficult problem. What kind of difficult problem is this? The person in charge of guarding the Moon Hall is Wang Han Tianzuan, right? Hasn't she always wanted you to help her refine a spirit pill? Just agree to her request and let her prepare the materials herself. You can help her refine the pill on the condition that Ling Xiao enters the Moon Hall to cultivate. The Yuan Venerate scolded. He. Seems like it will work. Yang Danlin was stunned for a moment. The Yuan Venerate was right. Although Wang Han Tianzuan's female heavenly Venerate was cold and emotionless, she also needed pills to improve her strength. Letting Ling Xiao enter the Moon Hall to cultivate wasn't against the Yuehua School's rules. This was because the rules stated that as long as one was an inner court elder, one could recommend talented youths to enter the Moon Hall. Yang Danlin wasn't an elder, but his status was equivalent to an inner court elder or even higher. Recommending Ling Xiao wasn't a problem at all. However, recommending Ling Xiao was one thing. Getting Wang Han Tianzuan, who was difficult to talk to agree was another. Some time ago, the flame deity even fought with Wang Han Tianzuan over this matter. However, demonic flame seemed to have suffered a loss. In the end, he had no choice but to pay a large amount of high-grade spirit stones to allow Ming Tian to enter the Moon Hall to cultivate for a period of time. Of course, what the flame deity couldn't do was very easy for Yang Danlin. Alright, I'll agree to your request. If you can do what Yuan Venerate Master says, this old man will throw away his dignity and beg Wang Han Tianzuan. Yang Danlin chuckled. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Senior. Ling Xiao had only casually mentioned it and didn't expect much. However, he hadn't expected that these two old men would actually agree. It seemed like his knowledge was still too shallow. What are you thanking me for? Since you have become my disciple, I have to give you some benefits. Don't worry about the medicinal hall anymore. Focus on refining the fire snake array refining stone. Yuan Venerate yawned. I'm going to sleep. Ling Xiao bid farewell to Yuan Venerate and Yang Danlin and returned to his cave abode. He already understood the basic array formations and magic arrays. In other words, unrated magic arrays and magic arrays were no longer a problem for him. The next key was actually to refine the array. Of course, he had to memorize the entire, complete collection of array incantations before he could start refining the array. Ling Xiao thought that was the case. In fact, Ling Xiao had only realized after memorizing the incantations in the complete collection of array incantations that these incantations were like lively musical notes. Just memorizing the words wasn't enough. Every incantation had a different intonation and speed when it was recited. Furthermore, it had to be combined with soul power for it to be effective. This was a little difficult. Therefore, he temporarily gave up on the understanding of the standard grade refining incantation. Instead, he focused all his energy on the unrated basic formations and magic formations. This way, it would be easier to understand the array formation mysteries of the Divine Seal catalog. Even so, if it were an ordinary martial artist from a sect, it would take at least 10 years for them to completely memorize and understand these basics. A genius martialist might need less time, but it would still take 2 to 3 years. Even a top-notch genius would need a few months. However, Ling Xiao only needed a few days to complete all of this. This was his advantage. It was no wonder that Yang Danlin and the Yuan Venerate were willing to nurture him. If such a genius was given to someone else, he might become a terrifying opponent. Ling Xiao had originally intended to use 3 to 4 days to fully comprehend these things before attempting to refine an array formation. However, the deacon of the outer sect actually found him and said that someone wanted to challenge him. Who? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. He wondered if it could be Zhao Ji. That kid really didn't know how to choose the right time. It's Yangqing, who is ranked 10th in the outer sect. The deacon replied. Yangqing? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Ling Xiao was really shocked. Less than 2 hours ago, he had heard someone say that Yangqing was unconscious in the infirmary. How could someone actually challenge him now? It can't be wrong. It's Yangqing. It's not someone with the same name. It's Yangqing, who you once defeated. Perhaps because of Yang Danlin, the deacon was very polite to Ling Xiao. He sighed and said, Ling Xiao, you better be careful. It's said that the flame deity went to look for Yangqing 2 hours ago and then he came to challenge you. Oh? The flame deity actually went to look for Yangqing? This was really an accident. It was impossible to judge what a heaven-tier powerhouse could do, so Ling Xiao did not have any doubts now. When is the challenge? Ling Xiao asked. Tomorrow. I'm sorry, I don't have time tomorrow. How about 3 days? If he's willing after 3 days, I'll accept the challenge. Ling Xiao said after some thought. Ling Xiao, you have to give me a reason. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself to Elder Bai. Is there a reason? Does helping Wang Han Tianzuan refine pills count as a reason? Ling Xiao now simply pulled a banner and pulled a tiger's skin. Anyway, Yang Danlin was definitely going to refine pills for Wang Han Tianzuan, so what he said was not a lie. Then there's no problem. who would dare to delay Wang Han Tianzun's matters? After the outer court deacon returned to the outer court, he confirmed the time. Yangqing did not seem to have any objection, so it was set 3 days later for Yangqing to challenge Ling Xiao. This Yangqing lost so miserably, but now he dares to challenge again. I guess he has something to rely on. I can't underestimate him. Although Ling Xiao didn't know what Yangqing was relying on, since Heavenly Venerate Demon Flame had intervened, he couldn't let his guard down. He was a very confident person, but he would never be arrogant. After the outer court deacon left, he continued to seize the time to comprehend the unrated array incantations in the complete collection of array incantations, hoping to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Fortunately, these things could be verified with the God Investiture catalog, so the effect was very good. Perhaps even Yang Danlin did not notice this point. One day later, he stopped meditating again. It was not that he did not gain anything, but because Lan Yuer came. When Lan Yuer came, her face was gloomy. The expression on her face was as if she wanted to kill someone. Ling Xiao knew that something big had happened. If it was just a small matter, Lan Yuer would not be like this. I heard that Yangqing challenged you again? Lan Yuer asked. Yes, but as long as he has not advanced to the transcendent realm, I am not afraid. Ling Xiao said lightly. You are confident. Alas, unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. If you were stronger, you would be able to help Yu Ling vent her anger. Lan Yuer said angrily, damn that Mo Yan, he actually began to meddle in the outer court's affairs. He is really ambitious. What happened to senior sister Yu Ling? Ling Xiao was a little unhappy because Lan Yuer's sudden visit interrupted his meditation, but when he heard this, he suddenly felt that Lan Yuer had come at the right time. Thinking about what Zhao Ji had said to him before, and looking at Lan Yuer's murderous expression, he was afraid that Dai Yu Ling was in trouble. Alas, this silly girl. Lan Yuer smiled bitterly. She spent half a month to cultivate this herb, and it is about to mature. Once it matures, not only will she make great progress in cultivating herbs, but her cultivation will also directly advance to the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. This is a good thing. But good things can also turn into bad things. Lan Yuer gritted her teeth and continued. Jin Ming, who was ranked 3rd in the outer sanctum, Tuo Bashan, who was ranked 5th, and Gong Yangnu, who was ranked 6th, all destroyed the herbs the day before they matured. Destroyed? Yes, these 3 brats said that it was caused by an accident when they were comparing notes. Yu Ling asked them to reason, but the 3 of them actually ganged up to bully Yu Ling and destroyed her martial spirit. Lan Yuer's eyes were almost spitting fire when she said this. What? Ling Xiao suddenly stood up, and a fierce anger burned fiercely in his heart. When I heard this, I was anxious and wanted to destroy these 3 brats, but Mo Yan, that old bastard, stopped me. He said that it was an outer court disciple's matter, so let the outer court disciples deal with it. If I wanted to take action, he would also take action. Even my master didn't let me meddle in other people's business. But Yu Ling is my disciple. What a coward. Lan Yuer felt angry and cowardly at the same time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to Ling Xiao. Let's go, take me to see senior sister Yu Ling. Ling Xiao knew very well how miserable it was for a martial artist to lose their martial spirit. Especially for someone like Dai Yu Ling, the reason why she was able to enter the Yuehua school was because of her special martial spirit. However, now that her martial spirit was destroyed, could she still continue to stay in the Yuehua school? Anger, extraordinary anger. Ling Xiao felt that he had never been so angry except when his family was killed by the Li family. Even when the Ling family was besieged, he was very calm. But today, he just wanted to kill. He knew very well that the reason why Dai Yu Ling was targeted by Jin Ming and the others was most likely because of him. This made him unable to stay calm. Well, since you want to die, I, Ling Xiao, will fulfill your wish. Yuehua School's Jin Ming, Tuo Bashan, and Gong Yangnu could be removed from the list, so what if they offended the flame deity? In a disciple's residence in the medicine hall, bedding was thrown on the ground, along with many books and herbs. Dai Yuling was lying on the ground, panting weakly. Her martial spirit was destroyed, so she was not qualified to stay here anymore. She had thought about it before. But she did not expect that these people would come so fast. They directly pulled her up from the bed and threw her out with the bedding. It had just rained, so there were still puddles on the ground. Dai Yuling felt wronged as tears mixed with the mud. Why are you crying, you trash? Who told you to offend senior brother He Sua and the flame deity? You deserve it. Although the girl lying on the ground was very weak, the outer sect disciple who came to expel Dai Yuling still kicked her fiercely. The girl spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body became weaker. Hey, don't be like this, she is also very pitiful. Someone next to him persuaded. Whoever dares to persuade her will end up like her. The person who kicked Dai Yuling said coldly. She is Senior Sister Lan's disciple. If you do this, Senior Sister Lan will kill you. Someone said. So what if she is Lan Yuer? We are the flame deity's people. Inner sect disciples are not allowed to directly interfere with outer sect matters. What can Lan Yuer do to us? What can she do to us? The arrogant guy snorted coldly and then laughed out loud. However, his laughter stopped abruptly. Because his head was separated from his neck, and he could no longer speak. The one who attacked was Lan Yuer. She was still one step faster than Ling Xiao, so she made the first move. You killed him? The rest of the outer sect disciples who expelled Lan Yuer trembled and shouted. Yes, I killed him, and I will kill you all. Inner sect disciples are not allowed to directly interfere with outer sect matters, but don't forget, Dai Yuling is my disciple. If you have the ability, go and tell Mo Yen and see if he will protect you. When Lan Yuer attacked, He Sua was nearby, but the flame deity was not there. The reason Empyrean Demon Flame protected Goldcrest, Tuoba Shan, and Gongyang Nu was because their talents were not bad. However, if these people died today, then so be it. Heavenly Venerable Devil Flame definitely wouldn't personally stop them. He Sua didn't dare either. Because he was not Lan Yuer's opponent. Oh no. After a few screams, 5 corpses were left on the ground. Lan Yuer didn't even look at him and went to check on Dai Yuling's injuries. She's badly hurt. Ling Xiao helped Dai Yuling up and said, not only was her martial spirit destroyed, but she was also beaten up. Ling Xiao's heart was bleeding as he said this. Dai Yuling revealed a haggard smile. She lay in Ling Xiao's arms and looked at her master. That bright smile might be saying that there were still people in this world who cared about her and that she had not been abandoned. Ling Xiao looked at the bedding and books on the ground. He waved his hand and directly pulled them into the mountain river world. Then, he carried Dai Yuling to the infirmary. Lan Yuer followed behind, anxiously looking at the dying Dai Yuling. She hated that she didn't care more about this disciple of hers. She hated that she wasn't a celestial realm expert. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to beg her master to help her. She could solve the problem by herself. In the infirmary, Dai Yuling was undergoing emergency treatment. With Lan Yuer and Ling Xiao here, no one dared to not do their best. The patient's condition has stabilized, but try not to talk too much. Medicine Master reminded Lan Yuer and Ling Xiao and then left. The two of them walked into the ward. Looking at Dai Yuling lying on the bed, they felt very uncomfortable. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Dai Yuling's smile was very bright. Although her face was haggard, she still felt very happy when facing Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer. Don't blame her. Lan Yuer sighed and said, she is also a very stubborn person. She can't come to you whenever she is in trouble. What's more, you have made enough enemies in Yuehua school. She is just thinking about you. I know, but this thing happened because of me. If it weren't for me, Senior Sister Yuling wouldn't have been bullied. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said, Senior Sister Lan, is there a place in Yuehua school where I can carry out the death challenge? What do you want to do? With your strength, you can't win against any of the 3 of them, Lan Yuer said hurriedly. Ling Xiao didn't speak, but slowly released his real aura. At that moment, Lan Yuer's face was full of shock and disbelief. When Ling Xiao restrained his aura again, he asked, do I have the qualification now? Yes. Lan Yuer nodded and said, there is indeed such a place in Yuehua school. It is called the Desperation Building. The Desperation Building? Yes. In fact, sometimes there are some discordant conflicts within the sect. At this time, we can only rely on force to solve the problem. However, an ordinary fight is definitely not possible because it can't display our true strength. Lan Yuer explained, the Desperation Building is a battle of life and death. The sect doesn't care who lives and who dies. The winner won't receive any rewards, but there will also be no punishment. What are the rules of the challenge? Ling Xiao asked again. There is only one rule. The other party has to accept your death challenge. Lan Yuer replied. That's good. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, Senior Sister Yuling, I will avenge you. This was originally caused by me, so only I can solve it. As for your martial soul, because I knew it too late, it is impossible to repair it. However, I can give you my Sakura Tree martial soul. Among the senior sister, the only one who could give someone a martial spirit was probably Ling Xiao. He had never liked the Sakura Tree martial soul. He thought it was too feminine. Since Dai Yuling's martial soul was destroyed, he could give it to her. Ling Zhao's Sakura Tree martial soul was also a plant martial soul. Because it had a trace of the Mountain River martial soul's energy, it should be more powerful than Dai Yuling's original martial soul. As for Ling Zhao's lost martial soul, he naturally wanted to take it from Jin Ming, Tuoba Shan, and Gong Yangnu. Even if it was useless, he could take it and use it as nourishment to feed his martial soul. No. I can't take it. Dai Yuling said hurriedly. Ling Xiao didn't care about her refusal. He directly pressed Dai Yuling's head and forcibly implanted the Sakura Tree martial soul. In other people's eyes, it was impossible, but he did it very easily. Don't refuse. I don't lack this martial soul, but you are different. If you treat me as a friend, then keep it. Seeing that Dai Yuling still wanted to refuse, Ling Xiao said very seriously. I really don't know what to do with you. Dai Yuling smiled bitterly. She probably knew Ling Xiao better than anyone in the Yuehua school. After all, they were together in the Latent Dragon camp. Senior Sister Lan, I'll leave Senior Sister Yu Ling in your care. As her master, you can't let her get hurt again. Otherwise, I'll make her worship Senior Yang as her master. Ling Xiao made a half-joking remark. Don't worry. From today onwards, unless I, Lan Yuer, die, I won't let my disciple get hurt again. Lan Yuer said firmly. Then I'll go. Where are you going? The Tower of Desperation. Ling Zhao's figure had already disappeared into the distance. Only the words Tower of Desperation were still echoing in the medical room. The Tower of Desperation was filled with murderous intent. Countless cultivators had died here. Just getting close to it would make one shiver. If one didn't have a strong will, they wouldn't be able to stay near the Tower of Desperation. Stop, the Tower of Desperation is a place of death. You can't enter without permission. At the Tower of Desperation, Ling Xiao was stopped by a first-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. He seemed to be an inner disciple in charge of guarding the Tower of Desperation. I want to issue a death challenge. Ling Zhao's voice was as cold as the temperature of the 9 hells. Another one who's not afraid of death. You're only at the peak of the 8th layer martial vein. I advise you not to be impulsive. Once you enter the Tower of Desperation, your life is no longer in your hands. The sect won't care either. The guard advised. I've already thought about it. Ling Zhao's intention was very firm. Since you're not afraid of death, write down the name of the person you want to challenge. We'll issue a notice to the entire Yuehua school. If they accept, the challenge will be carried out 1 day later. Do you have any objections? No. Then write down the name. The guard brought Ling Xiao to the declaration office of the Tower of Desperation. Obviously, no one had been here for a long time. It looked a little shabby, and there were even obvious spider webs in some places. After all, it was a death challenge. If it wasn't necessary to kill the opponent, very few people would come here to issue a challenge. Once a death challenge was issued, there was no room for regret. As long as the opponent accepted the challenge, there was no choice but to accept the challenge. Of course, you can choose to run away. No one will stop you, but I'm afraid you won't have the face to see the people from Yuehua school again. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and wrote down the names of the 3 people. Ranked 6th in the outer sect, Gong Yangnu. Ranked 5th in the outer sect, Tuoba Shan. Ranked 3rd in the outer sect, Jin Ming, His handwriting was as sharp as a blade, as if he wanted to kill the three of them directly. Huh? The Transcendent Realm Guard was stunned for a moment before angrily shouting, "Did you come here to cause trouble?" As far as I know, the top 30 in the outer sect are all half-step masters, and you, a martial master at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein, are challenging 3 people at once? At this moment, many disciples from nearby sects had also noticed the situation and were watching the show from afar. Among these people were Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi. A martial artist's eyesight was extremely terrifying. Even if they were thousands of meters away, they could still clearly see tiny words, not to mention that Ling Zhao's words were written so big. "This guy is crazy," Zhao Xi muttered. Zhao Ji looked surprised, but he did not express his opinion. Through this period of time, he felt that Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who would act rashly. What's more, Ling Zhao's face was so calm, and there was no sign of impulsiveness at all. This showed that he had thought it through before coming here, and not because of a moment of impulse. Last time, Ling Xiao challenged Li Anil and Yang Qing, 2 people at once, which had already alarmed the entire outer sect, and even many people in the inner sect were surprised. But after all, it was just a spar, and he would not die anyway. However, this time, it was a death challenge, and he challenged 3 people at once. The strength of these 3 people was more than 10 times stronger than the previous challengers, but Ling Zhao's strength did not seem to have improved at all. Once this kind of news spread, the entire sect would be shaken, and many inner sect disciples would probably come to watch the battle. I'm not joking, and I don't mean to play tricks on senior brother. May I ask if my challenge violated the rules? Ling Xiao asked lightly. No. Since you didn't, why not? Ling Xiao asked back. Do you really want to challenge? Are you sure? I'm warning you, once the challenge notice is issued, no one has the right to take it back, not even the sect leader. The guard asked Ling Xiao again very seriously. Yes. Ling Xiao's voice became calmer. In fact, he was indeed a little impulsive when he initially planned to challenge because his whole body was filled with anger. But on the way here, he had already thought it through carefully. Jin Ming, Tuoba Shan, and Gong Yongnu must be killed. This was to establish his authority. It was also to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Even if he entered the inner sect in the future, there would be people who would think carefully before offending him. After all, he was someone who dared to issue a death challenge easily. As for whether those 3 people would agree or not, the answer was too certain. They would definitely agree. Those 3 people were undoubtedly the lackeys of He Sua and the Flame Deity. They usually couldn't deal with Ling Xiao, so they targeted Dai Yuling. In the end, they wanted to force Ling Xiao to do something irrational. Now that he had given those 3 lackeys what they wanted, would they refuse? Of course not, they would definitely agree immediately, and in their hearts, they would be thinking about how to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. Well, since you have made up your mind, I will fulfill your wish. When you die, don't let your vengeful soul come looking for me. The Transcendent Realm Guard sighed, and then issued a death challenge notice. This notice was sent to the entire sect. Jin Ming, Tuoba Shan, and Gong Yongnu received the news immediately and gave a reply, challenge accepted. Well, when are you going to issue the death challenge? The guard asked. Although he was just a guard, he was still a Transcendent Realm cultivator. It was just an outer sect disciple's death challenge, so he could make the decision. There was no need to inform the person in charge of the Death Tower, which was the Tower Master, an inner sect elder. 1 day later, Ling Xiao replied. Good. You can go back and prepare. Eat something good. Ha, impulsiveness is the devil. The Transcendent Realm Guard sighed. He couldn't trust this outer sect disciple in front of him. After all, this guy's cultivation was too low, and there was no way he could trust him. Wait a minute, I also want to issue a death challenge. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Yang Qing. Ling Xiao frowned. At this time, Yang Qing gave off a very strange feeling. He was wearing a black robe that completely wrapped his body, only revealing a pair of eyes. If it was just his appearance, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key was that there was a very dangerous aura in his black robe. The Flame Deity's methods were really powerful. What kind of method did he use to make Yang Qing recover so quickly and increase his strength so much? You also want to issue a death challenge? Who do you want to challenge? The Transcendent Realm Guard sighed. What's wrong with everyone today? Did they all eat gunpowder? Are they all on steroids? Why do they want to issue a death challenge at the slightest provocation? I want to challenge him. Yangqing pointed to Ling Xiao and said, originally, I applied for an outer sect challenge, but it's too troublesome to change places on the same day, so I'll just settle it in the Desperation Tower. Hey, aren't you taking advantage of this situation? He wants to challenge 3 outer sect masters, and you still want to join in the fun? Let's wait for a while. Senior brother, do you think I'll be able to wait? Yangqing asked. You're right, after this death challenge, this little guy will die, so you won't have a chance to challenge him. Again. The Transcendent Realm Guard sighed and looked at Ling Xiao. Do you accept? In fact, you can refuse, no one will laugh at you, and no one will force you. I accept. Ling Xiao planned to settle all these matters once and for all, so as to avoid future trouble. The guard looked at Ling Xiao with slight sympathy. Young people these days were really impulsive. Thinking back to his own hot-blooded past, the guard couldn't help but sigh. If it was an ordinary challenge, it would be enough to dampen your spirit, but you're just pushing yourself onto the road to death. On the same day, 4 death challenges were held. One of them used to be the 10th ranked outer sect disciple, but was now several times stronger than before. The other 3 were also the 6th, 5th, and 3rd ranked outer sect disciples. He really couldn't imagine how Ling Xiao would win. Especially Jin Ming, who was ranked 3rd. In terms of physical fitness, he was definitely the best in the outer sect, and even if he encountered a first-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, he wouldn't die. This guy had occupied 3rd place for 3 or 4 years, and his strength was terrifying. Even the 1st and 2nd ranked monsters weren't willing to provoke him easily. Many thanks for senior brother's concern, I'll be careful. Ling Xiao cupped his fists and said. He knew that the person in front of him was really thinking about him, but unfortunately, the other party didn't understand his own abilities. Sigh. Go back and have a good rest. Eat something good. In the eyes of this Transcendent Realm Guard, what Ling Xiao was about to do next was no different from walking to the guillotine. Ling Xiao didn't explain anything. He just smiled and turned to leave. Zhao wanted to stop him, but in the end, he didn't. He knew Ling Zhao's character too well. Even if he tried to persuade him, it would be meaningless. However, he didn't stop her. Instead, Xiaoxia rushed out. Ling Xiao, you're a lunatic. Is suicide fun? Zhao slapped his forehead. He suddenly remembered that his sister was a typical example of overflowing love. She didn't target anyone. As long as it was a person, she would sympathize and pity them. He was putting his pity on Ling Xiao. Princess Ci, I haven't lived long enough. Ling Xiao glanced at Zhao Ci, and his figure flashed. How could Zhao Ci block him? This lunatic. Zhao Ci stomped her feet in anger. Zhao Ji smiled bitterly and shook his head. Even he felt that Ling Xiao was committing suicide, let alone Zhao Ci. Not long after Ling Xiao left, the guards of the Desperation Tower announced that Yangqing had issued a death challenge to him. 4 death challenges in a day immediately caused quite a stir in the entire sect. The outer sect, in particular, was simply boiling over. However, without exception, everyone felt that Ling Xiao was courting death. Even Lan Yuer hadn't expected that this kid would issue 4 death challenges in a day. In the end, Yang Danlin, Yuan Venerate and Lan Yuer went to Ling Zhao's cave abode and were furious. They said that Ling Xiao was crazy and didn't want to live anymore. Ling Xiao didn't explain anything. He just smiled. In any case, the death challenge had already been announced. It was impossible to go back on his word unless Ling Xiao left the Yuehua school and became a fugitive. Of course, they didn't tell Dai Yuling about this. Otherwise, Dai Yuling wouldn't be able to recuperate in peace. At the same time, Yangqing was lying on a strange bed in the puppet hall. He was undergoing some modifications. Ling Xiao, oh, Ling Xiao. You have caused me to be in this state. I will definitely make you die a horrible death. A supreme-grade spirit stone was spinning rapidly in the depths of his body. His entire body was emitting a special milky white glow. Today, he had undergone a modification in the puppet hall. His entire body had retained his brain, while the rest had been replaced by puppet machinery. All his true essence now came from the central core. This was the true essence that the flame deity had given him. It was much stronger than the true essence cultivated by a gold-grade entry-level internal cultivation technique. It was almost equivalent to the true essence condensed by a rare gold-grade internal cultivation technique. In the outer sect, no one was qualified to learn rare gold-grade martial arts. He believed that the strength of his true essence would definitely surpass Ling Zhao's. Not only that, but after the precise modification, the power of any move he displayed now was several times stronger than before. He could have challenged the 9th, or even the 8th or 7th outer sect disciple. However, he chose Ling Xiao. This was to take revenge. At the same time, in He Sua's cave residence, Jin Ming, Tuoba Shan, and Gong Yongnu were all there. In addition, He Sua and Elder He were also there. It seemed that He Sua had agreed to Elder He's conditions. The reward had become 10 times more than before. Otherwise, Elder He wouldn't have stayed there. Elder He, I'll have to trouble you with Lan Yuer. Just stop her from interfering. My master is a heavenly master after all. It's not good for him to interfere. He Sua looked at Elder He and proposed a toast. Leave it to me. Elder He drank the wine in one gulp. Since he had accepted He Sua's things, he couldn't help but help him. Otherwise, with Empyrean Demon Flame's temper, he definitely wouldn't let him off. Thank you, Elder He. He Sua cupped his hands and looked at Jin Ming and the others. Are you confident? Jin Ming said lightly, Senior brother He Sua, you can rest assured. Ling Xiao may not be able to pass Yang Cheng's test. Maybe it won't even be our turn to fight. Don't be careless. He Sua had suffered a loss from Ling Xiao. He hated this kid to the bone, but he also valued him very much. Since Ling Xiao dares to challenge the 3 of you to death, how can he be weak? Don't hold back during the battle. Kill that kid with all your strength. Senior brother He Sua, you think too highly of that kid. Don't forget, he has to fight 4 battles in a row. Gong Yang laughed angrily. Even if Yangqing, that trash, can't kill Ling Xiao, he should be able to consume a lot of that kid's true essence. He may even be seriously injured. I'll take care of the rest. He Sua thought about it and agreed. Perhaps he was worrying too much. Even if Ling Xiao was really hiding his strength, unless he broke through to the transcendent realm, facing these 4 people, there was no way he could survive. He Sua felt that Jin Ming should be the one to deal with Ling Xiao in the end. After thinking about it, he also felt that there shouldn't be any unforeseen circumstances. Could it be that the kid liked Dai Yuling and had rashly issued a death challenge because of her? It was normal for young people to make such mistakes. He Sua couldn't help but sneer. Impulsiveness was the devil. It was too late for regrets now. He had already asked people to guard the passage down the mountain. If Ling Xiao intended to escape while it was dark, he would definitely know immediately. He couldn't do anything in the sect, but he could do it personally outside. That way, he would have a greater chance of success. A little more than a day might be too short for others. However, Ling Xiao could do a lot of things. During this period, his cultivation base continued to improve and he had already reached the level of a half-step master. This kind of advancement didn't need to be deliberate. His body still had the extraordinary body-shaping elixir that hadn't been completely digested. Even if he slept every day, his cultivation base would still improve at a very impressive speed. He didn't even stop the task given to him by the Yuan Venerate. There was no need to stop. Given his current strength, killing those 4 people shouldn't be a big problem. Perhaps Jin Ming was the only one who could bring him some trouble. The other 3 were simply not enough to deal with. Furthermore, he also took this opportunity to get his martial soul clone to help him forge 36 Big Dipper flying swords. Although their names were flashy, they were only high-quality flying swords. In order to gather materials, he sold 10 high-grade True Essence pills before finally forging the 36 Big Dipper flying swords. Since then, the Clear Wind sword had been honorably retired. After successfully forging the 36 Big Dipper flying swords, his Imperial Sword Art Bronze Scroll had become the martial skill with the most terrifying lethality. Not only was it sudden, but it was also terrifying. Naturally, this was to be used as a trump card. In addition, his Sky Dragon True Essence had become increasingly pure. The True Essence condensed from the Snow Lotus True Essence could be directly transformed into Sky Dragon True Essence. This meant that he didn't need to rush to cultivate a gold-grade internal cultivation technique. This was because his current Sky Dragon True Essence was already equivalent to a gold-grade True Essence. In other words, the Sky Dragon True Essence was usually 2 levels stronger than the original True Essence he cultivated. This level of True Essence was more than enough to deal with Outer Court disciples. What's more, he still had the true chi of a Transcendent Realm Master and the true chi of a Vicious Beast and Thunderbolt true chi in his body. According to the grade of the Inner Force Cultivation method, it should be equivalent to the True Essence produced by the Gold Grade Inner Force Cultivation method. He had more than 1 or 2 tricks up his sleeve. In terms of martial souls, he had an absolute advantage. If he wasn't afraid of being too ostentatious, he could have used 3 martial souls at the same time. Currently, his martial soul had also improved, but the improvement was not very obvious. It seemed that after the martial soul had become a complete martial soul, its speed of improvement had obviously slowed down. To solve this problem, every martial artist had a different method. However, Xianxia felt that the most suitable thing for him was to plunder his opponent's martial spirit and then devour it. That way, his speed of improvement would be the fastest. It was daybreak. It was already the day of the death challenge. Xianxia recalled the 2 clones and walked out of the cave. Outside the door, Yang Danlin, Lan Yuer, and even Dai Yuling were waiting with their sick bodies. Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi also came over, but the 2 of them had different attitudes. Zhao Ji felt that Xianxia was a person that could be befriended. Zhao Xi was purely compassionate. In addition to them, there were many outer sect experts gathered nearby. These people were all disciples in the top 30. Their jobs were relatively easy, so it was not a problem for them to go to the Desperation Tower to watch the show. Oh, he's out. I thought that kid was so scared that he ran out of the sect. So what if he came out? He's still going to die. Let's go to the Desperation Tower. There are a few battles today that we can watch. These people moved their feet and turned into afterimages as they headed towards the Desperation Tower. There were already many people gathered around the Desperation Tower. Of course, most of them were outer sect disciples, but there were also a few inner sect disciples who came to join in the fun. These inner sect disciples' cultivation was relatively low, below the transcendent 3rd layer, so they paid more attention to the outer sect quasi-inner sect disciples because these quasi-inner sect disciples were likely to become their competitors. Why isn't he here yet? That Xianxia couldn't have run away, right? I think he must have run away. A person going through 4 death challenges on the same day, and his opponents are all half-step masters. Even a transcendent 1st layer martial artist wouldn't dare to do so. Yes, that kid probably made such a decision in a moment of impulse, but he regretted it in the end. Xianxia is here. While these people were discussing, Xianxia had already arrived. Following him were Yang Danlin, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, Zhao Ji, Zhao Xi, and a few other outer sect disciples that he had a good relationship with. Why is Old Hall Master Yang here? And Senior Sister Lan? You guys don't know, right? This Xianxia might have been groomed by Old Hall Master Yang as his successor. There are also rumors that Senior Sister Lan has taken a liking to this kid. Don't talk nonsense. Senior Sister Lan has always been aloof. She doesn't even put the number 1 inner sect disciple in her eyes. How could she fall in love with this kid? Although they said so, the attitude between Xianxia and Lan Yuer was indeed ambiguous. It seemed that their relationship was too intimate. Xianxia roughly looked at the onlookers around the Desperation Tower. There were already more than 1,000 people, including 90% of the outer sect disciples. Don't these people have to work? They really have the time. What he didn't know was that because this death challenge was too shocking, the outer sect disciples simply gave all the outer sect disciples a holiday. Unless they were in seclusion and couldn't come, they all came to watch the fun. That was why there were so many people. Xianxia, it's good that you're here. I was afraid that you wouldn't come. Otherwise, who would take revenge on me? Yangqing came before dawn because he was too excited. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. Ling Xiao just glanced at him faintly, then turned his gaze to Jin Ming, to Oba Shan, and Gong Yangnu. In terms of aura, Jin Ming was obviously stronger than the other outer sect disciples. That kind of aura was just like that of a transcendent master. Did you hear? Jin Ming defeated another transcendent first-layer cultivator half a month ago. This guy's defensive secret art is too terrifying. Of course I heard. An inner sect elder wants to make an exception and bring him into the inner sect, but he doesn't seem to be in a hurry. I don't know what he wants to do. What do you know? The top 3 outer sect disciples get more resources than the bottom inner sect disciples. This is the advantage. It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Jin Ming's strength was stronger than half a month ago. Ling Xiao felt his blood boiling. Only this kind of evenly matched battle could make him so excited. Gong Yangnu was an expert in saber techniques. Although he was only 17 years old, he looked like he was in his 30s. It was said that Tuoba Shan's divine bow was invincible, and he had a bow martial spirit. His palm technique was also very powerful. However, this was just a rumor. The Tower Master of the Desperation Tower has arrived. Perhaps it was because today's death challenge had attracted too much attention that the Tower Master of the Desperation Tower had come in person. Ling Xiao looked at this person in surprise. This person was wearing a black ghost mask, but his aura was very familiar. No way. Ling Xiao felt that his guess might be wrong, so he shook his head and let go of the confusion in his heart. Today's battle will be presided over by this senior. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere, or they will be killed without mercy. The Tower Master of the Desperation Tower was also a Heaven Realm powerhouse. His murderous aura was very terrifying. Fortunately, he deliberately restrained his murderous aura, otherwise, a large number of the onlookers would have died. No one dared to say a word. Even Elder Bai and Elder He, who came to watch the battle, did not dare to say a word. In the eyes of a Heaven Realm powerhouse, a 9th-level Transcendent Realm powerhouse was not worth mentioning. The first battle, Yang Qing, who is ranked 10th in the outer sect, challenges Ling Xiao, who is currently ranked 10th in the outer sect. Please enter the Desperation Tower. The Desperation Tower was called a tower, but it was actually a dilapidated ruin. All the battles would be carried out in this ruin. From the outside, the battle could be clearly seen. As soon as the Tower Master of the Desperation Tower finished speaking, Yang Qing rushed out impatiently. Judging from his movement technique, his strength was indeed much stronger than before. There was no doubt about that. Ling Xiao also jumped into the air and rushed into the Desperation Tower. His movement technique was stronger than Yang Qing's, but he did not deliberately use it, so it looked like he was slower than Yang Qing. It's starting. Many outer sect disciples took a deep breath. Ling Xiao was a new outer sect disciple, while the other 4 were old outer sect disciples. Therefore, from this point of view, it was actually a battle between the old and the new. Therefore, the outer sect disciples were very excited. Ling Xiao, even though you overestimated your ability and issued death challenges to senior brother Jin Ming, senior brother Taba Shan, and senior brother Gong Yang, unfortunately, you won't have the chance to fight them because you'll die at my hands. Facing Ling Xiao, Yang Qing was clearly very excited and also very angry. The scene of the battle kept replaying in his mind. When he thought of that defeat, he felt humiliated and angry. He wanted nothing more than to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. On his body, the milky white true essence turned into a tornado, completely wrapping him up. Although his appearance couldn't be seen clearly, the wind and cloud true essence produced by his wind and cloud secret art was much stronger than before. The terrifying tornado blew up the bricks and stones on the ruins, forming a huge garbage dump. It just floated above Yang Cheng's head. Boom, the garbage, which seemed to weigh at least 10,000 pounds, was blown towards Ling Xiao by the strong wind. Ling Xiao didn't move and just stood there quietly. However, the moment the pile of garbage got close to him, it actually split apart, and this time, it exploded and scattered. Yang Qing didn't seem to expect to defeat Ling Xiao with this move. It was just a greeting. The next moment, his fighting spirit rose to the extreme. A terrifying aura crazily rolled up. The original tornado expanded again, crazily wreaking havoc on the dilapidated ruins. he was already a half-step master. Now, with the true essence bestowed by the flame deity, his aura was so terrifying that it made many outer sect disciples tremble. This guy is much stronger than before. Those who were familiar with Xianxia exclaimed. Yeah, he's at least 7 or 8 times stronger. He couldn't have such a terrifying aura in the past. I've said that Ling Xiao will die in the first round. There's no need for him to fight the next few rounds. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuling grabbed her master Lan Yuer's hand tightly. Master, please save Ling Xiao. He shouldn't die for me. Lan Yuer sighed. Could she help? Not to mention that Elder He was watching from the side, the Desperation Tower's master wouldn't allow her to intervene. This was a life and death battle. But if Ling Xiao's life was really in danger, could she not help? She didn't think she could do it. Could she just watch Ling Xiao die? Then she might as well break the sect's rules. At worst, she would be expelled from the sect. However, seeing Ling Xiao's expression, her original worry disappeared in an instant. His face was still indifferent and emotionless, but Lan Yuer could feel the strong self-confidence that came from his bones. Yuling, don't worry. Ling Xiao is far stronger than you think. Lan Yuer said. There was no basis for her words. But she believed that her judgment was not wrong. In the Desperation Tower, Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia indifferently. He didn't mean to take the initiative to attack. In the face of an unfamiliar enemy, it was often more appropriate to attack after the enemy had attacked. Of course, if the opponent didn't make a move for a long time, then he would have to think of a way. He didn't intend to fight a protracted battle with Xianxia. At most 3 moves, Ling Xiao thought for a while and set such a goal. Of course, it would be best to solve it in 1 move. Among the 4 opponents, the one who could really pose a threat to him was Jin Ming. As for the other 3, he really couldn't raise his interest. Ling Xiao, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. You should regret seriously injuring me back then. Suddenly, Xianxia's body moved amidst the violent roar. His entire body merged into the huge tornado, and his hands actually turned into sharp ice blades, which flickered with cold light in the fierce wind. Boom! At that moment, the entire Desperation Tower was caught in the raging wind, and many people couldn't even see what was happening. What a terrifying explosive force! What a terrifying power! Is this still Xianxia? This kind of attack, I'm afraid it won't lose to the top 5. In just an instant, Xianxia's attack arrived. Looking from afar, it was more like a tornado sweeping a huge treasure sword, piercing towards Ling Xiao. The speed was too fast, and Ling Xiao couldn't dodge. Of course, this was just the feeling of a bystander. But Ling Xiao's face revealed a hint of a smile. Because he saw it clearly. Xianxia's so-called trump card had been completely exposed in front of him. 3 moves, Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. He really overestimated this Xianxia. This guy's power and explosive force were indeed more terrifying than before, but in Ling Xiao's view, this guy had actually become weaker. Because most of his body was replaced by a puppet, his agility and reaction were much worse. After all, no matter how good a puppet was, it couldn't compare to a human body. Moreover, Xianxia, this idiot, relied on his powerful strength, thinking that he could instantly defeat Ling Xiao, so he didn't realize at all that his powerful move exposed a big flaw. Boom! A deafening roar resounded. Even though he was a Sky Realm expert, he did not have the ability to see through things. Therefore, no one, including the Desperation Tower Master, knew what had happened to Ling Xiao. Many people even thought that Ling Xiao had been killed. Ling Xiao! Dai Yuling screamed and fainted in Lan Yuer's arms. Lan Yuer looked miserable. She handed Dai Yuling over to Yang Danlin and walked slowly to the Desperation Tower. She had to save Ling Xiao even if she had to offend the Desperation Tower Master. She had believed in Ling Xiao at first, but Ling Xiao's aura had disappeared completely the moment she heard the explosion. This caused her to be completely flustered. She lost her usual calmness and became furious. Little Lan, are you crazy? Ling Xiao is fine. Yang Danlin stopped Lan Yuer. In fact, he did not know what had happened there either. Yuan Venerates had told him that. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Ling Xiao's figure was nowhere to be seen. There was no trace of Ling Xiao's aura on the Desperation Tower. Gong Yangnu smiled gloatingly. Ha ha ha. He died just like that? That's too useless. No. Jin Ming stood up abruptly and his pupils constricted. Ling Zhao's figure gradually appeared, while Yangqing fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. His head had been separated from his body. How did he do it? Gong Yangnu sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't even see how Ling Xiao killed Yangqing. His aura suddenly disappeared the moment Yangqing's attack arrived. It should be the effect of his martial soul. Then, he counterattacked and killed Yangqing in one move. It's that simple. Jin Ming said. He did not see the whole process, but it should be the case based on the situation on the field. It can't be. Yang Chung is much stronger than before. Ling Xiao killed him in one move? Gong Yangnu could not believe this inference. Yangqing has improved, but so has Ling Xiao. Although Jin Ming said this, he did not know what had happened on the Desperation Tower. No one knew. In fact, Ling Xiao had used 10% of his ability as a half-step master when he killed Yangqing. If it was only for a split second, and there were many half-step masters present, no one would have noticed it. Originally, there was no need for this. However, in order to solve the problem as soon as possible, Ling Xiao was too lazy to use a move that consumed a lot of energy. The move he used to kill Yangqing could only be considered an ordinary attack. It was just a hand chop. He didn't even use a martial skill. The winner of the first Life or Death challenge is Ling Xiao. The Tower Master of the Desperation Tower said indifferently. Then, with a wave of his hand, Yangqing's corpse was thrown out. Next, the second round, Ling Xiao will challenge Gong Yangnu. Senior, can you change it? Ling Xiao looked at the Desperation Tower's Tower Master and said. What do you want to change? It's too late to change the date now. The Tower Master of the Desperation Tower said coldly. Senior, what I mean is, can I challenge two people at once? It's too troublesome to challenge them one by one. Ling Xiao said with a smile. What? This Ling Xiao must be crazy. It's dangerous enough to challenge one person at a time. Now, he wants to challenge two people at once. Isn't he simply courting death? Many people felt that Ling Xiao's victory had gone to his head. However, Gong Yangnu and Tuoba Shan looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. To be honest, after witnessing Ling Xiao's ability to kill Yangqing in one move, the two of them didn't have the confidence to win if they were to fight one-on-one. They were thinking of retreating. However, after hearing Ling Xiao's words, they suddenly regained their confidence. One person might not be able to do it, but two people working together wouldn't be a problem. One of them was a close combat fighter while the other was a long-range fighter. They had worked together countless times. Now that Ling Xiao proposed to challenge both of them at once, it was simply a feast for them. This can be changed. As long as you're willing, the other party is also willing. We agree. Gong Yangnu and Tuoba Shan seemed to be afraid that Ling Xiao would change his mind. They hurriedly stood up and announced their agreement. As long as they agreed, Ling Xiao wouldn't have the chance to regret it. Then let's change it. Ling Xiao will challenge the 6th-ranked outer sect disciple, Gong Yangnu, and the 5th-ranked outer sect disciple, Tuoba Shan. The Desperation Tower Master didn't seem to care. He was happy to watch the show. Dai Yuling, who had just woken up, turned pale with fright by Ling Xiao's crazy decision. Lan Yuer smiled bitterly. Yang Danlin scolded repeatedly. This little bastard really doesn't want to live. Only the Yuan Venerate squinted his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Sometimes, he couldn't see through this disciple of his. Gong Yangnu and Tuoba Shan entered the perimeter of the Desperation Tower at the same time. However, one was in front and the other was behind. The shadow behind Gong Yangnu was a long blade. This should be a relatively common weapon-type martial soul, the long blade martial soul. The shadow behind Tuoba Shan was a bow, which was also a common weapon-type martial soul, the bow and arrow martial soul. The former was good at close combat. The latter had a terrifying bow and arrow attack. To be honest, Ling Zhao's choice to fight the two of them at the same time was a little rash and reckless. Many people had already developed some confidence in him when they saw him kill Yangqing in one move. Who would have thought that he would suddenly do something like this, which instantly made everyone lose all confidence in him. However, Ling Xiao didn't care what others thought of him or whether they had confidence in him. It was enough that he had confidence in himself. You will pay the price for your stupidity and arrogance. Gong Yangnu sneered as he brandished his long blade and slashed at Ling Xiao. In terms of offensive power, Gong Yangnu wasn't inferior to Yang Qing. The slash of his blade seemed like it would split the ruins in half. The combination of the long blade and the martial soul was flawless. Desperation blade technique, cleave in two. When Gong Yangnu executed his blade technique, he had already closed in on Ling Xiao. His goal was very clear, which was to entangle Ling Xiao and create an opportunity for Tuoba Shan. Tuoba Shan had a killing move that required a long time to accumulate true essence. If it was a one-on-one fight, Tuoba Shan wouldn't use this move. But now that it was 2 against 1, he had a chance. This was also his strongest move. Clang, Ling Xiao's figure flashed and easily avoided Gong Yangnu's attack. At the top of the Desperation Tower, a thick steel bar was split in half. Not only that, the blade chi seeped into the ruins and created a huge crack. The onlookers were a little surprised. The 6th-ranked expert of the outer sect had a terrifying offensive power. Ling Xiao obviously thought so too. However, he felt that an attack that couldn't hit its target was meaningless. So what if your offensive power was strong? Do you know why I have to kill you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. His voice was very loud. The entire Desperation Tower and the people nearby could hear him. Because this was the effect he wanted. Gong Yangnu's attack was still ongoing. However, no matter how fast his blade was, it still couldn't touch Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao used the Cloud Dragon Divine Walk to wander around the ruins. He was simply like a roaming dragon. The dragon's head could be seen but not its tail. Gong Yangnu was unable to capture his tracks at all. This kid actually integrated the intent of array formations into his movement techniques, Yuan Venerate said suddenly. That's strange. No wonder I felt that his movement technique was a little strange. They were clearly walking at the same few points, but Gong Yangnu couldn't touch him. Yang Danlin suddenly understood. Furthermore, I didn't impart this intent to him. I've only seen it in the Divine Seal catalog. Yuan Venerate chuckled. It can't be, right? You mean that this kid actually memorized the God Seal catalog? Yang Danlin was shocked. That might be the case. Yuan Venerate liked this disciple more and more. He was really glad that he had taken Ling Xiao as his disciple before anyone else. Otherwise, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Gong Yangnu. Tuoba Mountain. You are Yuehua School's disciples, yet you don't know how to cultivate diligently. Instead, you take pleasure in bullying other disciples. Ling Xiao avoided Gong Yangnu's attacks as he continued to speak. I don't care about the life and death of others, but you shouldn't have made a move on Dai Yuling. You shouldn't have crippled her martial soul. You talk too much. Gong Yangnu's attacks became even more ferocious. Humph, you should be glad that you can still hear my nonsense. In a while, close your eyes and say goodbye to this senior sister. Ling Xiao said coldly. Suddenly, a streak of sword chi flew out and pierced Gong Yangnu's shoulder. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Whoosh, whoosh, yet another streak of sword chi. Gong Yangnu's other shoulder was also pierced. To be precise, both of his shoulder blades had been pierced and his hands were hanging down. Whoosh. Whoosh, 4 streaks of sword chi flew out in succession. Gong Yangnu's legs and eyes were pierced. Ah! A miserable shriek resounded from the Desperation Tower. Gong Yangnu was in a complete tragedy. Ling Xiao, you devil! Gong Yangnu roared. That's right, I'm a devil. If I can't become a ghost, my friends will be bullied by you. That's something I don't want to see. Ling Xiao began to make the final conclusion. Since there are so many people here today, I'll just say it in passing. If anyone dares to harm my friends in the future, I'll tear them into pieces. Remember my words, don't regret it later. Whoosh, Puchi, the last sword chi directly pierced through Gong Yangnu's forehead. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked at Tuoba Mountain. Die, Ling Xiao. Although Gong Yangnu had died, Tuoba Shan had used this opportunity to accumulate his strongest killing move. Junior brother Gong Yang, rest in peace. I will avenge you. This is your killing move? Ling Xiao looked at Tuoba Shan mockingly. This is the killing move of the 5th-ranked outer disciple? If it's only this powerful, it's too disappointing. Ling Xiao admitted that Tuoba Shan's killing move could kill most of the peak 9th-level martial vein martial masters. It could even pose a fatal threat to most of the half-step masters. However, this move had no effect on him and Jin Ming. He didn't even need to dodge. He could easily block this move just by standing there. Stop bluffing. Tuoba Shan didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. Since the attack had already been launched, he only needed to wait for Ling Xiao's death. The terrifying arrow let out a whistling sound as it tore through the air. It actually produced scarlet flames as if it wanted to nail Ling Xiao to the ruins. Ling Xiao should be bluffing, right? It must be. He's doing this to make senior brother Tuoba nervous. That's right. This arrow is fast and urgent. I'm afraid no one in the outer sect would dare to take it face to face. It was as if to refute his words. Ling Xiao slowly stretched out his right hand. The originally powerful move directly blasted Ling Xiao's right hand. However, there was no loud roar. There was no terrifying scene. Ling Xiao just gently squeezed his hand. That terrifying move had actually been reduced to ashes. I said that your so-called killing move is a joke in front of me. I didn't want to find trouble with you, but you had to provoke me. Don't blame me if you die today. You can only blame yourself for not knowing what's good for you. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Tuoba Shan. In fact, from the beginning of the battle until now, there was not a drop of sweat on his forehead. There was not a stain on his clothes. It was as if there was no battle at all. However, everyone saw that he killed Yangqing and Gong Yangnu. Now Tuoba Shan was not far from death. Spare me. Spare me. Tuoba Shan's face was distorted as he cried into a ball of tears. He was really scared. Ling Xiao was too scary. He felt even scarier than Jin Ming and He Sua. Of course, this was not about strength, but the aura. He naturally did not know that Ling Xiao's soul power was strong. It was far from what Jin Ming and He Sua could compare with. In addition, he mixed the vital essence of fierce beasts into his aura. That fierce aura was of course very terrifying. Ling Xiao, spare him. He already knows his mistake. Xianxia could not stand it anymore. She shouted, you have already killed 2 people. Do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao ignored Xianxia. He and Xianxia were not from the same world. Xianxia lived in the inner court of the palace. Naturally, she did not know the cruelty of reality. Ling Xiao was indeed used to seeing the weak being bullied and even killed by the strong. He would not kill the innocent, but he would definitely not sympathize with any of his enemies. Whoosh, Ling Xiao slowly waved his hand. A sharp light suddenly appeared and then disappeared. Tuoba Shan's head rolled on the ground like a rubber ball. Ling Xiao took his martial soul. Of course, he did not waste Gong Yangnu and Yangqing's martial souls. These 3 people's martial souls were too ordinary. Ling Xiao did not care about them at all, so he directly fed them to his blood shadow martial soul as nourishment. At present, his blood shadow martial soul was the main direction of development. Therefore, he planned to upgrade his blood shadow martial soul to the 3rd stage of a complete martial soul. After that, he would upgrade the other martial souls. After all, he could use 3 martial souls at the same time. At the very least, he had to make 3 martial souls go hand in hand. He temporarily chose the blood shadow martial soul, the thunder bear martial soul and the giant sword martial soul. The ghost ship martial soul and the dark cloud martial soul could be temporarily put aside. Anyway, in the current world of sects, having a martial soul was the most basic. He had plenty of martial souls to devour. He was not worried that he could not upgrade too many martial souls. Moreover, he only had 5 martial souls. He felt that it was too little. Gong Yangnu died, Tuoba Shan died. At this moment, the air seemed to have frozen. No one dared to doubt Ling Xiao's strength anymore. These 2 pieces of trash were actually killed by Ling Xiao so easily. What the hell are they doing? He Sua was furious. He couldn't understand. Ling Xiao was clearly only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. How did he manage to kill 2 half-step grandmasters so easily? Senior brother He Sua, you think too highly of Ling Xiao. He blocked Tuoba Shan's attack. I dare not say that he used all his strength, but at least he consumed a lot of energy. Although it looked easy, I'm afraid he has already suffered internal injuries. Jin Ming said with a smile, in the entire outer sect, only I dare to take Tuoba Shan's arrow head-on. Even Wang Feng, who is ranked first, doesn't dare to take it head-on. Of course, Wang Feng could have used other means to resolve the arrow. Or he wouldn't have let Tuoba Shan shoot the arrow at all. Just like Jin Ming, who was best at defense, Wang Feng, who was ranked first, was best at movement techniques. He Sua didn't say anything. He felt that Jin Ming's judgment should be correct, but he felt that something was wrong. The chaotic scene made it impossible for him to calm down and think about the problem. Ling Xiao killing 3 people in a row had caused a sensation like an earthquake. Those were not 3 chickens, they were definitely not 3 pigs, those were 3 half-step masters, and they were ranked 5th, 6th, and 10th respectively. Of course, the reason it caused such a huge commotion was mainly because this result was too inconceivable and unbelievable. Before the death challenge, no one thought that Ling Xiao could win. They all thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die. Even if he was lucky enough to kill 1 or 2 people, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill a third. But now the reality was that Ling Xiao killed 3 people as easily as slaughtering dogs and pigs. The most ridiculous thing was that the second challenge was 1 against 2, but it was still so easy as if he didn't use any strength at all. No wonder Jin Ming thought that he was bluffing. After killing Gong Yangnu and Tuoba Shan, Ling Xiao directly advanced to the 5th place of the outer sect. This ranking was automatically replaced, not promoted. Interesting. Next, Ling Xiao, who is ranked 5th, will issue a death challenge to Jin Ming, who is ranked 3rd. The eyes of the Desperation Tower's Tower Master shone with a strange light, as if he was excited. He was very excited. It had been a long time since he had seen such a clean battle. He had never seen a battle where the weak defeated the strong. It was not a bad idea to treat it as entertainment after cultivation. He really wanted to know if Ling Xiao could continue to win. For Ling Xiao, even if he lost 1 battle, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Because if he died, there would be nothing left. Therefore, he had to win. Only by winning and killing Jin Ming would these things change. The onlookers gradually calmed down. Because they had also thought of this. No matter how well Ling Xiao performed in the first 3 challenges, his biggest and only opponent today was actually Jin Ming. He had occupied the 3rd position in the outer sect for 2 or 3 years and had even defeated a first-order Transcendent Realm cultivator. With such strength and talent, it would be wrong to say that he wasn't a genius. Such a person could even be said to be a Transcendent Realm master who had not yet reached the Transcendent Realm. Ling Xiao, although the 3 people you killed were not my friends, they have been with me for a long time. If you choose to kill yourself, I can leave your corpse intact. Jin Ming did not use a movement skill, but directly jumped onto the Desperation Tower with his physical strength, and then pointed his finger at Ling Xiao, revealing a domineering aura. His figure looked thin and weak, but his aura was so powerful that it was frightening. When his aura erupted, the ruins of the Desperation Tower trembled as if they were afraid of his power. Oh, is that so? Thank you for your kindness, senior brother Jin, but unfortunately, I am not interested. Ling Xiao said lightly. Kong. There was a loud explosion. Jin Ming's aura became even more terrifying. His aura was like a volcanic eruption. Around him, one could even hear the whistling of the wind. The surrounding bricks and stones instantly turned into powder. And under his feet, the ground sank 1 or 2 meters deep. Such a terrifying aura. He's simply a monster. That's right, the defensive martial art Jin Ming cultivates was extracted from the divine text of an ancient monster beast. Although only a part of it was extracted, it still contains the terrifying aura of an ancient monster beast. This aura is even stronger than some first-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. However, a smile soon appeared on his face. Because he felt that his expectations were not wrong. This battle with Jin Ming would definitely stimulate the potential in his body and allow his strength to rise again. He did not dislike a strong opponent at all, on the contrary, he was very excited. No wonder this guy could defeat a first-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, his physical strength was simply too terrifying. Under the analysis of his mountain and river martial spirit, Yang Kai could estimate that Jin Ming's physical strength had already surpassed the average first-layer Transcendent Realm master. Jin Ming's physical strength was infinitely close to those masters who had broken through to the Transcendent Realm with their physical potential. Compared to masters who had broken through to the Transcendent Realm with their soul and internal qi, Jin Ming's physical strength was much stronger. In fact, to some extent, Jin Ming's physical strength was even higher than Ling Zhao's. However, Ling Zhao's strength had improved in all three aspects. At present, Ling Zhao's physical strength was close to the Transcendent Realm. His soul had already reached the Transcendent Realm. Jin Ming's total internal qi had also reached the Transcendent Realm, but unfortunately, it was still not enough. When Ling Zhao's cultivation reached the Transcendent Realm, his internal qi would truly step into the Transcendent Realm. In contrast, Ling Zhao's soul had the advantage. In terms of physical strength, Jin Ming was slightly inferior. After all, Jin Ming focused on body tempering and had been a disciple of the Yuehua school for a long time. He had probably begun tempering his body from an early age, so it was normal for him to have a greater advantage than Ling Xiao in this regard. In terms of internal qi, Ling Xiao had a slight advantage, mainly in terms of quantity, but in terms of quality, they were evenly matched. If one looked at it from these aspects alone, the strength of the two was very close, and it was even possible for them to perish together in the end. However, in a real battle, superficial strength was not as simple as it seemed. Jin Ming did not speak any more nonsense. He directly stamped his foot and rushed towards Ling Xiao like a fierce beast. In Ling Xiao's view, Jin Ming was like a mammoth rushing over. Vaguely, Ling Xiao saw the shadow behind Jin Ming. It was indeed a mammoth. The huge mammoth was faintly discernible. Obviously, Jin Ming did not intend to use all his strength to deal with Ling Xiao, so he only borrowed a little of his martial spirit's power and did not fully summon it. Mammoth fist technique, mammoth impact, Jin Ming seemed to have turned into a giant elephant. Every time his feet stepped on the ruins, a deafening roar would be heard. His fists seemed to have become the two sharp tusks of a mammoth, directly piercing through Ling Xiao. This kind of power gave people a feeling that they could not resist. Ling Xiao stood there in a fighting stance, and his aura flowed slowly. He didn't like to waste his true essence. Every attack had to be just right. The analytical ability of the mountain and river martial spirit gave him the smartest way to fight. The sound of a giant elephant rang out. It was hard to imagine that it was the strange sound of Jin Ming's fists. Puff, outside the field, some of the weaker outer disciples spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Unable to bear the terrible pressure of the roar, they fled in panic. There was no doubt that Jin Ming's punch was capable of killing a first-order Transcendent Realm Master or a first-order Transcendent Realm Master with just one punch. As for most of the half-step masters, they would be blown to pieces. Just this seemingly ordinary punch was already more terrifying than Tuoba Shan's sure-kill skill. Ling Xiao could dodge it. But he didn't, he wanted to completely destroy Jin Ming's most proud body, so that the deterrent effect would be even more amazing. God Prison King Fist, Bull's Head Smash. Horse Face Smash, two fists, different moves. Ling Xiao knew his advantage very well. God Prison King Fist was definitely the best way to deal with Jin Ming. His punch, whether in terms of appearance or power, was not inferior to Jin Ming's mammoth impact. However, even so, he still focused on Jin Ming's weakest point. But Jin Ming was obviously not so easy to deal with. At the critical moment, he changed the direction of his attack slightly, which made Ling Zhao's attempt to attack his weak point fail. The two of them collided head-on with each other without any fancy moves. They were filled with power. Boom, bang, the two terrifying forces collided, and an outer disciple's blood vessels burst because he was too close, bleeding profusely. More people covered their heads and had to distance themselves again. It was exciting to watch, but it was deadly. After a while, the two retreated at the same time. Ling Xiao floated up gently, retreated more than 10 meters, and finally stopped. He looked at Jin Ming coldly. On the other side, Jin Ming retreated more than 10 steps in a row with a surprised look on his face. Clearly, this was a well-matched collision. However, the one who was surprised was definitely Jin Ming, because he had judged that Ling Xiao had already consumed a great deal of true essence, so he wanted to deal with Ling Xiao as soon as he came up. If he did so, his reputation would only become even more resounding. His victory was even more shocking. This Ling Xiao is indeed extraordinary. He didn't even suffer a loss in a direct confrontation with a monster like Jin Ming. Jin Ming focuses on the body and is preparing to use his body's potential to become a transcendent. However, this Ling Xiao's movement technique is superb and his body is also top-notch. Could it be that this guy has strong potential in all three aspects? I heard that he has a treasure body, but his three potentials are very balanced. Damn, this is a real monster. How does he have so much energy to raise three potential qualities at the same time? The collision this time caused everyone to be inexplicably shocked. Those who hoped that Ling Xiao's previous efforts would be wasted and that he would be killed by Jin Ming were gnashing their teeth in hatred. Of course, Jin Ming was the most upset. From the time he was born, his parents had soaked his body in medicinal herbs and he had always been walking in the direction of body tempering. Although his aptitude was not as good as some of the other monster's geniuses, by relying on his cultivation method, he was able to defeat a first-layer Transcendent Realm Master. However, today, his attack had actually been blocked by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's physical fitness was actually not inferior to his. He was already 18 years old, but Ling Xiao was only 14 years old. This age gap made him feel uneasy. He always felt that compared to this monster, he was a little too stupid. This Jin Ming doesn't seem to be as stupid as he looks. His reaction speed and fighting skills are far superior to those three idiots. Ling Xiao stood there, carefully analyzing Jin Ming's fighting style. This was the first time someone had managed to dodge his attack. Interesting, too interesting. Fighting with such a person would make up for his weakness in fighting skills. He had never thought about what to do if someone saw through his weakness before. But today, he felt that he could comprehend something from this battle. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect your body to be so strong, but unfortunately, this is not my original form. Jin Ming looked at Ling Xiao, his expression gradually calming down. Although Ling Xiao had indeed given him a huge shock, it was not as if he did not have a trump card. Next, I will let you see a nightmare. It's not too late to regret it. I'm a very curious person, I really want to see what your so-called original form is. Ling Xiao was telling the truth. He also felt that Jin Ming's strength was not limited to this. After all, he had not used any of his trump cards yet. Good, since you want to see, I'll fulfill your wish, I just hope you won't regret it after seeing it. Jin Ming sneered, his body suddenly glowing with a strange red light. His surroundings were blocked by this red light. Ling Xiao tentatively kicked a brick, which was instantly smashed to pieces. It seemed that this guy had long been on guard against others sneaking up on him and had prepared this layer of defense. This defensive layer was very scary, but it could not take the initiative to attack, and it consumed a lot of energy. If Ling Xiao insisted on attacking, the loss would outweigh the gain. It was like the opponent had a hedgehog shell, but he could not move for the time being. If you attacked, you might be able to defeat the opponent, but you would definitely be severely injured. Moreover, Ling Xiao was not afraid of Jin Ming, and he wanted to use Jin Ming as a key to find out what he had missed. It would be a pity to defeat him just like that. Body of the wild beast. Following Jin Ming's roar, all the aura around his body suddenly converged and condensed on his body. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that the person standing in front of him was not a person, but a ferocious beast. Jin Ming's body had undergone a huge change. The originally thin body had become a full 2 meters tall, and the muscles all over his body were tight, as if each of them had been tempered thousands of times, exuding the aura of a wild beast. Very strong indeed. This is your true strength. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and did not dare to be negligent. A golden luster appeared on his body, followed by a layer of dragon scales that seemed to be made of gold. In the face of a powerhouse, Ling Xiao would never underestimate his opponent. However, if Jin Ming's ability was limited to this, he really could not use his full strength. Just the sky dragon scale armor was enough. Mammoth trample, there was a loud bang. Jin Ming stomped on the ruins, and at the same time the loud bang sounded, smoke and dust flew all over the sky. On the ground, a shock wave condensed from true essence blasted towards Ling Xiao from below. Ling Xiao stomped his foot, and the shock wave stopped abruptly. However, his brow suddenly furrowed. Because Jin Ming had disappeared. Jin Ming's body suddenly disappeared. Novel, law, his aura also suddenly disappeared. The surrounding outer sect disciples all exclaimed in shock. In this situation, it was likely that only Transcendent Realm inner sect disciples, hall masters, and elders would be able to see what was happening. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Admittedly, his combat strength was extremely high. It could even be said that he was no worse than a first-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. However, the gap in cultivation still made it impossible for him to do many things. For example, even in the soul capture state, he still couldn't detect Jin Ming's existence. So, he simply gave up looking for this person and instead prepared to fight back. Someone cried out in surprise. It turned out that he saw Jin Ming suddenly appear behind Ling Xiao and stomp on Ling Xiao's head with a ferocious mammoth-like attack. This kind of sudden attack was also very fast. If it were an ordinary half-step grandmaster or even a first-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, they might not be able to block it, let alone dodge. Ling Xiao instantly judged that dodging was meaningless, so he stretched out his left hand and punched out. Since he couldn't dodge, he might as well meet force with force. At that moment, a look of surprise flashed across Jin Ming's eyes. Obviously, he thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to react in time. Because the first-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators he had defeated before were unable to react in the face of his sudden attack. Pung, Kacha, Ling Xiao's left arm seemed to be broken and his body was sent flying. However, even under such circumstances, Ling Xiao still maintained a very graceful posture as he landed in the distance. He didn't seem to be in a sorry state at all. What terrifying strength! Ling Xiao looked at his left arm and saw that the heavenly dragon scale armor had been shattered along with his bones. Die for me. Jin Ming's body disappeared again. This move again? Ling Xiao couldn't help showing a sneer. With a crackling sound, the bones in his left arm had all healed. He didn't exchange his gold for spirit stones, so he had enough to use gold restoration. Although this was a move from the 9 transformation golden body technique, he had already selected it and turned it into a secret technique. As long as there was gold, broken limbs could be repaired. This was gold repair. The golden inscription suddenly disappeared and reappeared again. His attacks were still powerful. However, this time, Ling Xiao easily dodged it. Just now, he could only meet force with force because he didn't understand his opponent's attack. But now, he had seen through the flaw of this move. Not to mention this time, even if it were 10 times, or even a dozen times, Jin Ming would not be able to attack him again. After all, his movement technique was much stronger than Jin Ming's. Cloud Dragon Godly Travel, he was elusive, coupled with his understanding of the mysteries of formations, he only needed to consume a small amount of true essence to take some very subtle steps. Jin Ming couldn't figure it out. Jin Ming seemed to be stunned for a moment, thinking it was an accident. He felt that his speed would be greatly improved in the case of the beast body, and it was a sudden attack. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge it. So he launched several attacks in a row. However, Ling Xiao dodged every time, and each time was easier than the last. It even seemed that there was a possibility of a counterattack. Jin Ming's judgment was not an illusion. Ling Xiao was dodging, and at the same time looking for Jin Ming's flaw. Although this guy's beast body was as terrifying as the mammoth, it was only a martial art after all, and its level was even lower than the Sky Dragon Golden Body. However, Jin Ming had been practicing this set of defensive martial art for a long time, so he had already cultivated it to the perfection stage. Purely in terms of performance, it was stronger than the current Sky Dragon Golden Body. Under the state of soul imprint, the analysis ability of the Mountain River martial spirit was operating rapidly. Ling Xiao realized that Jin Ming definitely didn't just cultivate the mad beast's body. There was actually a trace of mammoth blood flowing in his body. He even awakened some mammoth cells like him. It was just that this guy's awakening was unconscious and relatively few, only 2 cells. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had awakened 30 golden dragon cells. Of course, the first awakening of the cells was only in the infant body. The golden dragon and mammoth in the cells were like newborn babies. Although not many cells had awakened, Jin Ming had perfectly integrated the mammoth blood with his body, which had greatly improved his physical fitness. It seemed that Jin Ming would be able to step into the transcendent realm in a month or two. What a pity, if you didn't offend me, Ling Xiao, you wouldn't have died today. Ling Xiao couldn't find the weakness of the beast body. It could be said that this beast body was full of weaknesses, but there were no weaknesses. The key to the problem was whether the attacker had enough strength to break through this terrible defense. If he could, the beast body would be meaningless, and it wouldn't even be comparable to ordinary offensive martial skills. Bastard, you're running around like a rabbit. Jin Ming had been attacking for a long time without success, and he had consumed a lot of energy. So he stopped attacking, and while breathing heavily, he stared at Ling Xiao, as if he was thinking of a new way to fix Ling Xiao there. Otherwise, the opponent's movement was too amazing, and he couldn't attack at all. It was too difficult to deal with. Tired? Ling Xiao still said casually. His left arm had been completely repaired, and only that part of his clothes was a little damaged. Don't tell me you're not tired at all. Jin Ming absolutely didn't believe that Ling Xiao didn't feel tired at all after dodging his attacks again and again. It was impossible. Haha, tired or not, you'll know after you try. Ling Xiao suddenly launched an attack. Although his arm had been repaired, he had experienced pain before, and he had to let Jin Ming have a taste of this pain. Divine Hell King Fist, Impermanence Twist. Ghost King Destruction, Two Fists again. It was another attack that had reached a terrifying level of power. Bang! Jin Ming didn't move. He just stood there, letting Ling Xiao's fists hit his body. However, when the two fists landed on his body, it was as if they had landed on a mammoth. Not only was there no effect, but Ling Xiao was also sent flying by a rebounding force. He landed 100 feet away. Ha 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 ha, are you tickling me? Jin Ming asked with a disdainful smile. Well, his defense is indeed stronger than mine, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Although this guy's body was not as strong as the Archean demonic mammoth, it was still terrifying enough. It seemed that the destructive power of the Divine Hell King Fist alone couldn't break this defense. However, his attack was not in vain. The seemingly useless attack was actually going according to his plan. Mammoth absorbs water. Suddenly, Jin Ming aimed his hands at Ling Xiao, and like the trunk of a mammoth, a huge suction force was produced. Facing Ling Xiao, Jin Ming had no choice but to use 120% of his energy and use all of his strength. Novel, law, otherwise, he knew that it was impossible for him to win. Ling Xiao felt that his body was being dragged by something and flew towards Jin Ming's hands. This move is interesting. When others were exclaiming, he was still in the mood to evaluate this move. Mammoth Water Spray. Suction and water spray were originally two moves used in combination. Suction could forcibly suck the enemy to one's side. Of course, the prerequisite was that one's true essence must be strong. Otherwise, it really could not be done. Water spray could condense the true essence to a point and directly blast the enemy out. The lethality was terrifying, even more powerful than Mammoth Impact and Mammoth Trample. Ling Xiao could feel that Jin Ming's true essence condensed on his fists. That terrifying power even attracted the surrounding air, forming a small vortex. This was not a joke. Even if he did not experience it, Ling Xiao knew that this attack was very powerful. 9 Demons Divine Art, Demonization. On the basis of the heavenly dragon golden body, Ling Xiao's body began to rapidly demonize, and a layer of dark energy barrier appeared on his body. Boom, the power of Jin Ming's fists poured out completely. In the situation of close proximity. First, the heavenly dragon scale armor began to shatter. Then, the Demon King's demonized body also began to fall apart. Ling Xiao felt as if his body had been hit by a mountain moving at high speed. His body flew out more than 100 feet away, and then somersaulted a few times in the air before finally landing on the ground. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, satisfying. Ting ting ting, although Jin Ming took the initiative to attack, Ling Xiao's heavenly dragon scale armor had a rebound effect. Therefore, after he blasted Ling Xiao away, he himself also retreated 7 or 8 steps in a row. He felt his qi and blood churning and was very uncomfortable. His expression became extremely unsightly. In fact, it was understandable. Originally, he thought that such a sudden attack would be enough to completely kill Ling Xiao. However, from the looks of it, Ling Xiao seemed to have only suffered some minor injuries and was not in a serious condition at all. Not only that, but what he could not accept the most was that he had heard that Ling Xiao was actually an expert in swordsmanship. But until now, Ling Xiao had not even drawn his sword when facing him. Fear began to grow in the depths of his heart. He felt uneasy. In fact, this was very normal. When you attacked an opponent with all your strength, you would find that the opponent could always easily dissolve your attack. Not only that, but this opponent had yet to use his true attack method. Whoosh, the ice dragon sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hands, flashing with a dense cold light. This was his first time using a treasure-grade weapon, and he felt that it was indeed much stronger than a fine-grade or mortal-grade weapon. Although I don't like you, you played with me for so long. Let me use my sword to send you out of this world. I'll give you some face. With the treasure in his hand, Ling Xiao's aura suddenly changed. If it was said that he was like a Vajra with a strong defense before, then at this moment, he was more like an unsheathed sharp sword. Cold light shot out in all directions, and killing intent soared to the sky. Gu Jinming swallowed his saliva. Although he wanted to refute, he couldn't. The strength of his opponent was definitely beyond his expectations. It seemed that he really couldn't hold back in the slightest. He took a deep breath, and a pair of shining gloves appeared on his hands. Without a doubt, from the aura, this was also a treasure-grade treasure. In terms of martial tools, both sides were of the same grade. Whoever won or lost would completely depend on their performance and their own strength. At the top floor of the Desperation Tower, the two people who were fighting temporarily stopped and took out their weapons. On one side was the ice dragon sword. On the other side was the ivory gloves. Downstairs, the onlookers were all indescribably surprised. From the start of the battle until now, although Ling Xiao was also injured, it was obvious that he was not suppressed by Jin Ming. On the contrary, he even faintly held the advantage. Especially after receiving Jin Ming's terrifying series of attacks, he actually only spat out a mouthful of blood. This was simply a true monster. This Ling Xiao is too terrifying. He actually has the strength to match Jin Ming's Qigyu. Nonsense, Jin Ming hasn't used his full strength yet. He should only be using about 80% of his strength. You're the one talking nonsense. Didn't you see that Ling Xiao had only just drawn his sword until now? His most terrifying thing is his sword technique. That's right, I always have an illusion that Ling Xiao is still preserving his strength. Impossible, then how strong is he? Could it be that he is already a transcendent realm martial artist? But his cultivation seems to be only at the peak of the 8th level martial vein, right? I keep feeling that something is wrong. The moment he attacks and defends, there seems to be the aura of the peak 9th level martial vein, but I don't know if it's his aura. Haha, what you said is possible. When Ling Xiao entered the sect, he was only at the late 8th level martial vein. It has only been a month. Even if he is a genius, it would be good if he could advance to the early 9th level martial vein. Peak 9th level martial vein? What a joke. I also think it's impossible. Many martial artists at the peak of the 9th level martial vein have died in the Desperation Tower. It's very likely that it's the remnant aura. No matter how the crowd discussed, their opinion of Ling Xiao had already changed. Ling Xiao's strength had already been automatically classified by them as the top 3 in the outer sect. Originally, they thought that he was stupid and ignorant to court death, but it had become a dazzling performance. From the beginning until now, the two people in the Desperation Tower had only exchanged 7 or 8 moves, but it was obvious that they had both gained and lost. But the next step was the key. Snow Lotus Sword Art, Ice Heart, Snow Lotus Sword Art, Flying Snow. After the 4th move, Ice Heart, was the first move, Flying Snow. Ling Xiao's martial soul quickly changed. A dark cloud shrouded the top of his head. The cold wind was bone-chilling, and snowflakes fell from the dark cloud. He slowly raised the ice dragon sword in his hand. It seemed like an inadvertent movement, but it gave off an extremely terrifying pressure. Jin Ming even felt his movements become sluggish and stiff. On the sword blade, ice-cold true essence condensed rapidly. This sword was as fast as lightning. The sword trembled like a dancing snowflake. However, the gentle snowflakes were like a deadly weapon that took away lives. It seemed like it could completely reap all life. What was even stranger was that Ling Xiao seemed to have integrated into the whole of nature as he stood there. That kind of powerful force made people feel incomparably terrified. This kid actually comprehended the use of force. Yuan Venerate's eyes lit up in pleasant surprise. The so-called force was a very high-level method of using martial techniques. It could borrow the momentum of nature to increase the power and aura of one's moves several times and become very terrifying. Some people could borrow the force of the mountain. Some people could borrow the force of the wind. Some people could borrow the force of the terrain. Force was not something that could be learned. It could only be comprehended through constant battles. In other words, it depended on one's comprehension ability. Ling Xiao's momentum was only the most basic form of borrowing momentum. He borrowed the momentum of the snowy sky to make his sword faster and fiercer, giving his opponent more pressure. But this already gave him a huge advantage. Because his opponent was not looking at him as a person, but as a violent snowstorm. I can only borrow 10% of it? Ling Xiao sighed. He had only comprehended the use of momentum after coming to the Yuehua school. Although he had occasionally used it before, it was unconsciously. Now that he was actively using it, it was naturally easier to master. Ice Heart and Flying Snow were already terrifying enough. Now, with the addition of 10% of momentum, this move was obviously more powerful. Although many people in the audience had seen this move of Ling Xiao's, they all had the same feeling. This move was several times more powerful than before. Mammoth's desperate move. This move contained the characteristics of Mammoth Impact, Mammoth Stomp, and Mammoth Spray, just like its name. This was a move of desperate move. Jin Ming knew that he could not be kind today. So even if he died, he would drag Ling Xiao down with him. The terrifying power expanded again. The ruins around him kept exploding. That was the result of his uncontrollable vital essence. The reason why he used desperate move was that he could not control it. It would hurt others and himself. It was a way of dying together. Boom, there was a thunderous explosion. Two terrifying forces collided in the air. A sword, a pair of fists, at the moment of collision, the ruins where the two were standing exploded again and sank a lot. Their bodies fell almost at the same time. Smoke and dust filled the sky. Except for the warriors with better eyesight and strength who could barely see what was going on, the rest of the people were scratching their ears and cheeks anxiously. At the critical moment, they could not see the battle. It was simply too uncomfortable. Drip, 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 it was the sound of blood dripping. Only martial artists with excellent hearing would be able to hear such a sound. The smoke and dust finally dispersed. Ling Xiao was the first to appear. He floated in midair, the sword in his hand still pointed at Jin Ming. Blood dripped from the sword. However, there was not a single wound on his body. Looking at Jin Ming again, he was in a sorry state. There were many cracks on his body. Even though his body's regenerative abilities were terrifying, these wounds seemed to have been invaded by some special energy. No matter how hard he tried, they couldn't heal completely. The blood continued to flow. If this continued, Ling Xiao wouldn't even need to attack. He only needed to avoid Jin Ming's attacks, and Jin Ming would die from blood loss. Everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Jin Ming, the outer sect's third strongest master, who was known for his defensive prowess and had once defeated two First-Order Transcendent Realm Masters, was now in such a sorry state. The powerful defense that he was so proud of was broken just like that. From today onwards, Ling Xiao will become the strongest person in the outer sect. Elder Bai looked at the young man excitedly. No matter what, this young man was accepted into the Yuehua school by him. The young man's outstanding performance was beyond his expectations. However, this was a good thing, and he should be happy. Elder Bai, you're wrong. Jin Ming is only ranked third in the outer court. There are still two people ranked first and second above him. Especially Wang Feng, who is ranked first. He has never lost to Jin Ming. Elder Black disliked Ling Xiao very much. Seeing this young man's outstanding performance, he had the evil thought of destroying him. Elder Black, what you said is ridiculous. Elder Bai said coldly, you should have seen the battle between Wang Feng and Jin Ming. Wang Feng's movement technique is the best in the outer sect. Of course, this was before Ling Xiao appeared. The reason why he could beat Jin Ming was because of his movement technique. He kept dodging, which exhausted Jin Ming and forced him to admit defeat. There's also that kid who's ranked second. He's not even worth mentioning, because he's relying on an immortal-grade artifact. Without that, he wouldn't be a match for Jin Ming. Ling Xiao's movement technique is stronger than Wang Feng's, and his attack power is not even weaker than the second kid who possesses an immortal-grade artifact. After all, that kid was not able to put Jin Ming in such a sorry state, but Ling Xiao did it. Elder Black snorted, what's the point of you saying so much? In any case, the young people nowadays don't admit defeat. As long as he, Ling Xiao, doesn't defeat Wang Feng and the second-ranked youth, he can't be said to be the strongest in the outer sect. It's because you've been blinded by wealth that you judge the problem against your conscience. Elder Bai said coldly. He was too lazy to continue explaining. As long as it wasn't someone who had enmity with Ling Xiao, after seeing today's battle, they wouldn't doubt Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. While the two of them were talking, the situation upstairs changed again. Ling Xiao actually kept the ice dragon sword. How hateful. You want me to bleed to death? Jin Ming roared angrily. His defeat was set in stone. It was only a matter of time. If Ling Xiao chose to continue dodging and tire him to death, then he really wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Tired to death? You really didn't notice. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, do you think that my previous attack didn't hurt your body and had no effect? Once the damage to the soul accumulates to a certain extent, it can still be fatal. So right now, I only need one punch to kill you. Divine Prison King Fist, Soul Snatching was a pure soul attack. It did not cause any damage to the body, but it could trigger all the accumulated damage in the soul. Ling Xiao had used the Divine Prison King Fist to fight with Jin Ming because he knew that although Jin Ming's body was strong, his soul wasn't that strong. However, not being strong did not mean that he was weak. After all, this fellow was someone who possessed a complete martial spirit. His soul was still much stronger than an ordinary martial artist's. Furthermore, the mammoth blood seemed to have wrapped around this fellow's soul with a layer of blood-red membrane. Just relying on a single soul snatching was not enough. Only when the damage had accumulated to a certain extent would soul snatching be able to decide the outcome of the battle. Why didn't he just use the Snow Lotus Sword art to kill Jin Ming? Because he couldn't. Jin Ming's body was too strong. The combination of Flying Snow and Ice Heart was already Ling Xiao's fastest and most destructive move. However, it was only able to heavily injure the opponent. If he used the same move again, the effect would be about the same. It really didn't make much sense. As for soul snatching, it could kill Jin Ming cleanly and without any hidden dangers. When in that instant, Jin Ming felt a huge roar in his head, as if someone had rung a large bell in his head. Then, his expression gradually became sluggish. His eyes gradually became dull. Then, he slowly fell to the ground. Bang! Ling Xiao took advantage of the smoke to collect Jin Ming's martial spirit, the mammoth martial spirit. This was another animal-type martial spirit, but it belonged to the immemorial demonic beast series. If this kind of martial spirit was sold outside, it should be very expensive. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then gave this thing to the Thunder Bear martial spirit to devour. The effect of devouring a martial spirit of the same type was better. In just an instant, the Thunder Bear martial spirit was promoted from a transparent body to an illusory body, and it even faintly had the aura of an immemorial demonic beast. This was an unexpected discovery. It turned out that not only could some martial spirit characteristics be obtained by fusing, even devouring would occasionally leave behind some advantageous characteristics. At this point, Ling Xiao's illusory martial spirit had become three: the Dark Cloud martial spirit, the Blood Shadow martial spirit, and the Thunder Bear martial spirit. As for the Ghost Ship martial spirit and the Giant Sword martial spirit, they were still in the transparent body stage of the complete soul. transparent body, illusory body, and solid body. A newly formed complete martial spirit only had these 3 stages. However, it would be stronger as it went up. Reporting to the Tower Master, Jin Ming is dead. After checking Jin Ming's situation, the guard of the Desperation Tower reported to the Tower Master. Dead. Could it be that Ling Xiao used a soul attack? It's really possible. This kid's soul, body, and internal force are all well developed. It's too terrifying. Hearing that Jin Ming was dead, the arena immediately fell into chaos. Jin Ming died just like that, which many outer sect disciples couldn't accept and couldn't understand. It was as if they had suddenly woken up from a strange dream. Congratulations to Ling Xiao for winning all 4 death challenges today. He will receive a special reward. They couldn't see the Tower Master's expression under the ghost mask, but many people thought that he should be smiling. Special reward. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Previously, when he proposed the death challenge, the guard at the Desperation Tower said that there was no reward for this challenge. You may be wondering why there is a reward? The Tower Master of the Desperation Tower laughed. Because I'm happy today. This was probably the willfulness of an expert. Just because he was happy, he made such a promise. Ling Xiao, come to the Tower of Death by yourself tomorrow night. I will tell you what the reward is. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. After saying that, he actually leaped and disappeared into the mountains in an instant. She was truly capricious. She came and went as she pleased. However, after he left, everyone's attention was once again placed on Ling Xiao. He had killed 4 people in one battle. Moreover, all of them were once or were currently ranked in the top 10 of the outer gate. After this incident, Ling Xiao's fierceness could be considered to have been completely formed in the outer sanctum. An elusive movement technique, an incomparably powerful defense, and a terrifying soul force. This fellow is too frightening. Under the Transcendent Realm, he was invincible. No, I'm afraid even a first-order Transcendent Realm cultivator may not be his opponent. Elder Bai's expression was agitated. Although this kind of strength was nothing to him, it was definitely a piece of unpolished jade. As long as he polished it slightly, it could be polished into the most outstanding gem in the world. There was nothing that could make him happier than cultivating a genius martial artist. After all, as an outer sanctum elder, he was engaged in such things. The world of sects was very big, much bigger than the secular world. Although the Yuehua school was one of the 12 sects, it was only in the human race's sacred dynasty. There were more than 10 million terrifying sects on the heavenly dragon continent. If one wanted to gain a foothold in such a world, it would be impossible without the appearance of a genius with outstanding potential. After all, the older generation was old and might even be abandoned by time. Only these young people were the future. Do you think Ling Xiao can beat Wang Feng? It's hard to say. Wang Feng, who is ranked first, has been in seclusion these days. It has already been 3 months. Who knows how much his strength has improved? Yes, based on his past strength, Wang Feng shouldn't be Ling Xiao's opponent. What about Xianxia, who is ranked second? Oh, he's also a good swordsman. It's said that he has an immortal grade artifact in his hand. It's extremely sharp. His strength is not inferior to Jin Ming's. He once killed a Transcendent Realm first-level cultivator during a mission. From the looks of it, the top 3 are still monsters. Ling Xiao may not be a match for them. After the death challenge, Ling Xiao's ranking became the focus of discussion among the Outer Sanctum disciples. Ling Xiao. There is no enmity between us, so I don't want to fight you to the death. But your strength really excites me. Come and challenge me. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. It's Xianxia. Xianxia, who is ranked second in the Outer Sanctum. They both use swords. Who is stronger? It should be Xianxia. After all, he has an immortal grade artifact sword. I think it's Ling Xiao. Weapons are only part of one's strength. Ling Xiao's combat ability is stronger than Xianxia's. Shut up. We'll know who's stronger after the battle. Stop talking nonsense. Xianxia unsheathed his sword and the Outer Sanctum disciples immediately shut their mouths. Why waste time? Since everyone is here today, let's decide the outcome with a single sword. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared from the top of the Desperation Tower. When he reappeared, his finger was pressed on Xianxing's forehead. If this is a sword, you're already dead. Xianxing was sweating profusely. His originally fair skin instantly turned deathly pale. I lost. I admit that you're stronger than me. If he wanted his opponent to admit defeat, he had to show his strength. Any nonsense was useless. Xianxing was actually not inferior to Jin Ming. However, he did not have Jin Ming's defense. For Xianxia, this kind of enemy was easier to deal with. He could kill him with a single sword strike. Through the battle with Jin Ming, not only did he have a lot of insights, his martial skill attainments were more refined, and even his cultivation had broken through to the half-step master level. This sword strike was stronger than the flying snow he used to deal with Jin Ming. It was just that he used his finger. He lost in a single move. Isn't Xianxia a little too scary? I'm afraid that Wang Feng, who is ranked first, is no match for him. Boom, just when everyone was surprised that Xianxia used his finger as a sword to defeat Xianxing in a single move, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky above the outer sanctum. Someone broke through. That's Wang Feng's cave mansion. Wang Feng broke through to the transcendent realm. In other words, Xianxia is now the well-deserved number one in the outer sanctum, right? What a pity. I wanted to see who was the number one in the outer sanctum, but now there's no other way. Transcendent realm, Xianxia took a deep breath. He had only joined the sect for a month and someone had broken through to the transcendent realm, although Wang Feng was originally the number one in the outer sanctum. A white light fell among the crowd. La young man in white stood there, staring coldly at Xianxia. It's Wang Feng. Yes, it's the first-ranked Wang Feng. He really broke through to the transcendent realm, his aura is so strong. He's only 18 years old, how amazing. Once a quasi-inner sect disciple breaks through to the transcendent realm, he can directly enter the inner sect and become an official inner sect disciple, how enviable. But why do I feel like he has some hostility towards Xianxia? It's not just a feeling, it's true. You don't know, but Wang Feng and Jin Ming are sworn brothers. The two of them once worked together to kill a second-layer transcendent realm cultivator when they were out on a mission. Not many people know about this. Even so, he has now been promoted to the inner sect, he can't attack an outer sect disciple, right? That's true. That being said, many people still looked at Xianxia with some worry. Guard, can I issue a death challenge to Xianxia? Wang Feng ignored what these people said and turned his head to the guard of the Desperation Tower and asked. Of course you can, but Xianxia has to agree. The guard of the Desperation Tower looked at Xianxia. I don't accept. Xiao's lips curled into a smile. Coward. Wang Feng thought that Xiao was an impulsive person and that Xiao would accept his challenge regardless of the consequences, but now it seemed that Xiao was smarter than he thought. Heh, I'm only at the peak of the 8th layer martial vein. You, a transcendent realm cultivator, have the nerve to issue a death challenge to me and call me a coward? Xiao laughed disdainfully. Wang Feng, you can't issue a death challenge, but you can issue a battle of revenge. Elder He suddenly said, in the outer sect, a battle of revenge cannot be refused, it can only be postponed for no more than 3 days. Of course, there is a requirement for this battle of revenge. Your opponent must be your enemy, or the enemy of someone close to you who has gone through life and death with you. That's right, a battle of revenge. Wang Feng's face lit up with joy as he said, Xiao, I declare war of vengeance against you. Wang Feng, you've already been promoted to the inner sect, so you're not allowed to fight with outer sect disciples. This is also the sect's rule. Elder Bai could not help but ask. He really didn't want to see an outer sect genius being destroyed like this. Killing was allowed in a battle of revenge. Of course, the condition was that one's best friend or someone close to you was killed by the other party. Since Xiao had killed Jin Ming, he obviously met this condition. This was troublesome. Elder Bai, you must be joking. Although Wang Feng has broken through to the transcendent realm, he hasn't registered with the inner sect yet, so he isn't an inner sect disciple. Naturally, he can launch a battle for revenge, or are you trying to shelter that little brat? Elder He sneered. Lan Yuer was about to speak at this time, but she was stopped by Ling Xiao. Wang Feng, I don't want to have a life or death battle with you because I know I can't kill you. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Feng and said lightly, but with your ability, it's impossible for you to kill me. It's just a waste of time. However, since you want to make a fool of yourself, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll accept your battle of revenge. You don't need to go anywhere else, just do it here. Ling Xiao was not even afraid of He Sua, so how could he be afraid of Wang Feng who had just broken through to the transcendent realm? He simply felt that such a battle was a waste of time. But now that the other party was being aggressive, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. Since you don't need time to rest, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Feng jumped directly onto the Desperation Tower. This was a place for death challenges, but it was also a place for a battle of revenge. In any case, it was a life or death battle. Ling Xiao also leaped onto the Desperation Tower. His gaze slowly turned towards Wang Feng as he said, originally, you were ranked first in the outer sanctum. You could have used your status to be promoted to the inner sanctum. This is also considered a great honor. However, you should never have come to find trouble with me. Today, I will use my strength to shatter your hypocritical honor. Ling Xiao did not intend to hide his cultivation level in front of Wang Feng. After all, he could not hide it. He had thought about it. He now had Yuan Venerates, Yang Danlin, and Lan Yuer as his backers. He had outstanding talent in alchemy. If his talent was outstanding, he might attract the attention of the flame deity, but at the same time, he would also attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Yuehua school. Geniuses were strictly protected in any sect. He did not believe that the flame deity could overturn the Yuehua school. Boom, his aura suddenly soared, and Ling Xiao released his own Zhenyuan aura without any scruples. Oh my god, this guy really hit his strength. The peak of the 9th level martial vein? No. This is the aura of a half-step master. How is that possible? He was only at the peak of the 8th level martial vein when he first entered the sect. How could his cultivation be so fast? Ling Xiao did not care about the discussions of others. His mind was now focused on this battle. With the Ice Dragon sword in hand, he felt very confident. Because he had just comprehended the use of force, he wanted to try it again. He could not let that feeling slip through his fingers. Humph. Although your aura is strong, it should only be 20% of a half-step master's cultivation level. Today, I will show you what it means to be a transcendent. Wind and thunder palm, Wang Feng did not move his body, but his right palm had already struck out. A terrifying aura suddenly shot out from the void. A huge true essence hand wrapped in wind and thunder broke through the air and went straight for Ling Xiao's vital points. Is this the attack of a transcendent? I wonder if Ling Xiao can block it. Ling Xiao quickly answered this question. Break for me. Ling Xiao's face was indifferent. The Ice Dragon sword pierced the weakest part of the true essence hand like a poisonous dragon. Pa, with a crisp sound, the terrifying true essence hand immediately shattered and dissipated. Oh? I didn't expect you to know how to attack flaws. Wang Feng had never met Ling Xiao before, so he knew almost nothing about Ling Xiao. After all, when Ling Xiao joined the Yuehua school, he was in seclusion and had just come out. So what? Let's see how you break my wind and thunder consecutive palms. Wang Feng roared and struck out with his palms. More than a dozen true essence hands wrapped in wind and thunder shot out in succession. And this was not a simple continuous attack, but a series of attacks. The latter palm could automatically change the effect of the previous palm. This kind of control of true essence was really amazing. No wonder you are the #1 in the outer sect. Your methods are really outstanding. Unfortunately, you are facing me. Break for me. Ling Xiao's Ice Dragon sword shook. The second style of the Snow Lotus sword art, Melting Water, was displayed. This move could be used both offensively and defensively, and it had a large range. It was especially used to break this kind of chain or group attack. Ling Xiao's current situation was a little special. Le was as if his body was enveloped by the lake water, and the lake water was as sharp and lethal as a blade. But any attacks that approached Ling Xiao were all directly minced to pieces. In an instant, the chain of wind and thunder palms were shattered and disappeared. However, the attack was not over yet. The water flow changed from the shape of a ring to that of a long river, turning into a water dragon that roared and pounced on Wang Feng. Ling Xiao finally fought back. Wang Feng was astounded by the sight. He had never expected that even though he was a transcendent, he would not be able to end the battle quickly. Instead, he gave Ling Xiao a chance to fight back. He could feel that the power of this melting water technique was very terrifying. What shocked him the most was the phantom of the ghost ship that appeared behind Ling Xiao. The ghost ship sailed on the long river made of melting water, and it cooperated perfectly. Well, I'll call this move ghost ship crossing the river from now on. It's stronger than pure melting water technique. After all, it's a move that's integrated with my martial soul. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He had used ghost ship crossing before, so this time, he suddenly had the idea to combine the two moves. He did not expect it to be so smooth, and the performance was particularly amazing. Seeing the ferocious water dragon coming with the ghost ship, Wang Feng felt a sharp pain all over his body before the sword chi even hit him. His physique wasn't as strong as Jin Ming's, and although he had broken through to the transcendent realm, his physical strength was far inferior to Ling Xiao's and Jin Ming's. He had broken through using his internal chi, not his physical body. A strong killing intent appeared in Wang Feng's eyes. If he simply wanted to avenge Jin Ming before, then now, he wanted to strangle Ling Xiao in the cradle as soon as possible. He could feel a great threat from Ling Xiao, which made him very uncomfortable and unbearable. Break! Wang Feng roared, and his true chi began to go berserk. Gusts of wind enveloped his body. His palms were actually absorbing these gusts of wind. A glaring ball of light formed between his palms. The surrounding airflow was swept up in an instant, then crushed and integrated into the palm. I didn't expect you to also practice the art of wind and cloud. It's just that you're much stronger than Yangqing. They were both using the art of wind and cloud, but Wang Feng's boldness and power far surpassed Yangqing's. That's right, this is the art of wind and cloud, but it's only at the transcendent stage. Wang Feng roared and the ball between his palms shot out. It directly destroyed the scene made of water and even the ghost ship exploded into pieces. Worthy of having broken through to the transcendent realm, the quality of his true chi far surpassed Ling Xiao's and even surpassed Ling Xiao's Sky Dragon true chi. After the ball destroyed the melted water and ghost ship, it continued to move forward and flew towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care about this thing at all. Snow Lotus Sword Art's third style, congealing water. Ling Xiao's sword momentum suddenly changed. The melted water turned into congealed water, and the torrential river water that had been scattered instantly froze. The ball was also wrapped in the cold air and became slower and slower. In the end, it fell to the ground and turned into a ball of ice. However, the sword momentum did not stop because of this. Ling Xiao counterattacked again. As the ice dragon sword trembled, the martial spirit behind him changed again. The shadow of the blood shadow martial spirit suddenly appeared. His sword moves suddenly became strange and unpredictable. The ice that condensed in the air was like a sharp blade, attacking Wang Feng from different angles. Wang Feng frowned slightly. He was not afraid of these sword moves. His palms continuously struck out, causing a gust of wind to wreak havoc around his body. Thunder rumbled and the ice shattered. However, Ling Xiao's killing move was not this move. Ice Heart terrifying finger, Ling Xiao, who was holding the sword in his right hand, pointed at Wang Feng with his left hand. Terrifying soul force condensed into a single point. It looked so thin that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye, and a ray of light shot out from the congealed water. Pfft! Wang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were dazed for a short moment. Kill! Ling Xiao knew very well that this move of his had succeeded because his opponent did not understand him at all. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of his opponent. Otherwise, he would not have such an easy time the next time they fought. Stop, you vile being! At that moment, an earth-shattering pressure descended from the sky. Ling Xiao felt his entire body stiffen instantly. He was unable to move at all. This terrifying pressure was accompanied by a ball of fire. The flame deity. Ling Xiao had not expected that he would be so lucky as to make the flame deity attack him personally. How dare you, Mo Yan! Yang Danlin broke through the air. His cultivation base was not as good as Mo Yan's, but the Yuan venerate on his shoulder was not inferior to Mo Yan's. When the two terrifying auras collided, Ling Xiao was finally able to catch his breath. However, he had also missed the best opportunity to kill Wang Feng. Old Hall Master Yang, this brat killed 4 Yuehua school disciples in one day and is still not satisfied. He wants to kill Wang Feng, who is just advanced and is still unstable. He is simply vicious. Leaving him alive will only bring disaster. By the time the flame deity appeared, He Sua had already rescued Wang Feng. He. Don't take me for a fool. You are really a vicious dog that bites first. A death challenge is a matter of life and death, so you deserve to die. Wang Feng actually took advantage of the situation and started a battle for revenge. If he killed Ling Xiao, I'm afraid you wouldn't even let out a fart. Why are you pretending to be a senior now? Yang Danlin did not give the flame deity any face at all. Yang Danlin, are you really going to protect that brat? The flame deity asked coldly. So what if I protect him? If you want to touch him, you'll have to step over this old man's dead body first. Yang Danlin looked coldly at the flame deity, not backing down. Ha, good. I'll give you face. Empyrean Demon Flame laughed heartily. He came quickly and left quickly, vanishing without a trace. Wang Feng was also taken away by He Sua and the others. Although they were extremely unhappy, what could they do? Wait, Ling Xiao actually defeated Wang Feng, who has just advanced to the Transcendent Realm. Then he is fully deserving of the title of number 1 in the outer sect. Yes, Wang Feng was not Ling Xiao's opponent when he advanced to the Transcendent Realm. Then, when he was just a half-step Grandmaster, he was definitely not Ling Xiao's opponent. This Ling Xiao is too terrifying. All the outer sect disciples were shocked. They looked at Ling Xiao with horror, fear, and a little respect. After all, a new disciple could defeat the number 1 master in the outer sect in just a month. He was fully deserving of being number 1. Jin Ming, who was ranked 3rd, was killed by Ling Xiao. Jian Xing, who was ranked 2nd, was forced to admit defeat by Ling Xiao in one move. Wang Feng, who was ranked 1st, needed the flame deity's help to save his life. If Ling Xiao was not the number 1, who deserved to be called number 1, so? Dai Yuling bitterly smiled and said, "Fortunately, you are fine. Otherwise, I would have become a great sinner of the sect." Although her words were simple, she was grateful to Ling Xiao from the bottom of her heart. Today's battle was initiated for her sake. Lan Yuer's beautiful eyes wandered as she looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated gaze. She was once an outstanding genius of the sect. Therefore, she was somewhat lazy in her cultivation. Otherwise, she would have already advanced to the heaven realm. However, after seeing Ling Xiao, she realized that her efforts were far from enough. If she continued to slack off, she would be easily surpassed by this brat. Northern Han's Princess Zhao Xi's mouth was wide open in shock. She could not understand why the heavens were so unfair, allowing this cruel fellow's strength to rise so quickly. Northern Han's Prince Zhao Ji could only bitterly smile and shake his head. He was very glad that he did not challenge Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would have been defeated even more miserably. When he had first entered the sect, he had wanted to dominate the outer sect and suppress everyone. In the end, there was Leng Hao. Now, there was Ling Xiao. Leng Hao only had outstanding talent and was valued by the Golden Light Exalted Celestial. However, this Ling Xiao's talent was inferior to his, but his cultivation and strength far surpassed his, causing him to feel frustrated. He felt that he could not see through this junior brother of his who entered the Yuehua school at the same time as him. Elder Black, what do you think? Is Ling Xiao worthy of being called number 1 in the outer court? Elder White proudly looked at Elder Black, who had an unsightly expression, and said, Being number 1 in the outer court is not so easy. The top 3 are inferior to him, but there are others in the top 10. There are more than 1,000 outer court disciples. There might not be no one who dares not challenge him. Elder Black coldly snorted. What you said is a matter for the future. Ling Xiao defeated Wang Feng and is now number 1 in the outer court. Who dares to not accept it? Elder White laughed happily. In the past, Elder Black used the flame deity's power to ridicule him in every possible way. today, his anger was completely vented. It was not entirely true that Ling Xiao did not have the title of number 1 in the accident door. After all, the number 1 outer sect disciple would receive better resources and treatment than all the other outer sect disciples. As a result, Ling Xiao obtained a new cave residence that day. The location of this immortal's cave was better, and the spirit qi was more abundant. Moreover, the monthly salary he could receive was already more than all the outer sect disciples. Compared to the outer sect disciples who were ranked below the 30th place, the rewards were 30 times more. Not only that, when Ling Xiao met the tower master that night, the other party also gave him the promised reward. Ling Xiao, I'm very satisfied with your performance in the Desperation Tower, so I can give you a chance. Go to the Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower and choose a rare gold tier martial art. There are no restrictions on the type. It doesn't matter when you choose, but you can't stay in the Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower for more than an hour. A rare gold grade martial art, Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a smile. His inner force cultivation method, Snow Lotus Truth, was still a quasi-gold grade martial art. It could not keep up with his current cultivation, so it was imperative that he choose a gold grade inner force cultivation method. Ling Xiao already had a gold grade defensive martial art, Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, and a rare gold grade sword technique, Snow Lotus Sword Technique. Therefore, he was very clear in his heart how big the gap between gold grade martial arts was. Not to mention quasi-gold grade martial arts and gold grade martial arts. Even if it was a gold grade entry-level martial art and a rare gold grade martial art, there was a difference between heaven and earth. In the Yuehua school, outer sect disciples could only obtain gold grade entry-level martial arts, while inner sect disciples were qualified to learn rare gold grade martial arts. Therefore, to an outer sect disciple like him, he knew better than anyone how precious this opportunity was. This is the special entrance token of the Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower. It can only be used once, so treasure it well. After giving Ling Xiao the token, the Desperation Tower Master let Ling Xiao leave. Even though Ling Xiao felt that the aura of the Desperation Tower Master was very familiar, he still did not dare confirm it. Some things could be life-threatening once he confirmed it. If this person was really the person he was familiar with, he would have taken the initiative to tell Luo Yunyang his identity. There was no need to worry about this. After returning to his new cave abode, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to choose a martial art. He wanted to make sure that he was in peak condition. After all, he only had an hour. If he was not in good condition, it would be very troublesome. Of course, while he was recovering, he did not forget the task that the Yuan Venerate had given him. Refine the fire snake array. In addition to his inner force cultivation method, he was also looking forward to cultivating in the vast cold hall. The flame deity had already targeted him. However, as long as he was in the sect and had Yang Danlin's protection, the flame deity would not dare do anything. Of course, he could still use He Sua and the others to put pressure on Ling Xiao. However, unless the flame deity took action personally, Ling Xiao was not afraid. It was just that he wouldn't be able to easily leave the sect in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would really be in danger. Unless a powerhouse left with him, or he had the ability to protect himself from Heavenly Sovereign Demon Flame. Cultivation was one aspect. Formations, on the other hand, were another aspect. Of course, alchemy was also possible. If he could refine truly outstanding elixir pills, it would not be impossible to hire a Skyman expert as a bodyguard, even though it would take a lot of time. After feeling that his condition had completely recovered, Ling Xiao left the cave abode and prepared to head to the Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower. However, before that, he went to visit Dai Yuling. He really wanted to know Dai Yuling's current situation. He wanted to know if Dai Yuling had been bullied while he was resting. The situation was better than he had imagined. His thunderous means made all the outer sect disciples keep quiet out of fear. And Yang Danlin blocked the flame deity's attack, which also made some outer sect elders and deacons not dare to easily offend Ling Xiao. They would rather choose not to help either side, because offending either side might lead to a very miserable result. Only Elder He and Elder Bai's attitude was very clear. Elder He was determined to wear the same pants as the flame deity. Elder Bai, on the other hand, supported Ling Xiao. When passing by the outer sect and medicine hall, many outer sect disciples were very respectful to him. Whether it was sincere or not, they all called him Senior Brother Ling with suspicion. It felt a little strange to suddenly change from a junior brother to an outer sect senior brother. Especially when he was addressed as senior brother by someone who was twice his age, he always felt awkward. But this was the reality. If you were stronger than the other party, even if the other party's qualifications and age were older than you, they still had to be respectful to you. Originally, Ling Xiao did not intend to be so ostentatious. His original plan was to enter the inner sect after advancing to the transcendent realm. There was no need to dominate the outer sect at all. But now, it was actually a good thing. He was forced to become the outer sect's number one. End of chapter 315. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.